In a world where dreams intertwine with reality, the young heir of the prominent and family, Qing finds himself inexplicably caught between two lives. After being whisked away by a captivating female sect leader, he discovers a mysterious system that allows him to grow stronger effortlessly. As he navigates the treacherous waters of power and ambition, Qing unexpectedly becomes the backbone of a sect filled with formidable women. With each challenge, he rises, surpassing expectations and even becoming an emperor. Yet, as the layers of his destiny unfold, he realizes he might be the true mastermind behind it all. Join Qing on a thrilling journey where the lines between ally and enemy blur, and the quest for supremacy becomes a battle of wits and strength. Will he embrace his newfound power, or will the shadows of his past consume him? The stakes are high, and the adventure has just begun. In the vast wilderness of the Xia Empire, within one of the 8 esteemed families, the Yin family, a slender tube emanating faint blue smoke was visible from the window of the young master in Ji's chamber. Aha, success! The instigator, having concealed the tools of their craft, gently opened the window and, like a phantom, darted into the room, seizing a boy of merely a dozen years from the bed. With a few agile leaps, they soared out of the courtyard. Who goes there? Someone has abducted the young master. Quick, pursue them! A signal flare shot into the sky, prompting several skilled warriors from the inn residence to rush after the cloaked figure. Yet, the assailants' speed was astonishing, their form akin to a nimble eagle, effortlessly outpacing the pursuers and vanishing from sight. Outside in city, a carriage stood still amidst the dense forest, into which the cloaked figure swiftly entered. The carriage began to move silently, its wheels turning without a sound, like a ghostly vehicle in the dead of night. Master, you are truly incredible. You have managed to abduct the young master of one of the 8 great families. The voice that spoke was melodious, akin to the song of a lark. Of course, from now on, he shall be your junior disciple. With him, we can finally fulfill our obligations, sparing me from your uncle's incessant nagging, replied the cloaked figure, whose voice also possessed an enchanting quality. As she lifted her veil, a face emerged that could incite chaos and seduction, revealing Qing Qiu, the leader of the Mo Xiang sect. In the realm of Dahuang, 2 great empires, 8 prestigious families, and 9 transcendent sects exist. Although the Mo Xiang sect finds itself in a state of decline, such audacity from its leader is indeed rare. Your junior disciple is rather handsome, and he hardly seems like the ruthless character capable of fratricide, remarked a girl as she leaned closely against Ji's face. Their cheeks nearly touched. This girl, in the bloom of her youth, was Yu Chan, the saintess of the Mo Xiang sect and Qing Qiu's disciple. At this age, she was filled with curiosity about the opposite sex, and due to her elevated status, few dared to approach her. Lacking the modesty typical of noble ladies, she examined Qing as if he were an intriguing doll, her hands exploring his form. Oh, what is this? Qing Qiu's expression darkened as she reached for the young beauty's hand, saying, "Where do you think you are touching?" Yu Chan suddenly recalled something, her face flushing as she stammered, "I didn't know, but junior disciple." Qing, at that moment, felt as if he were ensnared in a profound dream, drowsily hearing the voices of 2 women, interspersed with the shrill cries of a director and the anguished wails of his brother. Who am I? Which Qing is the true one? Am I dreaming? Within Ji's consciousness, he gazed upward, where golden bubbles floated, each encapsulating a fragment of memory. He opened them one by one, and as the memories unfolded in his mind, confusion deepened. In the year 2024, Qing was a student at the Jingqing Film Academy, while in the annals of Dahuang, he was the legitimate eldest son of the Yin family, established in the year 536, 367. Both memories felt as if lived experiences. Was it Zhuangzhou dreaming of a butterfly, or the butterfly dreaming of Zhuangzhou? He could not ascertain. As his mind grew clearer, the voices of the 2 women became increasingly distinct. Master, junior disciple has awakened. Qing sensed a warm breath against his face, ticklish and fragrant. Opening his eyes, he was met with Yu Chan's delicate visage, her long eyelashes and large, captivating eyes reminiscent of the director. Qing, this is a long tale, but to make it succinct, from now on, you are my disciple. Would you like your master to give your head a little pat? Qing Qiu pulled Yu Chan aside, for the carriage was not spacious, and she shifted closer to Qing, resting his head on her soft thigh, while gently placing her hands on his forehead. and Gu felt a cooling sensation wash over him, alleviating his dizziness. His mind regained some vigor. Regardless of whether he was Zhuang Zhou or the butterfly, he was now awakening as the Huangzhen Gu, the young master of the Yin family. The past was merely a bizarre dream. What circumstances led this woman to become his master? Moreover, how is it that the undergarment industry in Dahuang is so underdeveloped? Such a calamity struck without warning? With ominous signs looming overhead, Ngu resolved to be astute in the face of adversity. "Master, my head aches terribly," Ngu said, turning on his side and pressing his face against the woman's flat abdomen. The warm breath seeped through the thin veil, causing Qing Qiu's cheeks to redden slightly. She coughed lightly and said, "It may be a side effect of that enchanting fragrance. When we next encounter that poisoned saint, I shall ensure you have your revenge." Ah, indeed, Ngu thought to himself, impressed by her ability to shift blame so adeptly. Chapter 2. Qing Qiu. Wasn't it said that I am the protagonist? Yu Chan gazed at her younger martial brother nestled in the embrace of their master, her eyes filled with skepticism. Could this truly alleviate a headache? She harbored grave doubts that her younger brother was merely taking advantage of their master. "Master, allow me to massage his head. My skills are quite proficient," she proposed. Ngu resolutely declined, stating, "No, I want master to assist me." Yu Chan's brows knitted together, her delicate face resembling a small bun. All right, I shall help her," Qing Qiu interjected, sensing the situation spiraling out of control and swiftly stepping in as the peacemaker. Embracing her disciple felt incredibly comforting, instilling a profound sense of security. At that moment, Ngu was the epitome of tranquility, the ideal human-shaped pillow. Yu Chan observed her master's increasingly flushed face, a disquieting sensation stirring within her heart. As if there were three of them, yet she had become the outsider. With a flick of her large eyes, she climbed onto Nji's back, declaring, "Then I shall assist you alongside master." Ngu retorted, "You heartless demoness of the demonic sect, just wait. A gentleman avenges himself from dawn till dusk. There will come a day when you weep." Ding. The universe's strongest idol system has been successfully bound. Please check the specific functions yourself, host. What is this? A system? The voice in Nji's mind left him bewildered. He had already been awake for quite some time, engaging in a mixed double match. Was this system operating on a 2G network? As a third-tier cultivator in the body refinement stage, manipulating his consciousness was child's play. Cultivators in the Great Wilderness were divided into 10 stages, beginning with the blood mobilization realm, followed by Ling Dong, body refinement, inner mansion, Ling Tai, Tong Xian, Xiao Sheng, De Sheng, Zhuan Di, and Da Di. The realms above Da Di were not included in this classification. Qing Qiu, who exhibited no forewarning, was a Da Sheng powerhouse, merely a hair's breadth away from becoming a Zhuan Di. In contrast, the increasingly flushed and dazed Yu Chan was a budding expert of the Ling Tai realm, showcasing her exceptional talent. This great wilderness was not to be confused with another. The laws of heaven and earth were intact, and there were multiple Da Di powerhouses. Ascending to the celestial realm was the ultimate aspiration of every cultivator. As Nji's consciousness entered the system, Qing Qiu held onto him tightly, while Yu Chan found the situation increasingly unbearable. Nji's salute to them made her feel even more uncomfortable, yet retreating now would seem like a shameful flight. Such a notion was utterly unacceptable for a proud holy maiden. In her lexicon, there was no term for retreating in disgrace. No matter how arduous the journey, it must be traversed. With sufficient effort, even an iron pestle can be ground into a needle. Nji's awareness delved into the system, and he lost sensation of his physical form. Otherwise, he would surely. The system interface was exceedingly simple, comprising merely 4 words: idle, backpack. Upon opening the backpack, Ngu discovered the expected absence of a novice gift bag, leaving him disheartened by the apparent stinginess. As he focused on the idle function, a system prompt emerged. Ding. Would you like to activate idle mode? Is this truly the universe's strongest? A low-quality system with a solitary function. Ding. The worth of a system is not determined by quantity, but by its durability and robustness. That is the sole criterion for a good system. I suspect you may be joking, but I have no proof. Activate idle mode. Ding. Idle mode has been activated. Ding. Idle mode instructions. After activating idle mode, the system will default to granting idle rewards after 24 hours. The host may choose whether to receive rewards directly or deposit them in the backpack. I shall receive them directly. With only this single function, there was little to investigate. Upon exiting the system, Ngu felt an overwhelming rush akin to surfing on tumultuous waves. Oh my goodness, junior sister. That disciple, perhaps you should change your clothes first. Qing Qiu felt inadequate in her role as the peacemaker, ultimately leaving it to Yu Chan to take charge. Ngu couldn't help but recall the saying that when traveling, boys must take care of themselves. He retrieved clothing from his spatial ring. Foregoing any concerns about modesty and changing right there, he stored away his soiled garments. Junior sister, there is no need for guilt. As long as you are responsible for me, I shall not blame you. I understand how appealing a handsome boy like me can be. Yu Chan burst into laughter at Nge's exaggerated performance, her earlier embarrassment gradually dissipating. As the holy maiden of Emosyang sect, she envisioned her future partner either as someone who would join her family or as a solitary figure like her master. However, Ngu was her junior brother, a disciple of the sect leader, and most importantly, he possessed extraordinary talent. They had gone to great lengths to rescue Ngu from Enfu, not merely for his looks, but because he was a rare individual who combined beauty and talent. Ngu was a congenital demon body, a physique seemingly tailor-made for cultivating demonic arts. Moreover, he had unearthed his brother's ancient heavy pupil. The combination of these two powers ensured that, barring any mishaps, Ngu would undoubtedly occupy a significant position in the future of the Great Wilderness. This young disciple was the perfect partner for her as a holy maiden. Following the earlier incident, Yu Chan's gaze towards Ngu had shifted, now imbued with a sense of youthful infatuation, tinged with shyness, affection, and allure. Qing Qiu, as a pinnacle de Sheng, naturally noticed the change in the atmosphere, feeling a twinge of discontent. Wasn't it agreed that I am the protagonist? The rebellious disciple of the sect should be a standard among demonic sect disciples. The three engaged in light-hearted conversation, and Ngu gleaned more about Emosyang sect from his master. Once, Emosyang sect held the top position among the 9 great sects, with the demon emperor revered as the foremost figure in the Great Wilderness, compelling other sects' emperors to bow their heads in submission. His might was unparalleled. Perhaps the greatest figure of the Great Wilderness had lost interest in the demon emperor and chose to pursue the legendary celestial realm. Yet, he ultimately perished under the formidable heavenly tribulation. The demise was catastrophic, as the tribulation raged for 81 days, leaving not a single bone to remain. Furthermore, the demon emperor was filled with confidence, believing that even if he could not succeed, he would not perish. At worst, he could still cultivate into a loose immortal. There was a complete lack of preparation for the affairs after one's passing. Were it not for the grand elder of the sect, who valiantly intervened with the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm and the tyrannical killing techniques of the Moxiangzong, the sect would have had no opportunity to prolong its existence. Moreover, Qing Qiu's ascension to the position of sect leader was also a result of the Grand Elder's resolute stance against the majority's opposition. After hearing this, Ench fell into a contemplative silence, as the circumstances surrounding the sect undeniably pointed towards impending doom. Chapter 3. If all else fails, I'll marry her when he grows up late at night. They finally crossed the boundary of the infamily stronghold, Anqing. Qing Qiu said, now that we've left Anqing, we won't be traveling by carriage anymore. Stepping out of the carriage, she raised a delicate hand, and a silver-white flying shuttle hovered in midair. The three of them, along with the horse, boarded the shuttle, and their speed increased immeasurably. The flying shuttle shot forward like an arrow, swift and steady, while the scenery below blurred past. Ango maintained a calm expression, though inwardly he felt a surge of excitement. This was the sensation of riding the wind and clouds, as if the heavens and earth lay beneath his feet, broadening his spirit and filling him with boundless ambition. To soar with the wind, across the endless sky, gazing down upon mountains and rivers. Back in the family estate in Anqing, the family head, and Cheng Feng, was attending to official matters in his study, showing no sign of panic over his son's departure. Master, the young master has left Anqing and is heading toward the Emosyang sect, reported a black-clad figure kneeling in the hall. Activate our agents within the Emosyang sect. Keep a close watch on Ango's situation and report to me at all times. Yes, sir. The black-clad figure vanished like a breeze, and Cheng Feng set down the jade tablet in his hand and rubbed his temples. As the head of the family and a commander tasked with guarding the borders of Daxia, his burdens were undeniably heavy. Ango possessed an innate demonic physique, and there was truly no place more suitable for him than the Emosyang sect. After 3 days of flight, They finally arrived at the headquarters of the Mo Xiang sect. Enveloped in immortal mist, with clear waters and lush mountains, countless pavilions and towers dotted the landscape, a stark contrast to the gloomy, ghostly atmosphere often depicted in tales of demonic sections. Greetings, Sectmaster. Greetings, Saintess. The three disembarked from the flying shuttle. The old horse, familiar with the way, pulled the carriage away on its own. As they walked along, they encountered only 3 or 4 groups of disciples. Although the sect's glory had faded, it was still one of the 9 great sects. How could it have declined to this extent? The Yin family, as one of the 8 great families, excluding those surnamed Yin, had at least tens of thousands of members. Clans and sects differed. Clan members were often scattered abroad, with clans resembling private schools that trained individuals for a time before sending them out to contribute to the family. Sects, however, were more like great trees. Though there were distinctions between inner and outer circles, they remained a unified whole, with far more disciples residing within the mountain gates than those dispatched outside. This sect's future seemed precarious. Xiaochan, take your junior brother to choose a courtyard. I will go find the Grand Elder. Yes, come with me, junior brother. The relationship between the two had progressed rapidly. Though they hadn't yet reached the stage of knowing each other's depths, they had already shared heartfelt confessions across a door. Thus, there was no real choice given to Ango. He was directly led to the courtyard next to hers. After all, proximity made it easier to nurture feelings. Ango didn't mind where he stayed. The two flew directly. Though not as fast as the flying shuttle, their speed was still remarkable. They soon arrived at a courtyard. Though called a courtyard, it finally displayed the grandeur befitting one of the 9 great sections. More luxurious than Ango's memories of his residence in the Yin family, the courtyard was built on a white jade foundation, resembling a jade palace at first glance. The spiritual energy was exceptionally rich, each breath bringing a refreshing sensation as it entered his body. Junior brother, this is where Master lived in his youth. It's only because I care for you that I brought you here. How will you thank me? Yuechan chuckled, her voice melodious like an Oriole's song, her eyes shimmering with a captivating charm. This girl would surely grow into a devastating beauty like Daji. Thank you. Ango uttered 3 words, stepped into the courtyard, and swiftly closed the door, leaving the little enchantress Yuechan bewildered in the wind. What was that about? Humph. Childish. Yuechan, the little enchantress, laughed at him while pretending to be worldly wise, then leaped back to her own courtyard without another word. Once inside the courtyard, alone at last, Ango could finally relax momentarily. It was time to contemplate the path ahead. The idol system was a great asset. This was a world where strength reigned supreme. Those with the mightiest fists held the truth. As for the Mo Xiang sect, his new sect, the situation seemed less than ideal. It might fall upon him to turn the tide and rescue the sect from peril, with his master having no way to repay him except by offering herself in marriage. Ango strolled around the courtyard, where all manner of exotic flowers and rare plants competed in splendor, emitting a faint, soothing fragrance that calmed the mind. This would be his home from now on. As he wandered, he familiarized himself with this entirely new environment. Qing Qiu hurried to meet the Grand Elder. As the sect master, she had been thrust into the role unexpectedly. The previous sect master, Yang Dingtian, had been struck dead by heavenly lightning without leaving any instructions. In the end, the Grand Elder had pushed aside all opposition to install Qing Qiu as the new sect master. Among Yang Dingtian's disciples, Qing Qiu was not the strongest, but rather average. At the peak of the great sage realm, she stood out across the great wilderness, yet compared to the other sect masters of the 9 great sects, she was merely a minor figure. In the world of cultivation, strength was everything. Though Qing Qiu had the Grand Elder's support, many remained unconvinced, especially her fellow disciples. Moreover, with Yang Dingtian's death, the Mo Xiang sect's status had plummeted, and its disciples had dwindled further. The sect's foundational technique, the primordial demon codex, was formidable yet perilous. Pursuing ultimate offensive power inevitably came with corresponding risks. Thus, while the technique was excellent, it was rather costly in terms of disciples. A single misstep could lead to chi deviation, with demonic flames burning one from the inside out, leaving nothing behind. With poor recruitment capabilities, declining strength, and excessive loss of disciples, Qing Qiu's position as sect master felt like sitting atop a volcano. This was why she had conceived the idea of venturing out to find a disciple of exceptional talent. Qing Qiu believed that the root of the Mo Xiang sect's current predicament was Yang Dingtian's death, the sect lacked a formidable figure who could challenge heaven and earth. Without resolving this issue, the sect's development would be constrained at every turn. Even if it thrived, it would be prone to unforeseen disasters. The other 8 great sects were now convinced that the Mo Xiang sect was doomed, slowly dragging it to its demise over time. The Grand Elder, a peak quasi-emperor cultivator of the primordial demon codex, still gave them pause. Pushing her too far would come at too great a cost. After all, the remaining emperors of the other 8 sects were also advanced in age. Yang Dingtian's failed attempt to ascend to the immortal realm had made these emperors wary, afraid to cross the line. An aged emperor facing the Grand Elder, who cultivated the primordial demon codex. The outcome was far from certain. Thus, a delicate equilibrium has been established, yet any significant upheaval could compel other sects to disregard all consequences in their quest to eradicate Moxiangzong. They are unwilling to witness the emergence of a second Yang Dingtian. As fellow emperors, being suppressed for millennia is a source of profound frustration for anyone. Shishu, Zhongzhu, Qing Qiu offered a wry smile, recognizing that while the Grand Elder possesses commendable qualities, his excessive adherence to decorum creates a sense of dissonance with the demonic sections. Shishu, I have discovered an extraordinary prodigy, a natural demonic body and ancient dual pupils. By the age of 10, he has already reached the mid-stage of bone refining. The revival of Moxiangzong is within reach. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder finally set down the jade slip and raised his head. His white hair had initially suggested the visage of an elderly woman, yet it belied a youthful countenance so delicate it seemed capable of yielding tears, embodying both the allure of a demonic enchantress and the refinement of scholarly grace, rivaling Qing Qiu in charm. Where did you unearth such a prodigious talent? A 10-year-old in the mid-stage of bone refining would be considered the pinnacle even among the 9 sects and 8 families. And a natural demonic body? Ancient dual pupils? Please do not tell me you have enticed the legitimate heir of the An family. Shishu, your brilliance is unmatched. I am in awe. Indeed, it is the legitimate heir of the An family, Anga. The Grand Elder's almond-shaped eyes widened further, and he nearly dropped the jade slip in disbelief, wishing to deliver a sharp reprimand. Moxiangzong is currently in a precarious state, living in a subdued manner, and you have directly brought the heir of the An family into our midst. That is akin to returning with a ticking bomb. Qing Qiu approached the Grand Elder from behind, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, Shishu, do not worry. Anga has already taken me as his master and will not flee. When he matures, if necessary, I shall become his wife and cede the position of Zhongzhu to him. What is there to fear about him running away? Chapter 4. Yuechan, little junior brother, can you please stop being so competitive? The Grand Elder was taken aback. Is this something a sect leader would say? Even if one were to employ the beauty trap, it should be directed towards Xiaochan. As a master, don't you have any principles left? Nephew, enough, I'm weary. From today onwards, you shall bear the heavy responsibility of being the sect leader. The Grand Elder sighed, waving his sleeve, leaving without taking a single jade slip. Qing Qiu gazed at the table laden with jade slips, an overwhelming surge of determination blossoming within him. The talented disciples are already present. Next, it is time to reorganize the sect and rejuvenate it. He sat down in the Grand Elder's seat, picked up a jade slip, and swept his consciousness across it, causing his expression to change dramatically. Quickly, he set it down and switched to another, then another, and another. No. Yesterday, 48 outer disciples went mad and died suddenly. There are 444 outer disciples remaining. Yesterday, the sect's gambling houses were deliberately attacked by the Confucian sect, with 28 houses vandalized, and 5,000 high-grade spirit stones, 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and 100,000 low-grade spirit stones seized. Yesterday, Elder Zhang and Elder Li fought fiercely over the distribution of spirit stones, shattering 50 rockeries and 10 pavilions, requiring a repair fee of 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Grand Elder, Uncle Master, the sect cannot be without you. Nephew bows to you. Please return swiftly. And Gu cleared his ears, as if hearing a voice. Someone wants to bow to the Grand Elder? How terrifying is the Grand Elder? And Gu rummaged through his spatial ring, grateful for his habit of keeping his wealth on him. He had box after box of spirit stones, and he couldn't be bothered to check. After all, he could simply go idle without practicing himself. This little bell is quite exquisite. And Gu picked up an item resembling a collar, adorned with a circle of small bells. With a casual shake, the bells emitted a melodious sound, and pink light immediately burst forth. This servant greets the master. Suddenly, 9 beautiful maidens, clad in sheer veils, emerged, their enchanting figures partially concealed. Their enticing red lips beckoning curiosity, and their captivating eyes glistening with allure. Moreover, the aura emanating from these 9 women was exceedingly powerful. 9 ghostly maidens. And Gu steadied himself and said, "Return." Yes. With a whoosh, the 9 pink lights darted back into the bell. And Gu stored this magical bell in his system backpack, deeming it safer there. Apart from this bell, other items were of little worth. And Gu tinkered until nightfall but failed to make much progress. He selected a few items that caught his eye and placed them into his system backpack. He also found several manuals, all pertaining to demonic techniques. However, considering his innate demonic physique and his status as a body refinement practitioner since the age of 10, he found these manuals lacking in value. Yuechan, 3 years his senior, had already reached the Lingtai realm, 2 major realms above him, rendering these inferior manuals of little cultivation worth. Lying in bed, his mind was unusually clear, an unsettling sensation of being wide awake despite wishing to sleep. No wonder those in the cultivation world focus solely on their practice. Without it, he felt quite bored. Ding ding ding. This servant greets the master. The next day, ding. Idle rewards have been credited. The host has slain 500 monsters of the same rank, earning 150,000 experience points. Spirit stones. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying a mutated monster, earning 500 experience points and a skill book. Boom. Spiritual energy surged forth, elevating NGE's cultivation from mid-body refinement directly to late-body refinement. His bones emitted cracking sounds as they underwent tremendous enhancement. It was no exaggeration to say he had steel-like bones. Moreover, this idol system was indeed impressive. In just a few days, he had advanced from early to late body refinement. Such speed was unprecedented. As for whether there were even more powerful enhancements, and Gu chose to ignore that. No matter how good the others were, they were not his own, so why bother? The previous rewards consisted solely of experience and spirit stones, along with some trinkets, which paled in comparison to the treasures in his spatial ring, all of which Gu exchanged for spirit stones. The skill book was a first for him. Protective Charm, passive skill damage reduction by 30. Would you like to use it? Use. Within Ji's command, something seemed to be added to his consciousness. It was mysterious and indefinable, yet he could sense the difference from before. Was this skill at maximum level or one that could be upgraded? Ding. All skills produced by the system are of the highest level, requiring no upgrades or synthesis. And Gu thought to himself that it was a pity. 30% felt a bit unsafe. If it could upgrade to 100% damage reduction, wouldn't he be able to lie back with complete peace of mind? Wouldn't that mean his idol cultivation could also reach total perfection? Ding. Correct. The host need not worry about unstable realms. Idol advancement will directly result in a perfected state. And Gu felt a wave of comfort. Resuming his music and dance. Next door, Yuechan, the little demoness, had enjoyed a beauty sleep the previous night and was now soaking in a petal bath. Accompanying her master on a mission, she hadn't tea-bathed in over a month. Though she had mastered dust avoidance and fasting, she still felt uncomfortable. Soaking in a petal bath was indeed delightful, enveloping herself in fragrant bliss. Suddenly, she sensed a violent surge of energy emanating from next door. Has little junior brother broken through again? Bang! Yuechan smashed the bath barrel with a slap, sending the petal-infused water pouring out. Naked, her delicate body was flushed pink from the warm water, her damp hair clinging to her face, biting her small silver teeth. Her anger did not detract from her beauty. Stupid junior brother, can you not be so competitive? As the personally trained disciple of the sect leader and the saintess of the Majiao sect, Yuechan's talent was undoubtedly exceptional. Otherwise, she wouldn't have reached the Lingtai realm at the tender age of 13. The Lingtai realm serves as a critical threshold, encompassing the 5 realms of Lingdong, Manxue, Zigui, Nafang, and Lingtai, which cultivate the human body to its utmost limits, achieving the pinnacle of human potential. The deeper the accumulation in these 5 realms, the stronger the insights gained upon breaking through to the Tongxian realm. Yuechan had been accumulating in this 5th realm for quite some time and was ready to challenge the perfected state. It is said that the sect leader Yangding Tian could overshadow other emperors due to his mastery of 10 realms, 8 of which he had broken through to the next tier at the perfected level. The initial 4 realms of Yuechan are characterized by the grand perfection. However, as one progresses further, Attaining the grand perfection becomes increasingly arduous, and the limitations of human effort become evident. Time is finite. An excessive pursuit of grand perfection may hinder one's advancement, and there is a distinct possibility of failing to reach the end of the journey. The mere thought of that bothersome junior disciple next door fills Yuechan with immense pressure. No more indulgence in flower petal baths. Henceforth, it shall be solely about cultivation, and more cultivation. Otherwise, when they eventually become Tao partners, she would find herself merely lamenting in despair. Chapter 5. Disciple, are you trying to keep your master? Your expression is off. You're supposed to be playing the cold sword fairy. Why are you batting your eyes like that? And you're the innocent woman I'm bullying. What do you mean by innocent woman? You need to show hatred. That shy, timid look of yours makes it seem like you're offering yourself up willingly. In Nji's courtyard, with ample leisure and wealth, he finally found a way to pass the time. As the saying goes, an actor who doesn't aspire to be a director isn't a good actor. In his memories, as a professional film student, directing others was his greatest pursuit. Little did he expect that the first step of his acting career would be directed by someone else. Now, an opportunity had arisen. The 9 beauties within the bell were all Yin spirits. Moreover, they were no ordinary ghosts. Each was born on an extremely Yin day with an extremely Yin constitution, and their cultivation had now reached the minor sage level, with the potential for continuous advancement. This treasure was originally prepared by the Yin family to protect his younger brother, who possessed ancient double pupils. However, his brother's eyes had been gouged out, and he had been pierced through the heart by a sword, his whereabouts unknown. Naturally, the treasure fell into Nji's hands. The 9 minor sage Yin spirits could freely transform their appearances, essentially serving as 9 versatile actors. Ngu directly wrote a script and began rehearsing, purely for amusement. But as they rehearsed, something felt off. Though these 9 Yin spirits could change their forms at will, no matter what they transformed into, they remained irresistibly alluring, making it impossible to carry out the play properly. It must be difficult for you all. Let's call it a day for now. Master, we're sorry for being useless, Wu. You are our master. I truly cannot bring myself to hate you. How about changing the plot to one where I serve you instead? The 9 beauties reverted to their original forms, gathering around Ngu to brainstorm ideas. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers equal 1 zhuge. After a discussion among these 9 cobblers, Nji's script successfully evolved from a tale of a wicked young master bullying men and dominating women into 3 Liu Bei-inspired versions for Ngu to choose from. Just as Ngu was about to rehearse the first version with an experimental attitude, a soft, charming voice sounded from outside the door. Good disciple, your master has come to see you. Ngu shook the bell, recalling the 9 Yin spirits, and went out to greet her. After all, female ghosts were nowhere near as entertaining as his master. Ahem. Nowhere near as important as his master's company. Master, why is your forehead so red? I got up in a hurry this morning and bumped into the doorframe. Qing Qiu smoothed her bangs, trying to cover it up. She had spent the entire previous night kowtowing to her martial uncle to persuade him to emerge from seclusion. Being the sect leader was truly disheartening. Not only did she have to nurture Ngu for the sect's future, but she also had to appease the Grand Elder for the sect's current state. Master, are you all right? Let me blow on it for you. Blowing on it will make the pain go away. It's fine, just a minor injury, nothing serious. But since my good disciple wishes to show filial piety, I shouldn't refuse your kindness. As Qing Qiu spoke, she walked inside, with Ngu following behind. Watching the sway of her slender waist, a breathtaking image involuntarily formed in Nji's mind. Later, after his master left, he could have the female ghost transform into her likeness and rehearse that scene. Is the courtyard to your liking? I used to live here, and I personally selected and arranged all the furnishings. It's quite nice, tranquil and elegant, perfectly suited for a scholar like me, Ngu replied. I wonder what kind of books my disciple enjoys reading. I have a library filled with classic works from ancient and modern masters, Taoist, Confucian, Buddhist, you name it. Why not move to my place? It would be more convenient for me to guide you. Ngu was her greatest hope for reviving the Mo Xiang sect. If he spent too much time with that little lass Yuechan, it would be fine if they got along peacefully. But if conflicts arose later, whether emotional discord or competition for the sect's succession, it would be like choosing between 2 beloved children. Forcing herself to reluctantly eliminate one, as in the story of Ma Su, was an outcome she could not accept. After all, Yuechan was a disciple she had raised since childhood, and her heart would ache at the thought. Thus, Qing Qiu never considered having Ngu and Yuechan become cultivation partners. Instead, she intended to become Nge's cultivation partner herself. In my lifetime, I, Qing Qiu, have tirelessly striven for the great revival of our sect. Touching, truly touching. Ngu now stood before Qing Qiu, leaning in to blow on her forehead. If he leaned just 1 centimeter further, he could kiss her forehead. Ngu, holding Qing Qiu's eyes, suddenly spaced out. Wrong. Ngu abruptly felt his hairs stand on end. He had almost fallen under her spell just moments ago. Not bad. You managed to wake yourself up even after being affected by my charm technique, Qing Qiu said with a smile. To Ngu, it felt like just an instant, a mere glance, but in reality, a quarter of an hour had passed. He was still influenced by his memories from 2024, in the world of the great wilderness. There was no room for the slightest carelessness. A quarter of an hour was enough for him to die 100 times over. Your disciple's skills are still lacking, and there is a long road ahead. I swear that until my cultivation surpasses yours, Master, I will never step beyond the mountain gate. Listening to Nge's vow, Qing Qiu couldn't help but feel something was amiss. There's no need for that. You're still young, with limitless room for growth. I will nurture you to thrive. Come sit. Our Moxiang sect doesn't adhere to those mundane formalities, except for the Grand Elder. You must never offend her. After Ngu took a seat on the other side, Qing Qiu said, Disciple, what do you think is the Tao, and what is demonic? As an outsider, Ngu had an answer ready. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. Slap. Qing Qiu excitedly slapped her own thigh. This disciple actually possessed such profound insight. With just 1 sentence, he had revealed the essence of Tao and demonic. Nge's gaze involuntarily shifted to Qing Qiu's thigh, where a bright red palm print stood out starkly against her fair skin. Feeling a pang of sympathy, he reached out and gently stroked the mark. Qing Qiu shot her disciple a sidelong glance, but did not stop him. Since you have already grasped the essence, I need not elaborate further. The Tao is both singular and manifold. Although we belong to a demonic sect, we are still part of the Tao. In essence, there is no difference between us and those hypocrites who preach benevolence and morality. We must firmly believe that the path we walk is correct and never be deceived by those hypocrites in the future. Master need not worry. Since I have joined the Moxiang sect, I naturally will not seek apprenticeship elsewhere. Good, very good. Regarding Ange's response, Qing Qiu was exceedingly pleased. With a graceful motion, she produced a small jade box. This is a gift from your master to commemorate your apprenticeship. Ange accepted it with both hands. And upon scanning the contents with her mind, she discovered a jade slip containing the foundational cultivation technique of the Moxiang Zong, the primordial demon scripture, along with 500 high-grade spirit stones. When you run out of spirit stones, do not hesitate to ask your master for more. Master, is the situation at the sect truly dire? Although 500 high-grade spirit stones were a considerable sum, they were hardly sufficient in the eyes of the leaders of the 9 great sects. A hint of disappointment washed over Qing Qiu's delicate features as she sighed deeply and shared the current plight of the Moxiang Zong, offering words of comfort. Rest assured, my disciple, these challenges are but temporary. I will devise a way to extricate ourselves from this predicament. You need only focus on your cultivation. I shall find a solution regarding the spirit stones. Upon hearing her master's words, Ange could not help but exclaim inwardly, contemplating the lack of rationality among the previous and current leaders of the sect. While she had anticipated difficulties within the Moxiang Zong, she had not foreseen the extent of turmoil that threatened its very existence. In a gesture of gratitude, she felt it was only fitting to present her master with a token of appreciation for her apprenticeship. Though her departure from home had been rather abrupt, she had little to offer aside from spirit stones. Here are 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. I hope you will accept them graciously. For Ange, spirit stones held little personal utility, yet they were essential for cultivators, serving as the currency of this realm. 1 high-grade spirit stone was equivalent in trading value to 100 mid-grade stones, and 1 mid-grade stone was equal to 100 low-grade stones. However, it was seldom that anyone would exchange a single high-grade stone for 10,000 low-grade stones. The higher the purity of the spirit stone, the more potent its effects on cultivation, especially for advanced practitioners and those on the verge of breakthroughs, thus warranting a premium. Additionally, certain formations required high-grade spirit stones as a power source to unleash their full potential. 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. For me, my dear disciple, are you attempting to lavish your master with gifts? Qing Qiu chuckled. I shall accept these spirit stones, and I will return to tidy up my belongings. This evening, I shall move in with you. Chapter 6. Living together with the enchantress Master Qing Qiu held 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Her posture straightened with newfound confidence. She approached the Grand Elder and tossed the stones onto the desk, declaring, "Shu, here are 1,000 high-grade spirit stones for emergencies." With her head held high and chest puffed out, she returned to her dwelling, humming a tune as she packed all her beloved possessions. For tonight, she would embark on a splendid cohabitation with her affluent disciple. At that moment, Ngu was engrossed in studying the jade slip containing the original magic scripture. As his consciousness swept through it, the information inscribed within the jade slip imprinted itself in his mind. Ding! A martial art has been recognized. Would you like to initiate passive learning? Could this really be done passively? Ding! Everything can be passive. The mission of this system is to live effortlessly and ensure the host's happiness. He activated passive learning. Within Ji's command, the incomprehensible martial art began to operate autonomously within his mind. Ding! Host detected as an innate demon body, enhancing passive learning efficiency by 50. With a resounding boom, Ngu was enveloped in jet-black flames. These flames emitted no heat. Rather, they were chilling, reminiscent of the spectral fires from the depths of the netherworld. The temperature around him plummeted rapidly, causing black frost to form on the furniture. Ding! The host experiences occasional insights during passive cultivation, comprehending the mystical art of Jiu Mingyan. Jiu Mingyan. This flame does not burn ordinary objects but exclusively incinerates souls and primordial spirits, leaving the physical body unharmed while utterly consuming the spirit. Ngu could only utter a profound exclamation, overwhelmed by the system's remarkable benevolence. With his palm facing upwards, akin to igniting a gas stove, a black-blue flame surged forth. As he controlled it, the flame slowly separated from his palm and began to dance in the air. It grew steadier and faster, multiplying exponentially, transforming into a myriad of black droplets that coalesced into a handleless black blade. Having quelled his mystical art, Ngu stretched lazily and reclined on his bed, realizing that with passive cultivation and learning, he merely needed to indulge in life's pleasures. This was the life one ought to lead, so blissful. The only lingering concern was that the Mo Xiang sect, one of the 9 great sects, appeared even weaker than he had anticipated. According to his beautiful master's description, the Mo Xiang sect stood precariously, beset by the other 8 sects and at risk of being ousted from the ranks of the 9 great sections. However, the friliest camel is still larger than the horse. They still had a peak quasi-emperor to shield them for the time being. As music played on, a gentle breeze wafted through the air, accompanied by the melodious chime of bells. Your servant pays respect to the young master. Zhao Zhao and Ro Ro caressed his arms. Lian Lian and Ai massaged his legs. Chun Xiang offered fruits. Xia Xiang presented dried fruits. Qiu Xiang served nuts, and Dong Xiang poured tea. Amidst this refreshing atmosphere, the 8 enchanting spirits busily attended to him. How biased of the young master. What shall I do? Mimi pouted, feeling quite aggrieved as she was left without a task. Come here, I shall give you a massage. Ngu relished the simplicity of his life. Qing Qiu clapped her hands, gazing around the empty room with utter satisfaction. With a light step, her garments fluttered as if she were a celestial being. Such potent yin energy. While still airborne, Qing Qiu sensed the presence of 9 strands of formidable yin energy in Nji's courtyard. She immediately accelerated her pace and soon arrived at his abode, bypassing any formalities and flying straight into the room. There, Ngu sat nonchalantly on a soft couch, perusing a book. Shuzuan, he greeted, setting down his reading material. Qing Qiu silently scoffed. Although they had only interacted for a few days, Nji's inherent nature had already revealed itself. She had barely stepped out for a moment before he could not restrain himself. Moreover, he had called upon 9 spirits at once. No need for excessive courtesy. Did I not mention that our sect does not adhere to such formalities? I am your master, your elder sister, and can also be your friend. I sensed 9 strands of potent yin energy just now. You are still young, and your primordial yang is not yet formed. Do not become entranced by trivialities that could harm your body, understand? Qing Qiu approached, sitting across from Ngu, pouring herself a cup of tea. Shuzuan, you misunderstand. It was merely a magical artifact for research purposes. Ngu maintained an untroubled gaze, asserting that he had done nothing wrong in offering a massage. That is for the best. From now on, your artifact should only be used in combat. Do not let me catch you engaging in mischief, Qing Qiu said, finishing her tea in one gulp and rising to commence her tasks. To Qing Qiu, Ji's room felt far too simplistic and plain. This would soon be their shared sanctuary. How could it not be adorned beautifully? She began to retrieve furnishings, paintings, and decor from her spatial ring, arranging them meticulously. She even replaced the bed with her own larger one, ensuring ample space for both of them. Ngu held a cup of tea in one hand, while the other grasped an ancient tome, his eyes drawn to the enchanting figure of his master as she bent to smooth the wrinkles on the bed and energetically arrange the furniture. The room was soon imbued with her essence and charm. Truly, his master was diligent, and Ngu couldn't help but salute her industriousness with the utmost respect. Chapter 7. Shook. The pilot shook with her back, turned to Ngu. Qing Qiu bent slightly, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Even without the need to glance, she could sense Ji's unwavering gaze fixed upon her. Even as she pretended to be engrossed in a book, this only attested to her captivating allure. In Qing Qiu's eyes, Ngu was akin to a blank canvas. This unrefined gem was not merely a product of cultivation, but also of life itself. From the moment she moved in, this canvas would begin to bear the imprints of their shared experiences. After 2 hours of diligent effort, the room was transformed, far more lavish than before. Ngu was delighted. Who would be displeased at the prospect of a more comfortable abode? Whether by design or by happenstance, Qing Qiu, with a graceful twist of her waist, lifted Ji's teacup from the table and downed it in one gulp, exhaling a long sigh. Tomorrow, we shall conduct a simple initiation ceremony. After all, you are the direct disciple of our sect's master, and it is only fitting that you make an appearance before the disciples to avoid any future embarrassment. I shall follow the master's arrangements, Ngu replied. Qing Qiu nodded in satisfaction, her demeanor transforming into one of enchanting allure as she leaned closer. Whispering, Master is about to take a bath. I noticed you were quite absorbed earlier. Would you care to join me? Seated on the couch, Ji's gaze fell just enough to glimpse the snowy expanse of Qing Qiu's neckline. But having learned from past experiences, he was determined not to stumble twice in the same place. He lowered his eyes, replying, If I were to agree, would the master not toss me into the bath to drown? A gentleman remains unperturbed. Shall we test if I am indeed a gentleman? No need for a test. I already know, Qing Qiu replied, casting a glance and straightening up with a light laugh. Zhu and Zhu, come in. Yes, mistress. The door swung open, revealing 4 women who appeared to be handmaidens standing in the hall. They are my attendants, as well as your loyal servants. Today, I entrust Lan and Zhu to you. You may instruct them as you please. Now, bow to your new master. Zhu and Zhu, though shaken internally, maintained a wooden expression. The command of their mistress demanded absolute obedience. They knelt before Ngu and declared loudly, We pay our respects to our master. From this moment forth, Ngu became their master. Even if he commanded them to act against Qing Qiu, they would comply. Such was the nature of loyal servants. All 4 possessed peak minor saint cultivation, capable of holding their own even against the elders. In matters of cultivation, aside from the primordial magic scriptures, you may inquire about anything you do not understand. Thank you, master, Ngu expressed sincerely, turning to the 2 kneeling women. Rise, and from now on, call me young master. Yes, young master. Qing Qiu led Zhu and Zhu to the bathing area, where the 2 women turned to Ngu and said, We shall assist the young master in bathing. Ngu nodded. The bathing did not occur within this room, but in a designated bathing chamber, featuring a large water pool resembling a small swimming pool, adorned with various scenic elements, steam rising from the water. With the assistance of Lan and Zhu, Ngu disrobed and stepped into the pool. The 2 women began to change clothes before his eyes. Upon removing their maid attire, Ngu noticed they were tightly wrapped in bandages around their chests, layers of cloth binding them closely. As the wrappings were peeled away, their true forms were revealed, the deep impressions left by the bandages evident on their chests and backs. From now on, do not bind yourselves. This young master prefers ample forms. Yes, young master. For the first time, a change flickered across their expressions. While they displayed no embarrassment in front of Ngu as they undressed, his words stirred subtle ripples in their previously placid eyes. Once fully undressed, they adorned themselves in specially designed garments and entered the bathing pool. Lan sat behind Ngu, allowing him to lean against her while she began to massage his head. Zhu positioned herself in front of Ngu, attending to his hands, feet, and torso. and Gu felt every pore on his body relax as their massages differed from the ordinary. They targeted acupoints across his body, their fingertips gently stimulating every meridian. In the realm of Ange found Qing Qiu seemingly asleep, her eyes gently closed, while her mind wandered back to the enchanting scenes in the bathroom, reminiscent of an animated film he had watched in his childhood, Shook, featuring the remarkable pilot Shook. Before long, he felt Qing Qiu's hand reach out, followed shortly by a leg extending towards him, and soon he found himself enveloped in her embrace like a large plush pillow. The air was filled with the sweet fragrance of Qing Qiu, yet he felt compelled to express that such a close proximity was indeed perilous. Meanwhile, Qing Qiu's heart raced, grappling with the notion of being truly exceptional as rumored. Chapter 8. Qing Qiu, the disciple's extraordinary talent, is overwhelming at this moment. Qing Qiu found herself in a perplexing dilemma, torn between embracing and refraining from embracing the situation. "You little rascal, do you understand the Qingxin spell?" she inquired. "Master, are we not practitioners of the demonic path? How could I possibly comprehend the Qingxin spell?" Qing Qiu fell silent, her body rigid like a marionette, while Ngu, feeling constricted, endured the painful groans of his bones. Yet his senses were exhilarated. This must be the legendary experience of pleasure entwined with pain. Qing Qiu furrowed her brow, her sensitivity surpassing that of Ngu. They remained in this standoff until dawn broke. Qing Qiu finally released Ngu, lightly nudging him with her foot while pulling at a small bell on the bedside. Shortly after, the four maidservants, Zhu, Mei, Lan, and Zhu, entered with toiletries. Ngu stood bare, like a puppet, arms outstretched in anticipation. After their cleansing ritual, it was time for a meal. For practitioners at the fifth realm, dining was an art of immense significance. Especially for Ngu, the prince of a prominent family, where elixirs were merely one aspect, complemented by an array of rare treasures. The rice was a special Dao rice, each grain adorned with golden patterns that enhanced one's sensitivity to spiritual energy. The dishes included various vegetarian meals crafted from spiritual herbs and fruits, alongside dishes made from the blood and flesh of beastly creatures. The cost of a single meal equaled the annual expenditure of an ordinary practitioner. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the little demoness Yuechan, she gazed at the lavish spread before her, suddenly losing her appetite. The pressure from Ngu was overwhelmingly intense, rendering her indifferent to food and drink, as she pondered whether her junior brother was still cultivating while she dined. Suddenly, Ngu, holding his bowl, was enveloped by a surge of powerful energy, causing the bowl in his hand to shatter instantly. Ding! Auto hang-up has completed, calculating rewards. During the hang-up period, you have slain 1,800 monsters of the same tier, earning 180,000 experience points, which have been converted to spiritual energy cultivation based on your realm. Items obtained. 1,800 low-grade spirit stones, third-tier items. Ding! Congratulations on your successful advancement to the Nifu realm. The travel mode is now activated. Nifu. Qing Qiu, seated across from Ngu, was nearly struck dumb. Just a week ago, when she laid him down, he was at the early stage of bone refinement. Was it merely a week to progress from bone refinement to Nifu? Even with elixirs and spirit stones, such speed was unfathomable. He was truly extraordinary. Qing Qiu felt an urge to dissect Ngu for study. Surely, even Li Taibai of Sanqing Mountain, reputed to be a reincarnated immortal, could not match such a pace. After Master left yesterday, I practiced the original demon scripture. I have never encountered a technique so suited to me, and my insights have been profound, with my cultivation advancing at an astonishing rate. Ngu spoke with wide eyes, fabricating a tale. Advancing to the Nifu realm signified that his physical form had reached its zenith, initiating a transformation from the external to the internal. Ngu felt as though his strength had multiplied by dozens, perhaps even hundreds of times. Lacking a reference point, he could not quantify his newfound power, yet he felt imbued with vigor akin to steel, capable of enhancing his flight range 2- or 3-fold. Any inexplicable aspects could be attributed to his innate demon body, which increased his cultivation speed by 50 during hang-up training. Ngu, fearing Qing Qiu's disbelief, flipped his palm, igniting a black flame that transformed into a black, hiltless flying sword. Qing Qiu's eyes widened in shock, her mind racing with a singular thought. This disciple was beyond her teachings. In Yuechan's courtyard, a loud crash echoed as the lavish dishes scattered across the ground. Her extraordinary junior brother had already reached Nifu. Just days prior, he was still in the early stages of bone refinement. the terrifying potential of his innate demon body was undeniable. At this rate, within a year or two, her junior brother's cultivation would surpass hers. The thought of being outstripped by her junior brother left her feeling apprehensive. The outside world remained unaware that she was a direct descendant of the late demon emperor. "I must inform Master that I shall enter seclusion," Yuechan declared, swiftly exiting the courtyard toward the cave dwelling in the back mountains of the Mo sect. At this moment, Qing Qiu was not overly concerned about being surpassed by her disciple. Watching the black flying sword whirl around her, her mind was buzzing. This was the Jiuyou Mingyan, a flame specifically designed to target souls. Such a force was akin to a nuclear weapon in high-stakes combat. Upon reaching the Great Sage stage, one's primordial spirit remained immortal, and as long as the spirit persisted, one could always start anew. However, should the primordial spirit perish, even an emperor would face demise. The Jiuyou Mingyan specialized in incinerating primordial spirits, leaving only one recourse: to swiftly sever that portion of the soul. The outcome was evident. Even if the primordial spirit survived, the path of cultivation would be irrevocably obstructed. "Let us set aside our powers and partake in the meal," Qing Qiu said, her expression complex. The extraordinary talents of her disciple placed immense pressure on her as his mentor. She was not inherently diligent. After all, the initiation ceremony would be abandoned. Too many eyes would scrutinize. Numerous spies from other sects were embedded within the Mo sect, and soon, she would introduce him to the Grand Elder and the Four Elders. And Ji's astonishing prowess far exceeded Qing Qiu's expectations. If his cultivation speed became public knowledge, other sects would go to any lengths to eliminate him. The implication was clear: within the Mo sect, the Yin family must be aware of his presence. Yet, he had faced no obstacles traveling from the Yin family to the Mo sect. Could it be that the Yin family deliberately allowed his master to bring him to the Mo sect to study the original demon scripture? And Gu pondered, finding this notion highly plausible. As one of the 8 great families, the Yin family would naturally disdain ordinary demonic techniques. And his cultivation speed was hardly commensurate with the prestige of the innate demon body. The original demon scripture of the Mo sect was hailed as the foremost technique of the demonic path, unparalleled in offensive capabilities. Otherwise, the demon emperor would not have been able to suppress other sects single-handedly. And as an innate demon body, there could be no more fitting technique for him. The master led him to Moxiangzong, imparting the profound techniques of the sect. Once he had mastered these skills, he would likely support Anjin becoming the leader of Moxiangzong. In such a scenario, the An family could gradually encroach upon Moxiangzong, merging the strengths of both families and thereby securing dominion over the land. Even if a rift were to arise later, the An family would remain unperturbed, as the individual had been deceitfully lured away by Qing Qiu. They could readily adopt the moral high ground and rally other factions to denounce Moxiangzong. The sole dilemma lay in Anj's own disposition. Originally poised to inherit the An family legacy, Anj would naturally prioritize the family's interests. However, the intricate calculations had failed to account for a profound dream that had irrevocably altered his mindset, resulting in a transformation as profound as day to night. Chapter 9: Knowledge is Power. After finishing his meal, Anga returned to his study to read. He was not merely pretending. He was genuinely engrossed in the historical texts. By observing history, he gleaned insights about the present. Excluding the sycophantic passages, Anga's comprehension of the world deepened significantly. This world could be deemed simple, encapsulated in the rise and fall of 2 dynasties, 9 major sects, and 8 prominent families. The dynasties of Daxia and Dashang have endured for countless years, while numerous smaller states have never successfully laid claim to this bountiful land. Yet, on the other hand, it is also complex. In a fantastical realm, emperors are not ordinary mortals. Otherwise, any cultivator could easily usurp the throne and declare, "The throne rotates. Today it belongs to me." Such chaos would ensue. Cultivators are not ascetic hermits dwelling in caves, enduring hardships. They require a stable society to provide for their clothing and sustenance. The 8 prominent families serve as the mainstay or leaders of this stable society. The power center of Daxia comprises the royal Jiang family, the royal Wang family, the Foremostly family, and the An family, which stands guard against Dashang. Conversely, the power center of Dashang consists of the royal Wu family, the Fu family, the Foremostly family, and the Zhou family, which confronts the An family. The 8 prominent families are responsible for maintaining the stability of this world, while the 9 major sects uphold its martial framework. Even during the reign of the demon sovereign of Ma Xiangzong, this framework remained robust. On the opposite side of the study, Qing Qiu observed Anga, who was lost in thought, quietly radiating brilliance. Her diligent disciple appeared even more handsome. The disturbances caused by the sect had significantly improved her mood. Within the sect, troubles abounded. The number of disciples was dwindling, and their enterprises were being steadily encroached upon. They hoped to endure until the day Anga rose to prominence. Initially, the sect had pinned its hopes on Yue Chan, but her aptitude was ill-suited for cultivating the primordial demon scripture. Nevertheless, as a descendant of the demon sovereign, Yue Chan possessed her own convictions. However, throughout the history of Ma Xiangzong, no woman has ever mastered the primordial demon scripture to its fullest extent. The Grand Elder was a living testament, having been stuck at the pinnacle of quasi-emperor for countless years, claiming that she had no hope for a lifetime. The end was clearly in sight, yet there was no way to take that final step. Such anguish is not something everyone can face with equanimity. Even the demon sovereign succumbed to this trial, perishing under the heavenly lightning, perhaps driven to desperation by a sense of hopelessness. This reflects a divergence in pursuits. The peak of the emperor is merely a goal for others, while his aspiration is to attain immortality. Qing Qiu rested her delicate chin on her hands, gazing at Anga, who was quietly reading. Suddenly, she conceived the thought that a tranquil life devoid of the burdens of the sect would be quite delightful. Men are indeed formidable. Even at such a tender age, he has captivated this sect leader's heart. Qing Qiu unconsciously recalled last night. Sister Zhu silently approached Qing Qiu, seemingly cautious not to disturb Anga, and whispered in her ear, "The holy maiden conveys that she will enter seclusion." Qing Qiu nodded in acknowledgement. They lived so closely that this morning's breakthrough by Anga must have stimulated Yue Chan. Pressure breeds motivation, and Qing Qiu was quite satisfied with this outcome. Despite Anga's prolonged study of historical texts, he had not managed to exhaust his beautiful master's patience, akin to the feeling of wanting to sneak a peek at a phone while one's mother vigilantly monitored one's homework. "Master, you need not accompany me, as the sect leader. I am sure you have many matters to attend to," Anga remarked as he set down his book. "Minor issues can be handled by the Grand Elder, while the significant matter at hand is you." Anga was momentarily speechless. Since there was nothing pressing, he suggested, "Why not share some insights about the sect? Last time, your explanations were rather vague. I only gathered that the sect is in dire financial straits. Perhaps you could elaborate on the specifics?" "Certainly. But what do you mean by dire financial straits?" "It's merely a series of challenges. Come closer." I one tea bite. "Those 8 sects are utterly unscrupulous. As soon as the old sect leader passed, they banded together to bully us." Qing Qiu spoke for nearly 2 hours, while Anga transformed into the empathetic younger brother, offering her solace. She hugged Anga's arm, resting her head on his shoulder, weeping inconsolably. "As a woman, I was meant to enjoy a carefree life, yet suddenly I am thrust into the role of sect leader, burdened with such a heavy responsibility. My heart is heavy, master." Anga finally grasped the dire predicament faced by Ma Xiangzong, which could only be described as precarious, teetering on the brink of collapse. Resources were dwindling, fresh blood was insufficient, internal morale was unstable, and the losses were staggering. Any one of these factors could spell disaster for a faction, and Ma Xiangzong was afflicted by all. Were it not for a substantial foundation and the presence of a Grand Elder, they would have long since disintegrated. Furthermore, the entire weight of the sect rested upon the Grand Elder's shoulders, while he, the sect leader, was merely a bystander. A case of having the will to fight, but lacking a coherent strategy. "Master, while I may not be able to assist with many matters, I do have some ideas regarding the spiritual stones." "Oh, you possess a hidden reserve?" Qing Qiu sat upright, her tear-filled eyes fixed on Anga. "My meager supply of spiritual stones would hardly make a difference for the sect. You mentioned that our enterprises have been encroached upon by other sects, with the remaining ones being further disrupted. My suggestion is that we explore the establishment of a new venture. It's not that simple. I have considered this approach long ago. Our industries have undergone multiple transformations, all of which have met with failure. Every industry bears the shadow and control of other sects and families. If we attempt to enter a new field, we will face collective suppression from those sects and families. It is utterly intolerable. Then let us forego a storefront and instead pursue a more guerrilla approach, traversing the streets and alleys. What shall we sell? Books. Sell books? As Anga recalled a book he had previously read while poring over historical texts, he remembered its protagonist, who, like him, cherished the spring and autumn annals, using a series of engaging tales to revive the sect. Of course, Anga did not intend to write mere trivial stories. He had studied film, which is a form of visual media. For now, he was not equipped to produce films due to the challenges of capturing images and sounds, as well as the need for actors. The film may not be produced immediately, yet the story can be sold first. Once the narrative garners sufficient attention, the eventual release of the film is bound to create a sensational impact. This notion is not merely a figment of Nge's imagination. The film Shaolin Temple once propelled a martial arts superstar into the limelight and achieved box office success that was nothing short of miraculous. Ngu has meticulously crafted the storyline, featuring the 9 major sects of this realm: Sanqing Mountain, Ruzong, the Buddhist Vajrayana, the Bodhi sect, the Sword sect, the Seven Kill sect, the Baiwa sect, the Medicine King Valley, and the Mo Xiang sect. The tale he intends to adapt draws inspiration from Qian Nu Yuhan, with the only alteration being the transformation of the female ghost into a female disciple of the Mo men. This love story between a disciple of the Mo men and a scholar from the Ruzong, intertwined with the male second lead from the Taoist sect, and even a young monk from the Buddhist sect who harbors affection for the Mo men disciple. Enriched with the artistry reminiscent of the spring and autumn annals and adorned with elements akin to Liu Bei, is bound to ignite immense popularity. More importantly, this narrative will undoubtedly provide the world with a fresh perspective on other sects, dismantling the barriers of public opinion surrounding them. This exemplifies the power of media and the influence of public sentiment, with profit being a secondary concern. The Mo Xiang sect possesses inherent advantages, as the number of enchanting female disciples within the Mo men is exceedingly high. The male disciples of the Mo Xiang sect, having nearly perished in their pursuit of the original demonic scriptures, have rendered the sect predominantly female. It is widely acknowledged that the enchanting women of the Mo men are not only beautiful, but also skilled in performance and uninhibited, making it an ideal talent pool for Ngu. Indeed, tomorrow I shall compose a story, transcribe it, and seek an artist to create exquisite illustrations, which my disciples will then sell, particularly in places of indulgence, ensuring that they do not undersell their wares. Chapter 10. Timeless Literary Works in the Study. Ngu held his pen, transcribing his thoughts as he adapted the tale of Qian Nu Yuhan, keeping the original title intact. What he released was merely the first part, tantalizing readers much like those mediocre authors of his previous life, abruptly halting to pique their curiosity. With a framework established, brevity was key. A lengthy narrative would hinder dissemination. He aimed for a concise, yet impactful composition of 30 to 50,000 words, brief but exceedingly potent. Qing Qiu stood nearby, captivated by the words cascading onto the paper, so engrossed that she forgot to grind the ink. Nge's story, aiming to tarnish the righteous path, diverged from the original plot of Qian Nu Yuhan, transforming the female ghost, Xiao Qian, into a disciple of the demonic sect, who encountered the Confucian disciple, Ning Kai-chun. During a mission, their relationship evolved from strangers to lovers, with Xiao Qian enchanted by the refined and gentle Ning Kai-chun. Love clouded her judgment, leading her to repeatedly divulge the demonic sect's plans to Ning Kai-chun. Armed with this intelligence, he achieved numerous accolades, rising from a mere outer disciple to an inner disciple. On a rainy night, she entrusted her virginity to Ning Kai-chun. At this juncture, Ngu employed extensive descriptions, rendering their intimate moments vividly, as if witnessed firsthand. Qing Qiu grew increasingly uneasy, questioning how this young man possessed such rich experience. The intricacies he depicted were beyond her comprehension. For instance, the portrayal of Xiao Qian sitting on a swing left her blushing. However, observing Ngu's solemn demeanor, she surmised that he penned such content to attract lascivious readers, aiming to resolve the sect's spiritual stone dilemma. Ngu's mind brimmed with the provocative imagery from the adult literature he had perused, overwhelmed by the abundance of titillating scenes. In a single evening, he effortlessly crafted over 30,000 words, filling a thick stack of paper. He intended to find an artist to review the manuscript, commissioning a cover and several illustrations, planning to print 10,000 copies at 50 lower-grade spiritual stones each. I shall make the arrangements immediately. Qing Qiu, brimming with excitement, departed with the draft, convinced this book would surely become a sensation. Ngu stood, stretching, as he received notifications of experience points accrued, followed by another announcement. Ding! The host inadvertently discovered an unclaimed treasure hidden within a cave during yesterday's excursion, acquiring 100 upper-grade spiritual stones and 2 exquisite garments. Such swift rewards from the training function. Ngu cheerfully accessed his inventory, retrieving 100 upper-grade spiritual stones to stow in his ring as pocket money. He was principled. Whenever Lan Jie and Zhu Jie treated him, he would always offer some spiritual stones, lest he be deemed a freeloader. The fabric pouch must contain those exquisite garments. Ngu opened the pouch, his smile faltering as he beheld the contents. What the hell is this? Inside lay 2 garments, gossamer black stockings, which the audience would undoubtedly find familiar, particularly due to a certain Qing senior's peculiar fondness for them. Even Ngu, who considered himself impervious to temptation, found it difficult to look away, unable to resist their allure. Stowing the items in his system's backpack, Ngu returned to his writing desk to contemplate future arrangements. First, the film would continue to circulate, followed by the creation of stars, transforming disciples of Imo Xiangzong into luminaries of another realm. Once accomplished, he would cultivate and reap profits, fluent in this process from his past life as a film academy prodigy. Qing Qiu distributed 1,000 exquisitely crafted books to the disciples, instructing them to sell them in the vibrant districts of various states. These locales served as a haven for the lecherous, ideal for market penetration. Those venturing into such establishments typically possessed some wealth. Though 50 lower-grade spiritual stones were steep, they could afford it. Brother, care for a book? Go away. Do I look like someone who reads? Please, don't rush off. Just take a look. The seller brandished the book, revealing the cover, causing the man's eyes to widen in astonishment. The cover depicted a stunning woman seated on a swing, her attire artfully revealing crucial areas while concealing the less significant ones. Ahem, how much? Just 50 lower-grade spiritual stones. 50? Why not just rob me? I could have a real experience for that money. Brother, it's not that simple. Purchasing this book equates to acquiring a lifelong companion for 50 lower-grade spiritual stones. Your visit to the brothel is a one-time expense. This offers you countless days and nights of companionship. The burly man pondered, finding some sense in it. He produced 50 spiritual stones, bought the book, and abandoned his plans for the brothel, heading home instead. For seasoned patrons like him, the women in the brothel had long since lost their allure. He had never indulged in a courtesan, but that was beyond his means. As he read, he became utterly engrossed. The book not only featured illustrations on the cover, but also exquisite images accompanying several scenes within. With the illustrations and meticulous descriptions, the immersion was undeniably powerful. Upon discovering that Qing Qiu had deceived Xiao Qian into a trap under the pretense of earning merit and pleasing his junior sister, he erupted in curses against the hypocritical Confucians. At that moment, Xiao Qian realized she had been used by Qing Qiu all along, filled with regret, anguish, and guilt towards her peers, leading her to despair and ultimately take her own life. To be continued. Damn it, what about the ending? I want to know the conclusion. Did Xiao Qian die or not? Would Qing Qiu just let her go? Readers like this burly man were aplenty initially drawn by the cover. They found themselves ensnared by the narrative's progression and development, feeling as though they were part of the story. Xiao Qian's infatuation, although somewhat foolish, resonated with every reader's desire for a devoted partner. With 1,000 copies priced at 50 lower-grade spiritual stones each, Ngu effortlessly amassed 500,000 lower-grade spiritual stones. Qing Qiu gazed at the spiritual stones before her, feeling as though it were a dream. From the proposal to completion, Ngu had achieved this in a single night. In other words, her talented disciple had earned 500,000 lower-grade spiritual stones in just one evening. The mining operation is not progressing at such a rapid pace. The Grand Elder is grinning broadly. At this rate of profit, the economic crisis of their Moxiangzong seems to be surmountable. Just as Qing Qiu and the Grand Elder are preparing for extensive printing to amass considerable wealth, counterfeit books begin to surface in the market, each available for merely 5 low-grade spirit stones. Qing Qiu is infuriated to the point of wanting to resort to violence, but is restrained by Ange, for this development was entirely within Ange's expectations. In any era, counterfeiting is exceedingly facile. However, from another perspective, the proliferation of such forgeries enhances the narrative's dissemination. The greater the reach, the more detrimental it becomes to the Ruzong. This represents an intangible harm. In the short term, its effects may not be apparent, but over time, public perception of the Ruzong will harden, becoming increasingly stereotypical. Labels such as hypocrite, ungrateful, deceitful, and faithless will affix themselves to the rumen. This is an insidious, yet lethal stratagem. At this moment, several venerable scholars, their hair and beards white as snow, clutch the books in their hands, their teeth gritting in fury. This is not merely a matter of life and death. It is an assault on the very heart. Such literature must be comprehensively prohibited. They cannot be allowed to disseminate further. As simple as it sounds, once a single copy circulates, countless reproductions can easily follow. Can one truly contain such a tide? Thus, it is imperative to target exemplars, apprehend a few book vendors, and impose severe penalties. It is essential to prevent them from tarnishing the image of our Ruzhong. In my view, it is better to guide than to block. The author of this work is undoubtedly talented, and to let such talent go to waste would be the gravest misfortune. We must swiftly uncover the identity of the author. If we cannot recruit them, then a chorus of nodding heads among the old scholars follows, for to let such a talent remain unutilized is to extinguish it in its cradle. Chapter 11. What transpired between Fa Hai and Su Xian? Disciple, considering your significant contributions to our sect, I shall refrain from holding it against you, said Fa Hai. And Gu retorted, if you do not embrace me so tightly, how could I possibly stab you? This tension is far more unbearable, you know? What was a seemingly delightful night for Qing Qiu was, for Gu, a source of torment. Teasing without addressing the ensuing problems was unequivocally the behavior of a heartless woman. The following morning, Qing Qiu felt surprisingly refreshed. She discovered that her sleep quality had notably improved while clutching Gu, her oversized pillow. Make 10,000 copies of the new book on my desk, priced at 100 lower-grade spirit stones each. Gu lay in bed, devoid of the inclination to admire the beautiful Qing Qiu as she changed clothes. He simply wished for this heartless woman to vanish quickly. Another new book? And the price has increased. Dressed, Qing Qiu entered the study, where a stack of drafts lay on the table, titled Da Wei Tian Long. Upon opening the pages, she encountered a tale of a high monk from the Buddhist sect entangled in a romantic quadrangle involving two snake spirits. He loves her, she loves her, she loves him, and he loves him. The intricacies of their affections, especially the feelings of unrequited love constrained by societal morals, inflicted profound anguish upon both characters. On one side, there was love that could not be attained, while on the other, there were the relentless pursuits of infatuated individuals, creating a story that resonated deeply within the soul, far surpassing the previous tale of Qian v. Yuhan. Even Qing Qiu, the longtime head of a demonic sect, found the narrative shockingly unorthodox. The notion of love between men is not deemed significant in this world. It is merely considered a pastime devoid of emotional depth. However, the essence of this book lies precisely in the emotional turmoil it portrays. The entanglement between the two snake spirits was one thing, but the relationship between a handsome monk and a frail scholar. Truly, the innate demonic nature manifests even in storytelling. Yet, how delightful. After Qing Qiu departed, Gu summoned Sister Lan and Sister Ju, urgently needing to alleviate the muscle swelling from the previous night. With the success of the previous book as a foundation, despite the price increase, 10,000 copies of Da Wei Tian Long were swiftly snatched up. Priced at 100 lower-grade spirit stones each, this book generated an income of 1 million lower-grade spirit stones. With newfound wealth, internal conflicts within the sect eased, and the entire sect was revitalized. Wow! This is astonishing. It has redefined my understanding of love. The most genuine love in this world may not only be between a man and a woman, but could also exist between women or between men. This author, Xiao Sheng, is indeed a remarkable individual, with unconventional thoughts that have left me enlightened. I realize now that I once had a sincere love, but failed to cherish it. I have awakened, Brother Zhang, please accept me. All you sycophants, what nonsense is this book? It merely employs the style of the spring and autumn annals. The final passage mentions Fa Hai and Su Xian engaging in internal conflict. What could that possibly imply? Ah, my friend, it is a matter to be understood rather than articulated. As the saying goes, practice leads to true knowledge. Rather than waiting for a suitable day, how about we rendezvous tonight at Shui Qing Tower for some internal conflict? In no time, the term internal conflict quickly replaced love between men as the new catchphrase. The old monks of the Jinggang sect and the Puti sect were infuriated to the point of nearly summoning the Buddha himself. This Xiao Sheng is indeed a formidable presence. This book, originating from the Mo Xiang sect, is not difficult to trace, but pinpointing the author is quite another matter. Although the book is attributed to the sect leader Qing Qiu, both the Confucian and Buddhist sects find it impossible that she could have penned such a work. If she possessed such talent, she would have employed it long ago, rather than waiting until now. In a secret chamber within the Yin family, several elderly men with white hair and beards, along with a middle-aged man, were engaged in confidential discussions. These were the elders of the Yin family and the current family head, and Changfeng. It seems the emperor may not last much longer. The Wang family, as a collateral branch, has yet to produce a prince. It appears Li Guifei is poised to ascend, one elder remarked. I doubt it. The Li family has served as ministers for generations. If they were to become the collateral branch, would the Xia still bear the surname Jiang? Another countered. Who could have anticipated that the emperor, in the prime of his life, would suddenly falter? Heaven seems intent on bringing ruin to the Jiang family. A third elder added, provoking laughter among the group, as the Yin family had long guarded the frontier but remained excluded from central power, repeatedly thwarted by the royal family in alliance with the Li and Wang families. Calling upon the elders was precisely for this matter. The emperor intends to betroth the eldest princess Jiang Xian, born of Empress Wang, to Ngu. What do you elders think? Once the laughter subsided, and Changfeng, the family head, dropped a bombshell. The elders fell silent, deep in thought. The prospect of a union between the eldest princess and Ngu was monumental. Could the emperor be considering making the eldest princess the heir? The second prince, Jiang Hong, born of Li Guifei, not only had the backing of the Li family, but was also a favored disciple of the esteemed Confucian master Kong Haoran. The Confucian sect holds sway over a significant portion of the Xia's political landscape. The Wang family alone could not stand against the combined might of the Li family and the Confucian sect. If Jiang Hong were to become the heir, the former emperor's ambitions would be even grander. The Wang family, as a collateral branch, possesses considerable strength, while the Yin family, as guardians of the frontier, commands the most formidable military force in the Xia. These dynamics represent both a sword and a shackle hanging over the head of the new Prince Jiang Hong. Should things go awry, the Xia may very well face disintegration. It is highly plausible that the emperor, in his final moments, will seek to weaken both the Wang and Yin families, compelling them to submit. Eradicating the Wang and Yin families is inconceivable. If it were to reach that point, it would spell the end for the Xia. This is a struggle for power and interests, devoid of life and death considerations. Historically, the 8 great families have only seen rises and falls, never complete annihilation. Having just arrived at the Mo Xiang sect, Ngu finds it more practical to focus on consolidating his power there rather than meddling in royal affairs. If the emperor issues a marriage decree, it would be impossible to remain uninvolved. The Li family and the Confucian sect will undoubtedly regard us as adversaries. If I recall correctly, the eldest princess is 28 this year, while Ngu is merely 10. Even if a marriage decree is issued, we can delay it for a few years, allowing Ngu to fully develop his demonic powers, making it possible for him to reap benefits from both sides. If only Enlon were still here. A union between Enlon and the eldest princess would have been ideal. Enough, do not mention Enlon again. And Changfeng interrupted the elder's words, stating that Enlon was indeed the younger brother of Ngu, who had his ancient heavy pupils extracted. Despite having taken his brother's eyes, Ngu was still able to become the young master of the Yin family. This was not only due to the pressures of circumstance, but also the pivotal role played by Changfeng as the patriarch and father. As the adage goes, no man is without vice. While Nge's actions were unacceptable to him as a father, he nonetheless expressed his approval in his capacity as the clan leader. In the duality of his roles, it was evident he leaned towards the latter. I shall dispatch someone to Mo Xiangzong to contact Ngu, urging him to swiftly gain the trust of the sect and acquire the complete techniques of the original magic chapter. I will also consent to the matter of the marriage alliance. 5 years hence, when Ngu reaches the age of 15, the wedding rites shall be conducted. Upon concluding the discussion, Changfeng returned to his study, and as a gentle breeze swept through, a figure clad in black appeared before him, bowing and reporting, "Young Master Enlon has already joined the ranks of the Zedao Ren under San Shan. Very well. Send this jade slip to Ngu at Mo Xiangzong." Understood, Master. The black-clad figure transformed into a wisp of wind and vanished. In the imperial capital of Xia, Jiangxian, at the tender age of 28, not the 16 of 2 times 8, but rather 20 plus 8, was a beauty in her own right. Her mother, the Empress Wang, was renowned in her youth as the most beautiful woman in Xia. a title that led the emperor to dismiss the previous empress, elevating Wang to the position of the new empress despite opposition. With the 8 prominent families continuously refining their bloodlines, it was inconceivable that any offspring would be anything less than exceptional. Mother, this is no jest. I could very well be the mother of that child. To marry him, does that not make me an old cow grazing on tender grass? Jiang Xian protested. Moreover, that Qing, at such a tender age, has harmed his own brother. His malicious nature is appalling. How could he be a suitable match? Beside Jiang Xian stood a mature beauty, strikingly similar to her, who was none other than Empress Wang herself. What of it, dear? An old cow grazing on tender grass? Your father is more than 20 years older than I. Currently, there is no more suitable candidate than the Yin family. If Qing were a well-behaved boy, how could he possibly contend with Jianghong? Your father has your best interests at heart. Please do not act out. Empress Wang gently grasped her daughter's hand, speaking with earnest concern. Jiang Xian sighed, Mother, I fear that Qing might prove even more difficult to handle than Jianghong. Chapter 12. The Emperor of 3 moves stop. Next, Qing, with a stoic expression, raised a sign displaying a large cross. A disappointed young lady from the Mo Min departed. Today marked the day of the auditions for actors, as Qing had decided to embark on the journey of his first film after consulting with Qing Qiu regarding pertinent technical matters. In this world, the technology of recording stones has advanced significantly. However, recording stones are silent. While the devices capable of capturing sound are known as sound stones, the underlying principle is not overly complex. It involves inscribing the appropriate formations within spirit stones, which can be activated through spiritual energy. In accordance with Nji's requirements, the formation masters within the sect inscribed both recording and sound formations onto the same spirit stone. Although this increased the difficulty several folds and raised the costs, the expenses were negligible compared to the potential returns. Despite having published merely 2 books, the rampant piracy of his works has rendered Nji's name widely recognized, if not universally known, particularly among specific groups. Outside, a lengthy queue had formed, composed of individuals eager to audition for roles. The pool of actors, along with the group members, was rather limited. However, the young enchantresses of the Mo Xiang sect exhibited commendable acting skills, providing Qing with the opportunity to select the best among them. The actors would be chosen from the sect's inner disciples, marking merely the first step. The subsequent phase involved transforming those inner disciples who demonstrated exceptional talent into idolized stars. By the end of the day's auditions, Qing selected approximately a dozen disciples, each with distinct styles, as key candidates for focused training in professional acting. The young women of the Mo Min were not solely seductive beauties. They embodied a variety of temperaments, from icy elegance to gentle charm. As for the beautiful master and senior sister Yuchan, Qing had never contemplated packaging them. That would be utterly beneath him. Whether actors or stars, they were merely pawns in his strategic game, tools for the folly of others. In both his past and present lives, Qing has perceived the essence of so-called stardom with remarkable clarity. As the tension of the previous night lingered, Qing Qiu gracefully departed the next morning. However, the moment she stepped out of her room, her demeanor shifted dramatically. She was a woman of profound maturity, fully aware of her own emotions. Nji's discomfort mirrored her own. The phrase, when swords are drawn, the spirit is bold. Yet, when water flows, intentions become difficult to discern, resonated in her mind. Must she truly take the initiative? Such a notion felt wholly unrefined. Moreover, she found it difficult to act on such impulses. Suddenly, Qing Qiu felt ensnared in a web of her own making. Sisters Lan and Ju, without needing Nji's prompting, instinctively attended to his needs, showcasing their increasingly adept skills. With a notification sounding, ding. Congratulations, host, on slaying a foe of equal rank yesterday. A night of passive experience transformed into an abundance of spiritual energy, erupting forth like ink-black power, refining the heart within his organs. His heartbeat resonated like a drum, blood coursing through him like the tides. After 2 days of refinement, if this pace continued, would he not reach the spiritual realm in less than a month? Ding. Congratulations, host, for encountering the Sanfeng Dao Ren during yesterday's trials. He has recognized your unique bone structure and has imparted to you the Sanfeng Great Method. Sanfeng Great Method. A maximum of 3 moves may be utilized daily, enabling one to unleash the power of an emperor. The prospect of emperor-level strength ignited Nji's enthusiasm. Even the 3 moves of an emperor were still formidable. Such an unexpected boon filled him with an unprecedented sense of security since his arrival in this world. At his current age and cultivation level, who would have anticipated he possessed such a formidable trump card? It was essentially a safeguard for himself. Sisters Lan and Zhu were so astounded they momentarily forgot their duties. And Ji's rapid progress in cultivation was almost beyond their comprehension. They now served him daily and witnessed his exponential growth in power. What was more perplexing was that they had not observed him practicing at all. Could it be that his method of cultivation involved merely watching women pose? With a slow motion, Ngu clapped his hands together, addressing them. It is merely a slight comprehension. Do not be overly astonished. Please continue. Half an hour later, after being attended to by the two, Ngu donned his garments and enjoyed a sumptuous breakfast before retreating to his study to contemplate the script and scene-related matters. A gentle breeze rustled the corners of his draft papers, prompting him to look up, revealing a figure clad in black. The ability to approach silently suggested this individual was at least a formidable master of the great sage level. As Ngu prepared to test the limits of his Sanfeng great method, the black-clad figure removed their mask and bowed, and Tu Sheng pays his respects to the young master. Ngu recalled with a start that this person was a trusted aide of his father. Reflecting on his past experiences within the Yin family, he regarded Tu Sheng with cold eyes, but refrained from speaking. At that moment, Tu Sheng gazed at Ngu, his astonishment surpassing even that of sisters Lan and Zhu. The young master had already attained the inner mansion realm. He could not help but admire Cheng Feng's meticulous planning. The young master must have commenced his training in the original demon scriptures, as only a congenital demonic body combined with supreme demonic skills could account for Nji's rapid advancement. The family head has sent you this jade slip. With a flick of his finger, the jade slip flew into Nji's hand. A sweep of his consciousness revealed its contents. After perusing the letter, Ngu could not help but scoff internally. This was the epitome of cliché plot lines. However, according to the established narrative, it should be the unfortunate younger brother with ancient heavy pupils who was to be betrothed to the grand princess, who would then reject him for being blind. That would align perfectly with the tropes. Yet, a 28-year-old grand princess as my wife, was that not a tad excessive? It felt akin to an old bull courting tender grass. Inform the clan leader that I am aware. In the future, do not approach me without my permission. You may leave. Ngu tucked the jade slip away and resumed his reading, feigning indifference towards the presence of a great sage, leaving Tu Sheng thoroughly astonished. The demeanor of the young master already bore a resemblance to that of the clan leader, and Tu Sheng felt a shiver of unease. The young dragon was not a mere mortal. He bowed respectfully and transformed into a wisp of breeze, dissipating into the air. Ngu set down his book, the arrival of Tu Sheng affirming his suspicions. His ability to cultivate in the Mo Xiang sect was no mere coincidence. The Yin family had orchestrated this. But what of his master? Was his master aware of the Yin family's scheme? Did his master or the Mo Xiang sect harbor any plans he was oblivious to? Now the royal family has come into play, and he possesses no recollection of them whatsoever. Over the past few days, he has only gleaned a rough understanding of the circumstances surrounding the 8 great families. Instead, he has acquired slightly more insight into the 9 major sects through Lan and Zhu. In summary, none of them are to be underestimated. Each heir of the 9 major sects could easily assume the role of a protagonist. Yu Chan, at the pinnacle of the Ling Tai realm, is somewhat lacking compared to the other heirs due to his arduous cultivation of the original demon scripture. Li Taibai, renowned as the banished immortal from Sanqing Mountain, has attained a state of perfection in every realm since the Lingdong phase and now possesses the cultivation of a minor sage. Impressive, isn't it? The heir of the Jinggang sect is said to be the reincarnation of an Arhat, boasting an indestructible golden body. How extraordinary is that? These individuals certainly evoke a sense of formidable presence. The sudden appearance of Tu Sheng has made Ngu realize that even if he wishes to remain inconspicuous, external factors are likely to thwart his intentions. Whether it is the covetous gazes of the other 8 major sects towards the Mo Xiang sect, or the intricate power plays between the Yin family and other noble families of the Daxia dynasty, not to mention the looming threat from the Dashang, he will inevitably be drawn into these intrigues as a significant pawn. This is the reality of being a person in the Jianghu. One is seldom in control. Ngu mused, one must forge oneself to be resilient. If I were to ascend to immortality tomorrow, all these schemes would be mere fantasies. Am I to be treated as a pawn? I could simply overturn the chessboard. Nevertheless, for now, I still possess the 3 axes of Qing Qiu, which keeps me from being entirely passive. 5 years, a span of 5 years. Who knows what the system might bestow upon him? It is not inconceivable that he might very well become an immortal. Chapter 13. The world envying the immortal's bliss, yet only benefit remains unforgotten. Despite the challenges, NGE's debut film, Qian Nu Yuhan, was successfully completed. Within the front pages of her previous 2 books, Ngu concealed a specific slip of paper, which served as a ticket for an exclusive preview of the film. This slip bore the unique mark of the Mo Xiang sect. Such an emblem was absent in pirated copies, making forgery impossible. Upon the announcement of this news, those who had spent 50 spirit stones to purchase the book swiftly transformed their feelings of being duped into a sense of superiority. These individuals naturally became devoted fans of either Xiao Qian or the tale of Qian Nu Yuhan. This was a marketing strategy that transcended countless realms and epochs. This Xiao Qian is even more beautiful than I had imagined. Indeed, that wretched Qing Qiu. How could he not cherish such a beautiful maiden? His conscience must have been devoured by dogs. Why do I feel such a connection to Qing Qiu? Can someone check if it's played by a woman? I certainly do not wish to suffer the consequences of a great calamity. Oh, indeed. The role of Qing Qiu is also portrayed by a woman, and she performs splendidly. The only regret is the absence of the passionate scenes from the book. Why do I so desperately wish to see 2 women in bed together? Such suggestive imagery, combined with the actor's expressions, feels far more tantalizing than direct carnality. Those who had watched the film gathered to discuss their impressions, leaving those who had yet to view it in a state of restless envy. 3 days later, tickets for the film were officially released, priced at 100 low-grade spirit stones. In an instant, attending the movie surpassed all other forms of entertainment, leaving brothels deserted. At the Mo Xiang sect, Ngu lounged on a recliner, while the 2 emerging starlets, the actresses portraying Xiao Qian and Qing Qiu, knelt on the carpet, diligently massaging her legs with an air of reverence that bordered on flattery, creating an absurd scene. They understood that all they had achieved was a gift from this still youthful child before them. Ngu had selected 10 female disciples from the inner sect for focus training, and this time, these 2 had taken the lead. But what of the future? There were still 8 pairs of eyes watching their positions. As the film spread, the Ruzong felt as if they were being roasted over a fire. The Mo Xiang sect opened casinos and brothels, all while waving the banner of justice to disrupt their operations. However, the film left them feeling at a loss for how to proceed. The Ruzong's cultivation emphasized nurturing the noble spirit within. Thus, any attempt to forcibly disrupt the film's screening would merely portray them as guilty thieves, inciting anger and shame, which would be detrimental to the scholarly persona of the Ruzong. Complicating matters further was the fact that the author of this book was Njia's young master, Ngu. Compared to the book and the film, Nji's allegiance to the Mo Xiang sect held greater significance for these powerful factions, particularly for the Ruzong. The political situation within the Xia dynasty was unstable. With the emperor's ambiguous relations with the crown prince and the news of the princess's marriage alliance with the Yin family no longer a secret among the elite. As staunch supporters of the second prince Jianghong, the Ruzong found it difficult not to speculate that Ngu or the Yin family had made the first move. With the Wang family, the Yin family, and the Mo Xiang sect combined, this force was not to be underestimated. The contemporary spokesperson for the Ruzong, Confucius himself, penned a letter to the master of the Sanqing Mountain by Mei Daoren. Since the Wang family and the Yin family had drawn their swords through the Mo Xiang sect, the Li family and the Ruzong naturally had to respond. If there were anyone in the world who could not bear to see the Mo Xiang sect rise from the ashes, it would undoubtedly be Sanqing Mountain. Beyond the struggle for profit, there was also a contest of righteousness. The path of Sanqing Mountain and that of the Mo Xiang sect were inherently opposed. Sanqing Mountain, surrounded by towering peaks, resembled a realm of immortals. If there were indeed celestial beings in this world, the majority would undoubtedly think of them as hailing from Sanqing Mountain. Otherwise, Li Taibai of Sanqing Mountain would not be known as the banished immortal. Bai Mei Daoren set down the jade slip in his hand, unable to help but sigh at the complexity of a scholar's thoughts. The more one reads, the more convoluted their thoughts become. This was a clear strategy. In the past, even if Sanqing Mountain were reluctant to be used, they would have intervened to suppress the Mo Xiang sect's burgeoning momentum. However, the situation had now changed. The variable was Enlon. Although Enlon had lost his ancient heavy pupil and his sight, He had attained a realm that every practitioner longed for, unity with the heavens and humanity. And Lan's affinity for the Tao could only be described as astonishing. He would become an important disciple nurtured by Sanqing Mountain. In the future, with the assistance of Sanqing Mountain, he would return to the Yin family to exact revenge and, in doing so, become the new head of the Yin family. Everything the Yin family was currently doing would serve as a wedding garment for Lan. Whether it be the Mo Xiang sect, the Yin family, or even the imperial family scheming behind the scenes, they would all become part of Sanqing Mountain. With Li Taibai stationed at Sanqing Mountain and Lan resonating from afar, the lineage of Sanqing Mountain would overshadow all other powers. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Mei Dao Ren's finger flickered with golden light, and a small sword flew out from the mountain gate. Sanqing Mountain boasts 3 main peaks, Yuqing Feng, Shangqing Feng, and Taiqing Feng. On the summit of Yuqing Feng, an old Taoist, flushed from drinking from a large gourd, sat beside a youth whose eyes were covered by a white veil, seated cross-legged. Around him swirled boundless spiritual energy. This energy rushed towards the youth's body with the urgency of elderly folk hurrying to catch a bus, fearing they might miss it. The veiled face bore a striking resemblance to Ngu, yet the tightly pressed lips rendered him even more aloof. In his mind, the cold gaze of his brother served as a relentless reminder to grow stronger with every passing moment. Alas, if Lan had not lost his ancient heavy pupil, he would likely have been another Li Taibai. The drunken Taoist, appearing inebriated, was, in fact, entirely lucid. As one of Bai Mei Dao Ren's direct disciples, he possessed peak great sage cultivation, nearing the threshold of quasi-emperor. When he rescued Lan from the filthy ditch, he had not anticipated the boy's remarkable talent, nor the malicious intent of Ngu, who had cruelly gouged out her 5-year-old brother's eyes at merely 10 years of age. Had it not been for his fortuitous encounter, Lan would have long since perished. Master, is Li Shixiang truly a reincarnation of an immortal? Lan's voice still carried a childlike innocence. Does it truly matter if he is a reincarnation of an immortal? Immortals, after all, are both divine and human. In the eyes of the myriad beings, we practitioners descend from the clouds and depart amidst the mists, embodying the essence of immortality. Is there truly such a thing as reincarnation? A practitioner who reaches an exalted state may seize another's body while their primordial spirit remains intact. Yet, once the primordial spirit dissipates, one's soul is scattered, making the notion of reincarnation a mere fantasy. Even the formidable demon emperor of the Mo Xiang sect was reduced to ashes beneath the heavenly thunder. Why is Lanner so intrigued by the concept of reincarnation? The drunken Taoist chuckled, pondering how, if they were not enemies in their past lives, Ngu could so readily resort to such measures. Was it merely for my eyes, disregarding familial bonds? Lan's gentle voice faded upon the mountaintop, leaving the drunken Taoist unable to provide an answer. The world envies the immortals, yet it is the allure of profit that lingers. The higher one stands, the greater the desires, and GE's motivations extend beyond mere possession of your eyes. You have obstructed his path as well. Chapter 14, Intelligence Organization. Zhu Shi, Lu and Jia, and Chengfeng remained speechless after listening to Tuxing's report. He did not prioritize the profits generated by the film, yet the profound impact it created compelled this head of the Yin family to commend his son's intellect. Perhaps it was fate that the Yin family would eventually fall into his hands. The fault lay not with him, but with Lan, who had arrived in this world at an inopportune time. Master, the actions of the young master will undoubtedly provoke the retaliation of the Confucian sect and their hypocritical scholars. Should we? There's no need. Since Ngu does not wish for us to intervene in his affairs, let him resolve them on his own. Those nurtured under our wings can only become chickens, not phoenixes, and Chengfeng interrupted. Understood. Contact the head of the Bu Mo Xiang sect's base, as I mentioned earlier, and permit them to establish that cinema in the northern region. Go. Yes. Mo Xiang sect, Ngu had achieved his objective. Qing Qiu was busily occupied every day, scarcely having time to keep an eye on him, and sometimes not returning home at night. Truth be told, Qing Qiu felt somewhat timid. The long nights without that warm and fragrant embrace were quite a challenge. She had to rely on Sister Lan and Sister Ju to temporarily serve as her pillows. Ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying a beast of the same rank during yesterday's idle time. The experience from idling arrived as expected, a testament to the reliability of this conscientious system. With a wave of spiritual energy, the final organ within him was successfully refined. The 5 viscera, namely the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, gallbladder, small intestine, stomach, large intestine, bladder, and the 3 warmer regions, had all been accomplished. This indicated that Ngu had now reached the mid-stage of the inner court. Ngu had gradually become accustomed to the elevation of his realm. It was akin to a fixed salary. He knew how much he could earn each day, devoid of any anticipation or surprise. However, he remained quite eager for the rewards of his trials. Ever since acquiring the Sanfeng de Fa, he had not reaped significant gains from his recent endeavors. He had little interest in high-grade spirit stones, and if necessary, he would welcome more variations of those precious garments. Ding! Congratulations, host, for gaining the allegiance of Zhu Shilu during your travels. Zhu Shilu, an intelligence organization that masters all worldly information. With the system's notification concluded, a middle-aged man dressed as a scholar appeared in the room. Swish! Without needing Nji's command. Sisters Lan and Zhu had already leapt into action. As loyal guardians, they would confront any danger to their master head-on. The middle-aged scholar, unperturbed by the presence of 2 pinnacle experts, swept his sleeves with both hands, and the 2 women felt an overwhelming force manifest as 2 invisible walls, hindering their advance. Master Bai Xiaotong of Zhu Shilu has come to meet you. Upon encountering the suddenly appearing middle-aged man, Nji's thoughts raced in shock. Where did this person come from? If a celestial being were to emerge directly, wouldn't that bring about a swift conclusion? Ding! The system connects to endless worlds across numerous dimensions. The host will randomly appear in these worlds during their travels. A friendly reminder, the world in which the host resides is not as simple as it seems. However, the host need not worry. This system will ensure the host wins effortlessly from beginning to end. Can we not portray me as a useless individual? Although Ngu yearned for an easy victory, he was an idealistic person. While winning effortlessly was desirable, he refused to become a slacker. Such behavior was unacceptable. Sisters, return. He is not an enemy. The 2 women returned to Nji's side, still on high alert. This man was at least at the mid-stage of the great sage realm. While astonished by their master's concealed prowess, they felt deeply disappointed in the defense capabilities of Mo Xiang sect. It was astonishing that someone could penetrate this far without a sound. This was one of the 9 major sects after all. It had nearly turned into a public restroom where anyone could come and go as they pleased. Do not stand on ceremony. Please introduce the situation of Zhu Shilu reporting to the master. Zhu Shilu has a network of 100,000 spies spread across the vast wilderness. From the 9 major sects and royal palaces to noble families, and even to brothels, gambling houses, and street vendors, we have our people everywhere. Whatever the master wishes to know, it can be uncovered within a day. Sisters Lan and Zhu were left speechless. 100,000 spies. They thought to themselves, what an incredible force. Keep a close watch on the movements of the Confucian sect and the Li family, as well as any disturbances from other major sects and noble families. Report to me immediately. Additionally, please create a portrait of the Grand Princess of Xia for me. He had yet to see what his fiancée looked like. If she happened to be an unparalleled beauty, he would gladly accept her. Is there any specific requirement for the portrait, such as the scene or attire? None, just a standard portrait to capture her true appearance. Understood. Bai Xiaotong departed with an air of confidence, disregarding the defenses of Mo Xiang's sect entirely. This dealt yet another blow to the pride of sisters Lan and Zhu. Ngu could not be bothered to explain. Some things were better left unsaid. The existence of the system was not something he would disclose to anyone. Maintaining an air of mystery allowed them to speculate. Moreover, as the master, he had no obligation to explain. He was not devoid of emotion, but neither was he excessively sentimental. Such behavior only served to harm oneself and others, yielding no benefits. The emergence of Zhu Shilu was undoubtedly a significant surprise for Ngu. It is well known that, whether in ancient or modern times, the role of intelligence is no less critical than that of regular combat troops. Before the advent of Zhu Shilu, he had been devoid of intelligence capabilities, and being in the leaky Mo Xiang sect was a rather desperate situation. Now, his intelligence capabilities would far surpass those of other forces, allowing him to grasp the affairs of the world within a single day. Even the royal palace and major sects were not exceptions. This meant he could always stay a step ahead. If others sought to plot against him, he would know in advance, and with his 3 signature strategies, if applied skillfully, he could truly establish a solid foothold. In the royal city of Xia, at the Jixia Academy, this was the stronghold of the Confucian sect and a revered sanctuary in the hearts of Confucian scholars. Unlike other sects which sought enlightenment through isolation, the Confucian sect's principle was to engage with the world. Only by entering the political arena could they disseminate their myriad ideologies. The Jixiao Academy was dedicated to training Confucians in governance, boasting a comprehensive training system, and many of the instructors within had navigated the intricacies of officialdom for years. At this moment, the esteemed Confucian sage Kong Haoran, known as Lao Tzu, was imparting wisdom to his beloved grandson Kong Jiayi. Though he belonged to a prestigious lineage, the Kong family undeniably held the highest status within the Confucian sect, and the reason was simple: their surname was Kong. The name Kong Jiayi itself reveals the lofty expectations that the Kong family harbored for him. Both Jia and Yi signify excellence, and if one were insufficient, the other would certainly suffice. Lao Tzu stroked his 3-inch white beard thoughtfully and inquired of his cherished grandson, Jiayi. The young lad in Jia has made his move. Do you possess a strategy to counter it? Chapter 15. The counterattack of the Confucian sect. The advantage is mine. Kong Jiayi, now 22 years of age, possesses an intellect that rivals even the most esteemed Confucian scholars of this era. Born into nobility, his genuine talent and scholarly accomplishments subtly mark him as a potential leader of the next generation. With a visage as exquisite as jade, adorned in a blue scholar's robe, crowned with a jade tiara, and holding an exquisite folding fan painted by the contemporary master of art, he truly exudes an unparalleled charm. Kong Jiayi did not rush to respond, for he had already contemplated this matter and had an answer in his heart. Impulsively answering reflects a lack of composure and an eagerness to showcase oneself, qualities not befitting one destined for greatness. Indeed, the smile on Confucius's face grew wider, as he was exceedingly pleased with his grandson. It is said that Li Taibai of Sanqing Mountain was an immortal who had descended. In Confucius's heart, his grandson Kong Jiayi was akin to a reincarnation of the sage of Confucianism, no less remarkable than Li Taibai, but rather, Kong Jiayi preferred to remain low-key, eschewing flamboyance. His grandson proposed a multifaceted approach. Since Ngu can produce films, so too can we. The common perception of the demonic sect is not easily swayed by mere tales, as they currently attract attention through scandalous affairs. We can create films that extol the virtues of our Confucian scholars throughout the ages, and we must produce them in abundance. With our connections, we shall promote these works, steering public sentiment back on course. This is one strategy. As the heir of the Yin family, Ngu should be safeguarding his homeland and fortifying the northern borders, yet he has aligned himself with the demonic sect. We, the Confucian sect, ought to petition His Majesty to issue a decree condemning the Yin family's negligence in upbringing, positioning ourselves as champions of justice, and demanding that they send Ngu to the Jixiao Academy for proper education. Regardless of the outcome, this will publicly disclose the relationship between the Yin family and the demonic sect, undermining the Yin family's reputation. Should dissent arise within their ranks, it would be an unexpected boon. This constitutes the second strategy. While we, the Confucian sect, may refrain from direct action, we can discreetly liaise with the Seven Kill sect. As long as the funds are sufficient, they will undertake any task, and we could offer a substantial bounty for them to assassinate Ngu. This is the third strategy. My grandson has already thought of these measures. If there are shortcomings, I welcome your guidance. It is indeed commendable that you could conceive of these strategies. Every time I see you, I am reminded of a phrase: the youth are formidable. The future belongs to your generation. Since the Yin family has unleashed that young rascal to stir up trouble, I shall not resort to bullying the young. I entrust this matter entirely to you, and Ngu serves as an excellent sharpening stone. Go forth. Yes. Kong Jiayi closed his paper fan, stood, bowed respectfully, and departed. In the evening, Bai Shao Tong stealthily entered in Ji's study and bowed, saying, "My lord, I bring urgent news." Ngu instructed him to proceed. Confucius tested his grandson Kong Jiayi on how to address the matter, and Kong Jiayi presented 3 strategies, the third being to request an assassin from the Seven Kill sect to slay the lord. Bai Shao Tong recounted their conversation verbatim, and Ngu was filled with delight. This was an overwhelming advantage. Seated within his chamber, he was already privy to affairs beyond the realm, truly feeling akin to a behind-the-scenes magnate. It is not easy to reverse a character's narrative. While the Confucian sect may present themselves as virtuous officials, their clandestine dealings are beyond measure. Investigate the dissemination of this information. I shall strip away their hypocritical facade. Additionally, I want a thorough investigation into Qing Qiu. The more detailed, the better. Understood. The Seven Kill sect is known for specializing in assassination techniques, appearing and vanishing without a trace. When an opportunity arises, they deliver a fatal blow, and they spare no expense to fulfill their missions. While the Jusher building can gather intelligence, they cannot consistently track the Seven Kill sect. Thus, I advise caution. Indeed, keep a close watch on the movements of the Seven Kill sect. If we can ascertain who is sent to assassinate, it would be ideal. If not, it matters not. You may depart. After Bai Xiaotong left, and Gu tossed his book onto the desk, finally able to unleash the laughter he had stifled. This advantage was monumental. No wonder the classic lines of the villains on television often proclaim, "The advantage is mine." It is indeed the truth, merely a manifestation of the protagonist's forced aura. And Gu felt no concern over the thought of the Seven Kill sect attempting to assassinate him. He did not believe they could dispatch an emperor-level assassin. Currently, the number of active emperors in the entire Dahuang is scarcely a handful, and these seasoned individuals cherish their lives. What cost would the Confucian sect incur to employ them? Moreover, Ngu was not so deluded as to think himself worth the attention of a grand figure capable of assassination. Not worrying does not equate to indifference. As the saying goes, one must reciprocate kindness. Ngu summoned the two young ladies, Lan and Ju, instructing them to place an order with the Seven Kill sect for the assassination of Confucius and his grandson Qing Qiu. Confucius, as a quasi-emperor, cannot simply be compensated with spirit stones for such an assassination. A minimum of 3 quasi-emperor artifacts would be required. The two ladies expressed this delicately, and Ngu understood. The Mo Xiang sect had recently acquired some funds, but this expenditure was beyond their means. Therefore, let us place an order for the assassination of Qing Qiu. Very well, my lord. As the two ladies proceeded to place the order with the Seven Kill sect, it is worth noting that beyond mere violence, Ngu possessed another formidable weapon, his pen. Crafting salacious tales about Qing Qiu would be a leisurely and enjoyable endeavor. The Confucian sect still needed a veneer of hypocrisy, whereas he, after all, belonged to the demonic sect. Ngu's creativity flourished as he recalled the absurd plots he had encountered in his past life, weaving them into his narrative. 3 days flew by, and in the capital, Qing Qiu held a small booklet, his face growing pale as he read. With a loud bang, the booklet shattered into confetti. Shameless. Ngu resorts only to despicable tactics. Qing Qiu's 2 decades of cultivated composure crumbled instantly. Ngu had audaciously slandered him with such utter disgrace. The extent of Qing Qiu's fury was matched only by the delight it brought to others. The older lectures were thoroughly entertained as their moral compass was repeatedly challenged. For ordinary cultivators, the 8 great families and 9 major sects seemed far removed from reach. Yet, they are not fools. If Qiannu Yuhan was a mere coincidence, Dewei Tianlong blatantly ridiculed the Confucian sect and the Buddhist sect on its cover. The third book was even more outrageous. Dewei Tianlong at least featured profound reflections on humanity and the relationships between beings. The third volume is essentially a portrayal of Liu Bei, and it thoroughly dismantles the Confucian ideals of loyalty and integrity, earning its place as the finest tome of the year. By the following day's court assembly, a multitude of memorials condemning the Yin family and its progeny lay before the Emperor of Daxia. Your Majesty, the Yin family holds dominion over the northern territories, yet covertly colludes with the demonic faction. Their offspring, a disloyal and unfilial wretch at the tender age of 10, ruthlessly murdered his own brother to seize his eyes, and now he has thrown himself into the clutches of the demonic sect. With such an heir, the Yin family brings naught but harm to our Daxia. We implore your Majesty to decree that Ngu be sent to the Jixiao Academy to be instructed in the virtues of loyalty and patriotism. The ministers echoed in agreement. As Confucius spoke, a throng of officials prostrated themselves in reverence. The Emperor of Daxia, Jiang Jingdi, bore an expression rich in contemplation. He realized with a pang of guilt how deeply Confucianism had infiltrated Daxia, leaving him with a sense of shame towards his ancestors. Chapter 16. A single slap to vanquish the elder of 7 kills. In the ancient era, the 7 Kill sect held a reputation in the depths of the great wilderness that even surpassed that of Sanqing Mountain. They were known for robbing the rich to aid the poor, targeting only those deserving of death, and were hailed as righteous heroes. However, over the past millennium, the 7 Kills sect gradually deviated from their original principles. As long as the price was right, there was no one they would not kill. The sect transformed from a noble order into a fearsome assassin organization. Various sects fell victim to assassinations by the Seven Kills sect. Initially, they were met with disdain and even united against them, but the Seven Kills sect proved as slippery as a rat in a hole. Eventually, while denouncing the Seven Kills sect, many prominent families began to outsource their unsavory tasks to them, leading to a rather humorous tale. An assassin from the Seven Kills sect was hired by the Wang family to eliminate a member of the Li family, only to be later hired by the Li family in the afternoon to kill his previous employer. The Seven Kills sect does not maintain a fixed sect, but rather operates through concealed branches often hidden within tea houses, taverns, brothels, and gambling dens. It seems the Confucian sect and the demonic aspect sect have become adversaries. The turmoil in the daxia is about to commence, which bodes well for our opportunities to profit. Such young individuals stirring up storms is indeed a pity. The Grand Elder of the demonic aspect sect is a formidable opponent. Let's send Elder Yin Feng, who excels in stealth. It should pose little difficulty for him to evade the Grand Elder of the demonic aspect sect and eliminate a mere child. As for Kong Jia Yi, let Yu Huang take care of that. It is time for her to make her presence known. A few coarse men, engrossed in Pai Gao, swiftly arranged the assassination missions. Shortly after the Seven Kills sect finalized their plans, intelligence from Zhu Shilu was delivered to Nge. Elder Yin Feng, a late-stage great sage and one of the elders of the Seven Kills sect, is renowned for his mastery of stealth and has never failed since his debut. His subordinates have been unable to locate Yin Feng's whereabouts. We ask for your punishment, my lord. During yesterday's court session, the ministers of the Confucian sect collectively pressured the emperor to decree that our lord be sent to the Jixiao Academy. The emperor has yet to respond, and students from the Jixiao Academy have already begun to meditate at the palace gates. Additionally, our cinemas, except for those in the northern region, have suffered damage at the hands of experts disguised as members of the Confucian sect, resulting in significant losses for our disciples. The leader of the demonic aspect sect injured a prominent Confucian scholar and was subsequently wounded by the arriving quasi-imperial Confucian. Though he is not in life-threatening danger and has since returned to his sect, Bai Xiaotong reported the critical intelligence from the previous day. Your master has been injured? And Gu said coldly, increase the propaganda against corrupt officials and scoundrels, identifying 10 typical cases daily. Pass the intelligence to Lan Zhu and her companions, and I will ensure their cooperation. After Bai Xiaotong departed, and Gu turned to the two women, Lan Zhu and another, saying, you will assist Bai Xiaotong in raiding households and deliver the spoils directly to the Seven Kills sect to place bounties. Yes, the two women's eyes sparkled. Eliminating those hypocrites was indeed a delight. Ding Ling Ling. I pay my respects to my master. The 9 Yin spirits, with a tone of grievance, glanced at Lan Zhu and her companion with displeasure, but there was little they could do. After all, Yin spirits are not as cozy as the living. You 9 shall assist them. Should you perform well, this young master shall not be stingy with rewards. The 9 Yin spirits rejoiced at his words, licking their lips and bowing gracefully. We shall certainly accomplish our master's tasks. With the 9 Yin spirits and Lan Zhu, they formed a formidable force of 11 peak little saints. Sending them to assault the Jixiao Academy would be folly. But eliminating disciples of the Confucian sect was well within their capabilities. After the women departed, Ngu retrieved a fist-sized circular object from the system space and placed it on his desk. Alarm. This is an alarm extremely sensitive to danger. It will emit a terrifying scream if any threat is detected within 300 meters. Having hidden away for several days, Qing Qiu gazed at Nji's courtyard, torn between entering or not. If she went in, would she be too presumptuous towards her master? Conversely, lingering at the entrance was also a form of torment. Moreover, after being away for so long, she found herself missing him. Just as she prepared to enter, 11 figures shot out from the courtyard. Qing Qiu furrowed her brow. What were they up to? Ngu had not confided many matters to her, nor had he shared them with the sect leader. Qing Qiu would not pry. The demonic aspect sect did not require a compliant puppet as a successor. Without great ambition, one cannot bear the weight of revitalizing the banner of the demonic aspect sect. Nevertheless, both she and the Grand Elder would support him from the shadows. Her recent assassination of a prominent Confucian scholar demonstrated the stance of the demonic aspect sect. After some contemplation, Qing Qiu stepped lightly and followed. After she departed, a gust of wind revealed a man in black robes. He was exceedingly slender, standing less than 5 feet tall, skin stretched tightly over his bones. Heaven aids me. Dying at my hands will be your rightful end. With a swift motion, he entered the courtyard silently. The study's light remained on as he subtly sensed his way toward it. Silently, the meaning of stealth was not just hiding within the wind. His frail body seemed to dissolve into the air. Familiar with Ngu's likeness, he confirmed his target and wasted no words as he lunged forward. With his great sage cultivation, failing to kill a mere child would mean he had truly lived like a dog all these years. Murder! 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 What the hell? The alarm emitted a piercing shriek, startling both Elder Feng and Ngu. Yet at this moment, they were but 300 meters apart. For one of his cultivation level, 300 meters felt as intimate as being face to face. Ngu had not anticipated such misfortune for Elder Feng. Just as the alarm was activated, he happened to collide with it. 3 mad techniques. Boom. Ngu raised his hand and struck downwards, the dark, ink-like demonic energy erupting like a volcano. Before Elder Feng could even comprehend the situation, he was reduced to a mist of blood with a single blow, instantly obliterated. The surging power transformed everything before Ngu into mere dust. Not only was his courtyard destroyed, but the retreating Yuchan family was also eradicated in the same strike. The entire demonic aspect sect trembled. Great Emperor, the Grand Elder of the demonic aspect sect, and several other elders instantly emerged from their residences. Upon arriving at Ngu's courtyard, they were left in shock. This power was that of the primal demonic chapter. The demonic aspect sect had hidden a predecessor who had cultivated to the Great Emperor level. The Grand Elder looked at Ngu, who remained seated in his chair, and flew over to ask, "Are you all right? Are you injured?" Ngu calmly retrieved the alarm device and stated, "No, someone attempted to assassinate me just moments ago, but I was rescued by an esteemed elder." The elders inquired urgently, "Did you catch a glimpse of what this elder looked like? If there were a great emperor within Mo Xiangzong, we wouldn't need to act so submissively." I didn't see clearly. He effortlessly dispatched the assassin with a single strike and departed, leaving behind only a single phrase. The elders pressed for more details. What did the elders say? Ngu hesitated, as though weighing a significant decision, and eventually replied. The elder mentioned that if anyone within Mo Xiangzong disobeys, I should leave a message, and he would take care of them. The elders were taken aback, their scalps tingling with disbelief. Is this truly an elder of Mo Xiangzong? Could it be that this elder willingly serves as Ngu's protector? Juniorin, you have been in the sect for some time now, and your uncle has not shown his appreciation. You must accept these gifts. Do not refuse. Juniorin, your uncle has long proclaimed that the future of Mo Xiangzong undoubtedly belongs to you. This is a token of his goodwill. How embarrassing. The sect is facing difficulties, and surely the uncles and aunts are not in a position to give freely. Ngu accepted the storage ring handed to him, observing the elder's discomfort. But who would dare offend this little ancestor now? The eldest elder, with her captivating gaze, knew better than anyone whether Mo Xiangzong possessed a great emperor. This young man is indeed peculiar. Chapter 17. Qing Qiu, I just stepped out for a moment. Did someone steal from my home? The Grand Elder, adorned in flowing white garments, possessed delicate willow-like eyebrows and enchanting eyes that sparkled like jewels and autumn waters. Her exquisite features were breathtaking, but what truly astonished was her aura. With a cascade of white hair that exuded the allure of a demoness, intertwined with a fragrance reminiscent of scholarly pursuits, she resembled a cocktail meticulously crafted to perfection. Whether others were tempted or not was uncertain, yet Ngu was undeniably intrigued. Please return, the Grand Elder spoke in a chilling tone, causing Nge's eyes to shine brighter. This cocktail seemed to have gained an additional chill. Consuming it would undoubtedly send a refreshing thrill straight to his heart. Yes, Grand Elder. The elders, wary of defying her command, acknowledged her authority. This particular master could not be trifled with, otherwise they would become the subject of humiliation before Ngu, reducing their dignity to mere insignificance. Once the elders departed, Ngu stepped forward and bowed, saying, Ngu pays his respects to the Grand Elder. He recalled his master, Qing Qiu, mentioning that the Mo Xiang sect did not observe mundane formalities, with the Grand Elder being the sole exception. The Grand Elder regarded Nge's demeanor with satisfaction, glancing around as she remarked, "It seems you cannot continue residing in this courtyard. For now, you shall stay with me." Ngu respectfully declined, stating, "Though I may be young, I understand the propriety between men and women. How could I dare to reside with the Grand Elder?" With a chuckle, She replied, "My dwelling is quite spacious, and you are not yet a man. Come along." The Grand Elder felt a burgeoning curiosity towards Ngo. The earlier surge of demonic energy was undoubtedly at the level of an emperor, revealing the astonishing hidden potential of this young man. There existed certain treasures capable of temporarily unleashing immense power, and only imperial artifacts could yield such imperial might. Had An's family bestowed an imperial artifact upon this lad? Ngo, adept at feigning vulnerability, followed closely behind the Grand Elder. Her abode was a grand palace in comparison to his modest dwelling, complete with towers and pavilions, where an array of exquisite flora competed for attention. A small river meandered through the garden, adorned with various scenic features, while lotus flowers bloomed in the water, accompanied by shimmering golden koi beneath the leaves. "You shall reside in the room next to mine. Your master occasionally stays here. If you wish for another location, arrangements can be made tomorrow," the Grand Elder instructed Ngo. "This will suffice. I haven't seen my master in a few days. Where has she gone?" Ngo recalled the intelligence from Zhu Shilu, which indicated that his beautiful master had sustained some injuries, and he felt a twinge of concern. "Your master is out securing support for you. She should return tonight, though I am unsure of her whereabouts now. Let us converse in my quarters for the time being." Upon entering the Grand Elder's room, Ngo was instantly enveloped by the ambience of a library. The walls were lined with shelves brimming with books and jade slips, creating an awe-inspiring sight. "It may seem a bit chaotic, but there is little I can do. Your master neglects her duties. Most of these are sect records, and I find it convenient to keep them here. Please, have a seat," the Grand Elder explained. Ngo pondered, feeling a sense of strangeness. Although his interactions with his beautiful master had been brief, he sensed that she was ill-suited for the role of a sect leader, especially within one of the 9 great sects. Her temperament and abilities seemed misaligned. This was not a matter of cultivation, but rather an issue of management. His master was better suited to embodying the persona of a captivating demoness, thriving on mischief when not engaged in cultivation. Placing such an individual in a leadership position appeared inherently flawed. Furthermore, the Grand Elder held complete sway over the sect's affairs. Could it be that his master was merely a puppet? Yet, that notion seemed implausible, as the bond between them was one of profound intimacy, not that of a puppet and puppeteer. Ng's thoughts swirled, while the Grand Elder gracefully prepared tea, the fragrance of books momentarily overshadowing the allure of the demon realm. Resembling a refined noblewoman. Before joining the Mo Xiang sect, I was the daughter of the Minister of Rites of Xia. One day, an old man claimed that my innate charm had drawn him to the Mo Xiang sect. At that time, I feared I would meet a grim fate, for the reputation of demonic sects was notoriously unsavory. Little did I know, my apprehensions were unwarranted. The old man took me as his disciple and treated me as his own child. I also have an elder brother who cares for me like a sibling. My memories of my original family have become hazy. The Mo Xiang sect is now my true home. After handing a cup of tea to Ngo, the Grand Elder continued, "Your master brought you back, and to be frank, I am not particularly fond of you. However, you are remarkably talented, to the extent that I find myself overlooking your shortcomings. If entrusted with the Mo Xiang sect, how would you govern?" Ngo contemplated for a moment before responding. "The Mo Xiang sect is the Grand Elder's home, both in the past and present. This is my promise to you." Sighing, she remarked, "If only your master possessed half your resolve, I would be content. Do you know why everyone acknowledges that Qing Qiu is ill-suited for this position? Yet I still support her?" Ng's heart stirred. He had been pondering this very question, and now the Grand Elder had broached it herself. Could she possess the ability to read minds? If mere expressions could be interpreted by these ancient beings who had practiced for countless years, it was indeed a terrifying prospect. Since his arrival, Ngo had deliberately secluded himself in his small courtyard to avoid early encounters with these individuals, be it the In family or the Mo Xiang sect. Encountering his beautiful master at the outset had been fortuitous. Had he met the Grand Elder first, his fate would likely have been dire. At this moment, he had already established an impression in the Grand Elder's mind, rendering any pretense of ignorance futile. His master was the most devoted to the sect, her heart pure and untainted. Even if she faltered, the Grand Elder would provide support. That is partially true. Since the death of your elder brother, the status of the Mo Xiang sect has plummeted. While other sects do not wish to push us to desperation, they nonetheless pursue us relentlessly. Your several uncles and elders are individuals of inflated self-importance. Should the sect fall into their hands, it would only descend further. Interfering too much would breed resentment, leading to internal strife and external threats, causing the Mo Xiang sect to crumble from within. Your master and I share a close bond, making her the most suitable leader under the circumstances. Feel free to ask any questions. I shall speak candidly today. The Grand Elder lifted the teacup, savoring a sip of the tea, his gaze upon Ngu revealing a hint of cunning. This little one was remarkably tight-lipped. Indeed, the disciples of these prominent families excelled in education far beyond that of the sect. He hoped that her candor would coax out some of Nji's secrets. However, Ngu had already erected a firewall within his heart. Considering both his past life and the present, he likely had not even lived a fraction of their experiences. To think that merely reading a few idle books would enable him to show off before such astute individuals was nothing short of folly. Moreover, as one endowed with an external advantage, he could rapidly grow stronger given time. Every day brought about drastic changes in his circumstances. As long as he demonstrated his value, he could secure the time necessary for his development. The two engaged in a subtle game of Tai Chi, sipping tea cup by cup, their conversation drifting further afield, while the smile on the Grand Elder's face grew increasingly pronounced, for this little fellow's insights were indeed refreshing. Upon returning to Nji's small courtyard, Qing Qiu was taken aback, for the house had vanished. Chapter 18 Ah Chow. The Prime Minister. The clear autumn breeze wafted towards the abode of the Grand Elder, where the room was ablaze with light and filled with bursts of laughter. Curiosity stirred within, as I sensed my rebellious disciple was engaged in merry conversation with the Grand Elder. A surge of anger and jealousy welled up in my heart. Here I was, toiling tirelessly outside, while my wayward disciple was reveling in the company of another woman. Your master has returned, and it seems your conversation today was quite enjoyable. The Grand Elder offered tea and bid farewell. As Ngu exited, she accidentally collided with Qing Qiu, who bore an expression of displeasure. Taking her hand, Ngu pulled her into the adjacent room. Upon entering, Ngu explained, just moments ago, an assassin from the Qisha sect attempted to strike, but was thwarted by a senior. However, the courtyard has been devastated. The Grand Elder mentioned that this room is your usual residence, so I came here. Since you weren't around, the Grand Elder and I discussed our views on the sect. I heard you were injured. Let me see where you were harmed. Ngu conveyed the situation clearly, and Qing Qiu's irritation dissipated swiftly. She was not one to harbor complex emotions. Upon hearing of Nji's assassination attempt, her anger was forgotten, and seeing Ngu appeared unscathed eased her worry. She exclaimed in frustration, the Qisha sect's mad dogs are even more akin to demons than our Mo Xiang sect. It's fortunate you reside here, with the Grand Elder present. They dare not act recklessly. This room was indeed her usual dwelling, fully equipped with necessities. Having said this, she walked into the bedroom, shedding her garments to reveal only a snow-white belly band and a pair of small underpants. Her smooth back bore a prominent red-purple mark, a testament to the injury she sustained despite her formidable cultivation as a Desheng. The small wound was evidently not insignificant. Come help me apply the medicine. The old ones from the Ru sect are notorious for preying on the weak. Once I reach the quasi-emperor realm, I shall reclaim my dignity. Qing Qiu retrieved a white porcelain vial and placed it on the bedside, while Ngu resolved to exact vengeance upon several disciples of the Ru sect for her beautiful master. Be gentle but firm. Press on the bruised area, she instructed. With medicinal ointment on her hands, Ngu applied pressure, causing Qing Qiu to gasp sharply, her breath quickening. Nji's thoughts began to wander, drawn away from the pain by the melody of Qing Qiu's voice. It is often said that a man pursues a woman across mountains, while a woman pursues a man through a thin veil. Here lay the enchanting beauty, utterly unguarded, sprawled upon the bed, her alluring form ripe for admiration, and Ngu could hardly remain indifferent. The curtains hung low, creating a divide between two worlds. As the night deepened, the moonlight danced upon the gauzy window. A gentle breeze brushed against the face, intoxicating the senses, bringing forth dreams of serene valleys and stirring the heart. In the grand capital of the Xia, a gathering of elite young talents convened at the Yanshui building for a poetry meeting. Listening to music in a brothel is a vice, a shameless act, whereas attending a poetry event is deemed refined and cultured. The Yanshui building is not a personal establishment, but a government-sanctioned venue for courtesans, catering solely to those of official rank or affluent young masters and renowned scholars. Within its walls, from the top-ranking courtesans to the maidservants, many were individuals who had committed crimes, Yet literacy and scholarly prowess were merely the baseline qualifications. Many excelled in the arts of literature, music, and painting. The 4 premier courtesans at the Yin Shui building were particularly erudite, ensuring that each poetry gathering attracted dignitaries and nobles eager to participate. Today's event belonged to one of the 4 premier courtesans, Miss Qing. The 4 courtesans were referred to by their talents in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, rendering their surnames irrelevant. Miss Qing played the zither exquisitely, and her poetry gatherings featured musical accompaniment, in stark contrast to the raucous atmosphere of typical brothels. Regardless of their true intentions, all attendees outwardly presented themselves as there to exchange literary works. Poems were submitted to Miss Qing's chamber, where she would select the finest piece, and the victor would enjoy a private zither performance in her boudoir. This evening's champion would undoubtedly be Qing Qiu, for he had never known defeat at such gatherings. Amidst the genuine and feigned congratulations, Qing Qiu followed a maidservant to Miss Qing's quarters. He had frequented this room several times. The air was perfumed with exquisite sandalwood incense, a scent that relaxed the mind and spirit. Dressed in a delicate pink gown, Miss Qing adorned her slender neck with a fine necklace, gracefully accentuating her collarbone, and her modestly proportioned bosom possessed a harmonious aesthetic. "Please, take a seat, young master," she invited. Qing Qiu, fanning himself, settled across from her, admiring her delicate hands. Each of the 4 courtesans had her unique charm, yet he found himself particularly enchanted by Miss Qing's hands. Her fingers, long and delicate like willow branches, resembled freshly blossomed magnolias, pale and exquisite as if crafted from cream. "What would you like to hear, young master?" Miss Qing inquired. As he gazed at her hands, her voice echoed in his ears like the sweet notes of the zither, stirring a heat within him. "Today, I have no desire for music. Might I be so bold as to request the pleasure of holding your lovely hands?" He proposed. "Dear young master, this is not proper. In this private space, with only the 2 of us, who would know? I harbor no ill intentions. I am merely curious about the dexterity that produces such enchanting melodies. I implore you, indulge my request." Miss Qing regarded him for a moment before responding. "Please, come a little closer." A smile blossomed on Qing Qiu's face, his desire intensifying, yet he remained seated, simply shifting closer. "Dear young master, please observe." Suddenly, a hand, resembling a work of art, brandished a dagger. The strike was as swift as lightning, plunging directly into Qing Qiu's heart. Without having attained the Desheng realm, a heart pierced is a fatal blow. Miss Qing struck true, her form retreating like a swift hawk. Boom! A golden bamboo scroll unfurled in Qing Qiu's grasp, releasing a flurry of golden characters, each imbued with a righteous aura. "Huh, Qing Qiu is but this, remember. It is the Qi Sha Yu Huang who seeks your life." The voice faded into the distance, signaling the assassin's hasty escape. Qing Qiu coughed blood, yet a smile lingered on his lips. Upon entering, he had sensed nothing amiss, and his burgeoning desires had clouded his judgment. However, his abrupt movement to sit beside Miss Qing jolted him into realization. This was decidedly unbecoming. Elegance is a treasure more precious than life itself. How could he so disregard it for the sake of holding a pair of hands? In a fleeting moment, he contemplated the possibility of bribing Qishazong, and naturally, and could also conspire with the assassins of Qishazong to take his life. At that moment, he realized he had lost the initiative and decided to turn the tables. He understood that his demise was not imminent. His heart was unlike that of others, as it was naturally positioned on the right side. By feigning death, he could transition from light to shadow and slowly plot against that young man. The following morning, Eng gazed vacantly, his complexion pale and his limbs devoid of strength. The realm of the inner court was hardly impressive. Qing Qiu, cocooned beneath her blanket like an ostrich, pondered her own actions. What had she done? With a thunderous sound, a notification chimed. "Congratulations, host. You have slain a beast of the same rank yesterday." A torrent of experience transformed into a dark, malevolent energy. The ostrich-like Qing Qiu tightened her blanket, lamenting her ineptitude as a master. She had failed to impart any skills, yet last night, she had allowed that young man to conduct a lesson that lasted the entire night. With his internal organs harmonized, Eng's cultivation ascended from the mid-phase of the inner court to the latter phase. The losses of the previous night were swiftly replenished, reminding him of an advertisement from his past life. No more aching waist or painful legs. Ascending 6 flights of stairs became effortless. Another notification sounded. Congratulations, host. During yesterday's training, you had an encounter with the esteemed Chancellor Qiu, the progenitor of Jianan. He perceived your aspiration to inherit the spirit of Jianan and bestowed upon you his legacy, gifting you the sword Etienne. Etienne's sword, wielded by Chancellor Qiu. This sword, having been imbued with the spirits of countless individuals over the years, possesses extraordinary powers. When worn, it mocks married men, rendering them senseless and activating an aura of dulled intellect, while it exerts a deterrent effect on married women, causing them to lose their will to resist and activating an aura of self-defeat. Oh, Chancellor Qiu. Chapter 19. The Untamed Wilderness, the third of Qianlong. It is likely that Chancellor Qiu could never have anticipated that in later generations, his most renowned legacy would not be his manipulation of the emperor to command the feudal lords, but rather his penchant for beautiful women. The spirit of Jianan, along with the legacy of Wei Wu, has transcended into a cultural phenomenon, a sentiment ardently embraced by many admirers. Why are they termed little admirers? Because seasoned enthusiasts often prefer the youthful. The donning of the Etienne sword is akin to bearing an inscription above one's head proclaiming, "Your wife is akin to a donut." However, if wielded wisely, it may yield remarkable effects. Indeed, it is a rare and exquisite piece of equipment. Moreover, the sword is undeniably striking. Typically, Han swords exhibit a simple and grand design, excluding its association with the spirit of Jianan and Wei Wu. Its appearance and origin befit his stature. And Gu, witnessing that his enchanting master had no intention of revealing herself, donned his attire and stepped outside, venturing into the magic image sect, which he had yet to truly explore, having previously confined himself to his modest courtyard. Having spent nearly a month in this realm, he found himself adeptly acclimated. The three madnesses had bestowed upon him the three madness techniques, and after a preliminary trial yesterday, he found it extraordinarily potent. The concealed prowess of the great sage was as fragile as paper. Dispatching him was easier than swatting a mosquito. Yet, he could only utilize this ability thrice daily, and in a prolonged battle, it could still lead to his downfall. While he had sufficient means for self-preservation, his offensive capabilities remained woefully reliant on his own cultivation. As he ambled towards the residence of the Grand Elder, he noticed the door ajar, revealing the Grand Elder seated at his desk, a multitude of jade slips strewn across the surface. The daily affairs of a major sect are numerous, rivaling those of a sovereign. And Gu chose not to disturb the Grand Elder and continued on his way. Along the path, disciples of the Magic Image sect regarded Gu with utmost respect, not solely due to his status as a disciple of the sect leader, but because his arrival had resolved the sect's most pressing dilemma by bringing forth a substantial influx of spirit stones. Previously, the Magic Image sect faced dire straits, often deferring resource allocations, which dwindled month by month. Since Nji's arrival, having introduced storybooks and films, the sect had not only rectified their outstanding debts, but even generously provided an additional 3 months' worth of spirit stones. Gu nodded in acknowledgement as he made his way back home, lest he become a mere nodding machine. Indeed, his captivating master had vanished without a trace, seemingly shy. Was she not quite engaged the previous night? Upon entering his study, Bai Xiaotong reported, "My lord, yesterday, Kong Jia encountered an assassination attempt by the Seven Kill sect. The assailant, known as Yu Huang, is one of their most promising young assassins. The Kong family has announced that Kong Jia sustained critical injuries and has succumbed. However, my subordinates have confirmed that he is feigning death. This Kong Jia proves to be quite formidable." And Gu mused, reflecting that had it not been for his extraordinary advantages, including the unparalleled intelligence network of Zhu Shilu, he might have struggled against such an opponent, far removed from the typical supporting characters who merely serve to assist the protagonist. Currently, his available pawns are still too few, although Zhu Shilu possesses an extraordinary intelligence-gathering capability. It lacks the ability to strike first. His spies are ill-suited for combat, and he commands 11 peak little saints, a force that still pales in comparison to the 9 major sects and 8 prominent families. Within the Magic Image sect, the Grand Elder was unable to take decisive action, and his captivating master must be shielded from peril. Aside from a few elders, the combat prowess of others was lacking. Contemplating his options, he produced a jade slip, infusing it with his consciousness and instructing, "Deliver this jade slip to the Yin family in the northern domain, and present it to the family head in Chengfeng. As the scion of the Yin family, this title is indelible. Once he rises in stature, the family will undoubtedly reap the benefits. It is only reasonable for them to lend their strength now. Understood, my lord. Bai Xiaotong departed with confidence, and with helpers like him. And Gu anticipated an increasing number of such allies. Concealment would become futile. It would be more advantageous to display them prominently, leading others to mistakenly believe they were dispatched by the infamily, while members of the infamily might even presume they were from the magic image sect. When Shengfeng received the jade slip from his son, he was not taken aback. The conflict between the magic image sect and the Confucian sect had become overt. The Confucian sect, leveraging its influence within the Xia court, had been suppressing the magic image sect strongholds, while the magic image sect no longer remained passive, disseminating evidence of the Confucian sect's corrupt officials and clandestinely eliminating numerous disciples of the Confucian sect. Nevertheless, the magic image sect found itself at a disadvantage compared to the Confucian sect, and Ji's call for assistance was anticipated by Shengfeng. Tushing, take 4 dark guards to the magic image sect. You shall follow Ji's directives from now on. Go forth. Yes. Tushing, possessing peak great sage cultivation and excelling in close-quarters combat and assassination, had served as Shengfeng's personal guard for over a century. The 4 dark guards, each at mid-level great sage cultivation, were brothers born of the same mother, sharing a deep connection and trained in a combined attack technique capable of contending even with peak great sages. In the days to come, the entire Xia would become rife with tension due to the conflict between the Confucian sect and the magic image sect. The Wang family, Li family, and the imperial family, along with other major powers, were acutely aware that the rivalry between the two factions was merely a prelude. In the ensuing struggle for the imperial throne, various forces would intensify their battles. Amidst the turmoil of Xia, the Deshang dynasty, another prominent empire, would not overlook this opportune moment, dispatching numerous experts to stir the waters, masquerading as members of the Confucian or magic image sects to further complicate the situation. At the border adjacent to Xia, the Zhou family of Deshang was mobilizing troops, seemingly poised to seize the opportunity to attack Xia. The Yin family, too, would not remain idle, as the atmosphere in the northern domain grew increasingly tense. Yet, at this moment, as a pivotal figure within this brewing storm, Gu found his days to be nothing short of celestial. With Tushing and the 4 dark guards, alongside the Grand Elder's presence, his safety was assured. In the evenings, with a beauty by his side, he found his creative inspiration and passion ignited. Years later, as Gu reflected upon his tumultuous life, this phase remained vividly etched in his memory, a period he would come to refer to as his Renaissance. The proliferation of risque literature circulated at a breakneck pace, with the illustrious name of Xiao Xiaosheng becoming ever more grandiose in the minds of both seasoned and novice admirers, serving as a veritable lightning rod on their life journeys. All scenarios depicted in storybooks were to be avoided, ushering in a wave of reverse pedagogy. The Tianji Pavilion, second only to the 9 great sects, has audaciously placed the yet-to-acquire any achievements, Gu, directly at the 3rd position on the Qianlong list. The Qianlong list, recognized throughout the vast wilderness, features only the most extraordinary young talents. Previously, it was known by 3 distinct titles, the Tianbang, Dibang, and Renbang. Upon the unveiling of these 3 lists, the Tianji Pavilion nearly faced obliteration. The lowest-ranked individuals on the Tianbang are those on the verge of becoming emperors, with those at the emperor level occupying the entire list. Ironically, these emperors were also ranked by the Tianji Pavilion, prompting many to ponder their standing. Who do they think they are? Consequently, numerous emperors sought counsel, eager to discern how the Tianji Pavilion had established their rankings. After a respectful bow, the Tianji Pavilion decisively abandoned the Tianbang. Without the Tianbang, the Dibang lost its significance, and ultimately, they retained the Renbang, renaming it the Qianlong list. It must be said that the Tianji Pavilion possesses considerable prowess. The Qianlong list has existed for tens of thousands of years, and apart from those who have perished, all those who have been listed have subsequently evolved into formidable figures. The foremost position on the Qianlong list is held by Li Taibai of Sanqing Mountain, while Gu is the youngest among the top 10, being a decade junior to Li Taibei. Chapter 20. Who in this world can be a hero? Time flows like water, and 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Gu, clad in a white garment, stands tall with strikingly defined features, his long hair casually tied back with a ribbon, exuding an air of serene tranquility. Beneath a flourishing peach tree in the courtyard lies a reclining chair, wherein Gu rests. listening to the gentle whispers of the breeze and inhaling the faint fragrance of peach blossoms. During these 5 years, Nji's life has resembled a self-imposed confinement, igniting great curiosity about this young man, whose name has long echoed throughout the land. His identity is indeed exceedingly complex. Some label him as a shameless, lecherous scoundrel, devoid of any morals. Others regard him as a sagacious strategist, capable of bringing the Confucian sect to its knees with a mere stroke of his pen. Yet, there are those who see him as a chivalrous hero, slaying corrupt officials to benefit the common folk. Beneath the peach tree, the peach immortal observes the cycles of spring with a knowing smile. Ngu sighs. It has been 5 years, and his future father-in-law has grown increasingly impatient. Just yesterday, Shengfeng sent word that the royal family, having salivated over this promising prospect for 5 long years, is now issuing an edict to hasten the marriage. The Emperor of Xia can no longer wait. He must protect the new sovereign for a while longer, and the longer the delay, the more unfavorable the situation becomes. The Li family, a formidable force in the court, presses harder, while Nji's health is deteriorating, suggesting an imminent push to designate the second prince as the heir. The Yin family is too distant from the capital, and the Wang family stands alone against the tide. The Jiang family, part of the Xia royal lineage, maintains an ambiguous stance, remaining aloof as the power struggles unfold. As long as the emperor bears the surname Jiang, the identity of the royal family remains unaffected, rendering them indifferent to the strife for succession. A notification chimes. Congratulations to the host for slaying a beast of the same rank yesterday. Nji's body no longer emits the obvious fluctuations of demonic energy as before. This is not a decline in experience, but rather a significant enhancement in his control over his own power. Previously, the overwhelming force stemmed from a lack of restraint, with experience gained instantaneously flooding his being, akin to a bucket of water being poured directly into a basin, causing a tumultuous reaction. Over the course of 5 years, Nji's physical form, cultivation, and understanding of the path have all matured. It can be said that the Ngu of today is a qualified practitioner. Furthermore, his cultivation breakthroughs have all occurred after attaining great perfection. This singular achievement is sufficient to surpass all practitioners in Huang, including that Li Taibai. Upon breaking through to the Ling Tai realm, the focus of cultivation shifts from the physical body to the refinement of the spirit, commonly referred to as the Yuan Shun. The manifestation of the Yuan Shun varies greatly among individuals, and even within the same Ling Tai realm, strength can differ tenfold or 100-fold. At this moment, a young man in black, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Ngu, sits cross-legged with closed eyes within his sea of consciousness. Unlike Nji's tranquil physical form, the Yuan Shun in black exudes a formidable aura, though his eyes remain shut. There is an overwhelming sense that a mere glance would unleash cataclysmic power, contrasting starkly with the calm demeanor of his corporeal self. At the center of his brow hovers a black, handleless flying sword, the vessel of the Jiu Yu Ming Yan. Under the enhancement of the original magic seal, cultivated at 50 of Nji's innate demonic body, rapid progress has been made. Moreover, during the Tongxian realm, Nji's innate demonic body has evolved into the Tian Mo body. Tian Mo body. Cultivation of demonic arts gains a 100 enhancement. Effectiveness of demonic arts increases tenfold, allows absorption of other spiritual essence to forge an unparalleled demonic physique. After 5 years, Nji's cultivation has ascended to the minor saint realm. With a tenfold enhancement, even a peak minor saint like Lan Zhu is no match for him. 5 years of perseverance have allowed Ngu to surpass numerous young prodigies, truly stepping into the ranks of the utmost elite. Young master, the master has entrusted me with this jade slip. Mei Jie presents a jade slip with both hands. Ngu receives it and, with a sweep of his consciousness, reads, "Disobedient disciple, I have entered seclusion. I will not see you off when you leave. Inform that princess that even upon entering, she can only remain as a minor consort." Ngu chuckles lightly. How could he neglect such a woman? How could he not cherish her in the palm of his hand? Deliver this to my master. Ngu produces a cylindrical object resembling a painting. Mei Jie, knowing better than to peek, takes it and departs with haste. Ngu prepares to leave Mo Xiangzong and return to the Yin family. The time for the dragon to soar from the depths is nigh. At this moment, Qing Qiu finds herself in a cave paradise on the back mountain, claiming to be in seclusion, yet unable to let go of her affection for her young lover. As the leader of a sect, She has unknowingly filled the void in her life with Nji's presence over the past 5 years, feeling a sense of industriousness. Managing the sect has become increasingly effortless, allowing the Grand Elder to finally set aside his burdens and focus on his cultivation, striving to take that final step. Thus, Qing Qiu cannot follow Ngu like an ordinary wife. Were Ngu merely an ordinary man, she might consider a reverse marriage, but he has become a pivotal figure in the unfolding events. Master, the young master has entrusted me with this. Mei Jie returns, presenting the painting. A hint of color returns to Qing Qiu's previously sorrowful face. While the world knows Ngu as a writer, his artistic prowess in painting far surpasses his literary talents. After all, he encountered the renowned painter Wu Daozi during his travels. Writing is merely a blend of literary imitation and creative expression, while the insights from the painter's saint are unparalleled. Many of the later illustrations are the fruits of Nji's labor. If Wu Daozi were to learn of this, he might very well be unable to contain his indignation. Qing Qiu gently unfurls the scroll, revealing a beauty that appears both shy and indignant, almost lifelike. Beside it, a poem reads, "Clouds yearn for garments, flowers long for beauty, the spring breeze caresses the railing, dew is thick with fragrance. Had I not seen it atop the mountain of jade, I would have met her beneath the moon at Yaotai." Qing Qiu softly recites the lines, and by the end, her cheeks are flushed. This disobedient disciple truly knows how to sing praises. How delightful. Although she knows Mei Jie would not dare to peek, Qing Qiu still feels a twinge of guilt as she rolls up the scroll and sets it aside, saying, "Aside from Lanju, everyone around Ngu is from the Yin family. You and Zhu should accompany Ngu as well. It will aid in conveying messages. As for the master, do not concern yourself with me. I shall guard the sect and select a few capable individuals." Understood, master. After Mei Jie exited, she sought out Zhu Jie outside the cave to relay Qing Qiu's orders, and together they went to report to Ngu. Once Mei Jie departed, Qing Qiu unfurled the painting, gazing at her own likeness within, a smile gradually transforming into an entranced expression. Did she not realize how strikingly beautiful she appeared? As if she were the celestial maiden described in poetry. At the Wang residence of Dixia, the second prince Jiang Hong, the 3 brothers of the Li clan, along with Kong Jia Yi, who had failed in his attempt to feign death, gathered with other direct descendants of the Confucian sect. This assembly represented Jiang Heng's trusted confidants, embodying the power that lay behind these youthful figures. Observing their arrangement, it was evident that Jiang Heng was indeed a person of significance. Approximately 15 or 16 individuals encircled a single table, devoid of any hierarchy, engaging in jovial discourse, the atmosphere vibrant and spirited. It was apparent that they were no strangers to such revelry, their conversation unreserved and laughter abundant. Jiang Heng, seated at the main position, stood out even while seated, his posture remarkably upright, exuding an aura of regal authority that commanded respect. His features, however, bore a striking resemblance to the 3 brothers of the Li family rather than the emperor of Dixia. "My prince, the 5-year term has elapsed, and the emperor has issued 3 urgent marriage edicts. We must remain vigilant," someone remarked. The second prince had long been conferred the title of prince, and thus referred to as Wang Yi rather than Huang Zi. I say His Majesty has been bewitched by the Wang Empress. Without discussing whether the eldest princess can adequately assume the role of emperor, or the fact that Dixia has no precedent for a female emperor, consider the Yin family. They have raised their military presence by over 100,000 under the pretext of border skirmishes. Their ambitions are well known. How can we allow a union between the eldest princess and the Yin family? This would be inviting a wolf into our midst. Not so, not so. Another countered. While the Yin family wields significant power in the northern domain, are they still the Yin family once they leave that territory? Would they dare to march troops into the capital? Should they attempt such folly, the Deshang army could easily advance. The Yin family could bear that blame. Thus, the root of the issue still lay with His Majesty. A group engaged in discourse, each presenting their insights, not mere boastful talkers. Jiang Heng listened patiently, refraining from rebuttals, nodding in agreement with those sentiments that resonated with him. After 2 hours of feasting, the gathering eventually dispersed, leaving only Jiang Heng and Kong Jia Yi in a secluded chamber. Jiang Heng regarded the upright and solemn Kong Jia Yi opposite him and could not help but exclaim, "In the vast wilderness, a hero exists, and it is none other than you." Chapter 21. The young master returns home. Thousands of riders clear the path. At dawn the following day, and Gu bid farewell to the Grand Elder, accompanied by Tu Sheng and the four elite assassins Mei, Zhu, Lan, and Zhu, under the clandestine protection of the four great dark guards, as they departed from Mo Xiang Zone. Within Mo Xiang Zone, spies from various factions hastily relayed the news back to their respective powers, and Gu, who had been dormant for 5 long years, was finally on the move. The Emperor of Xia had issued 9 imperial edicts urging marriage. This matter had ignited a fervent discussion throughout Xia, with many jesting about how eagerly the princess was desiring to wed Gu. Some even speculated that the princess must be a devoted fan of Nji's literary works, impatiently wishing to experience the myriad fantastical adventures depicted within. The princess, Jiangxian, had undoubtedly shattered numerous valuable vases in her frustration. Even the empress could not suppress her irritation. The Yin family was clearly attempting to leverage the situation. After 5 years of Xia supporting the Yin family's military expansion amidst repeated incursions from Deshang, their opportunistic intentions were glaringly evident. Collaborating with the Yin family, as the Confucianists would say, was akin to seeking the skin of a tiger. However, when it came to the legitimacy of the throne, the old emperor had little choice but to overlook these matters. Finally, after the issuance of 9 imperial edicts, news of Ngu's departure from Mo Xiang Zone to return to the Yin family reached the palace, providing a small sense of relief to the emperor of Xia, who had been under immense pressure. It was a struggle for him to maintain his composure. Heaven knows how he had endured the past 5 years. The emperor was now at the brink of exhaustion, grappling with a formidable internal energy that had spiraled out of control due to a misstep in his cultivation. Were it not for his imperial cultivation and the protective aura of the royal lineage, he would have scarcely survived even a year, let alone 5. Your Majesty, a report from the hidden guards. Ngu was ambushed during his journey by unknown assailants, but the assassins were eliminated by the Yin family as protector and Tu Sheng. He has safely entered the northern region. However, cough what? The emperor covered his mouth, each cough releasing a burst of golden energy, akin to a fire-breathing dragon. The 4 generals of the Yin family, the 8 great warriors, the 13 guardians, and the 18 riders, led an army of 10,000 magical wolves to greet Ngu in Jizhou. Along the way, they encountered General Li Ziqing of Jizhou, who attempted to obstruct them and was killed by wolves. Cough, cough, cough. The old emperor erupted into a fit of severe coughing. Although it was Li's family that had been slain, the general of Jizhou commanded a significant military force, making him a key official of the court. The Yin family's troops acted without orders and brazenly crossed jurisdiction, directly killing the general of Jizhou. Such audacity was utterly intolerable. The reporting eunuch felt bitter. He had only divulged half of the information. Not only had General Li Ziqing been killed, but the troops he commanded were also captured and taken back to the northern region by the Yin family's forces. Yet, given the current circumstances, if he revealed this, the emperor might very well die of anger. Kill good. The emperor suppressed his cough, waving his hand for the eunuch to withdraw. The Yin family was making a statement by killing members of the Li family, indicating their defiance. However, their unilateral military action without an order signified that the Yin family would not simply be a tool wielded at the emperor's discretion. Nevertheless, as a sovereign, the emperor could not feel at ease about the situation. His haste in seeking breakthroughs had led to this predicament. Despite the northern region bearing the title of North, it spanned across 4 provinces, bordering Deshang to the north and Xia's Jizhou to the southwest. At this moment, Ngu was not riding on a mystical artifact, but atop a colossal wolf. The great wilderness was home not only to people, but also to mythical beasts. This wolf was the king of the 10,000 magical wolves, possessing strength rivaling that of a peak minor saint. As the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. The Yin family had intentionally brought this wolf king for Ngu to ride, symbolizing that from the moment he mounted this creature, the 10,000 magical wolves would be his direct military force. The 4 great generals, the 8 great warriors, the 13 guardians, and the 18 riders were the senior commanders of the Yin family's army, providing an impressive display of respect for their young master. Although Ngu had no tangible military achievements during his 5 years, his literary battles against the pedantic Confucian scholars had left them in disgrace. These generals were quite enamored with the tales Ngu had penned. Upon their encounter, they were struck with awe. A minor saint at such a tender age. Ngu was only 15. No storyteller would dare to boast so. A young master of such caliber would only fortify the Yin family, even without a union with the imperial family. Although they avoided towns along the way, the spectacle of 10,000 magical wolf riders was too grand to go unnoticed. The common folk, rather than cowering in fear, gathered at a distance to witness the spectacle. The Yin family maintained strict military discipline, and since most of the soldiers hailed from the northern region, incidents of soldiers harming civilians were exceedingly rare. The speed of the magical wolves surpassed that of ordinary horses. Even the finest steeds paled in comparison. After traversing a day within the northern territory, Ngu finally arrived at the core stronghold of the northern region, in Qing. The 10,000 magical wolves were stationed outside the city, while several generals escorted Ngu into the town. The demeanor of the citizens along the way was markedly different from those who had merely gathered to gawk. They appeared to be genuinely fearful of Ngu. As he cast his gaze over them, he was met with a sea of bowed heads. Upon reaching the Yin residence, the scene was even more exaggerated. A throng of individuals, not just servants but also relatives and elders, knelt outside the grand entrance to welcome him. "Welcome back, young master. Welcome back, young master. Welcome back, young master." Ngu said nothing and directly led Mei, Zhu, Lan, and Zhu into the estate. As the multitude of generals departed after Ngu entered, an elderly man with white hair bowed respectfully. "Your young master, the family head awaits you in the study," he announced. The elder, named Nfu, served as the chief steward of the Yin residence. In his youth, he had been a personal attendant to Cheng Feng, and upon Cheng Feng's ascension to the position of family head, he had gained prominence. Although his cultivation was modest, he held significant authority over the affairs of the Yin family. Typically, in such prominent families, household matters would fall under the purview of the matriarch. However, 6 years prior, the incident involving Ngu's plot against Lan had profoundly affected the family matriarch, Ngu's mother. Since then, she had secluded herself in the rear courtyard, dedicating her days to prayer and reflection, seldom encountering Cheng Feng, let alone managing the household affairs. Besides Ngu's mother, Cheng Feng had a few concubines, whose status was well understood, making it clear that they would not intervene in the Yin family's matters. Thus, the affairs within the residence are now presided over by Anfu and his brother Ankong, who are referred to as the chief steward and the second steward, respectively. "Please lead the way." "Very well." The elder bowed slightly as he guided the way, arriving at Chengfeng's study, where he opened the door for Ngu. Upon entering, he positioned himself at the threshold, barring the entrance for the 4 female guardians. "Ladies, the discussions between the young master and the head of the family pertain to confidential matters. I must ask for your understanding." Ngu paused, casting a flat gaze at Anfu, and nonchalantly uttered, "Leave." Anfu flinched, hesitating momentarily before stepping aside, allowing the 4 women to enter and close the door to the study. Only then did Ngu declare, "You shall wait for me here." "Yes, master." Nge's actions conveyed a singular message. My people are to heed only my commands. Chapter 22, Father and Son, Mother and Son in Qinfeng study is not merely a single room upon entering, but rather an expansive suite. Ngu traverses a small sitting room and is greeted by a young maid, who bows and ushers him into a chamber. Cheng Feng is seated at a desk, engrossed in a jade slip. After guiding Ngu into the room, the maid closes the door and returns to the entrance, where she pauses momentarily upon seeing 4 beautiful women standing there, quickly realizing they are with Ngu. "Please take a seat, my sisters. I shall serve you tea." "Thank you, but there is no need. We will wait for our host here." The maid, not insisting further, smiles and nods before entering another room. The space is filled with jade slips, and the maid's role can be likened to that of a confidential secretary in contemporary terms. She organizes the jade slips before they are presented to Cheng Feng for his review. The Yin family governs the 4 states of the northern region, dealing with numerous military and administrative affairs. It is evident that this maid, resembling a youthful prodigy, possesses considerable talent. "I have seen father," Ngu greets respectfully, and Cheng Feng places the jade slip down, gazing at Ngu with a heart full of emotions. Nge's exceptional qualities fill him with pride. Although Ngu has been at Emotion Zone for 5 years, he has received updates from Intuition periodically, yet matters concerning Lan remain like a thorn in his heart. The complexity of emotions leaves him with a multitude of words, but he ultimately utters, "You have returned." Both father and son fall into silence. Ngu, having become a quintessential figure, does not harbor the same feelings for this father as he would for a biological parent. Fearing that too many words might lead to errors, "Please sit." Little Xingjing, It seems these 5 years have not only been spent writing, but also in diligent cultivation. Throughout the vast history of Dahuang, there have been few who have achieved the rank of little saint at the tender age of 15. The most recent instances date back over 10 millennia. My son, father, have you eaten? Ngu hastily interrupts, fearing that Changfeng might proclaim, my son possesses the potential of an emperor, which would be quite unfortunate. And Changfeng, his words nearly escaping, is interrupted by Ngu, nearly choking back his words. Not yet. Would you care to join me for a drink? Certainly. And Changfeng leads Ngu to another room, which appears to be a lounge. He instructs the maid briefly, and shortly after, she returns carrying 2 large food boxes, each containing 4 layers of exquisite dishes, laid out upon the table. And Changfeng produces a jar of wine from his spatial ring. As the wine flows, the conversation between father and son gradually becomes more animated. And Changfeng discusses the current state of the Dixia, while Ngu possesses information from Zhu Lu, allowing him to monitor various factions with greater detail than in Changfeng. However, in terms of analyzing the situation, Changfeng's experience proves to be far more seasoned. Observing Nji's attentive demeanor brings joy to Changfeng, who recalls that while Nji's talent was once formidable, his temperament was overly harsh and self-centered. Now, to his pleasant surprise, he discovers that although Ngu has preserved a profound depth, the exterior harshness has vanished, whether concealed or transformed, a commendable progress for a leader. Regarding the Dixia royal family, Changfeng advises, leveraging the emperor to command the feudal lords. Ngu muses to himself, it appears that the chancellor's ensemble has been fully assembled. As the conversation draws to a close, Changfeng hesitates for a moment before saying, go and see your mother. Ngu nods in agreement, accompanied by Mei, Zhu, Lan, and Zhu, as they depart in Changfeng's study and return to his courtyard. Nji's courtyard rivals even that of the Grand Elder of Mo Xiangzong, and the number of servants within far exceeds that of the Grand Elder. Uncertain whether by design or by chance, the servants in Nji's courtyard are all youthful beauties, their appearances generally above an 80 in aesthetics. It resembles a miniature kingdom of daughters. The 2 young ladies, Mei and Zhu, had previously followed Qing Qiu. Although they present themselves as maids, they are not true servants and naturally do not engage in menial tasks. However, Lan and Zhu have long since been thoroughly taken by Ngu. With Qing Qiu absent, the 4 young ladies are now tasked with overseeing all aspects of Nji's life, including the intimate aspects, which are indeed a significant part of daily existence. Ngu is uncertain of Qing Qiu's intentions in sending Mei and Zhu. Whether they are merely temporary companions or a permanent addition remains ambiguous. If they are just temporary, it feels somewhat inappropriate to have unwrapped them, leading to Mei remaining with Mei and Zhu for the night. The following morning, Ngu proceeds to his mother's courtyard. From a distance, he can hear the rhythmic tapping of wooden fish and the recitation of scriptures. Upon reaching the entrance, a nun clad in a pale moon-white robe approaches. Her hands clasped together in greeting. Please, donor, halt your steps. Nji's sharp gaze fixates on the nun, and a palpable aura of murderous intent compels her to retreat, her heart racing with fear at the boy's formidable ferocity. Little does she know the weight of her words. Please, donor, halt carries a profound significance, akin to the immutable law of cause and effect. The 4 fierce maidens, sensing their master's aura of menace, transform into 4 fleeting shadows and rush forward. Stand down. A delicate voice commands, and a white figure emerges from the courtyard, wielding a long sword to fend off the 4 maidens with ease. Ngu regards the newcomer, who is adorned in a flowing moon-white dress, her long black hair elegantly tied behind her, complemented by a white scarf atop her head, reminiscent of Guanyin from the journey to the west. Young Masterin, please temper your wrath. I am Master Xiaoyu from the Bodhi sect, known as Compassionate Voyage. I am your mother's senior sister. Pray tell, why does young master wish to resort to violence? My lord, Compassionate Voyage is a sanctuary for female disciples of Buddhism. Upon hearing Lan's explanation, Nji's thoughts shift. The Buddhist sect proves to be exceedingly cunning, employing alternative pathways. They effortlessly draw his mother into their fold, exerting no effort, and as the family flourishes, they stand to gain immensely. Should the family falter, at worst, they would simply escort Nji's mother back to Compassionate Voyage, severing all ties with the mundane world without a trace. Ngu cannot help but ponder whether his father, and Changfeng, intended for him to visit his mother or to observe the Buddhist sect. Interacting with such aged individuals truly proves to be taxing. And Ge's agitation mounts, and he coldly retorts, "Does this young lord require your instruction in my affairs? Am I not permitted to enter my own domain without interference from outsiders? Ba, preventing you from entering is indeed your mother's wish. She does not desire to meet you." Master Xiaoyu, hands clasped together, states, "Does she not wish to meet me, or is it that she cannot?" Accompanied by the rhythmic sound of the wooden fish, a serene woman's voice emerged. "I have embraced the monastic life. Henceforth, do not come again." Upon hearing these words, Ngu bowed respectfully and turned to say, "Regardless of your intentions within the Buddhist realm, safeguarding her would be a significant achievement for you. Should any harm befall her, I, Ngu, shall undoubtedly bring ruin upon your Buddhist sect." Master Xiaoyu felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. The notion of annihilating the Buddhist sect sounded absurd. Not only would Ngu not dare to utter such threats, but even the infamily and the revered Sanqing Mountain would refrain from making such claims. Yet, she sensed that Ngu would indeed follow through on his words. In the courtyard, a woman resembling Ngu with striking similarity allowed 2 streams of tears to cascade down her cheeks, her wooden fish slipping from her grasp, completely forgotten. The reality that the murderer of her own son was, in fact, her other son was an unfathomably cruel truth for any mother to bear. Chapter 23. The classic within a classic. The great ape disturbing heaven. Ngu returned to his courtyard and entered the study, instructing, "Do not let anyone disturb me." Understood. The 4 maidens sensed Nge's discontent. Yet, being aware that it pertained to his family matters, they chose to remain silent. Ngu settled into his study, his agitation stemming not merely from his mother's refusal to meet him. Rather, it was a complex amalgamation of emotions. Having assumed this body, he had also inherited its social connections. However, to claim a profound affection for his parents would be somewhat disingenuous. His interactions with Changfeng were more frequent, yet he had never once encountered his mother. His unease was rooted in the uncertainty of the future, exacerbated by the sudden emergence of the Buddhist sect. The 2 branches of the sect, the Jinggang sect and the Puted sect, were among the 9 major sects, each housing figures of imperial caliber. Moreover, he was uncertain of Changfeng's stance towards the Buddhist sect, a predicament that felt exceedingly overwhelming for Ngu, who had previously been merely a university student in his past life. The lack of formidable strength was indeed a source of frustration. Ngu unfurled a sheet of exquisite rice paper, taking up his brush to inscribe 4 grand characters: Danao Tiangong, the great disturbance in heaven. In that moment, he felt a striking resemblance to Sun Wukong's plight. As a child, he had envied the Monkey King, who rode upon the clouds and wielded the golden staff, capable of numerous transformations. With the passage of time and through his studies and performance, Ngu had revisited the original text of Journey to the West, marveling at how the adaptation transformed a somewhat dark tale of demons into an uplifting drama that influenced generations. It was then that he recognized the significance of the pen. After his transmigration, he instinctively utilized it as his most potent weapon. Nevertheless, as his situation evolved, the efficacy of the pen diminished, while the need for physical strength grew ever more critical. Though Ngu possessed a remarkable spear capable of commanding respect even from the pinnacle of the great sage, it required the right adversary. For instance, confronting the bald monks of the Buddhist sect or the sages of Sanqing Mountain, he would prudently choose to avoid confrontation altogether. Amused by his musings, he chuckled softly, feeling a weight lift from his heart. The spirit of self-entertainment was not without merit. He began to write about the great disturbance in heaven. He focused on the segment from Sun Wukong's birth to the great disturbance in heaven, a period that could be deemed the most illustrious chapter of the Monkey King's life. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating a beast of the same level yesterday. Experience transformed into a surge of power, and Nge's brush remained steady as he penned characters that would leave even the most esteemed calligraphers in awe. Ding! Congratulations, host, for encountering the fledgling Dianwei during your travels yesterday. He was captivated by your aura, vowing to follow you faithfully. Note, this Dianwei is a fantastical version of the historical figure. Who? Dianwei? Nge's brush hovered in midair, an absurdity washing over him. Was he truly being transformed into an Qingxiang? Somewhat Dianwei, at your service. With a thunderous crash, a massive axe, nearly a yard in length, was hurled to the ground, causing the room to tremble. The sound resonated like thunder, and Dianwei knelt, towering even over Ngu. Was this truly a human being? Ngu opened his mouth, feeling a tickle in his throat. The four maidens outside were startled by the resounding noise and rushed in, only to find a giant of a man kneeling before them. Upon seeing them, he brandished his axe, bellowing, "My lord, I, Jianwei, shall protect you." The four maidens felt as though thunder had struck their ears, their heads nearly splitting from the sheer force of his voice. This man was overwhelmingly powerful. Ngu, pained, clutched his ears. The sheer intensity was staggering. They were allies, all of them. Upon hearing Ngi's reassurance, Jianwei finally subdued his imposing aura, taking his place behind Ngu. Instantly, Ngu felt a surge of security. It was remarkably comforting. The four maidens, still trembling, feared that this giant might suddenly turn on Ngu, and the consequences of such proximity were too dire to contemplate. "Master, who is this?" they inquired, inching closer. Jianwei's eyes widened like bronze bells, his grip tightening around his axe. "Do not be alarmed. This is Jianwei, my guardian. Allow me to introduce you to Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, my trusted maidens. We must ensure no harm comes to them." Upon hearing that they were in Ge's close attendance, Jianwei relaxed, nodding to the four maidens, returning to his silent sentinel stance behind Ngu, resembling an immovable statue. A guardian. The four maidens gazed at the nearly 3-meter-tall figure clad in black armor, wielding a massive axe, feeling a pang of inadequacy. Their prowess as peak-level practitioners was increasingly insufficient. "My dear sisters, you have arrived just in time. I intended to address this matter with you all. You are my most trusted companions, and I cannot bear to make you my death warriors. Instead, I propose you serve as my personal attendants, assisting me with various affairs. What say you?" "Yes, my lord." Lan and Zhu had accompanied Ngu for 5 years, having long since transcended their roles as death warriors. Mei and Zhu were somewhat unaccustomed to this change, yet their status as death warriors made their master's words an absolute command. "Very well, I shall arrange for someone to bring you new garments. Do not wear your warrior attire any longer. Moreover, you must familiarize yourselves with the circumstances of this courtyard swiftly. You four will manage it on my behalf." Ngu summoned the head steward, Enfu, to convey his decision, to which Enfu responded with a deeper bow, nodding in compliance. Once they departed, Ngu turned to Jianwei, inquiring, "What is your cultivation level?" Jianwei scratched his head, the sound of his iron helmet clanging softly. "I should be at the peak of the quasi-emperor level. The last time I encountered a quasi-emperor beast, I dispatched it with a few punches. Incredible. Being a chancellor is indeed splendid." Ngu circled around Jianwei, who resembled a giant spirit, instilling fear in anyone who beheld him. "The peak of the quasi-emperor level. Ah, Jianwei, what a splendid name." Ngi's spirits soared as he resumed writing, his brush dancing across the page, crafting an increasingly audacious portrayal of the great sage. He even added a spontaneous scene of playfully teasing the Queen Mother. Before long, he completed the tale of the great disturbance in heaven and summoned Sister Lan to handle it. The Mo-Xiang sect had established a comprehensive industry from printing to distribution and sales, and soon, the great disturbance in heaven would be unveiled to the world, in a departure from the customary style of Xiaoxiashing. This narrative is devoid of any lascivious elements, yet it captivates the reader's heart profoundly, surpassing even the thrill of last night's conflict among peers. The character of Sun Wukong indeed embodies our aspirations, shattering the heavens with his indomitable spirit throughout his life. Xiaoxiashing's mastery of the pen is truly remarkable. I must admit my previous biases against him. This work is worthy of deification. Xiaoxiashing's writings are always laden with intention. Previously, he criticized the Confucian establishment. Yet in this tale of chaos in the heavenly palace, does it not suggest an indictment against the royal family? The emperor's 9 imperial edicts urging marriage seem to force Ngu into wedlock with his daughter. Hehe. Does this imply that marrying the eldest princess is an elevation for him? The observer, noting the speaker's resplendent attire and handsome features, clearly a delicate youth of the Confucian school, retorted with disdain, what else could it be but an elevation? Setting aside Ngi's status, even his title as the third on the Qianlong list is enough to make the eldest princess unable to hold her head high. Ngu's current standing in the literary realm is unassailable. Though not its originator, he is its consummate embodiment. I concur with this gentleman's words. What does the eldest princess possess beyond her title? The young man in splendid attire grew paler by 3 degrees, flung his sleeve, and turned to depart. The 2 maids behind him cast a cold glance at the group before hastening after him. Princess, should we? No need, return to the palace. The eldest princess was infuriated. She, a dignified princess and future empress, had now become the one to elevate another. Chapter 24. Your Majesty, please issue a decree to suppress. Within the halls of the Great Xia, the Confucian sect and the Li family seized the opportunity to relentlessly pursue Qing and the Yin family. Your Majesty, the metaphor within this book is glaringly evident. The tides of power shift, and this year it has come to our house. This is an act of treason, Your Majesty. How can Your Majesty allow Qing to act with such impunity merely due to his betrothal to the princess? I advise that an edict be issued to completely ban this book and escort Qing to the capital. What nonsense! How can a mere story be taken seriously? Are the scholarly exploits depicted in Ng's writings truly the deeds of your Confucian sect? Minister Wang, can the truth be distorted by your petty meddling? Your Majesty, you may send covert agents to the marketplace. Even the common folk are aware of Ng's schemes. The Emperor of Great Xia gazed coldly upon the bickering ministers below, his patience regarding Qing and the Yin family nearing its limit. The Yin family's army had acted without orders, and he had yet to address the matter of General Jiuzhou's murder. Now, they had even produced a rebellious text. He had read the book thoroughly, and to label it as rebellious was no exaggeration. The Jade Emperor himself had been so frightened that he had hidden beneath the table, a stark affront and humiliation to imperial dignity. Furthermore, the book contained teasing remarks about the Queen Mother. Although lacking substance, it portrayed her inner monologues during those moments of mockery in great detail. The continuous provocations by the Yin family compelled the emperor to ponder a pressing question. What advantage does this bring to the Yin family? After much contemplation, it seemed there was but one explanation. They regretted their decision. The Yin family no longer desired to ally through marriage with the royal family, thus provoking him repeatedly in hopes of inciting his anger to dissolve the engagement. Qing, this potential asset, had appreciated in value too quickly over the past 5 years. Initially, the emperor had merely valued the Yin family's influence, yet over these 5 years, Ng's significance had grown to be equal, if not greater, than that of the Yin family itself. It was akin to acquiring a promising stock at its lowest price, which had since multiplied exponentially. Now, the company of this stock wished to play tricks to oust him. They underestimated the emperor greatly. Not only would he not be ousted, but he would also double down. Ahem. The Emperor of Great Xia cleared his throat lightly, and the elderly eunuch beside him glanced downwards, cracking a whip that echoed throughout the grand hall. The ministers ceased their disputes and turned their attention to the increasingly gaunt emperor upon the dragon throne. Prince Hung, what is your take on this matter? Inquired the emperor. Standing at the forefront of the officials, Jiang Hung bowed and replied, Your humble son believes that Qing harbors no treasonous intentions, yet his actions remain inappropriate. I must confess to your majesty that I too have read this book and found it captivating. The pride of Sun Wukong reveals a profound lesson. Had he not emerged from the wilderness and faced the scorn of the world, influenced by his sworn brothers, but had instead received the teachings of the heavenly court from birth, he would undoubtedly have become a valuable asset to the celestial realm. I propose that Qing be summoned to the capital to study at the Jishao Academy for 3 years, and he may become a pillar of our state. Indeed, Prince, your insights are truly remarkable. Qing hails from a wild and uncultivated background, and having entered the Maxiang sect at the tender age of 10, he has squandered a valuable gem. Had an edict been issued earlier to send him to the Jishao Academy, he would now be a cornerstone of the court. The ministers echoed their agreement. Jiang Heng's maneuver was astutely clever, and Qing could not simply be coerced into submission, nor could the Yin family be easily suppressed. Such statements were mere empty rhetoric. By seeking a compromise, merely delaying the inevitable was a victory for him, whereas the aging emperor could not afford such delays. Prince Heng's words carry some weight. Shinner, what is your opinion? The gazes of the assembly shifted towards the other side, where Princess Jiang Xian stood. From the moment Princess Xian entered the grand hall, her intentions had been unmistakably clear. The old emperor's desire to pass the throne to her was evident. Were it not for overwhelming opposition, this matter would have long been settled. Jiang Xian spoke with a melodious voice, in response to father. I believe that rewards should be bestowed. This is truly absurd. Qing may be the betrothed of the princess, but such favoritism is excessive. To reward him for writing treasonous texts? Should we all return home and pen our own books? A group of ministers murmured amongst themselves, their voices pitched just right for all to hear. The princess's expression turned frosty as she addressed the ministers. Gentlemen, please refrain from hasty judgments. May I inquire if any of you have read this book? Of course, we have. Otherwise, how could we discern the ambitions of that young scion of the Yin family? Very well, then. If Sun Wukong possesses such formidable powers, how could he be captured by 100,000 heavenly soldiers? Yet what was the outcome? Did he overturn the heavens? Did he ascend to the throne of the heavenly emperor? The princess coldly questioned, rendering the elderly official speechless. Jiang Heng's expression grew cold as he realized he had underestimated the princess. Unable to respond. Allow me to provide the answer. He failed. What does this signify? It signifies that no matter how great your powers, you cannot overturn the heavens. To me, this book serves as a cautionary tale for those with treacherous ambitions. Hence, rewards should be granted. The Emperor of Great Xia's eyes brightened with each word. His daughter had surprised him. Before the ministers could voice their objections, the emperor proclaimed, "Xin'er, you are indeed my daughter. Your thoughts align with mine." Upon hearing this, those prepared to object fell silent, for to contradict the princess was to contradict the emperor. What do you believe should be bestowed upon Ngo? In response to father, as the saying goes, both thunder and rain are the grace of the sovereign. The nature of the rewards is for you to determine. Very well. Draft the edict. I, by the divine mandate of heaven, govern the realms, and in remembrance of meritorious subjects, it is fitting to bestow exceptional honors to celebrate this occasion. Today, the son of the Yin family, Ngu, is commendable for his loyalty and courage, with remarkable literary talent. The Yin family has defended the borders for millennia, instilling awe across the lands. I am greatly comforted by this. Thus I hereby confer upon him the title of a prince of a different surname, granting him a golden tablet and a golden seal. The 4 provinces of the northern domain shall be his fief, as a testament to my sentiments. The prince must uphold the royal way, assist me in governance, and ensure the peace of the realm and the welfare of the people, serving as my right arm. His residence, salary, and ceremonial entourage shall be provided according to the standards of a prince, as a display of my particular favor. Upon the conclusion of the emperor's decree, all present were left astounded. They questioned their own hearing, wondering if they had misinterpreted his words, or if the emperor had lost his wits. To bestow the title of prince? What a jest! A mere 15-year-old boy, with no accomplishments to his name. Apart from writing disparaging remarks about the Confucian sect, what else had he achieved? The Yin family had guarded the borders for millennia. If anyone were to be honored, it should be in Chengfeng, not his son. How could one leapfrog over the elder to bestow a title upon the child? In an instant, a flash of realization surged through the hearts of the crowd, setting aside the notion of bestowing a title upon the son of Laozi. What thoughts must in Chengfeng harbor? How must the vassals of the Yin family perceive this? Moreover, the 4 states of the northern domain have always belonged to the Yin family. Thus, the title holds little weight. In essence, Prince Ngu is merely a figurehead. The pivotal question remains, will the Yin family heed the commands of the family patriarch, or will they follow the prince? The old emperor's maneuver is truly cunning. Understanding this, the long-lost sense of camaraderie between the ruler and his ministers returned, prompting the officials to bow in unison and proclaim, "Your Majesty is wise." On that very day, before the imperial decree had even left the capital, Ngu had already received a report from Bai Xiaotong. Bestowed the title of Wang? Why not Wei Wang? Chapter 25. The old fox in Chengfeng, the emperor of Daxia, possesses an unparalleled skill in the art of division. Yet his adversary remains an unreasonable and obstinate individual. Father, the actions of the emperor of Daxia suggest he does not regard me, his son-in-law, as a true son. Chuckled in Chengfeng. Ah, such is the cunning of imperial hearts. A minister may be guilty for failing to perform, yet equally so for excelling. Jiang Yuan underestimates me greatly, believing that a princely title could divide the Yin family. Ngu and in Chengfeng gathered around a modest brazier, warming their wine, eschewing an elaborate feast for simple fare of seasoned meat and peanuts as accompaniments. My father-in-law is indeed quite stingy. The 4 provinces of the northern region have always belonged to our Yin family. Beyond the title of prince, there are no tangible benefits to be had. That is not entirely accurate, and Chengfeng interjected. Throughout history, Daxia has never conferred titles to those of different surnames. Should they bestow land upon you, there would be considerable dissent. However, the title of prince carries significant weight. Once conferred, you possess the authority to establish a court, and you can appoint officials across these 4 provinces. Would you not agree this is of great utility? And Chengfeng smiled slyly, likening himself to an old fox. Zhang Yuan had evidently forgotten the nuances of noble families after a prolonged reign. Moreover, the Li and Wang clans had bestowed a magnificent gift upon the Yin family. Historically, the Yin family had governed the 4 provinces, albeit in an unofficial capacity, as they were ostensibly managing them on behalf of Daxia. Now, the emperor and his ministers had rectified this oversight, rendering the northern region unequivocally the territory of the Yin family. Henceforth, the northern region would stand as an independent little kingdom. And Ji's eyes sparkled with realization. After receiving intelligence, he deliberated and recognized that he required a strategist akin to a military advisor. He promptly focused his attention on Changfeng, for their relationship and Changfeng's capabilities were extraordinarily suited for this role. Thus, he shared the intelligence with Changfeng. "I shall rely on you, father. Allow me to toast to you." And Changfeng, feeling gratified, raised his cup, and after they clinked glasses, they drank heartily. And Changfeng felt reassured that the next generation would carry on, and Gu had matured over the 5 years spent in Mo Xiangzhou. Had Gu possessed such maturity 6 years prior, he would not have let Lan be so neglected. But at that time, Gu was merely a 10-year-old child. Indeed, a man truly matures only after experiencing the trials brought forth by women. After this moment of introspection, Changfeng said, "Rest assured, since the Yin family has entered the fray, we have no intention of departing empty-handed. My son, it is evident you are a person of ambition. Do not harbor reservations. The Yin family's hidden cards extend beyond this." Hidden cards? Gu thought to himself, these old fellows are scheming within scheming, and without delving deeper, one cannot fathom how many layers there are. However, it was clear he had made the right choice, as he sensed Changfeng had opened his heart to him. With stability at the rear, he could transfer the Mo Xiangzhou personnel to the northern region, bolstered by the intelligence from Zhu Lu and the personal protection of the peak quasi-emperor Dian Wei. Suppressing his urge to boast, Gu remarked, "With you around, I feel at ease. I shall write a letter to my master, requesting her to establish a branch in the northern region. Should I venture into the capital, I trust you will oversee this matter. The leader of Mo Xiangzhou is not a stranger. Consider her as a daughter-in-law. My son, truly an extraordinary individual." The two ceased discussing serious matters, and Changfeng recounted tales about the prominent families, which Gu absorbed with great interest, simultaneously enhancing his understanding of the noble clans. The perspective from which Changfeng approached problems was worthy of emulation. Their evening of revelry continued until the late hours, and Ji's worries had dissipated significantly. In high spirits, he beheld the 4 sisters, Mei, Zhu, Lan, and Zhu, now adorned in their elegant attire, his gaze gradually igniting with fervor. Spring breezes and dewdrops, when they meet, surpass countless encounters in the mortal realm. The following morning, Gu, having had no sleep, was invigorated. Now possessing the cultivation of a minor saint, he could not simply lean against the wall for support. "Your Excellency." Outside the door, the towering figure of Dian Wei offered a respectful greeting. Upon seeing Dian Wei, clad in glistening armor, drenched in dew, Gu was moved to tears, wondering if this formidable quasi-emperor had stood vigil outside all night. "Come, let us dine together." As the 3-meter-tall Dian Wei followed Gu, his imposing stature drew the attention of many within the Yin residence, exclaiming, "What a formidable general." After their meal, Gu returned to his study for a routine report from Bai Xiaotong. "Your Excellency, as per your instructions, I have communicated with the leader of Mo Xiangzhou. In 3 days, they shall dispatch 2 elders and 300 inner disciples to commence the establishment of a branch. Concerning the capital, numerous experts from Bai Huamen have gathered around the Grand Princess, and I suspect she has secured their support." Bai Huamen. Gu furrowed his brow. Bai Huamen ranks among the 9 major sects, notorious for its female-dominated hierarchy. Rumor has it that the sect's founder, Lu Shui, was once a victim of unrequited love, leading to a transformation in her character. Initially loathing men, she eventually became a merciless figure, mercilessly taking the lives of countless males, earning her the moniker, the Heartless Fairy. Although the sect's hostility towards men has diminished over the years, their disdain for them remains ingrained, and the current sect leader, Bai Xiao, is infamously known as the Widowmaker, having eliminated numerous scoundrels. If the Grand Princess is entangled with such a sect, it poses a threat to her safety. Investigate the specific intentions behind Bai Huamen's involvement, and ensure all members accompanying the Grand Princess are identified and reported to Tuxing, instructing him to await my arrival in the capital with the foreshadow guards. Understood. There is another matter. Zhou Qingyun, daughter of the Zhou family of Deshang, has left Tianlu Academy and returned home. Tianlu Academy was established by the four great families of Deshang to cultivate the youth of Deshang, and many court officials hail from there. Even if one does not enter the court, they can still become a guest scholar for the four great families, far surpassing the capabilities of the Jixia Academy. Zhou Qingyun is hailed as the strongest seed of the younger generation, handpicked by the Emperor of Shang as a candidate for the next empress. Let us keep a close watch on matters concerning the Shang dynasty for now. Do not act rashly. Our focus must remain on Daxia. The significance of Zhou Qingyun's status elevates her to the highest level of importance as a future empress, is indeed worthy of our attention. Yes, Your Excellency. And Gu waved his hand, and Bai Xiaotong took his leave. Would Zhou Qingyun's return to the Zhou family have any connection to his own return to An City? The Zhou family's territory borders the northern region, and the proximity of the two is closer than that between the northern region and the capital. Furthermore, the Long Gongzhu has quietly amassed great wealth without uttering a word. Now, various factions believe that her backing comes from the support of the old emperor and the Wang family, as well as the impending alliance with the An family. Should the pivotal moment arise and the Baihua men unexpectedly emerge, it could play a decisive role. And what of the second prince Jianghong? Does he possess no hidden cards? And Gu glanced back at Dianwei, pondering that regardless of how many hidden cards they may hold, with my Dianwei and the Sanfeng de Fa, we are an unstoppable force. Even 4-2s must kneel before me. Chapter 26. The Cleansing Dan, for maidens ascend, prince and enters the capital. 3 days later, the imperial decree of the great Xia emperor finally arrived. Within these 3 days, the An family had already digested the news, but they still had to maintain appearances. The family head, and Chengfeng, did not come out to receive the decree, pretending to be quite displeased, while only Ngu, accompanied by a few small cats, received the decree at the door. The messenger was none other than the Emperor Jiang Yuan's trusted eunuch. After reciting the lengthy decree, the eunuch handed it to Ngu, saying, "My lord, why have we not seen the head of the An family?" The emphasis on family head seemed to imply that Ngu might not grasp its significance. The great merchants have been harassing the borders daily. My father went to the front lines 3 days ago to oversee matters. Ngu replied with a smile. The family head has indeed worked hard, but now that the 4 states belong to your lordship, the family head may lay down his burdens. You are right, my lord, that is what I think as well. However, with this title and the impending marriage to the Grand Princess, I must travel to the capital. Let my father manage affairs in the meantime. Upon hearing this, the eunuch felt a surge of joy. Ngu, being young and ambitious, would surely clash with An Chengfeng over power, which would significantly ease the An family's peril. If the Grand Princess's influence were favorable, there might even be a chance to bring the An family entirely under control. His Majesty truly orchestrates matters with divine finesse, and Ngu mused, amused by the folly of most tyrants who, in their arrogance, believe they comprehended the world and its affairs, unwavering in their convictions. When do you plan to enter the capital? I should inform His Majesty in advance to make arrangements for your visit. 3 days from now, for I have little to occupy my time. The sooner I conclude my business, the sooner I shall return from the capital. Then we shall await your esteemed arrival in the capital. Ngu presented the eunuch with a ring containing 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, which the eunuch accepted with delight, thinking that this young man was indeed talented and deserving of commendation before the emperor upon his return. After the eunuch departed, Ngu returned to the estate whereby Xiaotong, dressed in scholarly attire, held a tray bearing Nji's golden seal, golden book, and ceremonial attire. The old emperor had invested significantly, as Ngu, now a prince, held a status equivalent to Jianghong and the Grand Princess. Upon arriving in the capital, even the Confucian scholars would bow and greet him respectfully, as prince and princess are permitted to don dragon robes, while the emperor wears a 5-clawed golden dragon. Nji's robe was 4-clawed, and upon close inspection, the difference was subtle. The crafty An Chengfeng had been waiting for some time. When Ngu entered the study, he promptly stamped the prepared documents with the seal. All the generals beneath him received their titles. Even Dianwei was appointed as a general. One must not slight their own people. From this day forth, the Mo Lang army would also hold a recognized status. After sealing the documents, the father and son exchanged knowing smiles. In the realm of Nji's daughters, playful banter echoed, "My lord, come catch me. My lord, that's cheating. It doesn't count." Haha, I am not cheating. A wager is a wager, and I am coming. Ah, my lord, don't be so rough. In the courtyard, the atmosphere was lively, with captured maidservants covering their reddened palms, tears glistening in their wide eyes. And Gu laughed heartily. I did not use much force. Otherwise, your little hand would be swollen like a bun. My lord, the time is nearly upon us. General In Yong is already waiting outside the city. Sister Lan, clad in a light purple gown, and the four maidens, having shed their black warrior attire, appeared even more graceful. Very well, we shall proceed thus for today. I will return from the capital soon. And Gu waved goodbye to the maidens in his realm. May the prince return victorious soon. The maidens chorused, dressed in white, and Gu mounted the Wolf King at the pinnacle of the Little Saint realm, while Dian Wei rode an armored rhinoceros behind him. Mei Zhu Lan. And Zhu sat in a large carriage drawn by 16 majestic unicorn steeds. And Tuxing and 4 hidden guards had already set off for the capital, while Bai Xiaotong had departed 2 days prior. Upon exiting in city's gates, one of the 4 generals, In Yong, dismounted and knelt on one knee, declaring, Your Highness, the Mo Lang army is ready. Let us depart. Yes, the 1,000 Mo Lang army marched forth with great momentum, the banner fluttering in the wind. The newly appointed general of Jizhou was terrified. The previous general, Li Zicheng, had met a gruesome fate. Yet, he had to greet the Mo Lang forces, for the emperor would not spare him otherwise. From a distance, upon noticing In Gu, the Jizhou general sent a messenger. Your Highness, my general has prepared a banquet to bid you farewell. Once they exited the northern region, In Gu slipped into the carriage without showing himself. Dian Wei, like an iron tower, declared, My lord is busy. We shall not partake in the feast. The messenger returned to report, causing the Jizhou general to breathe a sigh of relief. With the Jizhou general setting the precedent, the other generals followed suit, and no tumult ensued. However, leading an army of 10,000 into the capital, the Confucians would not miss the opportunity to attack In Gu, unleashing a torrent of accusations, their mastery of public opinion evident. Rumors of prince and plotting rebellion circulated widely among the populace, leading many uninformed citizens to mistakenly believe the claims. Beep. Congratulations, host, for slaying a beast of the same rank yesterday. Boom. A surge of dark, ink-like demonic energy erupted around In Gu, elevating him to the mid-level of the Little Saint realm. Beep. Congratulations, host, for tripping over a bottle during yesterday's training. Upon inspection, it turned out to be a bottle of Cleansing Dan. Cleansing Dan purifies the body of impurities, enhancing the limit of one's potential. Note, effective for little saints and below. The first pill has the best effect, decreasing thereafter. After 5 pills, no further effect will occur. And Gu promptly retrieved the Cleansing Dan from his system's inventory. This is the benefit of a fantastical world. Everyone possesses spatial rings, allowing one to access items without raising suspicion. A small palm-sized white porcelain vial emitted a rich medicinal fragrance upon opening. The 4 maidens felt their pores open at the scent, and In Gu swallowed a pill, feeling nothing. Beep. The host has long been flawless in body, thanks to the assistance of this system. Why did you not mention this earlier? That was a waste of a pill. And Gu contemplated the individuals who could benefit from this elixir. Aside from the 4 maidens, her senior sister Yu Chan, the enchanting little demoness, should also find it advantageous. During her seclusion, she had reached the Ling Tai realm, and upon her emergence, it was unlikely she would surpass the Shaoxing stage. And Gu poured out the contents of the small vial, revealing 29 pills. Each of the 4 maidens would receive 5, leaving 9 sufficient for her senior sister. This was the Shisui Dan, a remedy capable of enhancing one's innate talent. Let each of you consume 5. The 4 maidens stared in astonishment at the 5 Shisui Dan in their hands. Overwhelmed by their master's generosity, they wept with joy. With tears in their eyes, they consumed the 5 Zisui Dan, and shortly thereafter, the carriage was filled with waves of intense energy fluctuations. The 4 maidens had been stuck at the pinnacle of Shaoxing for an extended period, yet hindered by their innate abilities, they had been unable to break through. Now, they had, at last, transcended the Shaoxing realm, advancing to the early stage of Desheng. Chapter 27. Your appearance is so frightful that you have startled my steed. The carriage swayed as it arrived in the capital, wherein Gu, with a cultivation level of Shaoxing's mid-stage, valiantly confronted 4 early-stage Desheng figures, supporting himself as he exited the vehicle. This demonstrates that no matter how formidable one's talent or unique abilities may be, They cannot withstand the exhaustion of a war of attrition. My lord, the camp has been prepared for you. Would it not be prudent to bring these troops to the camp? The Minister of Rites personally came out of the city to welcome them, with the princess and her entourage already gathered, alongside some young individuals from the Confucian sect and the Li family, led by the 3 sons of the Li family. And Gu did not feel the need to flaunt his power by bringing an army of 10,000 into the city. He instructed in Yong, "Since this is the custom, let us adhere to it. Leave 2,000 as an honor guard. Take the rest to the military camp." Understood. And Yong's face twitched with suppressed rage, rendering his expression quite fearsome, instilling terror in the onlooking citizens of the capital. Indeed, the northern domain is a savage land. Their countenances are filled with brutishness, truly terrifying. Who could argue otherwise? Look at their steeds, all wolves. This is truly a case of a wolf's ambition. Alas, our Xia is bound to encounter troubles. Look at that one. Is that a human? It resembles a monster, akin to a towering iron pillar, utterly frightening. The Minister of Rites, too, felt his skin prickle with fear at the sight of the 2,000-strong honor guard. You truly dare to speak such words? Yet, he refrained from further comment, for he was of the Wang family, a relative of the princess. My lord, please proceed. Not so fast. The 3 brothers of the Li family stepped forward, stating, Lord Wang, this violates the rights. In Xia, the number of guards for a prince should not exceed 100, yet in Wang intends to bring 2,000 into the city. As the Minister of Rites, you surely cannot be unaware that this is a grievous offense. Minister Wang replied coldly, Young Master Li, you are overstepping your bounds. Even if there is an offense, it is for His Majesty to judge. When did it become your place to speak? What an absurdity! As a scholar of the Confucian school, I possess the right to report on such matters. This is an ancestral decree of Xia. My name is registered in the annals of Jishao Academy. How could I be silenced? And Gu, mounted upon the Wolf King, regarded the 3 sons of the Li family, who were indeed worthy successors of a prestigious lineage, yet they fell short in the face of absolute power. And Gu signaled, and Dian Wei, with keen intuition, squeezed his thighs against the armored rhinoceros he rode, causing the creature to nearly defecate in surprise before it charged towards the city gate with a resounding cry. Make way! Make way! The steed is startled. The steed is startled. At his movement, the 2,000 demon wolf soldiers roared and followed suit. By the heavens! Minister Wang and the Li brothers felt their scalps tingle in alarm and hurriedly moved aside. My apologies, esteemed elder. Perhaps it is your countenance that has frightened the steed. Why must it be startled now? If anything untoward occurs, I shall hold you accountable. And Gu shouted from atop the Wolf King. The citizens along the way, keeping their distance, could not discern their words. But they witnessed the 2,000 soldiers charging towards the city gate, causing a commotion and chaos. Minister Wang, disregarding his own dignity, grabbed a horse and mounted it, galloping furiously after Ngu, exclaiming, This Wang is truly unruly. The 3 brothers of the Li family trembled with rage. Upon entering the city gate, Dianwei reined in the armored rhinoceros, slowing its pace, and by the time Minister Wang caught up, they had only covered a few hundred meters. Your Highness, you are too impulsive. The capital is not comparable to the northern domain. What you are doing is akin to rebellion. Do not frighten me, old man. Do not think that even if my 2,000 men entered this city, it would cause any significant upheaval. I merely find it tiresome to waste words on insignificant figures. Minister Wang led Ngu to a residence, which was indeed the old residence of Wang, a testament to the former emperor's regard for Nji's visit. The elderly eunuch would undoubtedly embellish the report, further solidifying the old emperor's resolve to drive a wedge between the infamily father and son. If they could persuade Ngu to side with the royal family, the stability of Xia would be assured. This residence was not newly constructed. It had remained vacant since before the old emperor ascended the throne, and now it was bestowed upon Ngu. My lord, this residence was previously occupied by His Majesty before his ascension, and for many years, it has not been granted to anyone else, not even to the princess or Prince Hung. To bestow it upon you signifies His Majesty's affection and esteem for you, Minister Wang remarked as he gazed at the Grand Palace complex. His words a blend of truth and embellishment. I have wed the princess, thus His Majesty is akin to my father. No, His Majesty's affection for me surpasses that of my biological father. I shall forever cherish this favor. Ngu wiped away the tears that had unexpectedly flowed from his eyes. By the heavens! Minister Wang was astonished, not realizing that Ngu, despite his youth, was a master of theatrics, a truly natural figure destined for the political arena. After exchanging pleasantries for a time, Minister Wang took his leave, saying, "Your Highness, you have traveled a long way. I shall not disturb your rest further, as I must return to the palace to report." And GE's 2,000 soldiers directly stationed themselves in the Wang residence, which was even grander than An's own estate, accommodating the troops without issue. The residence was filled with servants, and undoubtedly, there were spies from various factions within. And Gu was unperturbed. He had come to the capital with a clear intention. Without Dian Wei, who was at the peak of quasi-emperor, and Gu would need to tread carefully. The Sanfeng de Fa could only be used thrice in a day. A few Desheng or quasi-emperors could easily take his life. However, in the present circumstances, unless an emperor intervened, any who approached would be courting death. Even if an emperor did intervene, and Gu was not afraid, an aging emperor might not be willing to risk his life to eliminate him, and should he not be defeated in 3 moves, he might very well escape. Before long, Bai Xiao came to report, "My lord, it has been confirmed that the leader of Bai Hua Min secretly accepted the princess as a personal disciple 10 years ago. This matter has not been disclosed by the princess to anyone, not even the royal family. Oh, it seems my fiancée is indeed extraordinary. She must have begun preparing for the contest for the throne a decade ago." The maidservants surrounding the princess were all masters disguised from Bai Hua Min, and my subordinate has relayed this intelligence to Intu Sheng. Good. Do ascertain the affiliations of those within this residence, and have Intu Sheng randomly eliminate 100 or 80 of them. Here are 4 wash marrow pills. Take them to reward your capable subordinates. And Gu retained 5 pills for his senior sister, and Bai Xiao, filled with delight, accepted them and took his leave. The individuals brought forth by these systems appear to possess their own relationships and emotions, far surpassing the mere NPCs from previous lives games. This system is indeed extraordinarily powerful. It has enabled an intelligence organization of the scale of Zhu Lu to materialize instantaneously in this vast wilderness. Moreover, with a peak expert like Dian Wei, the significance of the Shisui Dan diminishes greatly. The 4 maidens, Mei, Zhu, Lan, and Zhu, have already attained the initial stage of a great sage, and with the enhancement from the Shisui Dan, reaching the pinnacle of the great sage is merely a matter of time. As for achieving the quasi-emperor level, that will depend on their own fortunes. At that realm, talent, opportunity, and comprehension are all indispensable, though in Gu, the outlier, is not included in this consideration. And GE's audacious assault on the city gates with 2,000 men did not cause much commotion. The current emperor of Xia has significantly elevated his tolerance towards Ngu. Minister Wang recounted in GE's endearing words, which elicited 3 rare laughs from the elderly emperor. Within the imperial harem, the resplendent Empress Wang summoned her brother, the Minister of Rights. What of Ngu? A dragon among men, though still young, possesses profound depths, courage, and strategy. I fear. Minister Wang expressed his concerns that the eldest princess may not be able to manage Ngu. Should Ngu turn the tables, the eldest princess, even if she ascends to the throne, may become a mere puppet. The matter of fear is now akin to an arrow released from the bow, with no turning back. Alas, if not for Jiang Heng's close ties with Kong Jia would have been a suitable candidate, given the current situation. Forget it. Qing Er, go to Wang Fu and invite Wang to the palace. I wish to see for myself. Chapter 28. Entering the palace. Has the halo activated? My lord, a palace maid has come, sent by the Empress, requesting your presence in the palace, said Lan Jia. It's almost dark. Please let her in, he replied. Yes. Shortly thereafter, a strikingly beautiful palace maid was ushered in, who curtsied and said, "This servant comes at the behest of Her Majesty the Empress, specifically requesting Prince and to enter the palace for a discussion. While I do wish to meet Her Majesty, is this time truly appropriate?" The prince inquired. "There is no need for concern, my lord. This evening, I shall personally escort you out of the palace. There will be no trouble," she reassured him. Upon hearing this, Ngu felt that the maid's words had reached a point where refusing would be discourteous. After all, she was the Empress, the mother of the nation. Such a request could not be dismissed lightly. Ngu changed into a more formal attire of pure white, adorned with a jade crown and a Tianjian sword at his waist. His handsome stature became even more striking. The casual demeanor was replaced with an air of nobility that was unparalleled among the young elite of Xia. The palace maid could not help but be taken aback. As a favored attendant of the Empress, Her status was comparable to that of Qing Qiu by the side of the Empress Dowager in the famed tales. She had encountered many young talents of Xia, yet in terms of appearance and demeanor, Gu undoubtedly stood at the pinnacle. How could such a figure produce such vulgar writings? It was puzzling how she came to know of those lewd details. Gu did not bring his 4 maidens, but was accompanied only by Dian Wei. Upon arriving at the royal palace, he couldn't help but reflect that while the Jiang family was indeed one of the 8 great families, their influence and power far surpassed that of the others. The grandeur of the palace was unmatched, and it was no wonder that various factions were embroiled in the struggle for the throne. After navigating through a series of corridors, they arrived at a palace where the maids said, "The Empress is inside. This general may remain here." It was already an exception for Dian Wei to accompany him this far. Gu instructed him to stay and entered the palace alone. Inside the palace, the lights blazed brightly, illuminating the space like daylight. Gu beheld a woman clad in a magnificent court gown, who was also gazing at him. Their eyes met, creating an undeniable connection. The Empress of Xia felt a jolt in her heart. This young man possessed significant audacity. However, she quickly considered that he was likely unfamiliar with palace etiquette, and thus decided to overlook his breach this once. Taking a few steps forward, Gu slightly bowed and said, Gu, pay my respects to Her Majesty the Empress. There's no need for formalities. Please, have a seat, she replied. Noticing a chair that had been prepared in advance, Gu expressed his gratitude and sat down. The Empress was stunningly beautiful, even more so than the eldest princess, suggesting that the latter had not inherited her family's beauty. Gu had previously commissioned a spy from Zhu Lu to create a portrait of the eldest princess, feeling somewhat pleased at the prospect of gaining such a beauty. However, upon seeing the Empress now, he found the allure somewhat diminished. Though this young man possessed a commendable appearance, he was still youthful. His demeanor was indeed extraordinary, yet he often cast furtive glances at her, bordering on rudeness and lewdness. Among the scions of noble families, how many were not lecherous? Given his youthful disposition, it was only natural for him to harbor certain desires for her voluptuous figure. As they sat in silence for a while, Ji's intentions became increasingly evident. The Empress, after a moment of self-reflection, began to feel somewhat awkward, sensing an air of ambiguity in the atmosphere. Gu, I summoned you to the palace today to meet you. Although you are betrothed to Xian'er, as a mother, I must look out for my daughter. I wonder if you have caught the Empress's eye? Indeed, you and Xian'er are engaged, so I shall not regard you as an outsider. However, your recent actions have been quite conspicuous. While you have penned many works, most of them are rather indecent. Yet you have also produced several commendable stories. Surely you are aware of the saying, a tree standing out in the forest will be blown down by the wind. Dare I ask, Your Majesty, if I were to lead a life of idleness, would the Hung Wang and the Li family spare me? Moreover, I am not merely the fiancé of the eldest princess. I am also the heir of the Yin family and a direct disciple of the Mo Xiang sect, one of the 9 great sects. What storm could possibly bend me? Ji's words left the Empress momentarily speechless, causing her to regard him with newfound respect. He was indeed a dragon among men, and the Yin family had a promising future. As a mere woman, I only wish for your safety. Since you possess such fortitude, I shall be at ease. The 8th day of next month marks His Majesty's birthday. A banquet will be held in the palace, during which the heir apparent will be announced. I can inform you in advance that the heir will be Xian'er. Be wary of the Hung Wang's desperation. Prepare yourself. Is it known whether the Hung Wang has any other contingencies aside from the Ruzong and the Li family? I do not know. The Empress hesitated for a moment before saying, There is, although I have not met him. Unless the royal family's survival is at stake, the ancestor is unlikely to intervene. His Majesty claims that the ancestor will support him. Gu felt satisfied. The Empress was indeed earnest. He responded with gratitude, Your Majesty may rest assured. No matter what schemes the Hung Wang, the Li family, or the Ruzong concoct, I shall ensure your safety, and of course, that of the eldest princess. The Empress's heart raced at his words, though she felt reassured when Gu added, After all, the Emperor has not been well for over 20 years. For over 2 decades, they had not shared a bed, and this was primarily why she dared to summon Gu to the palace at night. After all, she would not encounter the Emperor. You are so confident? Naturally, as long as 2 great emperors do not join forces, with me present, no one can stir up trouble. Ji's bold promise gave the Empress an almost surreal sense of security. She mused to herself, Could it be that the Yin family has enlisted the help of a master of imperial caliber? Or does the Yin family itself harbor a hidden master of such caliber? Regardless, the current outcome was favorable. With your assurance, I can rest easy. Have you eaten yet? And Gu touched his stomach and replied, I was somewhat hungry, but upon seeing Her Majesty, I suddenly lost my appetite. Oh, what do you mean by that? Is it truly the case that this humble one appears so unappetizing? In a moment of buoyant spirits, the Empress playfully jested, only to feel a twinge of regret for her words. Yet, before she could articulate her thoughts, Ngu interjected, proclaiming, a beauty to be savored, an ethereal grace that captivates the nation. After such an exchange with the Empress, how could Ngu possibly feel hunger? The heart of Wang Huangho raced uncontrollably. While her furtive glances earlier may have been discreet, and Ji's words now bore a rather overt tone of flirtation. Nevertheless, he is but a child. What ill intentions could he possibly harbor? Chapter 29. This prince is not your tool for discharge. Early the next morning, Ngu returned to the Inn Wang Fu with a somewhat pale complexion. What a miscalculation. I never anticipated that the seemingly gentle empress was actually a formidable master at the peak of the Grand Sage level. Ngu felt fortunate that he practiced the so-called most potent demonic skill, the Yuan Shi Emozhong. This technique is truly without shortcomings. A cultivation method that harmonizes both the primordial spirit and the physical body. Last evening, during their dinner, the Empress unexpectedly expressed a desire to engage in a friendly sparring match with Ngu. At the initial stage of the Little Sage realm, he was invincible among his peers, and now having advanced to the mid-stage, he believed he could triumph even against an early-stage Grand Sage, unless, of course, faced with a coordinated assault like that of Mei, Zhu, Lan, and Zhu. However, as soon as they clashed, Ngu exclaimed in astonishment. The Empress's fire-based techniques nearly melted him away. It felt as if he had plunged into molten lava, scorching him to the core. Gritting his teeth, Ngu pushed the Yuan Shi Emozhong to its limits just to withstand her onslaught. Having mentally prepared himself, Ngu had not been idle these past years. Acknowledging that the Empress's cultivation far surpassed his own, he realized that a direct confrontation was ill-suited. Thus, he adopted a steady and methodical approach, gradually regaining his footing as they exchanged blows. Yet, being young, Ngu found himself at a disadvantage. Despite frequent sparring with his master and the four maidens, the Empress grew increasingly fervent, seemingly channeling all the frustrations accumulated over 20 years since the great Xia Emperor's injury upon Ngu. The outcome was hardly favorable. It was already a testament to his extraordinary talent that he emerged this morning without needing to lean against the wall for support. Upon returning to the Inn Wang Fu, he collapsed into a deep slumber. The four maidens exchanged glances, bewildered by what had transpired to leave their master in such a state. He slept soundly for 12 hours, a full day, before awakening. Notification: the experience, items, and travel rewards accrued from yesterday's offline session have been credited to the host's inventory. Please collect them at your convenience. What? It can be done this way. Ngu accessed the system and opened his inventory, where he found several new items. A white orb glowed with the words experience, indicating a total of 1,500 points, likely from a monster's drop. If saved for a sudden breakthrough, it would surely catch his opponents off guard. Ngu pondered this prospect but ultimately dismissed it. He was merely a little sage, and his adversaries were not the young talents on the Qianlong ranking. The elite forces of various sects and clans were composed of those on the verge of becoming emperors. He would need to ascend to the peak of the Grand Sage realm before considering such tactics. In addition to the experience, there were some unremarkable items, mostly low-tier equipment, which he decided to sell to the system shop in exchange for spirit stones. As for the spirit stones, they were merely a number to him. At the top of Nji's inventory, a line of small text displayed his spirit stone count, a figure that amounted to several hundred million. Moreover, since his breakthrough to the Inner Palace realm, the spirit stones gained from his offline sessions had upgraded from low-grade to mid-grade. And following his advancement to the Little Sage realm, the rewards became high-grade spirit stones. With the sale of some items, his net income reached approximately 3,000 high-grade spirit stones daily. It could be said that Nji's earnings in a single day could cover the expenses of the Mo Xiang sect. Heroic token. Shadow. The host can use this token to summon a specific hero. Do you wish to proceed? Use. As Ngu activated the token, a figure cloaked in shadow emerged from a corner of his room. Greetings, my lord. To his surprise, the voice belonged to a woman, her form concealed beneath a voluminous cloak, initially unnoticed by Ngu. Please remove your cloak and introduce your skills in cultivation realm. Of course, two delicate, fair hands emerged from beneath the cloak, appearing even more radiant against the dark fabric, catching Nge's attention. As the cloak fell away, a slender beauty with flowing purple hair appeared before him. This was truly a being from another dimension. After a refreshing slumber, Nge felt invigorated. Her purple hair cascaded down her back, reaching her waist, and her slender waist could easily be encircled by his hands. Ahem, please come closer. My nearsightedness hinders my vision. The shadow let out a light laugh and obediently approached. After a thorough examination, Nge gained a preliminary understanding of her exterior. As for her inner qualities, that would require further exploration in the days to come. Shadow is rather unflattering. From now on, you shall be called Mei Nyang. Thank you for the bestowed name, my lord. Mei Nyang, what did you consume to attain such profound cultivation? In response to my lord, Mei Nyang is the saintess of the Shadow's sacred grounds, raised amidst an abundance of heavenly treasures, which inevitably led to a bit of indulgence. You are a saintess. What level of cultivation do you possess? In reply to my lord, during the day, Mei Nyang can unleash combat prowess surpassing that of a peak quasi-emperor. I once successfully assassinated an elderly emperor, but in darkness, I cannot contend with an emperor. Ha, splendid. Henceforth, you shall address me as Gongzi. In the nighttime, your battlefield should not be outside. Don the cloak. Yes, Gongzi. Mei Nyang draped the cloak over herself and seamlessly merged into Nge's shadow. Gongzi, as long as there is light, I can conceal myself and protect you closely. Remember to walk in illuminated areas. Is light all that is required? Nge inquired, intrigued. Yes, wherever there is light, there shall be shadows. In the presence of shadows, I can be omnipresent. Nge retrieved a jade pendant from the system. Nightlight jade pendant. It serves no significant purpose, merely emitting a brilliant white light at night. He had previously played with this item during moments of boredom, using it as a makeshift lamp at night. Little did he expect its utility to shine in this context. Now assured of Mei Nyang's safe haven, Nge felt utterly at ease. With a peak quasi-emperor in the open and a shadow adept in assassination capable of dispatching elderly emperors hidden within, along with his own 3 madness techniques as a trump card, it would be exceedingly difficult to face defeat. Nge hastily quelled any notions of arrogance. Such thoughts were unwarranted. Countless cautionary tales serve as reminders of the perils of hubris. It is through humility and prudence that one can achieve victory repeatedly. Nge was preparing to summon a few beauties to alleviate his swelling when he noticed Sister Lan entering from outside. Master, she announced, the palace maid has come again, stating that Her Majesty the Empress wishes to invite you to the palace for a discussion. Nge furrowed his brow. Is she still addicted to this? I am not her punching bag or outlet for frustration. Go and inform her that I am currently engrossed in my creative endeavors and shall visit the Empress in a few days. Understood, Sister Lan replied, a light smile gracing her face. Over the years, significant changes had occurred among them. They were no longer mere emotionless warriors. Be swift in your return, so I may assist the master with his attire. Sister Lan's smile widened as she quickly dismissed the palace maid and summoned the other 3 into the room. Meanwhile, within the palace, upon hearing that the prince had chosen not to come, Empress Wang was so enraged that she tore her meticulously prepared training outfit to shreds. Chapter 30. The birthday banquet and tribute soon. The day of Emperor Jiang Yuan's birthday arrived. The entire capital city was adorned with colorful lights, and the royal palace was once again hung with bright red lanterns after many years. It had been over 2 decades since the palace had seen such joyous celebrations, following the severe injuries sustained by Jiang Yuan during his training mishap. In recent days, Nge had entered the palace twice, engaging in profound discussions with the Empress, which naturally led to an invitation from her for a friendly sparring session. However, beneath this festive facade, turbulent currents surged. The military forces surrounding the capital were frequently mobilized, and key locations across the Great Xia were placed under martial law. The Yin family in the Northern Territory remained on high alert, while the Deshang frequently dispatched troops to harass the border regions. The intelligence gathered by Zhu Shi doubled in volume, and fortunately, by Xiao Tong and the 4 young ladies, Mei, Zhu, Lan, and Zhu, worked tirelessly day and night to process and filter the crucial reports for Nge, while the less significant ones were discussed among the 5 of them. Under Bai Xiaotong's guidance, the 4 women became adept at handling intelligence, destined to serve as Nge's confidential secretaries. The 8,000 troops stationed outside the city were secretly monitored by the city guard, being the only military force not constrained by the royal family or the Li family's Confucian traditions. Ngu donned the attire of a prince and rode in a carriage towards the palace, accompanied by his bodyguard, Dian Wei. Upon arriving at the palace gates, Ngu entered alone, while Dian Wei returned to the Wang Fu on his rhinoceros, stealthily infiltrating the palace. Despite his imposing stature, his peak cultivation was hard-earned. Should unforeseen circumstances arise, with Mei Nyang by his side, Dian Wei could provide immediate support, as long as he remained within a reasonable distance. Your Highness, the young eunuch leading the way bowed respectfully. Ngu sensed a gaze upon him and turned to meet the challenging eyes of Kong Jia-yi and the Li brothers. He instructed the young eunuch, who appeared terrified, to relay a message regarding a frightened rhinoceros. He intended to hold them accountable for it. Laughter erupted among the crowd, except for the Li brothers, who were the nephews of Li Guifei. They could not afford to offend Ngu. Ngu remarked with a grin, "If that rhinoceros bears offspring from the Li family, I shall return them to you." Such audacity. Third brother, do not fall into his trap. It's merely a provocation, cautioned Kong Jia-yi, a figure of great esteem among the youth due to his status and intellect, serving as a strategist for Prince Hung. At his table, the atmosphere shifted, with prominent figures such as Prince Hung Jiangheng and Grand Princess Jiangxian present, who were less than welcoming towards Ngu. His seat was strategically placed beside the Grand Princess, a clear indication of intention. The Grand Princess harbored complex feelings towards Ngu. He was her fiancé, a suitable match in terms of appearance, knowledge, and status. Yet, she felt a sense of indignation at the notion of having to elevate herself to his level. Observing her cold demeanor, Ngu mused that her mother was far more amiable. He welcomed advances from beautiful women, but refused to be a sycophant. The Grand Princess anticipated Ngu to initiate conversation, yet he appeared content indulging in fruits, utterly disregarding her. This led her to label him as petty and lacking in grace. As the gathering of dignitaries noted the dynamic between Ngu and the Grand Princess, reactions varied. Some were delighted, while others were troubled. Minister Wang felt perplexed, recalling that during his previous audience with the Empress, the signals conveyed were far different from the current attitudes displayed. "The Emperor and Empress have arrived," announced the old eunuch, his sharp voice cutting through the air. The Emperor and Empress entered the royal garden in their respective palanquins, prompting all to rise in respect, though there was no chorus of "Long live the Emperor" as seen in dramas. Once seated upon their exclusive thrones, the banquet commenced. The event began with song and dance performances, and from a professional perspective, Ngu noted the elegance of the young lady's movements. Unfortunately, the thoughts of those present were fixated on the main event behind the performances. Ngu savored the delicacies, enjoying the spectacle, and even clapped along to the rhythm at moments of delight. "Your Highness exhibits such refined taste," commented the Grand Princess, unable to contain her frustration. "On such a joyous day for His Majesty, must you all wear such sour expressions? It seems I, Ngu, am the only one here to celebrate His Majesty's birthday." His voice, neither too loud nor too soft, resonated among the esteemed guests, all of whom were of high cultivation. Jiang Yuan felt a swell of emotion in his heart, realizing that Ngu truly regarded him as a father. Such a loyal subject was indeed a rare find. The Empress, with her enchanting eyes, cast a subtle glance towards Ngu, remarking, "This little one has found various excuses to avoid meeting me in recent days. Summon my imperial wine to be presented to Wang and," she commanded. "Yes, Your Majesty." The elderly eunuch carefully lifted the wine jug from the Emperor of Daxia's table, placing it upon a tray, and descended the steps to deliver it to Nji's table. Rising, Ngu expressed, "Thank you, Your Majesty. On your birthday, I possess nothing of value, yet one must not neglect the formality of gift-giving. Thus, I have prepared a humble token to demonstrate my loyalty." In his hands appeared a beautifully crafted gift box, square in shape and approximately 30 centimeters in size. The box was entirely fashioned from gold, adorned with a multitude of gemstones, exuding an ostentatious air. Present it here," Jiang Yuan replied with keen interest. Regardless of circumstances, today was indeed his birthday, and barring unforeseen events, it would likely be his last. While the entire court, including the princess and Prince Hung, was preoccupied with the matter of naming a successor, only Ngu sincerely wished him well on his birthday. "If I truly had such a son, I could rest in peace even if I were to pass away now." The elderly eunuch cautiously held the gift box, placing it on the table before the emperor, as curiosity stirred among the assembly regarding Ji's offering. As Jiang Yuan opened the box, a dazzling array of green light erupted forth, casting a vibrant hue upon the aged face of the old emperor. Chapter 31. Establishing the heir and confrontation. What extraordinary treasure is this? It emanates such resplendent radiance. Truly, Ngu has invested significantly. I can already sense a formidable surge of power. From the astonished gaze of His Majesty, it is evident that this is undoubtedly a priceless artifact. Otherwise, how could His Majesty, with his discerning eye and vast wealth, be so utterly astounded? The Empress, too, could not help but stretch her neck to gaze in this direction. Although she could not see the object within the box, the peculiar expression on Jiang Yuan's verdant face inexplicably stirred an odd sensation deep within her, awakening a thrill of excitement. Jiang Yuan had regained his composure, casting his eyes upon the treasure within the box, and then at Ngu below, his eyes brimming with emotion. This child has truly invested his heart into this. As the assembly awaited with bated breath, the old emperor personally retrieved the treasure, revealing its true form as it left the confines of the box. It was a jade crown, entirely emerald in hue, unmarred by any other color, its brilliant green light dazzling like a constellation of stars. More importantly, this jade crown exuded an astonishing vitality. The old emperor inhaled deeply, succumbing momentarily to its allure. This breath alleviated some of the pain coursing through his body. Though this treasure could not reverse his dire condition, it could indeed diminish his suffering. He would still meet his end, yet he could do so with a semblance of comfort. Empress, quickly assist me in donning it, the old emperor exclaimed with impatience. The empress approached gracefully, removing the previous golden crown and replacing it with the jade one. The onlookers gazed enviously at the emperor, whose head was aglow with the splendid green light. They too longed for such a magnificent treasure. Ngu chuckled inwardly, realizing that the people of this world were blissfully unaware of the origin of the term green hat, leaving him to revel in his solitary amusement. The term has a long history, tracing back to the spring and autumn period, when Duke Zhuang of Qi, enamored with married women, had an affair with the wife of Cui Zhu, presenting the latter's favored servant with a green hat. This tale has since evolved through the ages. Regrettably, the denizens of this realm remain oblivious. The jade crown is indeed a remarkable treasure, one that Ngu discovered during his travels after tumbling into a cave. The item is indeed splendid, and the green light emanating from it is at least equivalent to that of a 500-watt bulb. Just look at how the green light enveloped the emperor's head. Within GE's initial presentation, numerous ministers began to offer their tributes. However, the old emperor displayed little interest in the other gifts. Though precious, they bore no significance for him. The jade crown, on the other hand, made him feel as if a gentle spring breeze had begun to stir within him, causing even his withered, decayed being to feel the stirrings of new life. In light of his uplifted spirits, he believed that merely conferring the title of Long Gongju, eldest princess, was insufficient to repay Ji's filial piety. As the tributes concluded, all present understood that the main event was approaching, particularly the Wang family and the Li family, who were prepared for the occasion. Everyone in attendance was aware that the choice for the heir was Long Gongzu, yet history has shown that not all emperors have been chosen from among heirs apparent. Even the current emperor ascended the throne as a prince. Proclaim the edict, Jiang Yuan softly instructed. The old eunuch bowed, holding a scroll of the imperial decree, stepping to the center of the dais. After a series of banal formalities, it was declared that Long Gongju would be established as the heir and would ascend the throne in 1 month's time. Though the outcome had been anticipated, Jiang Heng's fists clenched tightly, his face paling with fury. He could not fathom why his father treated him with such injustice, solely because he bore resemblance to the Li family. As the edict concluded, a momentary silence enveloped the assembly, broken first by the Confucian ministers who launched their objections. Your Majesty, since the founding of Xia, there has never been a precedent for a female emperor. The second prince possesses both virtue and talent. Establishing Long Gongju as heir will not garner respect. We beseech your Majesty to revoke this decree. The supporters of the Wang family were prepared, rising to counter. Yet it was evident that the Confucian faction outnumbered them. Observing from an outsider's perspective, Ngu noted that the second prince indeed had greater support and was more suited to the role of emperor. The old emperor spoke gravely. To establish an heir is both a matter of state and family. There is no ancestral law in Xia prohibiting the appointment of a princess as heir. Long Gongzhu is my legitimate eldest daughter. How can she not be considered? Jiang Heng, you tell me, can she or cannot she be appointed? All eyes turned to Jiang Heng, who gritted his teeth and stepped forward to declare, Father, I believe. She cannot be appointed. After all, Long Gongzhu is a woman. If she reigns, what name will the heirs bear, Jiang or An? Father, please retract the decree. It is not too late. At that moment, the soldiers outside the imperial city began to confront one another. Jiang Heng, do you harbor treasonous intentions? The old emperor swiftly accused, adept at ascribing blame with ease. Father, it is not I who seeks rebellion, but you who defies the heavens. Look at the ministers gathered here. This is the will of the people. I know you are blinded by the empress, out of her own selfish desires. She has incited your majesty to appoint a daughter who has never participated in court affairs as heir. She seeks to usurp the Jiang family's throne. Father, I implore your majesty to punish the wicked empress and restore clarity to Xia. Please, your majesty, punish the wicked empress and restore clarity to Xia. The Confucian ministers echoed, their voices resonating with righteous indignation, led by Confucius himself, their spirits intertwining, creating an overwhelming force. The entire palace seemed to resonate with their fervor, compelling all present to join in the rallying cry. Ngu could not help but silently commend them. The momentum of the Confucian scholars had even paled the empress's complexion, causing her to glance anxiously at Ngu, who remained calm and composed, offering her a modicum of reassurance. The old emperor's expression grew somber. You truly dare to rebel. My greatest regret now is granting too much power to the Confucians. Your Majesty, acknowledging one's mistakes is the greatest virtue. If you now retract the decree and appoint the second prince as heir, the Xia dynasty will remain secure forever. Confucius stepped forward, channeling all the energies of the Confucian scholars into himself. At this moment, his power approached that of an emperor. Our royal family of Xia shall not be dictated by you Confucians. I beseech the ancestor to take action. Zhang Yuan's voice rang out with authority. Yet, no response was forthcoming. I beseech the ancestor to take action. Zhang Yuan's face turned a ghastly shade of green, panic rising within him. What was happening? Had the ancestor turned against him? Father, it seems the ancestor does not support your decision either. At that moment, Jiang Heng finally felt a sense of relief. He had no certainty regarding the ancestor's intervention. The old ancestor remains inactive, and the overall situation is already determined. Your Majesty, please execute the demon empress and restore the bright realm of Xia. Under the leadership of Jiang Heng, even the neutral faction has joined this cause. Zhang Yuan's expression appeared somewhat despondent as he glanced down at Ngu. Meanwhile, Ngu remained composed, gazing at the crown princess. My little fiery steed, is it not time to reveal your true strength? Chapter 32. Old Six, they are all old six. The Confucian sect, with its mouth full of benevolence and morality, dares to bully a mere child. I am truly embarrassed for you. As tensions escalated, a woman clad in a flowing white gown, with a white veil and hat, descended from the sky. Though her features were obscured, her formidable strength at the peak of the quasi-emperor level marked her identity unmistakably. Dressed in white, wielding a 3-foot Qing sword, she was known throughout the great wilderness as the Widowmaker, the master of the 100 Flowers sect, by Xiao Xiao. This 3-foot Qing sword had claimed the lives of countless scoundrels. Master, the crown princess, upon seeing the arrival of the 100 Flowers sect's leader, felt a surge of confidence and stepped forward to bow in respect. Master? The onlookers, except for Ngu, including the emperor and empress, were utterly astonished. They were unaware of when the crown princess had taken a master. While their hearts surged with excitement, a chill ran down their spines. Had she been plotting to usurp power from the second prince all along? The royal family is devoid of familial affection. How tragic. The old emperor adjusted his green crown and gazed at Ngu with eyes filled with emotion. Bai Xiao Xiao, do you truly intend to intervene? Kong Laozi inquired solemnly. You bully my disciple and forcibly seize the throne of my disciple. As a master, how could I stand idly by? In an instant, Bai Xiao Xiao's peak quasi-emperor power surged forth, her sharp sword energy sending a shiver through those present. The reputation of Bai Xiao Xiao bore the weight of countless widows' tears. When did our great Xia's realm become a playground for outsiders? A voice, though aged, resonated with formidable authority, sending shockwaves through the entire palace. The great emperor. The venerable ancestor of the Jiang family had emerged from seclusion. No one witnessed how he appeared. A figure clad in a dragon robe stood before Jiang Yuan. "Oh, ancestor." Jiang Yuan's newfound confidence evaporated in an instant. Trembling, he rose to offer the elder a seat. The ancestor of the Jiang family looked at Jiang Yuan, adorned with a green crown, and could not suppress a sigh. Jiang Yuan ought to have been a wise ruler. Yet fate had played him false, leaving him exhausted during his prime. "Sit down. As long as you do not abdicate, you are the ruler of Great Xia." "Ancestor." "I." Jiang Yuan's tears flowed freely, for this dire situation was of his own making. During the war between Great Xia and Great Shang, all 8 noble families and 9 sects had participated. In his impatience, he faltered in his training and nearly lost his life. At that time, the crown princess was still young, and consort Li was about to give birth, yet unexpectedly, she bore a stillborn child. This was a devastating blow to morale amidst the ongoing war. Coincidentally, consort Li's brother, Li Wanji, also welcomed the birth of quadruplets. Jiang Yuan chose one that he found pleasing to replace the stillborn and publicly declared that consort Li had given birth to a dragon son, ensuring the continuation of the dynasty. Jiang Yuan consumed vast amounts of potent medicine to suppress his injuries, enabling him to win the war. As Jiang Heng grew day by day, resembling nothing of his true self, Jiang Yuan felt as if he had swallowed a bitter pill. Yet this matter was orchestrated by him, shrouded in royal secrecy, leaving him no choice but to suppress his feelings and let his biological daughter, the crown princess, ascend. However, the Li family, having seized such a rare opportunity, would never willingly relinquish their claim to the throne. Originally, Jiang Yuan's greatest support was his ancestor, who had unconditionally backed the emperor's decisions throughout history. He never expected this time the ancestor would turn against him. Enough said, your body cannot endure much longer. The second prince Jiang Heng is quite capable. Pass the throne to him, the royal ancestor declared. Ancestor, no Jiang Heng. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan could no longer concern himself with pride and was about to reveal Jiang Heng's true identity. Suddenly, a pale hand emerged directly from Jiang Yuan's chest and crushed his already battered heart. Hee Jiang Yuan, did you ever imagine? We have been lurking in the royal family for centuries, waiting for this moment. The old eunuch by the emperor's side cackled eerily. Having caught the royal ancestor off guard as the emperor of Great Xia was slain right before his eyes. Boom. The terrifying power of the great emperor erupted instantly, obliterating the old eunuch into a mist of blood. And Gu, witnessing the unfolding chaos, felt exhilarated. With the emperor now dead, the empress's face turned pale, and the crown princess trembled behind by Xiao Xiao. With the emperor's demise, I, in my capacity as the royal ancestor, hereby declare the second prince Jiang Heng as the successor. Wait. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, and Gu, who had been largely unnoticed, stepped forward. What madness is this? And Gu dares to oppose the ancestor now that the situation is settled? Does he not fear being crushed under the ancestor's wrath? Power can indeed cloud one's judgment. And how could Ngu easily relinquish the coveted position of empress? How foolish. Let us see how you meet your end. The Confucian ministers cast cold glances at Ngu. In their eyes, he was no different from a corpse. Who are you? The royal ancestor regarded Ngu, his brows furrowing. This youth, despite his age, had already reached the mid-level of a minor saint. Ngu, the Duke of Un, appointed by His Majesty, the crown princess's fiancé, the young master of the Yin family in the northern region, and the deputy sect master of the Mo Xiang sect, a prominent figure in the great wilderness literary world. Ngu elegantly unfurled his folding fan, clad in white, exuding an aura of distinction. Arrogant. The tyrant is dead, and the ancestor seeks to restore order. How dare you oppose? Li Wanji spoke in a deep voice. Li Wanji, your name is quite fitting. That eunuch is one of your people, is he not? So eager to silence the truth. Perhaps fearing the emperor would reveal some hidden secrets? But that is of little consequence. I am aware that His Majesty has just issued an edict to name the crown princess as the heir. The sovereign's word is inviolable. Anyone who dares to defy it is plotting treason. The crowd regarded Ngu as if he were a madman. Not only had the emperor died, but even if he were alive, he would have to obey the royal ancestor's decree. The Yin family possesses courage. I shall spare you this time. Step back. The Jiang ancestor waved his hand casually, a surge of power directed at Ngu, enough to incapacitate him for months. Who dares to harm my master? A thunderous roar echoed through the air, and a shadow resembling a small mountain descended from the heavens. The entire Yuhua garden was instantly ravaged by this ferocious aura, causing all the flowers to bow in submission. Dianwei, radiating a crimson energy of vitality, surged towards the sky, a warrior at the pinnacle of the Zhuandi realm. The appearance of Dianwei instilled a sense of gravity in the heart of the Jiang family elder. It had been ages since a warrior of such caliber had graced their presence. A warrior, an entity devoid of reason, possessed combat prowess that rivaled that of an early-stage emperor. Even in his current state, should he emerge victorious, it would undoubtedly be a Pyrrhic triumph. Chapter 33. Your Majesty, do not fear those Chao thieves. I, and Gu, shall protect you. The arrival of Dianwei disrupted the equilibrium once more. Empress Wang was so overwhelmed with emotion that tears streamed down her face. This little rascal truly possessed remarkable composure. Were it not for the throngs of people surrounding them, she would have dashed to Nji's side, for there lay her sanctuary of tranquility. The Grand Princess's large eyes sparkled with delight. In her gaze, Ngu resembled a savior descending from the heavens. Dianwei and Bai Xiaoxiao faced off against the venerable elder of the Ru sect and the ancestor of the Jiang family, 2 against 2. However, the Jiang ancestor was not inclined to engage in a life-and-death struggle. Ngu proved to be a formidable adversary indeed. Amidst the crowd, Kong Jiao waved his folding fan, pondering as one of the masterminds behind this scheme. He had anticipated that Ngu might summon the Grand Elder of the Mo Xiang sect, prompting the elite members of the Ru sect to confront him. Little did he expect that Ngu harbored a peak quasi-emperor martial artist by his side. A peak quasi-emperor martial artist. Yet he was not the end of my journey. Should we both suffer mutual destruction, it would benefit our enemy, the Shang dynasty. Which does not align with the interests of your own family, does it? You now possess the qualification to negotiate terms. As long as they are not excessive, I shall acquiesce, spoke the Jiang ancestor. My sole condition is to honor His Majesty's decree to establish the Grand Princess as the heir apparent. However, your words bear merit. Our internal strife only serves to benefit the Shang dynasty. Why not wager instead? A wager? How intriguing. What do you propose? I shall endure a strike from you, esteemed elder, and if I prevail, the stake shall be the vast realm of the Xia dynasty. Should I lose, my very life will be forfeit. What say you? My lord, this cannot be. Dianwei shouted vehemently, his eyes glistening with tears. The effect was palpable. Empress Wang, overcome with emotion, could no longer contain herself and stumbled down from above. Ngu, noticing that the Empress was preparing to embrace him, swiftly supported her shoulder, declaring, Your Majesty, do not fear. I, Ngu, will protect you with my life. Empress Wang nodded, silently standing beside Ngu, while others perceived no impropriety in this act. With Ngu defending their mother-daughter duo, he naturally became their pillar of support. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to end your life? If you seek death, I shall oblige. The Jiang ancestors' imperial pressure erupted instantaneously. For an emperor is not to be underestimated. The very heavens trembled in response. The palace illuminated with countless radiant lights, activated by this formidable force. The Jiang ancestor's hair, once white, transformed instantly to black, his wrinkles smoothed away, rejuvenating him from an old man to a strikingly handsome youth. My lord, you shall meet your demise. I, Dianwei, shall lead you to victory. Dianwei knelt before Ngu, clutching his leg unyieldingly, tears flowing like a river from his large, copper bell-like eyes. The onlookers could not help but wonder what extraordinary prowess Ngu possessed to inspire such loyalty from a peak quasi-emperor martial artist. It was akin to a loyal servant. A true man knows when to act and when to refrain. Although I, Ngu, am no paragon of virtue, I must rise to defend my fiancée from harm. Death holds no regrets. Upon hearing these words, the Grand Princess felt an overwhelming urge to slap herself. How utterly humiliating. She had foolishly defined Nji's character based on a mere impression. What a folly. Bai Xiaoxiao gazed at Ngu, her perception of him subtly shifting. Known as the Widowmaker, she had encountered many heartless, ungrateful men. The individuals she dealt with were those deserving of her contempt. Yet, Nji's presence revealed that not all in this world was hollow and insincere. There existed genuine goodness and beauty. A young man at the mid-level of the Holy Saint realm chose to withstand a strike from an emperor for the sake of his fiancée. What remarkable courage and sincerity. With unwavering resolve, Ngu stepped towards the Jiang ancestor, stating, "Please, esteemed elder, unleash your attack." The Jiang ancestor could not help but admire this young man. He possessed both courage and cunning. Surely he had some protective treasure. However, daring to stand before an emperor and endure a blow was a grave miscalculation. "You are utterly ignorant of the emperor's might. What a pity." The Jiang ancestor's grand sleeves swept forth, unleashing a torrent of power that rent the heavens asunder. All present felt as though they were engulfed by a tidal wave, ready to consume them whole. Even Bai Xiao and the peak quasi-emperors felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Everyone braced themselves for Ngu to be reduced to mere mist, while Dian Wei, Empress Wang, and the Grand Princess cried out in desperation. Boom! Ngu struck out with his palm, meeting the Emperor's attack with an equally formidable surge of dark energy. The resultant explosion of force sent all but a few quasi-emperors reeling backward. The Imperial Garden was laid to waste. As the dust settled, Ngu stood unscathed in his pristine white attire, a stark contrast to the Jiang ancestor's ashen face. An emperor. The voice of the Jiang ancestor emerged as if squeezed through clenched teeth. "This lad is indeed an emperor. How is this possible?" He could not be mistaken. This boy was no more than 15 years old. Yet, he had not employed any artifacts. This was his own power, the power of an emperor. The onlookers were more astonished than even the Jiang ancestor. This surpassed the limits of their imaginations. "Esteemed elder, I have triumphed." The Jiang ancestor fixed his gaze upon Ngu, his heart filled with uncertainty. He yearned to test his strength against Ngu, yet the consequences of attacking a genuine emperor were unfathomable. "Very well, the Grand Princess is also of the Jiang lineage. The throne does not stray too far. I shall accept defeat gracefully." Jiang Heng, pale as a ghost, realized that the Jiang ancestor had flipped allegiances. Coupled with Ngu, the combined strength of two emperors left him with no chance whatsoever. "Your Highness, it is time to kneel." The voice of Kong Jia echoed in Jiang Heng's ears. Resisting was akin to throwing eggs against a stone. Kneeling to acknowledge the Grand Princess's status would at least spare him from immediate execution. "I, Jiang Heng, pay my respects to His Highness the Crown Prince." As Jiang Heng knelt, a cacophony of ministers followed suit, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to His Highness the Crown Prince." At that moment, the Grand Princess was reduced to a weeping figure. Never had she experienced such turmoil in her 30 years of life. Her pride had been thoroughly shattered. She had believed that with her hidden cards and the Emperor's support, success was assured. Little did she anticipate such a multitude of unforeseen events. Were it not for Nji's formidable strength, she would not only have lost the throne, but also been unable to protect her mother. The princess cast a glance at Ngu, who was gazing gently at her mother. Yet, his complexion was as pale as a ghost. Suddenly, Ngu coughed up a mouthful of blood and, weakened, collapsed to the ground. "My lord." Dian Wei swiftly lifted Ngu onto his back, and with a powerful thrust of his feet, soared into the sky like a humanoid dragon. Ngu, with a swift motion, Queen Wang followed suit, leaping into the air. The onlookers exchanged glances, for the situation had now been irrevocably determined. With the presence of the esteemed ancestor of the Jiang family, and by Xiao, Jiang Heng had already submitted, ensuring that the position of the crown prince held by the princess was as stable as Mount Tai. The princess yearned to pursue them, but Bai Xiao intercepted her. Her paramount duty at this moment was to stabilize the court. Dian Wei returned directly to the Anwang residence, where the 2,000 Mo Lang army had thoroughly sealed off the estate. And Tu Sheng and the 4 elite dark guards, along with the 4 young ladies of Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, stood guard outside Nji's chamber. Ngu lay on the bed, his face resembling golden paper, while Queen Wang wept inconsolably, clutching his hand. Chapter 34. The Empress ascends the throne, and Nji's scheme. You shouldn't have come. Ngu, don't speak. Rest and recover. You saved me in my time of peril, and now I am yours. Even if I must serve as a slave or maid, I will follow you. Ah, why must your majesty speak this way? Do not call me your majesty. The Empress is dead. Call me Huan Huan. Huan Huan. May I call you Peony instead? The peony, a true national beauty, blooms beneath the morning glow. Its fragrance drifts for miles. Its hue dyes 10,000 blossoms. Hidden in the shadows, Mein Yang was utterly speechless. From now on, she could no longer trust her lord's sweet words. Just last night, while holding her close and breathing in her scent, he had praised her, saying, "Such a woman belongs only in heaven. How rare it is to encounter her in the mortal realm." Truly, Not a single word from a scholar's mouth can be trusted. The grand drama of the succession struggle finally came to an end. Prince Hung was confined within the imperial clan court, while his biological father, Li Wanji, took full responsibility for all charges. He resigned from his position as prime minister and stepped down as the head of the Li family. The influence of the Li faction in the Great Xia court was largely eradicated, their power greatly diminished. In contrast, the Wang family swiftly filled the void left by the Li family, significantly bolstering their own strength. The Confucian Kong lineage also suffered heavy losses. Confucius was expelled from the court, and the Confucian Ming lineage replaced the Kong family as the representative of Confucianism in Great Xia. While it was unrealistic to completely purge Confucianism, its influence was inevitably greatly reduced. The eldest princess, now to be addressed as the empress, ascended the throne just 7 days after the old emperor's passing, for a nation cannot be without a ruler for even a day. The earlier her ascension, the more the impact of the succession struggle could be minimized. To balance the influence of Confucianism, the empress promoted members of the imperial clan. For now, this was indeed a wise move, though in the future, the imperial clan's unchecked growth could become a hidden danger. As the one who contributed the most, Ngu, already a prince and the empress's fiancé, had reached the pinnacle of titles, with nothing left to bestow. The empress initially intended to grant Ngu the title of regent prince, but Ngu declined, citing his injuries as preventing him from fulfilling such duties. In the end, she conferred upon him the title of Grand Marshal of all under heaven. This title was not granted lightly. Throughout Great Xia's history, ministers who could no longer be further honored were often given this position. Though largely ceremonial, it carried immense prestige. As compensation, officials supported by the Yin family were promoted by 1 or 2 ranks, forming a formidable force within the court. Thus, the new Great Xia became a balance of power among 4 factions: the Wang family, the imperial clan, the Confucian Ming lineage, and the Yin family. And Wang residence, my lord, your foresight is truly remarkable. With the help of Confucianism, Kong Jia has secretly left the city and has now reached Great Shang, reported by Xiaotong. Keep a close watch. Elevate Kong Jia's surveillance to the highest level. Do not alert him. I still have use for him. Report his intelligence to me daily. Yes, my lord. After Bai Xiaotong departed, Mainyang emerged from the shadows beneath Ngu's desk, wiping the corner of her mouth. My lord, Kong Jia possesses a bamboo scroll that likely houses a remnant soul. I struck with my full strength, but it was blocked by a force at the emperor level. Well done, Ngu said earnestly. Mainyang smiled seductively and vanished into the shadows. Throughout the succession struggle, Ngu had paid little attention to anyone, including Prince Hung. However, one person had caught his notice: Kong Jia. According to intelligence from the Peerless Pavilion, Kong Jia was the mastermind behind the entire succession conflict. Strategizing from behind the scenes, the role of a cunning advisor was a standard template for protagonists. Agents of the Peerless Pavilion had been closely monitoring Kong Jia. As expected, after the failure of the succession plot, Kong Jia left the capital with the assistance of the Confucian sect, stirring up boundless turmoil, yet emerging unscathed with others cleaning up the mess. Ngu was 100% certain that Kong Jia was a protagonist. Most protagonists were protected by so-called great fortune, allowing them to thrive despite chaos, with others tidying up their messes. While others faced ruin, these protagonists advanced rapidly. Stealing others' treasures and women was commonplace for them. Ngu believed that one such individual in this world was enough. Yet, killing him now seemed somewhat wasteful to Ngu. Those blessed with great fortune were like treasure-seeking mice. At present, Kong Jia was still a fledgling protagonist, his potential not yet fully realized. Moreover, with the intelligence network of the Peerless Pavilion, an invisible collar rested around Kong Jia's neck, controlled by none other than Ngu. Kong Jia, Li Taibai, and Lan. Ngu was now almost certain that these 3 were individuals blessed with great fortune. Kong Jia was no longer a concern, while Li Taibai remained secluded on Mount Sanqing, never emerging. Daily intelligence reports on Li Taibai were monotonously the same. Morning, drinking, drunk. Noon, drinking, drunk. Night, drinking, drunk. Aside from drinking and drunkenness, his cultivation soared relentlessly. When Ngu first crossed over, Li Taibai was a minor sage. In 5 years, he reached the peak of minor sage and was now advancing toward the great perfection realm. Like Ngu, Li Taibai had achieved great perfection in all previous realms. This was undeniably cheating, and Li Taibai's cheat was far more formidable than Kong Jiai's. Kong Jiai was almost certainly linked to the bamboo scroll, which housed a remnant soul of at least emperor-level strength. Could Li Taibai truly be a reincarnated immortal? And Gu marked Li Taibai as a top priority target, deciding to leave him untouched for now. Then there was Enlon, my foolish younger brother. Apologies, I digress. There was no shortage of intelligence on Enlon. The boy was determined to seek revenge against his elder brother, training with relentless diligence. Although his postnatal Dao body paled in comparison to his elder brother's evolved heavenly demon body, his cultivation speed was remarkably fast. 5 years younger. He had reached the profound realm by age 10, earning him the title of a prodigy. Moreover, while these protagonists might not start at a high level, their growth accelerated over time. Many renowned protagonists faced rivals among their peers in the early stages, but by the later stages, those rivals became mere extras. After pondering for a moment, Ngu conceived a plan. If successful, it would not only recruit a child of fortune as a subordinate, but also resolve the estrangement between Ngu and his mother, thwarting the Buddhist sect's schemes, killing multiple birds with one stone. Ngu took out paper and brush, for storytelling was something he excelled at. In a bid to shield his young brother from the treacherous power struggles of the aristocratic families, which are notorious for leading to ruin and devastation, he, in profound anguish, resorted to the harrowing act of removing his brother's eyes. This poignant moment, as depicted by Ngu, intricately explores the depths of the brother's inner turmoil, a pain that far surpasses the physical agony inflicted upon his sibling. It is only after witnessing his brother being rescued by a passerby that he sheds a single tear before retreating. Merely blinding his brother was not sufficient. With the frail body of a mere 10-year-old, he ventured into the dark arts, determined to cultivate his strength. The narrative vividly illustrates the arduous trials of mastering these sinister techniques, fraught with life-threatening perils that he faced on numerous occasions. Subsequently, he found himself embroiled in the familial conflicts, enduring countless assassination attempts over the course of 5 years, each encounter a brush with death. Yet, he harbored no regrets for shouldering these burdens, for it was in his sacrifice that his brother could live in peace. Though deprived of sight, the brother resided in the light, while the elder sibling was condemned to dwell in darkness, witnessing the cruelty of the world. Such a tale evokes deep emotion. Ngu paused in his writing, contemplating the significance of the ancient double pupils. Their presence in this narrative would diminish its persuasive power, yet the cost of extracting his own eyes felt exorbitant. He resolved to seek alternative eyes during his future travels. Ah, foolish Odo, destined to assist your brother. Such is your fate. Chapter 35. The moon cicada emerges. The heart crumbles with the ascension of the female emperor. The Confucian sect has collapsed, and although it seems that the Mo Xiang sect has gained little from this upheaval, in reality, they have quietly amassed great wealth. The various strongholds of the Mo Xiang sect across Xia have taken root anew. Furthermore, the outer disciples of the Mo Xiang sect now have an additional avenue, the local magistrate offices. While these offices may be small, they wield significant judicial power at the local level. Although the imperial court would never allow a place for demonic sects, operations can still be conducted locally. The Inspection Bureau is a key department. It oversees the judicial authority of a county, and those in the know understand its importance. The Mo Xiang sect's casinos and upscale clubs are no longer subject to disturbances. In the northern region, which serves as a branch of the Mo Xiang sect besides its main base, it has already been established with the cooperation of Chengfeng. The sole responsibility of this branch is to recruit disciples and promote the sect. The branch is not located in the mountains, but rather in the bustling area of an city, exclusively enrolling young and beautiful female disciples. Upon entering, they immediately enjoy the privileges of outer disciples, bypassing the status of servant disciples. Their tasks are simple. Besides cultivation, they engage in learning the arts, including music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and various feminine skills. The cultivation methods they learn are not the primitive demonic scriptures, but include techniques in illusion, charm, swordsmanship, and more. After 3 years of training, these disciples may choose to specialize in one area of expertise, thereby advancing to inner disciples and continuing their studies at the Mo Xiang sect's headquarters. The core techniques of the primitive demonic scriptures can only be practiced by those who have been promoted to direct disciples. The Mo Xiang sect's recruitment has a singular characteristic: exceptional benefits. Upon entry, one becomes an outer disciple, receiving a monthly allocation of spirit stones that is double that of the other 9 major sects, and the benefits upon promotion to inner disciples are 5 times greater than those of other sects. Outstanding outer disciples have the opportunity to participate in films produced by Qing, becoming revered stars. This is an irresistible allure for young girls. The Mo sect admits only 1,000 outer disciples each year, and once this quota is filled, they must wait until the following year, which heightens the urgency among those who come seeking admission. However, for those who do not gain selection, the sect also offers training programs. After completing these programs, they may reapply the following year, although participation is not free. The Mo sect is flourishing, thriving beyond measure. In a secluded ancient cave on the back mountain of the Mo sect, the enchanting moon cicada sits cross-legged on a stone platform, her fair skin exposed. Suddenly, a blazing gale bursts forth from the depths of the cave, causing her delicate skin to flush crimson, resembling a piece of molten iron, with charred patches appearing. After about 15 minutes, the gale subsides, only to be replaced by a chilling wind. Like iron plunged into water for quenching, a mist rises from her body, as her scorched skin cracks and peels away, revealing fresh, rejuvenated flesh. Such torment has endured for 5 long years. With her spiritual platform reaching perfection, her ascension is imminent. A shadow resembling her visage rises above her head. This is her primordial spirit, albeit lacking the clarity and charm of Nge's. As her primordial spirit opens its eyes and lets out a piercing howl, the sound reverberates within the cave, leaving marks like sword scars upon the stone walls. This is the Tian Mo Shao, a divine ability that Moon Cicada comprehends as she ascends to the Xian realm, her howl manifesting as an invisible sword energy. 5 years have passed in the Xian realm. She wonders if her junior brother has caught up. It is time to emerge. Stretching her limbs, Moon Cicada has transformed from a 13-year-old little demoness into an 18-year-old formidable enchantress capable of causing national calamities. She is undeniably voluptuous, and even as she stretches, her form swells attractively. Her slender waist radiates the vibrant vitality unique to youth. With a flourish, she dons her flowing red dress and swiftly exits the cave. Has the Mo sect truly diminished so much in my absence? To her surprise, she encounters no one along her path. Previously, she would at least have seen a few cats or dogs. Upon returning to her small courtyard, she is taken aback. Where is her home? Though her house is gone, Nge's courtyard has been restored. While Nge no longer resides here, this place has become a mandatory check-in spot for new disciples. A large sign stands there, reading Nge's former residence. Nge? Moon Cicada feels as if struck by thunder. What on earth is Nge? Has her junior brother become an emperor? How is that even possible? He is merely 15 years old this year. When she entered seclusion, Nge was only at the inner court realm. How could he possibly ascend to the throne in just 5 short years? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Sister Yuechan, you have emerged from seclusion. A young woman, upon seeing her dazed expression, rushes over with a beaming smile. Nge now resembles a legend, too far removed from them. The Mo sect's connection to Nge is limited to 3 individuals: the sect leader, the elder, and Moon Cicada herself. The sect leader and elder need no introduction. They are the only ones the disciples aspire to befriend, and currently, everyone in the Mo sect, aside from those 2, desires to curry favor with Nge. The reason those 2 need not seek favor is that they have long since established their connections. Now, who doesn't know that the sect leader is half master and half wife? As for the elder, Nge is now residing in the elder's courtyard. Consider this carefully. There is undoubtedly something significant here. Is it you? What has happened? Moon Cicada turns to see Zhangfian, the child of the inner sect elder. Previously, she had harbored some resentment towards Moon Cicada's status as the Holy Maiden, yet her demeanor has improved significantly now. Sister Yuechan, during your years of seclusion, our sect has indeed undergone considerable changes. Would you like to visit my place for a chat? Certainly. Upon arriving at Zhangfian's courtyard, the maidservant presents fragrant tea. Zhangfian recounts the changes of the past 5 years. As for how Nge became an emperor, she has no knowledge of that. However, numerous versions circulate within the Great Wilderness, with the general belief in the Mo sect being that Nge is the reincarnation of a celestial demon, aligning with the collective imagination regarding the inexplicable. Though Nge has repeatedly asserted he is not an emperor, no one believes him, having withstood the full force of the Jiang clan's ancestral attack unscathed. If he is not an emperor, Then who is? The notion of him being an elder among those of us who are quasi-emperors is utterly absurd. And Gu is undoubtedly the emperor. And Gu had not anticipated the caution exhibited by the inhabitants of this world. Before reaching the pinnacle of Desheng, he had already lost the joy of being the sixth elder. However, there were significant advantages, as an emperor at the very least. No insignificant figures dared to covet his position. The 9 major sects and 8 great clans were well aware that this emperor required a stipulation to unleash his emperor-level prowess. Yet, this was sufficient to serve as a deterrent, for the existing emperors were not so youthful. Yuchan found herself at a loss for how to exit from Zhang Feiyan's presence. She felt as though the very sky had lost its original hues. After languishing for 5 years, enduring the searing flames of hardship, she had only just attained the Xiantong realm, while her junior disciple had already managed to engage in battle with an emperor without sustaining any injuries. Presently, the Moxiang sect was not in decline due to a lack of members, but rather, it was overwhelmed with busyness, leaving no one available for leisure. Zhang Feiyan had been laboring for 3 consecutive months and had only just taken a day off, coincidentally crossing paths with her. Cultivation had lost its significance. The grand enterprise of revitalizing the sect had already been accomplished, and curiously enough, it was not she, the descendant of the Mod and the Sectes Saintus, who had achieved this feat, but her junior disciple. May I inquire if you are Miss Yuchan? Yuchan's expression tightened. The individual was merely 3 steps away from her, and she had not even noticed. Who are you? I am Mainyang. Young Master and Gu is my lord. I have been sent by Young Master and to deliver this to you, along with a letter. Mainyang handed a small porcelain vial and a letter to the bewildered Yuchan before vanishing like a fleeting light. Yuchan opened the letter. Sister, 5 years have passed like a dream, accompanied by some fortuitous encounters. This is a Shisue Dan. I have already consumed one. And this is reserved for you. It can enhance your aptitude limit. My master is in the northern region, and I shall return shortly. You may await me there, sister. Shisue Dan. So that is how it is. Chapter 36. The 300 White Tiger Guards can defeat 1,000,000 troops. Master, the items have been delivered. Thank you for your hard work. Master, I could endure even more hardship. And Gu raised his head, only to see a black cloak descending from the heavens, enveloped in lingering fragrance, draping over his head. One could hardly blame Mainyang for being overly proactive. Her unique status mandated that she remained close by Nji's side, offering protection at all times. Listening daily to the lively tales of the Spring Palace would be unbearable for anyone. Yet, Ngu harbored trepidation regarding Mainyang. A peak quasi-emperor was not a force to be trifled with. Mainyang was also of an excitable disposition, and a moment's carelessness could lead to harm. If those in the outside world, who had already begun to regard him as a sovereign, were to discover this, it would surely be a source of great mockery. An hour later, Ngu slumped into his chair, the desk before him in disarray. Creak. Sister Lan entered the room with a jade basin, stifling a laugh. This basin, carved from a millennium-old soft jade, was now repurposed as a self-heating water basin. Young master, allow me to tidy this up for you. Ngu leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes to rest, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Curse it. One day he would slay these little spirits and strip them of their armor. After Sister Lan had finished cleaning, she approached Ngu from behind, gently resting his head against her bosom while administering a massage. Sister Lan truly knew how to care for others, Ngu mused inwardly. Though those who had come through the system were indeed loyal, they could not compare to the comfort provided by Sister Lan and Sister Ju, who had accompanied him for 5 years. Sister Ju's personality was not as attentive or gentle as Sister Lan's. The Empress of Disya sent someone to inquire when the young master would be available, as she wished to pay her respects. Do not meet her. We shall return to the northern domain tomorrow. Since Jiang Xian's ascension, Ngu had yet to meet her in person, let alone discuss marriage. Given Nji's current status, he did not need to mention marriage, and no one dared to pressure him, even though the other party was one of the most powerful figures in Dahuang. Ngu harbored his own thoughts regarding Jiang Xian. A good eagle does not fear hardships, and he was not lacking in women. His master, Mainyang, and even Mu Dan were far superior to Jiang Xian. She had no right to throw tantrums at him. Returning to the northern domain? Sister Lan exclaimed in surprise. Although the capital was bustling, it could not compare to the familiarity of the northern domain. Yes, inform Minyong, and have by Xiao Tong draft a memorial to the Empress. We shall depart early tomorrow. Understood. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying a beast of the same tier yesterday. Ding. During yesterday's training, the host encountered the holy beast Baihu, who was delighted by a joke shared, and before departing, gifted you 300 Baihu guards. Baihu guards, 300 Baihu guards, each paired with a tiger, all at the peak of minor saint level, capable of forming the Baihu battle formation. Impervious to all but an emperor. Indomitable. Tigers in the wind, snow without a trace. 300 can confront 1,000,000 troops. Would you like to extract? Wow, is this a fantastical version of a special forces unit? Do not extract. Such elite forces, suitable for the front lines, would find their greatest utility in the northern domain. Within the palace, Empress Jiang Xian's mood plummeted upon hearing reports from the palace maids. On the day of the power struggle, Nge's heroic form had etched itself deeply into her heart. Who would be dissatisfied with such a fiancé? Yet Nge's demeanor toward her was exceedingly cold, and she understood the reason. Her previous treatment of him had indeed been poor. She had sent people to invite him several times, but Nge had refused to meet her, leaving Jiang Xian distressed and unable to eat or drink. The more one yearns for something unattainable, the more it entices. Moreover, since that day, her mother had not returned. Her repeated messages had all been rejected by the Empress Dowager, who had stated that Nge had saved them and owed him nothing in return. Nge was injured, and thus she naturally needed to remain by his side to care for him. The princess was skeptical of this, judging by the reactions on that day. Her mother seemed to be overstepping her bounds. Yet what troubled her even more was the arrival of a memorial under the name of Princeton, announcing Nge's return to the northern domain. Nge wished to depart, and currently, no one in the Xia court dared to stop him, but she was unwilling to accept it. If he left, who knew how long their marriage would be delayed? Sigh. Jiang Xian let out a deep sigh, feeling waves of helplessness wash over her. She had become a sovereign, yet she found herself powerless in the face of her fiancé. The following morning, 2,000 Mo Lang troops escorted Nge's carriage out of the city, merging with another 8,000 Mo Lang troops as they departed the capital, returning to the northern domain. Nge's departure brought a collective sigh of relief from the ministers in the capital. A figure capable of wielding the strength of an emperor imposed tremendous pressure on them. Should he take a disliking to anyone, a single slap could suffice. The news of Nge's exit reached the palace, prompting the empress to realize something. Where was the Empress Dowager? Surely she would not follow him to the northern domain to attend to him? Inside Nge's carriage, the Empress Dowager, now disguised as Mu Dan, was indeed caring for him, albeit in a manner not meant for outsiders to know. In Deshang, Fengcheng, the border between Deshang and Dexia was also the stronghold of the Zhou family. Upon returning from the academy, Zhou Qingyun had not taken over the family affairs. Instead, she remained within the confines of her home, exuding an air of mystery. In a small reception room of the Zhou residence, Zhou Qingyun was engaged in conversation with a young man. Mr. Kong's knowledge is admirable, but our Zhou family may not accommodate such a great Buddha. Though Zhou Qingyun was a woman, her demeanor and speech bore the regal bearing of a ruler. The individual referred to as Mr. Kong was none other than Kong Jia-yi, who had fled from Dexia to Deshang. What great Buddha am I? Merely a failure, he replied. Dexia has no place for Jia-yi any longer. Yet all that I have learned is in service of the nation and its people. The Empress of Dexia now relies on the Yin clan, which will surely become a future calamity. In contrast, Deshang, with Tianlu Academy as its foundation, welcomes talents indiscriminately. A promising future lies ahead. Among the younger generation, only Zhou Gunyang earns my admiration and my willingness to assist. Kong Jia-yi waved his folding fan, despite having sought refuge. He retained an air of grace. Zhou Qingyun's beautiful eyes sparkled with appreciation. Kong Jia-yi was no ordinary figure. While his status in Deshang could not compare to that in Dexia, there were still many scholars, and Tianlu Academy also housed a lineage of Confucianism. The teachings of Confucianism were particularly favored by rulers, and among the various sects, Confucianism was indeed the most adept at governing and ensuring the well-being of the populace. However, when Kong Jia abandoned the assistance of the Daxiao Hong Wang and fled alone, Zhou Qingyun's perception of him diminished significantly. He may possess the qualities of a capable ruler, yet he lacks the loyalty of a true subject. In stark contrast, the reputation of Nge, who gained notoriety through writing frivolous literature, transformed Zhou Qingyun's view of her immensely during the contest for succession. Indeed, she has proven herself to be a person of great stature. Mr. Kong appears intent on elevating me to extraordinary heights. Zhou Qingyun chuckled lightly and continued, stating that within the Zhou family, she holds no significant responsibility, as she has 3 elder brothers. If Mr. Kong wishes to showcase his talents, he may choose one of them to assist him. Should he insist on following her, her household does not require an additional pair of chopsticks. I shall trouble Miss Zhou in the future. Kong Jia stood and bowed to Zhou Qingyun, who returned the gesture, establishing a semblance of a retainer relationship between them. Is it true that Ngu possesses the strength of a great emperor? Zhou Qingyun inquired. Absolutely. It has been confirmed by my grandfather himself, though it likely stems not from Nge's innate power, but rather from a secret technique. That is indeed formidable. When the great emperor does not emerge, who can contend? The Zhou family has been adversaries with the Yin family for generations. With Nge's overwhelming strength, does Mr. Kong have any sound strategies? Kong Jia waved his paper fan and declared, Miss Zhou, do you aspire to reign over the Daxia as the female emperor does, ruling over the Dasheng? Chapter 37. Ngu. In truth, I am merely fatigued and wish to relax. Zhou Qingyun was momentarily taken aback. Are you jesting with me? The Empress of the Great Xia is the legitimate daughter of the emperor, and could I, Zhou Qingyun, truly overturn the long-standing rule of the Dasheng? Mr. Kong, this jest is in poor taste. Zhou Qingyun's smile faded. Is it that Miss Zhou does not wish to or dares not? Kong Jiai, seemingly unfazed, continued with composure. The Zhou family, like the Yin family, has guarded the borders for generations. The Yin family has already set one foot in the palace. It would not be surprising if they replaced the Jiang family in just a few years. Does the Zhou family not aspire to advance further? The Dasheng, rooted in the Tianlu Academy, is now under the reign of a dim-witted emperor, while the demon empress incites public ire. If Miss Zhou were to gain the support of the Tianlu Academy, combined with the Zhou family's foundation, how could she not become the ruler of the Dasheng? It seems I have underestimated Mr. Kong. What benefit do you derive from this? Do you have a peculiar penchant for aiding others in rebellion? Kong Jia replied earnestly, not at all. I assist Jiang Hong because he has the potential to be a wise ruler. I would do the same for Miss Zhou. The Dasheng Emperor, Wu Xian, has been ensnared by lust since his defeat over 20 years ago, and the demon empress, Su Jinxiu, has harmed countless loyal ministers. How can such a king maintain dominion over the realm? When the Yin family usurps the Xia, what will the Zhou family use to resist? Is it worth sacrificing the entire Zhou family to defend the borders for such a tyrant? Kong Jiayi's words left Zhou Qingyun in silence, for they resonated with undeniable truth. Since that fateful battle over 20 years ago, the Dasheng emperor seemed to have transformed entirely. His former ambitions shattered, he now wallows in indulgence. With the arrival of the Empress Su Jinxiu a decade ago, his neglect of governance intensified. She had returned from the Tianlu Academy to the Zhou family upon learning that the foolish emperor, influenced by the empress, intended to elevate her as a concubine for his pleasure. Zhou Qingyun, once the emperor's chosen daughter-in-law, now found herself in peril. The Dasheng crown prince, seeking an audience with the emperor due to this matter, was unexpectedly imprisoned, further revealing the depths of the emperor's folly. The value of such a decision is not within my purview. It is not I who determines the Zhou family's will. Well then, summon someone to escort Mr. Kong to rest. Kong Jia chuckled and took his leave, not expecting the Zhou family to rebel at this moment. He merely hoped to plant a seed that would eventually take root and flourish. After Kong Jiayi's departure, Zhou Qingyun was compelled to reconsider her strategy. Serving the old emperor within the palace would be tantamount to death. To be known as the strongest of the younger generation, reduced to a plaything for a foolish king, what a farce. Yet, with the strength of the Zhou family alone, opposing the entirety of the Dasheng was a futile endeavor. Moreover, the Zhou family would not willingly sacrifice their entire lineage for her. This was a truth understood by every noble family. Individual aspirations are insignificant in the face of familial interests, even for Zhou Qingyun herself. In the northern region of the Great Xia, Ngu and his companions sought to remain low-key, yet the populace was exceedingly enthusiastic. In the eyes of the northern people, Nge's triumph in the capital was a matter of great pride for the entire region. As the king of the north, Ngu represents the essence of the northern domain. Situated at the northernmost edge of the Great Xia and bordering the Dasheng, the northern region is known for its fierce spirit. The people of the Great Xia have long regarded the northerners as a barbaric folk. Each year, the Confucian sect admits the fewest new students from the northern region, with only the exceptionally talented gaining admission. Without entry into the Confucian sect, opportunities at the Jixiao Academy are significantly diminished, as are the chances for official appointments compared to other regions. And now, the Emperor of the Great Xia relies upon our barbaric lord to ascend the throne. Upon entering the northern territory, they were met with a warm welcome, significantly slowing Nji's return to city. However, recognizing this as a rare opportunity to garner popular support, Ngu dismounted from his carriage upon entering the northern region, mounting his demon wolf steed to warmly greet the northern citizens. The future empress, having never visited the northern region, could not help but admire the crimson faces of the crowd shouting for the King as she peeked through the carriage window. This unity among the northern people is commendable. Surely, with such solidarity, success is within reach. Reflecting on this, she felt a pang of concern for her daughter. The great Xia resembled an aging elder, fraught with issues, while the northern region appeared to be a robust youth growing stronger by the day. She resolved to send her daughter a letter. Though a sovereign, she is still a woman, and there is no shame in softening her stance towards her man. After all, she had already taken on the more embarrassing roles herself. After a leisurely journey of half a month, they finally returned to city. And Chengfeng and the core members of the family, along with military leaders, awaited their arrival outside the city gates with great solemnity. "Welcome back, Your Highness," they exclaimed in unison, their voices soaring into the sky. Ngu instinctively straightened his posture, for he had never before experienced such an atmosphere. It was exhilarating. Dismounting from his demon wolf, he assisted his father, who was still bowing in reverence, as they entered the city gates. Inside, the spectacle grew even more grandiose, with throngs of people lining the wide streets. It was unclear who had conceived the idea, but at the forefront of the crowd were young girls, unlike women from other regions. As northern women are not significantly shorter than men, tall and statuesque, they waved colorful banners and shouted for Ngu to father children with them. Had it not been for those behind them holding them back, they likely would have rushed forward. After navigating this initial hurdle, Ngu returned home, changed his attire, and attended a welcome banquet hosted by the Magic Resonance Sect's branch. A series of beautiful young ladies took to the stage to showcase their talents, singing, dancing, and playing instruments. Qing, who had not seen Ngu for several months, clung tightly to his arm, as if she would run away if she ever let go. "You bold disciple, you even took back the empress," she exclaimed. "Alas, it is truly difficult to resist such overwhelming hospitality." "Ouch, ouch, ouch." Qing released her grip on Nji's waist, exclaiming in irritation, "You must make it up to me." Of course. From this evening onward, whenever you feel sufficiently compensated, we shall conclude." "What a silly notion. Who said it was you who would be compensated? Yet, if you desire such compensation, it is not out of the question." "Huh, you are so contradictory." As the two individuals engaged in increasingly fervent conversation, they chose to remain until the conclusion of the program, demonstrating a fundamental respect for the performance of the disciples of Moxiangzong. The two, unabashedly ensconced in their quarters for 3 days, finally emerged. Sister Lan had already prepared a nourishing tonic known as Shichuan Dabutang. Qing Qiu needed to return to the sect, while Yuechan opted to stay at the branch sect to assume the role of the sect's successor. However, she had yet to adjust her mindset and had not made an appearance, nor did Ange take the initiative to seek her out. It was reminiscent of two students who were relatively equal in their academic performance. Suddenly, one believed they had performed well enough to gain admission to a prestigious university, only to discover that the other had achieved a perfect score. As various external factions awaited the anticipated actions of this rising star, Ange appeared to be leading a life of leisure. Each day, he either secluded himself in his residence to write or engaged in games with the maidens, or he would visit the branch sect of Moxiangzong to witness the young ladies dance and sing. The Zhou family speculated that Ange was attempting to lull them into a false sense of security. The Ruzong expressed concerns that Ange was undoubtedly harboring nefarious intentions, urging their fellow disciples to exercise caution when venturing outside. Others proclaimed that Ange had already been rendered ineffective, suggesting that the explosive power he had unleashed was a gamble with his future. The elder emperors scoffed at such claims, questioning whether they appeared foolish. Meanwhile, Ange simply mused that he was merely fatigued and desired a moment of respite. Chapter 38. Zhou Jia Qingyun, the body of heavenly fragrance? This prince wishes to savor it. Kong Jai has already arrived at the Zhou residence and taken up the role of Zhou Qingyun's aide. The reason for Zhou Qingyun's departure from Tianlu Academy has been investigated by my subordinates. It was suggested by the Empress Su Jinxiu to the Emperor of the Great Shang that Zhou Qingyun be summoned to the palace as a concubine. The motivations behind her actions remain unclear. Su Jinxiu's origins are somewhat mysterious. My subordinates have dispatched individuals to her hometown for verification, and indeed, there exists a person named Su Jinxiu. However, that girl had gone missing for a period and suddenly appeared in the palace. The Emperor of Shang, against all opposition, even going so far as to offend one of the 8 great families, the Fu family, deposed Empress Fu to establish her as empress. I have elevated the significance of Su Jinxiu to the highest level and will monitor her closely. Baixiatong reported essential intelligence one by one, and upon hearing it, Ngu could not help but exclaim in astonishment. This Su Jinxiu is truly a template of Su Daji. The Great Shang, the Enchantress, and the Zhou family all come together. Please compile a detailed dossier on Zhou Qingyun for me, and also investigate whether there are individuals in the Shang court with close ties to the cultivation realm. Understood, my lord. Very well, you may leave. My subordinate takes his leave. After Baixiatong's departure, Ngu pondered for a moment. It was time for the extraordinary tale of the Fengshen Yini to make its appearance. As a true son of China, the ambition to achieve unification is etched deeply within my being. In my previous life, my greatest regret was the lack of opportunity to contribute to the unification of my homeland. And what exactly is this Kong Jiai? A hardcore enthusiast of rebellion. With his abilities and background, whether serving the Great Xia or the Great Shang, he could achieve remarkable feats. Even outside the court, he could still effectively expand the influence of Confucianism. Yet, he seems to prefer a life of excitement. Young master, Mr. Bai has compiled the information on Zhou Qingyun. Sister Ju, adorned in a vibrant yellow gown, appeared exceptionally radiant. Although she lacked the gentle intellect of Sister Lan, she possessed a vitality and exuberance that Sister Lan did not. Ngu took the dossier, which comprised over a dozen pages detailing everything worth mentioning from her birth to yesterday. Sister Ju was massaging Nji's shoulders from behind, while 4 maidens seemed to have coordinated their actions. Sister Lan would massage his head, Sister Ju his shoulders. Sister Mei his legs, Sister Zhu his back at night, and Sister Muden delighted in massaging the center. Qing Qiu was unique. She preferred to have Ngu massage her. As he flipped through the pages, it was evident that Zhou Qingyun truly deserved the title of the foremost individual of the younger generation in the Great Shang. If this resume were presented in the Great Xia, apart from him, Ngu, and that notorious drunkard, no one could rival her. She was born under extraordinary omens. A garden of withered trees blossomed in an instant, and an ethereal fragrance filled the delivery room. Zhou Qingyun was, astonishingly, the legendary body of heavenly fragrance. The body of heavenly fragrance emanates a unique and captivating scent, causing those of the opposite sex to be utterly enchanted upon encountering it. Even more remarkable, this body also possesses the highest quality of furnace physique. The head of the Zhou family, Zhou Qingyun's father, was compelled to seal away her body of heavenly fragrance. Otherwise, Zhou Qingyun would likely have been summoned to the palace by that tyrant long ago. Could it be that the old emperor has learned of Zhou Qingyun's body of heavenly fragrance? That seems unlikely. Otherwise, with that old lecher's disposition, he would have already sent someone to the Zhou residence to claim her. Speaking at the age of 1, exhibiting agility at 3, blood manipulation at 4, reaching the bone refining stage at 6, entering the inner palace at 8, achieving the spirit platform at 10, comprehending the profound at 15, ascending to the minor sage at 18, and attaining the great sage at 25. How terrifying. She entered Tianlu Academy at 6, shattering all historical records as the fastest student ever. Not only did she cultivate rapidly, but she was also an academic prodigy. Although she had not delved deeply into alchemy, pharmacology, or artifact crafting, she consistently scored full marks in theoretical examinations. Perhaps due to the innate affinity brought by her body of heavenly fragrance, Zhou Qingyun displayed exceptional interest in various rare herbs. The master of Yaowang Valley, one of the 9 major sects, personally descended the mountain to take her as a disciple, leaving behind a remark that her talent surpassed even that of her peers. Impressive indeed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying a demon beast of the same rank yesterday. Boom. The sudden surge of demonic energy propelled Sister Ju, who had just reached the early stage of the Great Sage, backward, into the late stage of the Minor Sage. What does being a genius matter? It is merely a small ripple in the grand scheme of things. and Gu set aside Zhou Qingyun's dossier, suddenly feeling a sense of ennui. What joy is there in a life of such effortless victories? Young master, have you broken through again? Yes, I have reached the late stage of the miner's sage. Sister Ju, come quickly and allow me to break through once more. Young master, you are so wicked. Is it not your favorite quality about me? Tell me, do you like it? Sister Ju expressed, young master has broken through again. I cannot compete alone. 2 hours later, Sister Ju emerged, supporting herself against the wall. And Gu felt refreshed and picked up Zhou Qingyun's dossier again. Just how captivating is the body of heavenly fragrance. He was a man who loved to delve into research. How fragrant could it possibly be? This is a scholarly inquiry, and he was eager to uncover the answer. The following morning, at the family's martial arts arena in the Northern Territory, the presence of 300 special troops astonished the assembled generals. 300 winged white tigers donned in white battle armor stood before them. Each tiger measured 7 to 8 meters in length and stood about 3 meters tall. How tall would a knight riding atop one of those magnificent creatures need to be? The white tiger demon beasts bore large broadswords and shields on one side, while the other side displayed bows and quivers. The arrows were of such thickness that they resembled a child's arm. The tips were crafted from the essence of the 5 elemental metals, akin to a fantasy version of armor-piercing rounds. The knights atop the white tigers were clad in matching white armor, their faces obscured by masks, rendering them unrecognizable. Each knight bore dual swords on their backs and short swords strapped to their calves, and even the armor featured claw-like designs on the hands and feet. Both the knights and tigers were at the pinnacle of the miner's sage. The mere appearance of these 300 white tiger guards in the martial arts arena exuded a murderous aura, causing snowflakes to dance in the air. My lord, what is this? This is my personal guard, the white tiger guards. What do you think? My heavens, if these were to appear on the battlefield, they would be utterly unstoppable. My lord, look. Look at what? There is no way. Today, I am simply indulging myself in your presence, haha. The generals from the Northern Territory gazed at the white tiger guards with more enthusiasm than they would toward their own wives. They were truly a battlefield's ultimate weapon. Commanding such a troop into battle is an indescribable satisfaction for any leader. The Baihui is not as simple as you might imagine. Pay close attention. Today, I shall broaden your horizons. Upon your return, each of you is to compose a reflection for this king. Dianwei, commence. Yes, my lord. Dianwei did not mount his iron-clad rhinoceros, for it had been adorned in a crimson bridal gown and delivered to the Li family. As the commander of the 300 Baihui, it would be too shameful for a subordinate to ride the white tiger while the commander rides a rhinoceros. Instead, he now rides a mutated 2-headed tiger beast, a creature hailing from the depths of Enling, which submits obediently to Dianwei. Form the Xian Wu formation. Dianwei's voice boomed like thunder. At his command, the 300 Baihui sprang into action. The shields hanging on the left side of the white tigers interconnected, creating a seamless tapestry of energy among the 300 riders. With a resounding roar, Dianwei brandished his massive axe and soared skyward. His cultivation at the peak of the quasi-emperor level caused the very air to tremble. Boom! The axe struck the colossal shield, sending ripples through the air, while a torrent of force surged outward like a tidal wave. Yet, the 300 Baihui remained as steadfast as a mountain. Several commanders gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape and dust swirling about them in the wind. But they seemed oblivious to it all. The spectacle was truly breathtaking. Was it difficult to assemble 300 peak small saints, both knights and beasts? Indeed. However, for those capable of commanding tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, it was not insurmountable. The combat prowess displayed by these 300 riders left onlookers astounded. Even the peak of the quasi-emperor level could not breach their defenses. More importantly, Ngu had opened a window of thought for them, revealing the potential for 100,000 soldiers to rival an emperor. Chapter 39. I also want to experience the joy of being a crafty one. The great Xia Empress, Jiang Xian, fell into deep thought while holding a letter sent by her mother from the northern domain. In the letter, the Empress Dowager advised her daughter not to act impulsively and to set aside her pride to take the initiative. After all, even the sect master of the demonic image sect, one of the 9 great sects, had taken the initiative to offer herself up for. Well, you know, for now, she needed to placate Ngu and prevent him from considering breaking off the engagement. The rest would depend on her own efforts. The Empress asked herself, was Ngu the future husband she truly desired? The answer was yes. The image of Nji's invincible figure often appeared in her dreams. Upon waking, endless regret made it difficult for her to fall back asleep. How is the construction of the Northern Domain Palace progressing? Your Majesty, the main structure is nearly complete, but some interior decorations are still unfinished. The Northern Sea blood coral you requested has encountered some trouble. A quasi-emperor level flood dragon is guarding it. Give this servant 7 more days, and the blood coral will surely be delivered to the Northern Domain Palace. Then 7 days it is. Yes, Your Majesty. A sharp aura manifested in the Empress's hand, and the letter was evenly sliced into minuscule particles invisible to the naked eye. Ah, truly Heaven envies talent. The Great Xia Succession War was originally thought to be the beginning of Nji's invincible path. Who would have thought it would become his final performance? Who says otherwise? To contend with a great emperor at the age of 15, who among the current younger generation can compare? Even Li Taibai from Mount Sanqing has been overshadowed. I find this hard to believe. Every time Ngu appears, he looks refreshed and energetic, not at all like someone severely injured. Not so. My second uncle's cousin is studying at Mount Sanqing. Did you know the Yin family has secretly sent people to Mount Sanqing to retrieve Lan? The brother whose eyes were gouged out by Ngu? Think about it carefully. If Ngu were fine, why would the Yin family reach out to Lan? Ngu must be crippled, likely nearing the end of his life. That's why they want that blind brother to return and inherit the family business. Hiss. If you put it that way, Ngu is probably truly done for. Ngu sought an air of mystery. He neither admitted to being crippled nor appeared anything less than vigorous when seen in public. Yet, he did not refute the rumors claiming his downfall. Moreover, the million spies subtly fanned the flames. No one knew whether he could still unleash power at the great emperor level. This sense of uncertainty was even more intimidating than an overt display. No one wanted to be the last unlucky soul to run into the muzzle of his gun. In residence, several female stars, now famous throughout the Great Xia dynasty, knelt on the ground, giving Ngu a full-body massage. The 10 inner disciples Ngu had selected for focused training had, after starring in several films, become the first to taste success. Each had garnered a considerable number of fans, and their fame now rivaled that of long-established young female immortals in the cultivation world. If any sect could invite even one of these 10 to their event, it would be a great honor, though the appearance fee was astronomical, 888 top-grade spirit stones per hour. And it wasn't something money alone could secure. You are all major stars now, greeted with cheers wherever you go. In the future, leave such tasks to others. Is young master dissatisfied with our service? In your presence, we will forever be the maids you command. If you no longer allow us to serve you, we might as well find a river to jump into. Yes, young master, please do not send us away. When did I say I was sending you away? Since you wish to serve, you may continue to do so. Later, I will give you a list. Mentor them. Do not be blinded by the vanity before your eyes. Do not waste my efforts in nurturing you. Once you have guided them, come to the residence to assist. Upon hearing this, the 10 women were stunned by this sudden, heaven-sent surprise. They promptly performed a kneeling bow, expressing their gratitude for young master's nurturing grace. Despite their glamorous public image, compared to the Mei, Zhu, Lan, and Zhu quartet, they were nothing. In the eyes of truly powerful figures, they were merely higher-class entertainers. It was only because of Ngu that no one dared lay a hand on them. Without Ngu, they would have been devoured without a trace. 2 hours later, Ngu returned to his study. Sister Lan served him fragrant tea and said, "The palace the Empress is building in the Northern Domain has been completed. A blood coral was delivered today. Her Majesty has gone to great lengths to please you, young master. Is she preparing a golden house to hide a beauty?" This Empress still hasn't let go of her pride, Ngu chuckled. Regarding Jiang Xian, her edges needed to be smoothed out. Ngu sought the happiness of having multiple companions, not to act as a firefighter dealing with tantrums today and tomorrow. How exhausting would that be? Sister Lan gave a light laugh, but did not respond. As those closest to Ngu, they were among the people in this world who understood him best. Young master, the person you wanted investigated, the one with close ties to the Shang dynasty and various cultivation sects, has been identified. It's Shun Bao, the junior brother of the current state preceptor. He first studied at Mount Sanqing, but was only an outer disciple. Later, he went to the Sword sect and even the 2 Buddhist sections. His learning is broad but shallow, with no specialization. However, his ability to network far surpasses his cultivation level. He maintains good relations wherever he goes, even with the personal disciples of various sections. His connections are extensive. How by Xiaodong make contact? Use any means necessary to recruit him to our side. Yes. Great Shang, Chaoga City. Since the new empress ascended a decade ago, Shun Bao, once a minor figure, had gradually become highly sought after. With his silver tongue, he managed to climb onto the coattails of the empress's grandmother. His network had even surpassed that of his senior brother, the great Shang state preceptor. Brother Shun, I leave it to you. Rest assured, leave it to me. In front of the largest restaurant in Chaoga City, a flushed Shun Bao patted his chest as he spoke. After bidding farewell, Shun Bao boarded his carriage and opened the local specialties inside. They were filled to the brim with top-grade spirit stones, at least several thousand. These local specialties were payment for putting in a good word. A few kind words to the empress beside the empress dowager were worth this many spirit stones. But Shun Bao was not a man who loved wealth. Most of the spirit stones he received were gifted to the personal disciples of major sects, and even to some elders. What he pursued was the path of immortal cultivation, the way to eternal life. Swish! The entire chest of spirit stones vanished before his eyes in an instant. Shun Bao's cultivation was rather unimpressive, yet his knowledge was considerable, prompting him to kneel with a thud. Senior, you still have a whole box of these. Please spare my life. With a flick of his hand, Shun Bao produced yet another large box of spirit stones. The cloaked Mainyang spoke in a husky voice. You are indeed a clever individual. Consider yourself fortunate, for I shall grant you a great fortune. Shun Bao felt as though he had been drawn into an abyss of eternal darkness. When he next beheld the light, he found a young man clad in white seated leisurely, observing him with keen interest. Chapter 40. A glance that enchants 100 beauties. The powdered faces of the 6 palaces pale, in comparison in Go. Shun Bao felt a chill run down his spine, the alcohol having startled him awake. Just moments ago, he had been drinking in Deshang, and now he found himself in Xia. If they sought his life, could it be taken at any moment? Esteemed Princeton, I am Shun Bao, he introduced himself. Ngu scrutinized Shun Bao, finding him to be rather handsome, quite unlike the ill-favored visage he had imagined of Shun Gong Bao. I have heard you studied under the 3 Qing Mountain. Whom did you take as your master? Your Highness, I was once a disciple under by Mei Zhenruan, but I am merely an outer disciple and have not received my master's true teachings. By Mei Zhenruan, that is indeed a significant lineage. His younger brother, Lan, had entered the sect of Zui Dao Ren, making Shun Bao his senior disciple. However, the distinction between an inner and outer disciple was vast. Shun Bao did not even dare to refer to himself as a master uncle in front of Lan. My brother Lan is a direct disciple of Zui Dao Ren. You may regard yourself as his senior. Please rise and speak. Thank you, Your Highness. Shun Bao's thoughts swirled. He pondered why Ngu had summoned him. They had no connection. Why was he being targeted? Do not speculate further. I have summoned you to serve as my undercover agent. Are you willing? Ngu spoke candidly. Kakaka. The imposing gaze of Dian Wei, standing behind Ngu, bore down on Shun Bao with the weight of a mountain, shaking his neck and producing a resounding echo. Shun Bao had scarcely settled into his seat before he found himself kneeling again. I am willing. The terror was overwhelming. A mere glance threatened to shatter his very bones. The infamily of Dexia possessed such formidable power. Who among the prominent families of Deshang could rival them? It was no wonder rumors circulated that the infamily was poised to replace the Jiang family in ruling Dexia. Rest assured, I will not send you to your death. On the contrary, I will bestow upon you great fortune. If your senior brother were to perish, would you not be able to ascend to the position of national master? Nji's calm voice thundered in Shun Bao's ears, igniting a surge of excitement within him. Yet soon, a bitter smile crossed his face. I cannot. Although the national master is of Deshang, he serves as a bridge between Deshang and the 3 Qing Mountain. The selection of the national master is a joint decision between the 3 Qing Mountain and Deshang, and they would never appoint an outer disciple to such a prestigious position. That presents a dilemma. However, as a disciple of Bai Mei Zhenruan, your esteemed lineage holds weight. If Deshang were to name you as the national master, there would likely be little opposition from the 3 Qing Mountain. Would that be feasible? After a moment of contemplation, Shun Bao realized an extraordinary opportunity lay before him. The title of national master was something he had only dared to dream about in the dead of night. And Ji's status assured that he was not merely toying with him by dragging him from Deshang. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity could not be squandered. Moreover, to dare to refuse would likely mean a permanent departure from Deshang. Yes, I shall do it. Excellent. You may return and await my instructions. In 3 days, you shall be the national master of the Shang dynasty. Shun Bao's heart raced with excitement. Before he could profess his loyalty, darkness enveloped him once more. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself back in his residence, his heart racing with fear. NGE's capabilities sent chills down his spine. They must have thoroughly investigated his background. Should he dare to disobey, his life could be forfeit at any moment. After sending Shun Bao away, Ngu instructed the returning Mei Nyang, seek out a new bounty from the Seven Kill sect. Deliver the heads of the national master of the Shang dynasty and the assassins of the Seven Kill sect to Shun Bao. He will understand what to do. Understood, my lord. Ngu turned to Bai Xiaotong, who was dressed as a scholar, and said, the card of the fourth elder of the three Qing mountain can now be played. It is amusing that the self-proclaimed leaders of the 9 great sects remain unaware that their fourth elder belongs to the Buddhist sect. How utterly ridiculous. Inform that fourth elder that if he wishes to avoid exposure, he should support Shun Bao as the national master of the Shang dynasty. This should be a trivial matter for him. Yes, my lord. With the tasks arranged, Ngu stretched lazily, contemplating whether to engage in a game of Dragon and Phoenix, or perhaps play some mahjong. My lord, we have just received news that the Empress of Xia has secretly left the capital and will arrive at the Northern Domain Palace within 3 days, accompanied by the leader of the Baihua sect, Bai Xiao. Understood. Ngu departed the study, already having a destination in mind. A mansion, Peony Garden. This was the residence of the Empress Dowager, filled with a plethora of peonies blooming year-round, yet none could compare to her unparalleled beauty. At this moment, the renowned Huang, affectionately known as Peony, sat by the window, resting her chin in contemplation as she gazed at the vibrant floral displays outside. Her daughter had written to her, stating she would arrive at the Northern Palace in 3 days. The arrival of her daughter brought both joy and anxiety. She had successfully placated Ngu, and he seemed quite satisfied, leading the entire mansion to regard her as the prince's consort. She recalled their first encounter, pondering how she had so inexplicably developed feelings for this young man. She prided herself on not being a capricious person swayed by loneliness for over 20 years. The injury of Jiang Yuan had kept them apart, and no one had stirred her heart. Yet upon meeting Ngu, her heart raced as if it had been set free, and she found herself galloping down a wild path. Ngu had appeared as her destined knight, taming her, and now she could not envision a life without him. In moments of frustration, the Empress Dowager often considered simply calling off the engagement. Without it, there would be no barriers, and she could openly marry him and bear his children. Yet, guilt would soon envelop her. How could she act on her own selfish desires? Ngu had already entered the room, while she remained lost in thought by the window. The sunset cast a golden hue, leaving her entranced by his presence. This moment of beauty was too precious to disrupt. With a sigh, the Empress Dowager turned to see Ngu fervently sketching. A painting hung suspended in midair, and he was utterly engrossed, so much so that he did not notice her approach. Gazing at the portrait of herself, the Empress Dowager covered her mouth to stifle a gasp. The image captured her in all her noble elegance, the subtle sorrow in her eyes rendered with remarkable vitality, as though she were alive. As a woman, she could hardly contain the urge to embrace the beautiful figure in the painting and comfort her in earnest. Ngu possesses an extraordinary talent in the realm of painting. It is said that those who reach the pinnacle of this art can transform ink into majestic landscapes, creating worlds within their canvases. Of course, this is merely a legend, for in the annals of Dahuang, no such master of painting has ever emerged. The 4 saints of Dahuang, Yao Sheng, Du Sheng, and Hua Sheng, each stand at the zenith of their respective realms, having surpassed their cultivation in their areas of expertise. Hua Sheng once graced the imperial palace of Xia to create art for Jiang Yuan, yet in the eyes of the Empress Dowager, the skill of that artist pales in comparison to the vivid and soulful essence captured by Ngu. After completing his work, Ngu contemplated it for a moment, nodding in satisfaction, and then recited a couplet. A backward glance and a smile brings forth 100 charms, while the beauty of the 6 palaces fades in comparison. The Empress's face, adorned with a rosy glow, found her thoughts consumed by a singular desire to surrender herself into the embrace of this man, entwining her very essence around him like an enchanting vine. Chapter 41. Destiny brings us together from afar. 3 days later, the disguised Empress of the Great Xia, accompanied by her master Bai Xiao and 2 maidservants, arrived in the northern region. This was also Jiang Xian's first visit to the northern region, and the local customs and culture left her profoundly impressed. She realized that governing the world could not simply be achieved from the confines of a palace. Walking through the streets of an city in the northern region, she found its prosperity rivaled that of the capital, yet it possessed a sense of freedom absent in the imperial city. This did not resemble a border town under siege. There was no air of tension or large patrols, but rather a bustling commercial metropolis. On either side of the streets stood neatly aligned three-story buildings, their walls adorned with large posters promoting Qing films. The shops were bustling with customers. The vibrancy of a city could often be gauged by the liveliness of its stores, and the city was teeming with patrons of various dialects. What is it that draws such a crowd? Jiang Xian suggested they investigate the throng. However, the multitude was overwhelming, forming circle after circle, making it quite challenging to push through. How rude! Why must you shove? A young man exclaimed as he was jostled aside. Bai Xiao frowned, and the moment the young man felt a chill in his trousers, he nervously stammered, "Ah, it is the sword aura of the illustrious Bai Men Master. Please, after you." Bai Xiao's frown deepened. Despite her disguise, her identity was still recognized. As soon as the young man finished speaking, the crowd immediately parted, creating a narrow path for them. Following the opening, they glimpsed a few young and beautiful girls curiously observing them. "Miss, this is a signing event. Those girls are popular actresses from Mo Xiangzong, and they have a massive fan base," one of the maidservants explained. Jiang Xian felt somewhat embarrassed and quickly urged Bai Xiao to leave. The crowd, like scattered fish, soon reformed. "Your husband truly is a remarkable man. Is the film genuinely that captivating?" Bai Xiao's voice, although melodious, carried a flat tone that felt somewhat cold. "Whether it is captivating or not, Master will know after viewing it," Jiang Xian replied, retrieving several recording stones from her spatial ring. These stones functioned like discs from a later era, allowing viewing simply by channeling spiritual energy. Bai Xiao stored them in her ring. Her purpose for accompanying Jiang Xian to the northern region was not only to ensure her safety, but also to visit the Zhou family. The disciples had received confidential reports that Zhou Qingyun, the daughter of the Zhou family, was a Tianxiang body, and she sought to see if she could be taken under her wing. However, the informant seemed to have vanished without a trace. As for whether this was a trap designed to lure her, only a visit would reveal the truth. She was confident that no scheme could thwart her with the 3-foot azure blade in her hand. After sharing a light-hearted moment, Jiang Xian said, "Master, you should return to the palace. I will go visit my mother and bring her back." Bai Xiao nodded in agreement. Having arrived in its city, Jiang Xian's safety was no longer a concern unless the family sought her harm. After parting ways, Jiang Xian steeled herself, pondering whether her ancestors would rise from their graves upon learning of the sacrifices she was willing to make for a man's understanding. Upon arriving at the Wang Fu, 2 beautiful women awaited her at the entrance. "Your Majesty, the young master has asked us to welcome you." "Thank you for your trouble." Jiang Xian recognized Lan Jie and Zhu Jie, and she cast aside her imperial demeanor, ready to acknowledge her humility. Following the 2 women for nearly a quarter of an hour, she found herself in a courtyard filled with stunning young women, each around the age of 16 or 17, radiating youthfulness. "Your Majesty, please come in. The young master awaits you inside." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Xian pushed the door open to find Ngu seated in a chair, smiling warmly at her. "Your Majesty has traveled a long distance and has not been greeted properly. I hope for your understanding," Ngu said, as the chair slid out from behind the table. "A wheelchair?" Jiang Xian felt a surge of emotions. The world had said Ngu was incapacitated, but she had not anticipated the extent of his injuries. He was in a wheelchair. Her mother had not mentioned it in her letter. Had she known, she would have come sooner. "You." Tears welled in Jiang Xian's eyes as she hurried to push Ngu from behind. "Why cry? I am perfectly fine, able to eat and drink, surrounded by beautiful women, living leisurely," Ngu reassured her. The more he spoke, the more pain Jiang Xian felt. Ngu had entered the intermediate stage of a minor saint at 15. He should have become a formidable figure, yet his future was sacrificed for her throne. "I owe you an apology. If I had not coveted this throne, you would not have suffered. It has nothing to do with you. This was my choice, and I assure you, I am truly fine. Perhaps you misunderstand," Ngu said. And to Jiang Xian's astonishment, he stood up, circling her to prove his point. If you are fine, why are you in a wheelchair?" "Walking is not as comfortable as sitting here," he replied, taking his seat again. The wheelchair had a small mechanism allowing for manual control of its movement. Jiang Xian had been overwhelmed with sorrow and guilt. Now she felt an overwhelming urge to scold this rogue. This was too much. Your Majesty was rather cold to me earlier. I thought I would tease you today, and now we are even, Ngu remarked, watching as Jiang Xian's chest heaved with indignation, sitting down in a huff, unwilling to engage with him. Your Majesty has traveled thousands of miles to the northern region. You are not here to sulk at me, are you? I imagined many scenarios for our meeting, but I never anticipated you would be so childish. I thought you lacked humor. As they exchanged words, they locked eyes, and after a moment, Jiang Xian chuckled. This is only our second meeting. No, for you, it may be the second time, but for me, it has been many. When your Majesty issued the marriage decree, I had someone paint your portrait. I had to know what my future wife looked like. What if you were a hideous sight? I would need to prepare myself. Wouldn't I? Jiang Xian was momentarily taken aback. So if I were unattractive, you would not have come to the capital? Cleverly, I might just acquiesce to the second prince's proposal, for he has promised me a beauty that would be difficult to decline. A lecher. Yet here you are, presenting yourself so readily. A glutton for pleasure would not easily pass up such an opportunity. Jiang Xian met Nji's gaze. A playful glint in her eyes as she remarked, that will depend on your capabilities. Do not forget who my master is. Then let us see whose skills prevail. Ngu replied with a sinister grin, while the sharp energy radiated from Jiang Xian's hand. Whoosh! Suddenly, a shadow leapt from beneath Nji's feet, and before she could comprehend the situation, she found herself bound tightly. Ngu, you are cheating. He, and you call me childish. Oh, I did not expect His Majesty to favor such provocative undergarments. Chapter 42, Breaking Through to the Great Sage. Unlocking the secret realm mode, Jiang Xian finally understood why Ngu could write so many varied and intricate patterns. It turned out these were all based on his personal experiences. The great Xia Empress felt as though she had been utterly worn out. From sunrise to sunset, the work never ceased. In the end, Her Majesty fled the Yanwang residence, as if escaping, not even having time to see the Empress Dowager. Upon returning to the Northern Domain Temporary Palace, she rested for a full 3 days before heading straight back to the capital. Subsequently, she issued an edict granting the Northern Domain Temporary Palace to Yanwang and Ge. At the same time, she selected 500 exceptionally beautiful palace maids from the Imperial Palace and sent them to the Northern Domain Temporary Palace. Ngu did not decline and accepted everything graciously. Although the current Yanwang residence was not small, it still paled in comparison to the Emperor's temporary palace. The present Yanwang residence was essentially the Yin residence with a changed plaque. Living there felt somewhat awkward for Changfeng. The lively and bustling women in Nji's courtyard began packing their belongings, moving house in just 1 day. The scale of the Northern Domain Temporary Palace was constructed entirely according to the layout of the Imperial Palace. This was, after all, a fantasy world where, as long as there were resources and spirit stones, construction could proceed rapidly. The maids from Nji's entire courtyard were insufficient to fill this temporary palace. The 500 palace maids gifted by the Empress were still on their way. Lan Jiejia, now promoted to chief steward, transferred a group of personnel from the Yanwang residence, and the Moxiang sect branch also dispatched some people. Only then did the place not appear overly desolate. 300 white tiger guards were stationed inside the palace, while 10,000 demon wolf army troops guarded the exterior. Inside, there were 2 peak-level quasi-emperor experts for protection, along with over 10 great sage-level powerhouses. This left the people of the Great Wasteland utterly envious. What does it mean to be a winner in life? You might study diligently for decades, then spend decades more navigating intrigues and power struggles, only to possibly gain the chance to kneel before the monarch in the imperial court. Yet, here was someone who reached the pinnacle at just 15 years old. Fortunately, it was rumored that Nji's cultivation talent had diminished. Otherwise, how could anyone else hope to compete? Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying a peer-level demon beast yesterday. Boom. Ngu had long been prepared. Seated cross-legged on a jade bed carved from a single piece of 10,000-year black jade, dark demonic energy swirled around him like twisted demonic flames. Nji's expression grew increasingly stern, and a black hiltless flying sword manifested between his eyebrows. The dark demonic flames dyed his white robe with patches of black sparks, resembling black lotuses blooming from the depths of the underworld. At this moment, Nji's appearance matched his primordial spirit. This was his true form. His tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, revealing the ancient dual pupils. These eyes, originally belonging to Lan, had never before displayed their true power. Nji's primordial spirit emerged, as if 2 Njis were nested within one another. the spirit expanding and contracting wildly as it absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. A terrifying vortex of spiritual energy had formed above the temporary palace, pulling in spiritual energy from within a 1,000-mile radius. After an unknown length of time, peace was finally restored, and Qing's cultivation officially stepped into the Great Sage realm. With the foundation of breaking through at the peak of perfection and the tenfold combat power boost from the heavenly demon body, he was invincible among peers. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining enlightenment from the old sword god during yesterday's training. Comprehending the peerless sword technique, sword shattering heaven and earth. Sword shattering heaven and earth can convert the host's spiritual energy into millions of tiny sword spirit guides. These small swords can absorb surrounding spiritual energy to continuously strengthen. When separated, they resemble the stars of the 9 heavens. When combined, they form a colossal sword capable of shattering heaven and earth. 10,000 swords resonate in unison. The giant sword cleaves the sky. Ding! Congratulations to the host for entering the Great Sage realm. The secret realm function is now unlocked. During the host travels, there is a chance to unlock secret realms, which can be categorized into plot secret realms, exploration secret realms, and special secret realms. Secret realms contain numerous treasures, but are also fraught with danger. However, as the strongest system across all realms, even if the host dies within a secret realm, it will not affect their real-life safety. The sternness on Ng's face melted away like ice on a peak. The black small sword vanished between his eyebrows, and he returned to his usual casual demeanor. Ngu flew out of the main hall, hovering in midair. He raised his palm, and a point of black light rose, followed by thousands of black dots. As soon as they appeared, they attracted the surrounding spiritual energy, instantly transforming into thousands of small swords about 20 centimeters long. These myriad black small swords emitted sharp sword chi that seemed capable of tearing apart heaven and earth. Mei Nyang, Dian Wei, and the other experts watched the countless small swords in the sky with awe, finding it truly astonishing. Dian Wei, let's spar. Here I come. Dian Wei's body erupted with crimson blood energy, and he shot into the air as if propelled by rocket boosters. Go! With a light shout from Ngu, the myriad small swords surged toward Dian Wei like a black river. Dian Wei swung his giant axe like a windmill, yet the black river of swords seemed endless. So powerful. Those observing below felt a sense of helplessness in the face of this boundless river of swords. Master, be careful. From the power transmitted by the flying swords, Dian Wei roughly judged that the might of this sword technique had surpassed the peak of the Great Sage realm. He could now exert a bit more force. Break! With a roar, the long axe in Dian Wei's hands instantly ignited with blazing red flames. Without any fancy moves, he swung it down in a single chop. The endless river of swords was instantly split in two, flying past Dian Wei's sides before regrouping behind him and charging back. Boom! Dian Wei took a step forward, causing ripples in the void, and charged straight toward Ngu himself. This myriad river of swords was truly shamelessly formidable. While it seemed to consume a great deal, that was not actually the case. Ngu provided only the myriad guides. Most of the energy was absorbed from the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, akin to using 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds. This myriad river of swords consumed Ng's mental energy, not the spiritual energy within his body. Well done. The ancient dual pupils had already manifested in Ng's eyes. These pupils contain numerous divine abilities, one of the most basic being the ability to see through an opponent's weaknesses and even predict their next move. Clang! Ngu moved like a ghost, his Etienne sword pointing toward Dian Wei's wrist. Dian Wei could only switch from offense to defense. And in an instant, he was enveloped once again by the river of swords behind him. Ngu was very satisfied with his current power. He withdrew the sword shattering heaven and earth and descended to the ground. Congratulations, Master, on advancing to the Great Sage realm and comprehending the supreme sword path divine ability. Everyone immediately gathered around to offer their congratulations. They were all discerning individuals. Even the sword sect would exclaim in disbelief at such a sword path divine ability. If they knew Ngu had only displayed half of the sword shattering heaven and earth, one could only imagine what they would think. To ascend to the realm of the Great Sage is undoubtedly a cause for celebration. In the past, the Empress Dowager was able to triumph through her superiority in cultivation and her lava-like mastery of the fire path. However, with Ngu advancing to the Great Sage realm, the original demon scripture, a formidable technique that harmonizes both the physical body and the spiritual essence, elevates the heavenly demon body tenfold, placing the Empress Dowager at a disadvantage. Even though her prowess in the fire path is unparalleled, Ngu marches forward with unwavering determination. After 3,000 rounds of combat, the Empress Dowager found herself lamenting, and Ngu finally vented her pent-up frustration, vowing to force the Empress Dowager to retreat against the wall. Chapter 43. The Divine Path of the Qin, a gift to Zhou Qingyun. The following day, Ngu departed from Mu Dan Yuan with a clear mind and invigorated spirit. The battle of the previous day had indeed been exhilarating. A true man must ride the fiercest steed and drink the strongest wine. My vast prairie and my steed, I shall revel as I please, for this is how one truly makes the most of their time in this world. After enjoying breakfast, he strolled through the imperial garden and then retreated to his study to commence writing the epic Feng Shunyinyi. From the intelligence gathered at Zhushi Lu, it appeared that the issues plaguing the Shang dynasty were far more severe than those of the Dixia, making it clear that the Tianlu Academy was both the source of prosperity and the cause of decline. When emperors were wise and capable, the academy continuously supplied the dynasty with talented individuals for governance. Conversely, during times of imperial folly, it produced a plethora of so-called learned men. The identity of the individual behind Su Jinxiu remained undiscovered, yet Ngu was not anxious. He intended to stoke the flames, for when they became too overwhelming, the mastermind would reveal themselves. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying the beast yesterday. Ding. Congratulations to the host for entering the 1,000,001 SD secret realm during yesterday's trials, acquiring the divine ability of Qin Daotong Shun. This secret realm is a narrative realm, and the host can utilize the playback function to gain a detailed understanding of the experiences within the realm. An overwhelming surge of experience transformed into spiritual energy, washing over Ng's body, with today's accumulated experience surpassing that of the previous day by more than tenfold. Simultaneously, a wave of memories and insights flooded into his consciousness. After a brief period of integration, Ngu fully grasped this new divine ability. Qin Daotong Shun, a mystical power wherein the Guqin serves as the vessel and music as the weapon. A single melody played could soothe the soul or morph into an invisible threat, an exquisite tool for displaying one's prowess. Ngu momentarily suppressed his urge to flaunt his abilities. The playback feature in the system was something he had never encountered before. He had been passively accruing rewards through the automated system, completely unaware of the events that transpired in between, witnessing only the outcomes without the journey. Setting down his pen, Ngu entered the system and selected the playback option. Instantly, his consciousness was drawn into a vortex, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar world. Could it be that his trials truly involved traversing between different realms? Assessing himself, he confirmed he possessed the early-stage cultivation of a Desheng, along with various divine abilities such as the original demon seal, sword breaking the universe, ancient heavy pupil, and 9 nether inferno, all reflecting his appearance, albeit his attire had transformed from a white robe to a Taoist robe. Surveying his surroundings, he realized he was within a grand hall, where several others donned similar attire. At the forefront stood an elder with an ethereal presence, imparting wisdom. I, Tianyin Zong, inherit the teachings of the heavenly Emperor Fu Shi. You are all the true disciples of Tianyin Zong. Bear in mind your duty to promote the teachings of the sect and never bring shame upon our lineage. Do you understand? We shall heed the teachings of the master. With that, the elder vanished, and the disciples began to depart in small groups. This experience felt remarkably mystical. Though he was immersed in the scene, due to the nature of the playback, he felt like an outsider observing. Days passed, and Ngu discovered that he was not merely watching a film, but rather a lengthy drama. Time stretched on, spanning over a century as he trained in Tianyin Zone, cultivating his skills until he finally achieved the mastery of Qin Qiu. After mastering it, he ventured forth, battling beasts and befriending other cultivators. Yet despite living a full life, he never transcended to true immortality. A single narrative realm encompassed more than a millennium. No wonder the experience points were tenfold greater than the previous day. Exiting the system, Ngu was still somewhat dazed. Although he had witnessed his life's journey within the secret realm from a divine perspective, the events felt profoundly real in his mind. This sensation was something he had never encountered before. Closing his eyes, Ngu forcibly suppressed his insatiable curiosity regarding the secrets of the automated system. It was not the time for him to delve into such mysteries, lest he find himself ensnared in an unresolvable dilemma. Viewing it as merely a series of episodes, he resolved to live in the present. Calling for Sister Lan, he instructed her to fetch an ancient guqin. In a short while, an exquisite sacred instrument was placed before him. As his hand rested upon the guqin, it began to emanate a radiant glow even before he played a note. The tale of Zhong Ziki and Yuboya echoed in his mind. Indeed, the bond between the guqin and its player was profound. Sister Lan had long since become somewhat numb to Nge's astonishing displays, writing, painting, swordsmanship, and now this mastery of the guqin, each capable of establishing his name as a prodigy in this vast wilderness. Yet she understood that his greatest strength lay beyond these talents. As his fingers danced across the strings, a single note transformed the atmosphere around Sister Lan. No longer were they in the study, but rather amidst a gentle, continuous rain, with the sensation of cool droplets gracing her face. The notes seemed to morph into a torrential downpour, enveloping her in a world resonating solely with the sound of the guqin. She lost track of time, fully immersed in this realm of music. Had Ngu wished to harm her, she would have perished countless times over. Master, your mastery of the guqin has transcended to the divine. Ah, merely a small realization, nothing worth mentioning. Ngu replied with an air of nonchalance, putting away the guqin. Sister Lan, still lost in the echoes of the music, felt a pang of wistfulness. When I have the time, I shall play for you all again. Now, come and prepare the ink. Yes, master. 3 days later, in the Zhou mansion of Fengcheng, Zhou Qingyun's desk bore a book titled Feng Shunyeni. Although it lacked an author's name, the title alone was enough to reveal its origin as a work by Ngu. Zhou Qingyun's expression darkened. How had someone so stealthily infiltrated her room in the heart of the Zhou family stronghold and left this book on her desk? Such a method was truly unfathomable. Not only did she possess the cultivation of a Desheng, but she also had a quasi-imperial guardian perpetually by her side. If they could place a book here, could they not have ended her life at any moment? As Zhou Qingyun opened the book to the first page, her pupils constricted. The opening line spoke of the Shang king composing poems that defiled the celestial saintess and declared the empress to be a fox spirit in disguise. As Zhou Qingyun delved deeper into the narrative, her heart grew increasingly apprehensive. The Shang king, ensnared by indulgence and vice, had neglected governance, while the malevolent empress wreaked havoc upon loyal subjects, and treacherous advisors held sway, plunging the realm into chaos. The Zhou family suffered grievous harm, ultimately retreating to their fiefdom to establish the Zhou dynasty, overthrowing the tyrannical reign of the Shang and distributing territories among the world. This version of Feng Shunyeni had been altered by Ngu, who replaced the teachings of the Chanjiao and Jiejiao with sects of cultivation and transformed the valiant Zhou Wangji Fa into the young lady of the Zhou family. Zhou Qingyun found herself deeply immersed in this tale. Should it reach the palace, even with 10 tongues, she could not extricate herself from its implications. Cursed Ngu, this was a ruthless push against her Zhou family. In the capital of the Shang, Chaoge City, the Emperor Wu Xian reclined upon his golden throne, clutching a wine jar, his vision clouded with inebriation and cheeks flushed. The once illustrious and formidable ruler now sported graying hair and a gaunt physique, his imperial robes hanging loosely upon him. Jin Xiu, accompany me in another jar of wine. By the emperor's side stood a beautiful woman, her hair elegantly styled, her face resembling apricot blossoms and peach cheeks, exuding the allure of spring mountains and a delicate willow waist. Akin to a begonia intoxicated by the moonlight and a pear blossom kissed by rain. Her eyes seemed to hold a myriad of emotions that could ensnare the very souls of those who gazed upon her. Your Majesty, why not construct a wine pool? We could revel in its depths, drinking to our heart's content. Upon hearing this, the emperor's dazed eyes sparkled with intrigue. Ah, the empress, so clever, to devise such a splendid scheme. I shall command the construction of this wine pool on the morrow. Su Jinxiu, brimming with charm, responded, I knew your Majesty would be most indulgent towards me. Chapter 44. You wouldn't want the Zhou family to perish because of you, would you? Empress Su Jinxiu sat to the side, engrossed in a book authored by Ngu, titled Da Wei Tian Long. Ah, that accursed monk Fa Hai. Did he consume your family's rice or drink your water? What a meddlesome fool. Each time she leafed through the pages she had perused multiple times, she cursed Fa Hai with unrestrained fervor. Hearing the commotion from the Emperor of Shang diminish, Su Jinxiu flicked her wrist, releasing a pink energy that penetrated the emperor's eyes. Hee, beauty. I shall fulfill your desires. The emperor struggled to turn the puppet over, soon gasping for breath like a bellows. After a decade, he had been utterly drained. Had it not been for the protective dragon Qi, he would have already been a mere memory. The concept of luck is not a novel topic in the realm of cultivation. Both individuals and dynasties possess their respective fortunes. However, unlike personal luck, a dynasty's fate is more heavily influenced by external factors. The emperor of the Shang had ruled in incompetence for over 20 years, and especially after Qing Qiu entered the palace a decade ago, the fortunes of the Shang had undergone a remarkable transformation. With a delicate finger, Qing Qiu beckoned, and a golden energy began to coalesce in the air. A dragon-shaped apparition faintly materialized, roaring silently at her. She retrieved a white porcelain bottle, murmuring incantations, as the bottle emitted a powerful suction, drawing the dragon apparition within after a brief struggle. This was Dragon Qi, the very essence of the Shang's national fortune. Once all the Dragon Qi was extracted from the emperor, he would lose his value. Meanwhile, she would harness this national fortune to withstand the impending tribulation and ascend into the legendary realm of demons and immortals, thereby completing her trial. Clap, clap. Qing Qiu applauded, and 2 palace maids entered. My lady, shall we clean him up? Yes. The maids looked at the emperor with disdain, and suddenly, 3 furry tails sprouted from behind them. Qing Qiu's reading was interrupted as she swiftly struck the 2 maids to the ground with a wave of her hand. If you dare show your tails again, I shall sever them. The maids, terrified, repeatedly bowed and begged for mercy. Fixating her gaze on the book, Qing Qiu waved her hand dismissively, and the maids, as if granted amnesty, scrambled to tidy up the emperor's mess. Having soon finished one book, she extracted another, also penned by Ngu. Reading provides insight into a person's character, and Ngu's writings were full of satire aimed at the Confucian, Taoist, and Buddhist establishments, while glorifying the demon race and the spirit world. Exiting from the demonic sect, with a heart as ruthless as it was cunning, he was certainly a small devil worth collaborating with. As dawn broke, Qing Qiu rose to commence her performance for the day. Reflecting on this, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. She felt akin to an actress, as if she shared a peculiar fate with Ngu. And city, 1,000 miles away, was bordered by a majestic mountain known as Enling, which spanned across the Xia and the Shang. The Shang people rejected the name Enling, referring to it instead as Xingling. Ngu rode a magnificent, pure white steed, adorned with a spiraled horn atop its head, occasionally crackling with arcs of electricity. Its hooves were enveloped in fluffy, cloud-like fur, known as the unicorn thundercloud beast. Capable of unleashing thunderous attacks and soaring through the skies at incredible speeds, it hailed from the depths of Enling, and Ngu had invested considerable effort to tame it, despite possessing the cultivation of a great sage. Behind Ngu stood Dian Wei, flanked by 300 white tiger guards, as Ngu sat confidently upon his mount, awaiting someone. The ground trembled with a deafening roar, as though an army of thousands approached. The 300 white tiger guards had already entered a state of readiness. Ngu, calm and composed, gazed into the distance, where he spotted 1,000 riders galloping towards them, all clad in black armor and riding black steeds, the renowned Xianjia army of the Zhou family. The Zhou families had been at odds for many years. Had they not possessed true prowess, they would have long been eradicated. Leading the charge was the female knight Zhou Qingyun, blessed with a body of heavenly fragrance. The 1,000 riders halted approximately a mile from the white tiger guards, not out of reluctance, but because their finely trained steeds dared not advance. Zhou Qingyun glanced at the formidable white tiger knights, her heart tightening. Just how many hidden cards did Ngu possess? Ngu rode his white horse forth from the ranks of the white tigers and called out, and request a private conversation with Miss Zhou. May I? An elder beside Zhou Qingyun firmly interjected, it is not permitted. This elder, her protector, possessed mid-level quasi-emperor cultivation and felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the towering figure before him. Dian Wei had proven himself a formidable presence following his exploits in the capital. A peak quasi-emperor warrior was not to be trifled with. He would fall beneath 100 strikes. Rest assured, Grandfather Zhou, if he wished to kill me, he would have done so long ago, Zhou Qingyun whispered, urging her steed forward with a firm nudge. Her mount, not an ordinary beast, but one of Qilin bloodline, neighed and surged ahead. Ngu too advanced to meet her, and the 2 steeds galloped into the depths of a nearby forest. Upon reaching a small river, they dismounted. Ngu approached the riverbank, retrieving a small table and 2 chairs from his spatial ring, setting out food and wine. The scene was picturesque, with the gentle flow of the river adding a unique charm. "Miss Zhou, please have a seat." Though Zhou Qingyun claimed to be unperturbed, that was far from the truth. The enigmas surrounding Ngu obscured his true nature. "I am grateful for your hospitality, young masterin." Once seated, Ngu smiled and inquired, "What do you think of the book I gifted you? Was its content satisfactory? Your literary talent is undeniable, young masterin. With just this one book, you could plunge my Zhou family into an abyss of despair," Zhou Qingyun remarked, a mixture of admiration and resentment swirling within her. Ngu sniffed the air, uncertain if it was merely a figment of his imagination, but he detected an unexpectedly comforting fragrance. "Whether or not you have my book, the Shang dynasty is already rife with internal strife. Unrest is inevitable. I merely stoked the flames to hasten its demise. Besides, I have rendered a great service to you, Miss Zhou. Without my book, your family would not have dared to sever ties with the imperial court for your sake. How shall you express your gratitude to me?" Zhou Qingyun's heart raced with alarm. Could it be that the Zhou family was under Nji's constant surveillance? She presented the sacred tome, Shunyan Yi, to her father. The head of the Zhou family had already been secretly preparing to raise an army. Once this book reached Chaogu, even if they wished to refrain from rebellion, it would be impossible. "Do not fear, Miss Zhou. Not only do I have my people within your Zhou family, but even within the Grand Shang royal family, there are those loyal to me. Tell me, if I were to deliver this tome into the hands of that enchantress, what do you suppose she would do?" Zhou Qingyun gazed at the handsome man before her, who wore a subtle smile, and she felt a chill run through her. "What do you desire?" Zhou Qingyun forced herself to regain her composure. From the very beginning, she had fallen into Nji's rhythm, being led by the nose. However, Ngu had summoned her for a reason. He certainly had his own needs and objectives. "I have heard that Miss Zhou possesses a Tianxiang body. Might I have the fortune of experiencing its fragrance?" "You." Zhou Qingyun's face turned ashen. The Tianxiang body was her greatest secret. How could he possibly know of it? "It is merely a whiff, driven only by curiosity. If you agree to my request, I assure you that this book will not surface in any inappropriate places." Zhou Qingyun's delicate face alternated between pale and flushed, red and white. "Alas, since Miss Zhou is unwilling, I am not one to force the issue. I have heard that the Empress Su is quite the admirer of my works. Perhaps I shall present it to her for her appreciation. Who knows, it may bring her joy." Upon saying this, Ngu stood to leave, silently counting down, 3, 2. Wait. Chapter 45. Zhou Qingyun, did I just give it away for free? The gentle flow of the river seemed to resonate with joyful notes. Did you not say it was just a whiff? Sob, 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 you deceiver. Zhou Qingyun's voice trembled slightly, as Nji's warm breath brushed against her neck. If it weren't for her back resting against a large tree, she would have already collapsed from weakness. The famed Tianxiang body indeed lived up to its reputation. Ngu lifted Zhou Qingyun's delicate chin, and after breaking the seal, her beauty enhanced by at least 30%. Especially the transformation in her aura and the alluring fragrance emanating from her body stirred within Ngu an overwhelming urge to consume her entirely. The Tianxiang body not only exudes an intoxicating scent, but also brands the first man who visits her with an indelible mark. Should he perish, the fragrance would turn into a lethal poison, accompanying him to the underworld. Another hour passed, and the Zhou family's guardian was becoming increasingly restless. Zhou Qingyun and Ngu had been gone for nearly 3 hours. Yet, the warrior named Dian Wei across the way was fixated on him, and even their own Qinqi Xuanjiao army was firmly suppressed by the opposing Baihu army. Any reckless movement would surely invite a tempestuous storm. The sound of galloping hooves resonated like heavenly music to the Zhou family. Yet, Ngu and Zhou Qingyun were seen riding together, with Zhou Qingyun appearing bashful, nestled in Nji's embrace, her mount trailing behind, occasionally snorting. What was going on? Had the young master and Ngu become involved? If word of this reached Chaogu, what consequences would ensue? The union of two noble families stationed at the border was indeed a sight to behold. Zhou Qingyun reluctantly returned to the Zhou residence, dismissing her personal maid to change her attire alone. Observing the crimson marks adorning her body, she felt herself soften even more. Her fate was now intertwined with Nji's, though she had mentally prepared for this when she agreed to the rendezvous. This was the destiny of the Tianxiang body. destined to devote oneself entirely to one person in a lifetime. And Ji's talents, gifts, and means far exceeded those of his peers, surpassing even the foolish monarch by thousands of times. Zhou Qingyun's hand, which had been caressing her body, suddenly stilled as a flash of insight struck her mind. To prevent the Zhou family from facing utter ruin, she acquiesced to that scoundrel's threats, and now, upon reflection, it seemed she had given it all away for nothing. If they wished to be together openly, the Shang emperor would never allow the Zhou family any peace. They would have to raise an army to overthrow the Wu family's rule. Zhou Qingyun, in a fit of anger, splashed water in the bath, wishing she could immediately rush to Encheng and take down that scoundrel. And Gu hummed a tune as he returned to Encheng from Enling. The heavens as his canopy and the earth as his bed, such delightful sensations were boundless. Instead of returning to the northern imperial palace, he went to visit his parents. Although his mother had always avoided him, whether she chose to see him or not was her concern, whether he saw her was his. And Changfeng could no longer see through Ngu, Dianwei, the 300 Baihu guards, and the spine-chilling intelligence network were clearly not gifts from the Mo Xiang sect. If they were neither from the Mo Xiang sect nor the Yin family, then who were these individuals? He even harbored a more terrifying thought, but he could only bury it deep within, vowing to keep it hidden until death. Everyone knows the tale of the fallen immortal, who is a reincarnation of an immortal being, but there exists another form of rebirth, possessing a body anew. With the power Ngu now wielded, if he were indeed possessed, the entity that took over must be the legendary immortal. The father and son prepared a simple meal and shared a drink, a routine that seemed to have formed. Each time Ngu visited, they would share a couple of cups. And Changfeng looked at Ngu, suppressing his thoughts, lowering his gaze to avoid meeting Nji's eyes. Ngu remarked, "Father, are you not curious where I acquired Dianwei and the 300 Baihu guards?" And Changfeng's hand trembled, causing his wine cup to shudder. Did Ngu sense his inner thoughts? Was he about to reveal the truth and silence him? Taking a deep breath, and Changfeng set down his cup and said, "Everyone has their secrets. Although you are my son, I shall not pry into yours." Ngu feigned a sigh. "I knew you would overthink, but I did not intend to keep it from you. Otherwise, I would not so openly present Dianwei and the 300 Baihu guards. Think about it. Does that not make sense? In truth, it was not complicated. I have indeed experienced some fortuitous encounters. While in the Mo Xiang sect, I had the fortune to be taught by a remnant immortal, and all this is merely a continuation of my master's legacy." And Changfeng's eyes widened, his heart racing. What father would wish for his child to be possessed? The remnant immortal, also known as a scattered immortal, is a master of the emperor realm who failed the heavenly tribulation, with a certain chance of transcending into a scattered immortal. Though not comparable to true immortals in their carefree existence, they are still far more powerful than the emperor-level beings. The transformation of spiritual energy into immortal energy is an entirely different realm of power. However, scattered immortals must endure a heavenly tribulation every 1,000 years, and 99% of them are reduced to ashes under this trial. There are legends of the 9 transformations scattered immortal, whose strength rivals that of the Dai Luo Jin immortal, but that remains mere folklore. Those who achieve the status of scattered immortals are often detached from the mortal world, untainted by causality or bloodshed, solely seeking a sliver of hope beneath the heavenly tribulation. Others may seek to enhance their fortunes to increase their chances of success. Is what you say true? That esteemed elder, and Ngu sighed, my master sensed that he could not survive the heavenly tribulation, which prompted him to take on disciples and pass down his teachings. Otherwise, how could I have comprehended the unparalleled sword technique of breaking the universe? I am no Li Tai, and Changfeng was now convinced. Believing Ngu to have truly been possessed by an immortal, with the power he now held, there was no need for him to explain so much. A true dragon need not justify itself to an ant. My son is no less than Li Tai. This is the decree of destiny. Our family's ancestors once prophesied that our lineage would give rise to an immortal sovereign who would suppress the heavens. When Enlon was born, he possessed ancient heavy pupils, and both the family elders and I believe he was the one foretold by our ancestor, neglecting you, for I, as a father. And Ngu interrupted in Changfeng, saying, "Father, let bygones be bygones. I have erred in harming Enlon, and I shall find a way to make amends for his eyes. I will also devise a plan to bring him back and resolve Mother's emotional turmoil." With tears streaming down his face, and Changfeng raised his cup and drank it in one gulp, continuing to toast with Ngu until the night grew deep. ultimately collapsing onto the table in a state of inebriation. After summoning servants to take care of Cheng Feng, Gu returned to his own courtyard. Was it despicable? Perhaps. That little tale of redemption required Cheng Feng's assistance to achieve its utmost efficacy. The prophecy of the family's ancestor undoubtedly pointed to Enlon. If he could not be utilized, Gu would have no choice but to eliminate Enlon before he could flourish. In this scenario, the parents need not endure the cruelty of their sons turning against one another, and Cheng Feng would harbor no suspicion or resentment. Mother could untangle her heart and relish a harmonious life. Enlon would evade the burdens of vengeance and preserve his life, and as for Gu, he would attain a peaceful family and an eternal, supreme ally. As the saying goes, in battle, a father and son fight together, brothers take down tigers, and thus, everything falls into place. Gu considered himself not a person of slaughter. If a better outcome was attainable, why not embrace it? Chapter 46, Young Master. This secret realm is thrilling. Notification. Congratulations to the host for defeating an enemy of the same rank. Notification. Congratulations to the host for triggering secret realm number 000100 during the trial and obtaining the magical artifact, the Swallowing Heaven Bottle. The host may review the details of the trial through the playback feature. Swallowing Heaven Bottle. Crafted from the formidable beast Tao Tai. It can consume all things and transform them into the essence of heaven and earth. Boom. After a few days, Gu finally experienced another secret realm, with a surge of spiritual energy that was over tenfold greater than normal. Gu felt his soul rejuvenated, and the pleasure at this moment rivaled that of conquering the ethereal body of Zhou Qingyun. No wonder so many individuals who have reached high realms remain single. The joy of cultivation is so fulfilling, why would one need companionship? Gu, comfortably oblivious, was unaware of the hardships endured by others in their cultivation journeys, which involved years of stagnant sitting and often inhumane trials. The price of enduring centuries of grueling cultivation for just a few moments of ecstasy is indeed steep. In the vast wilderness, apart from the Buddhist sects, other sects, regardless of their cultivation levels, do not prohibit the union of men and women. There are even dual cultivation techniques that emphasize the harmony between the genders, making cultivation less burdensome. This includes certain practices from Sanqing Mountain, though the temptations of nefarious paths are more prevalent. A particularly notorious sect, the Hehuan sect, was once nearly on par with the 9 great sects during its peak. Unfortunately, due to their own misdeeds, they incurred the wrath of the 9 great sects, leading to their annihilation, leaving only a few remnants that have since lost their significance. Returning to the matter at hand, after a full 15 minutes, the influx of spiritual energy ceased. Gu sensed his own power. He was not far from reaching the mid-stage of the Great Sage realm. The elevation of his realm did not hinder his progress. Rather, the existence of the secret realm accelerated it. With nothing pressing to attend to, Gu reclined on his bed and activated the system's playback feature. The system's playback allows him to experience moments from the secret realm as if no time had passed outside, regardless of whether he had lived there for a decade or a millennium. In his previous playback session, despite some emotional impacts, the gains were immense. While passive cultivation provides experience and treasures, it lacks the richness of combat and life experiences. The playback feature grants him a vicarious yet profound journey through a different life, offering invaluable insights. Especially for Gu, as a traveler, his combat experience and life knowledge paled in comparison to those ancient beings, and the playback function compensated for this deficiency. As the scene shifted like rippling water, Gu found himself immersed in the secret realm, with memories unique to this realm flooding his mind. Gu, the illustrious son of the immortal dynasty, had a mother who was a powerful immortal king overseeing countless small worlds, and a father who was also an immortal king, the current head of the ancient immortal family, the Yin family. Upon realizing this, Nge's expression turned peculiar. This identity was even more impressive than his own in reality. With such a background, wouldn't it be simple to learn divine powers from his parents within the secret realm, rendering him invincible? As if sensing Nge's thoughts, the memories unfolded, revealing numerous characters, with his mother's figure being the most prominent. However, the scenes were somewhat gasp. Gu inhaled sharply, exclaiming internally that he wished to exit this experience. While he called for an exit, Gu relished revisiting the memories as if he had lived them himself. His descent to the earthly realm was prompted by his mother, the immortal king. foreseeing the emergence of a treasure in the lower world, thus initiating his journey. It was only when someone called out to him that Ngu snapped back to reality. Over 10,000 disciples of the Zhixiao Holy Land. We welcome you, young master. An ancient elder bowed respectfully, and behind him, thousands of disciples echoed, disciples of the Zhixiao Holy Land. We welcome you, young master. Ngu turned to see that the elder was merely at the minor sacred realm, with only a few at the profound level, while most were at the internal level. The disciples below were even weaker. Only a handful had reached the bone-refining stage. Is this truly a holy land? It seems rather lacking in value. Are you the master of this place? In response to the young master, I am the first-generation master of the Holy Land. Being from the upper realm, I dared not neglect to welcome you personally. Much appreciated. I have descended to seek a treasure that is soon to emerge. Send your disciples to investigate and report any anomalies promptly. Understood, young master. The elder performed a deep bow, and Ngu casually retrieved a bottle of Peiyuan pills from his spatial ring. Consuming one could rapidly elevate his cultivation, and for this elder, who was merely at the early minor sacred stage, this single bottle would enable him to advance to the mid-stage, allowing him to live for another 1,000 or 800 years without issue. The elder trembled as he received the pills, while the elders at the profound and internal levels behind him nearly suffered heart attacks from envy. This was a high-grade pill granted by a being from the upper realm, and there was an entire bottle. The elder was oblivious to whether he could share any with them, especially the current holy master. If the elder did not appear, the task of welcoming the young master would have fallen to him, making this bottle essentially his. How infuriating. Take me to a place to rest. Ngu had no interest in flaunting his superiority over these insignificant beings. He could easily crush any one of them with a mere finger. I shall escort you, young master. The current holy master, under the weight of the elder's hungry gaze, bowed and led Ngu to a prearranged guest house. It was evident that his mother, the immortal queen, had meticulously prepared everything, waiting for her precious son to reap the rewards and enjoy a leisurely tour. Upon arriving at the guest house, it was indeed exquisite, yet it fell short of the inn residence, giving Ngu the impression of staying in a countryside inn. The holy master's intentions were clear to Ngu. Even dining out would require him to tip the servants, and given the abundance of Peiyuan pills, there was no shortage. Another bottle of Peiyuan pills was tossed aside, and the holy master received it with delight, carefully storing it away. His attitude grew increasingly respectful. At this point, if Ngu asked him to clean his shoes, he would undoubtedly comply without hesitation. This left Ngu with a renewed perspective on the cultivation world. Having been born into nobility in the great wilderness, he truly lacked an understanding of the struggles faced by lower-tier cultivators. The Peiyuan Dan, a substance of dubious quality, had never crossed his lips, yet his counterpart regarded it as a prized treasure. My lord, the maidens of this sacred realm are but simple folk. I have a daughter, astute since childhood, who has mastered the art of the guqin under her mother's guidance. Might it not be fitting for her to attend to you and serenade you with melodies to lighten your spirits? Upon hearing this, Ngu felt a flicker of interest. His affinity for the guqin imbued him with a unique appreciation for those skilled in its play. Since she learned from her mother, surely her mother possesses greater expertise in this art? Let them both come forth, he suggested. The Holy Lord's mind momentarily faltered, and he was left wishing to strike himself in frustration. Yes, I shall make the necessary arrangements forthwith. Rest assured, if you make this Lord happy, you shall not be left without your rewards. The Holy Lord, suddenly elated, knelt and offered 3 profound bows, his face alight with joy as he hurried to summon his wife and daughter to serve Ngu. Reclining upon his bed, Ngu sifted through the memories in his mind, hoping to uncover any remarkable techniques or secrets. Alas, all he found was a disheartening focus on women. Oh, what a scoundrel! Compared to him, this lord was a paragon of virtue, a truly admirable man. Disappointed in his search, Ngu felt his blood boil, only to be interrupted by a melodious voice from outside, announcing, "This servant, Huang Shu am I, along with my daughter Yi. Humbly greets the noble lord." Chapter 47, The Child of Destiny? Crushing you is easier than crushing an ant hiss. The resonance is truly remarkable. My lord, I am pleased if you are. Ngu felt a sense of tranquility. Music has the power to refine one's spirit, allowing for relaxation and joy. Yi, are you inside? Mother, are you and Yi in there? Suddenly, a man's voice from outside the courtyard shattered the harmonious atmosphere within. Senior brother Tang, Please do not make it difficult for us. Even the Holy Lord cannot protect you if you disturb the esteemed guest. Protect me? He cannot even safeguard his own wife and daughter. Why would I need his protection? You have brought disgrace to the Zixiao Holy Land. A figure clad in resplendent purple garments, exuding an imposing presence, was none other than Tang Wei, the son of the Holy Land's master, who had grown up with a silver spoon in his mouth. He was accustomed to being the center of attention, but today his mother and sister had been sent to serve a so-called esteemed guest. Despite being a transmigrator who had traversed realms since childhood, he held little affection for his father. However, his feelings toward his mother and sister were profoundly different. It was unclear whether it was the fusion of his soul with that of the original body or his inherently unconventional nature, but within him resided an unwavering obsession to ensure his mother and sister remained untouched by others. Even his nominal father had been secretly incapacitated by him. Unexpectedly, a young master from the upper realm disrupted his plans. As a transmigrator, possessing a golden finger was a given. Before his transition, Tang Wei had a passion for antiques, but, lacking funds, could only rummage through markets for treasures. Remarkably, he stumbled upon a peculiar bottle, half black and half white, which he purchased out of curiosity for its unusual appearance and low price, hoping to impress his social circle. Thus began a series of extraordinary events. First, the mysterious disappearance of their pet cat, followed by their dog. After installing surveillance, he discovered that the black and white bottle would wreak havoc in his absence, capturing everything with a spirit into its depths. Instead of fear, he felt exhilaration. For a man who dreamed of altering his fate, this was simply perfect. He began to consciously acquire chickens, ducks, and rabbits, until one day, he heard a sound of water emanating from the bottle. Upon pouring it out, he found a drop of fragrant solution. Thus began his journey to defy fate. No longer a destitute man, he wielded the power of the bottle to surpass his physical limits, becoming a near superhuman. Yet, his abnormality attracted the attention of relevant authorities. After evading them for a time, he was ultimately shot by a group of peculiar individuals, but he did not perish. His soul, protected by the bottle, arrived in this alternate world, merging with another boy named Tang Wei. With his background and the bottle's refining abilities, Tang Wei's cultivation far surpassed that of his peers, further solidifying his belief that he was the destined protagonist. Is that your son outside? Ngu lifted the chin of a stunning woman, her exquisite beauty enhanced by slightly swollen, alluring lips, captivating beyond compare. The woman's eyes reflected a hint of panic. Tang Wei's sudden appearance risked disturbing the esteemed guest's enjoyment, potentially leading to the ruin of the entire Zixiao Holy Land. A mere hint of the guest's aura made her tremble, leaving her devoid of any courage to resist. To Ngu, these two women were not merely sources of amusement, but also served another purpose as bait. He had not anticipated that the fish would bite so swiftly. My lord, I shall let him leave at once. First, let Yi play the piano for you. Yi not only excels at the piano, but is also a master of the flute. My lord, I will ensure your satisfaction. The woman named Yi appeared to be only 17 or 18, still bearing the innocence of youth. However, Ngu discerned her true age at a glance. Was it not a bit nauseating for someone of her age to feign innocence? From the moment she and her mother entered, Yi sensed that this overly charming young master seemed more interested in her mother, personally guiding her in the art of music and praising her talent. To Yi, it felt as if she were merely a side note. There's no need for that. Since he is your son, I shall make an exception to meet him. If his aptitude is satisfactory, he may serve as my attendant, thus justifying your service to me. Upon finishing his words, Ngu adjusted his attire, and the mother and daughter dared not obstruct him, anxiously trailing behind as they exited the courtyard. Tang Wei gazed at Ngu, who donned a white robe and carried a precious sword at his waist. As he scrutinized his face, a sudden excruciating pain pierced his eyes, as if scorched by the blazing sun. With a cry of anguish, he clasped his eyes, rolling on the ground in agony. Ngu, feigning surprise, remarked, "Is your son attempting to provoke me? Please forgive me, my lord. I shall send him away immediately," Tang Wei's mother urged, her heart racing. The strength of this lord was far beyond their comprehension. Just as she leapt forward, Tang Wei's vision suddenly cleared. Surely that man was to blame for embarrassing him in front of his mother and sister. The obsession of Tang Wei's fused soul regarding his mother and sister fueled an explosive rage within him. Yet, the other half of his soul, that of the transmigrator Tang Wei, compelled him to remain calm. This upper realm individual possessed unfathomable might, far beyond his ability to contend with. He had the precious bottle as his golden finger. As long as he preserved his life, he would eventually find a way to ascend to the upper realm. "Mother, take my sister and return home with me," Tang Wei implored, his gaze tinged with desperation. Upon witnessing her son act as if nothing were amiss, Tang's mother was consumed by fury. How dare this ungrateful child cause a ruckus in such a place? If he angered that man, the entire Holy Land would face repercussions. Ungrateful child, quickly return before the esteemed guest becomes enraged. Her voice was strained, as if forced through clenched teeth. Tang Wei, possessing considerable talent since childhood, had always garnered their approval, yet they had not anticipated such childishness. "Mother, he is not a good person. You are walking into a tiger's den. Do you truly wish to curry favor for a mere reward?" Slap. Tang Wei covered his face in disbelief, staring at his mother, who trembled with rage. A gleam of light suddenly shot from Nji's eyes into Tang Wei's, causing his eyes to instantly turn crimson and his face to twist into a savage expression. "You wretch! How dare you strike me? You all belong to me." Tang Wei, like a wild beast, seized his mother's hand. "Your brother is truly a beast. You treat him as family, yet he regards you as his personal property. Even I, a nobleman, cannot stand by and watch. Someone like him would be subjected to 1,000 cuts in our upper realm. I beg you, sir, save my mother and slay this beast." Ngu looked with considerable surprise at Yi, whose face was filled with murderous intent, inwardly exclaiming, "What a fierce little lady, quite ruthless indeed." Swish! With a flick of Nji's hand, 5 small swords instantly flew out, nailing Tang Wei's limbs and his vital root firmly to the ground. Tang Wei, writhing in agony, tried to roll over in pain but was pinned immovably to the earth. Chapter 48. Is there no backlash from the fabled fortune? Beneath this unfolding narrative, the wretched soul who cries out in despair must surely be the fated child of this secret realm, no? Ngu ambled over leisurely, lifting the fallen mother of Tang Wei, and cast a glance at the girl with a heart of darkness, saying, "Take good care of your mother. Giving birth to such a son is indeed a misfortune for your family. Remove your filthy hands. Do not touch my mother." Tang Wei, witnessing Nji's unrelenting grip on his mother's hand, felt his rage boil over, causing fresh blood to spurt from his wounded side, staining his trousers a vivid crimson. The disciples present instinctively clenched their pants, shivering with unease. "Disgraceful wretch! I am not your mother. I bear no such beastly son. Tang Wei, I have long perceived the filth that festers within your heart. You truly disgust me. You too. Ugh." Faced with the scornful accusations from his mother and sister, Tang Wei erupted, spewing a mouthful of old blood. The 2 individuals he cherished most showed no concern for his injuries, only disdainful rebukes and ridicule. Ngu mused internally. Can such a mediocre contender truly be the child of fortune? Are those who select the fated ones blind? To sacrifice oneself for 2 women, has he never encountered a woman in his past life? Although Yi yearned to pierce this perverse man with her sword at that very moment, she had sensed his unfavorable impression of her. To act now would only solidify his belief that she was excessively malicious. As the daughter of the holy master of Zishao Xingdi, she regarded others as subordinates. From her perspective, those close to the powerful, even if somewhat foolish, were far more trustworthy than a vile person. Regardless of whether she killed Tang Wei today, he would lose his qualification to inherit the title of Holy Master. All she needed was to cling to this young lord or any other advantageous figure, and the position of Holy Master would be rightfully hers. "Alas, my family is unfortunate and has disturbed you, my lord. I shall confine him to the dungeon to let him fend for himself. Does that meet your approval?" Though Tang Wei's mother appeared intent on punishing him, her true desire was to preserve his life. After all, he remained her son. By the conventional plot, this moment would be Tang Wei's turning point, yet he encountered a formidable opponent far beyond his own capabilities. With a casual slap, Ngu struck down Tang Wei, who fell like a small tomato, bursting forth a spray of juice. Upon Tang Wei's demise, Ngu beheld a magnificent golden treasure chest erupting from the sanguine remnants of Tang Wei, presumably the famed Tun Tian Baoping. At that moment, Ngu observed the surroundings beginning to distort. The secret realm was concluding. Lying in bed, his doubts gradually crystallized. The first secret realm was a narrative-driven one, while Nji's journey through the Tao via his Qing was a millennia-spanning self-cultivation, resembling an epic saga. Conversely, this peculiar secret realm had assigned him a role and a fragment of the plot beforehand, akin to a task, leaving further narrative yet to unfold. The system had once stated that the experiences during his idol training were genuine encounters from different planes and worlds. Could it be possible that these secret realms were indeed his authentic experiences? If so, it would lend a fitting explanation to his traversal into the Dahuang. A chilling thought emerged. Might the Dahuang he now traversed also be a realm within a secret realm? This question lingered unanswered in Nji's mind. System, for the 000100 secret realm, can I enter at any time? Beep. Negative. The secret realm requires the host to trigger specific conditions during training to unlock the corresponding realm. Understood. Ngu ceased his inquiries, confident that he would uncover the truth sooner or later. He retrieved the Tun Tian Bao Ping from his system backpack. The vessel, half black and half white, emanated an aura of dread, embodying a force capable of devouring the heavens and earth. Its sole function was to consume all, extracting the essence of the universe to condense into celestial liquid. It was a formidable artifact. A benevolent soul might refine treasures from monstrous beasts, yet those with malevolent intent could devour every living being in the Dahuang, refining the heavens, the earth, and all beings solely for self-advancement. However, for Ngu, the prospect of consuming humans felt decidedly pedestrian. One person's energy could scarcely compare to a low-grade spiritual stone. He extracted 10,000 high-grade spiritual stones from his backpack, directing the Tun Tian Bao Ping to consume them. With a resounding pop, after devouring the 10,000 high-grade spiritual stones, the Tun Tian Bao Ping emitted a burst of radiant light. Ngu shook the vessel, and the sound of sloshing liquid filled the air. Upon inspection, he realized he had produced a bottle's worth from the bottom. The purity of this celestial liquid was astonishing. He feared not the expenditure of spiritual stones, only the lack of efficacy. Ngu procured a palm-sized jade bowl and poured the celestial liquid from the Tun Tian Bao Ping, watching as it flowed forth like a vibrant rainbow. The celestial liquid was not merely imbued with spiritual energy, it encapsulated the many essences of the universe. As he filled the small bowl, Ngu downed its contents in one gulp. Delicious. The torrents of cosmic spiritual energy surged into Nji's body like a raging river. Were it not for his cultivation of the primitive demon tome, which had tempered his physique to extraordinary levels, he might have faced dire consequences. Even with his formidable body, a layer of blood mist enveloped him instantaneously. Boom. The dark, ink-like demonic energy swirled around Ngu, shattering the initial restraints of the Great Sage realm, propelling him into the mid-stage of the Great Sage. Incredible. This substance is akin to a cheat for leveling up. Ngu delightedly toyed with the Tun Tian Bao Ping, thoroughly enamored. He consumed another 10,000 high-grade spiritual stones. He consumed yet another 10,000 high-grade spiritual stones. He consumed one more batch of 10,000 high-grade spiritual stones. What is happening? Why are you stalling? The Tun Tian Bao Ping seemed to protest. Even a donkey from a landlord's home would not be worked so hard. It was nearly smoking. Ngu divided the collected celestial liquid into numerous small bottles. Reflecting on the quantity, it indeed amounted to about 100 bottles. Using a wine gourd that possessed a built-in space, Ngu poured 10 bottles of spirit liquid into it. After shaking it well, the liquor was capable of enabling someone like Yuchan, who was merely at the Xian realm, to break through in a single sip. That very night, after Ngu had thoroughly disciplined Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, he generously bestowed upon each of them a bottle of heavenly spirit liquid. By the break of dawn, all 4 women had simultaneously advanced to the late stage of the Great Sage. They were as elated as children of several centuries, yet Ngu couldn't help but lament that their innate potential was rather limited. The rapid advancement, fueled by the same energy, was not necessarily a boon. While their swift progression was partly due to their capacity for absorption, which was not an issue with the heavenly spirit liquid, ensuring a 100% absorption rate, it implied that they had leapt directly from the early to the late stage of the Great Sage merely because their original capacity was too small. Without extraordinary fortuitous encounters or treasures of the heavens to further enhance their talents, reaching the quasi-emperor stage had become their ultimate limit. Nonetheless, for the 4 women, attaining the late stage of the Great Sage was a realm they had once dared not even dream of. Chapter 49 Su Jin Xiu. Allow me to illustrate the essence of true fandom in the grand capital of the Dashang Kingdom, Chaoga City, Bao has recently come to realize the vast chasm that separates him from both the national master and his disciple. Previously, while many had sought his assistance regarding local specialties, their demeanor was far less respectful than it is now. The fact that Ngu could command the attention of the powerful elders from Sanqing Mountain is indeed a testament to his extraordinary influence. However, this newfound wealth and prestige dangled precariously like a rope, the other end tethered to a colossal stone that could easily crush him. Beneath this rope burns a candle, the flickering flame of which could extinguish his life in an instant. Ngu is the one who wields control over the size of that flame. Bao gazed at a box on the table, his expression torn. This was a gift he was instructed to present to the Empress, Qing Qiu. However, he was uncertain of its contents and found himself torn between curiosity and trepidation. Alas! Someone, prepare the carriage to the palace. Yes, my lord. Half an hour later, within the Daishang Imperial Palace. At Jinqiu Palace, Minister Bao pays his respects to Her Majesty the Empress. Do not be formal, take a seat. Thank you, Your Majesty. The two were somewhat familiar, for prior to Ngu's emergence, Bao had pledged his allegiance to Empress Qing Qiu. She welcomed anyone who posed a threat to the fortune of the Shang dynasty, and Bao, with his sweet tongue and adeptness at gaining favor, had often presented her with local delicacies, thereby becoming a valuable asset over time. Observing Bao's somewhat triumphant demeanor, Qing Qiu mused that she had indeed underestimated his capabilities. The position of national master was not one she dared to approach lightly. Provoking the influential figures of Sanqing Mountain would only hinder her ambitions. Yet, here was Bao, quietly assuming the title of national master of Dashang. Seated with poise, Bao entertained a bold notion to candidly reveal his undercover identity. He had facilitated numerous endeavors for the Empress, none of which benefited the Shang dynasty. Prior to becoming an informant, he had suspected the Empress herself might be an undercover agent. Since they were both in the same clandestine role, albeit for different masters, there lay the potential for collaboration, particularly given the Empress's significant influence. Together, they could accomplish great things. Your Majesty, this is a gift from my master, and I hope it pleases you. Bao presented the wooden box with both hands, and Qing Qiu was taken aback by his sudden revelation of his identity. With a flick of her fingers, the exquisite box soared into her grasp. Given her prowess, the art of subterfuge was mere trifles. Upon opening the box, her curiosity deepened. It contained not a precious artifact, but a bundle wrapped in yellow silk. As she unwrapped it, her fascination grew. These were not mere printed volumes, but handwritten manuscripts. The illustrations within were enchanting. In addition to the books, there was a scroll and a letter. Upon reading the letter, her suspicions were confirmed. It was a personal note from Ngu. Upon learning that Your Majesty is an admirer of my works, I was both honored and surprised, and thus prepared these handwritten volumes as a humble gift. I hope they bring you joy. With a satisfied smile, Qing Qiu neatly folded the letter before finally unrolling the scroll. The scene depicted was the imperial garden of the northern domain, complete with a pavilion where a man and woman sat across from each other, herself and Ngu. Suddenly, she felt a moment of disorientation, as if she had stepped into the world of the painting. To meet the Empress in such a manner is truly a last resort. I hope for your understanding. The art form possesses a divine connection. Regaining her composure, Qing Qiu gazed at Ngu, her eyes sparkling with admiration. He was far more handsome than the images captured by those sneaky stone devices. In that moment, she bore no semblance of an empress, but rather a naive girl enamored with a star. While the divine connection was still a distance away, creating a virtual realm for spiritual communication was indeed achievable. Henceforth, the Empress could utilize this painting to meet with me. Ngu poured wine from the jug on the table, filling their cups. Your Majesty, please. Qing Qiu raised her glass, her eyes instantly shimmering with brilliance. The wine contained the essence of the heavens. Even in her homeland, the essence of the heavens was a rare treasure. Ngu was becoming increasingly enigmatic. Could he also be here to hone his skills? No, as a seasoned fan. She had meticulously researched Ngu's background from birth to the present, or so she believed. He was a native of Dahuang and bore no signs of having undergone a soul transference. Such a phenomenon leaves traces. The soul and body rarely align perfectly after a transference. Although the less experienced might not discern it, it was simple for her. It could only be said that Ngu was blessed with extraordinary fortune, destined for greatness. As a member of the demon race, she placed far greater importance on luck than the human cultivators did. Humans are endowed with the gifts of the heavens, their innate luck varying at birth, a divine blessing that allows many to cultivate. In contrast, the demon race faces rejection from the heavens in their quest for cultivation. They must endure countless years and trials of thunder to assume human form. Only those who achieve this transformation are truly considered to have embarked on the path of cultivation. Through ages of exploration and experience, demons discovered that by aligning themselves with those blessed with great fortune, they could receive divine protection, far surpassing their own efforts in cultivation and survival. Throughout history, countless predecessors have followed great fortunates, achieving formidable renown. However, for her to follow Qing at this juncture would be premature. Yet, cultivating a benevolent relationship could pave the way for future opportunities. After drinking this wine, do not call me your majesty. My birth name is Qing Qiu, and my relationship with the Emperor of Deshang is merely a facade. He has not even touched my hand. Lifting her cup, she offered a distant toast, her captivating gaze locked onto Ngu's eyes as she drank deeply. Perhaps due to haste, a drop of crystalline wine slipped from the corner of Qing Qiu's lips, gliding down her flawless chin and swiftly disappearing into her attire. Miss Su exhibits remarkable acting prowess. If the opportunity arises, one must certainly invite her to star in a film. Qing Qiu gazed in astonishment at the clear-eyed Ngu, knowing well that she had once mesmerized the great emperor of the Deshang dynasty, who was enveloped in the aura of dragon energy. With merely a glance. Now, despite her deliberate attempt to entice him, he calmly remarked upon her acting skills. If I were to perform, the male lead must undoubtedly be master, and Qing Qiu smiled and replied, no problem. If it is Miss Su, then would gladly take on the role himself. Might I inquire if Miss Su possesses any dancing skills? How could a gathering of beauty and fine wine be complete without the accompaniment of music and dance? Upon finishing his words, Ngu waved his hand through the air, and an ancient qin materialized upon the table. The qin's melodies transcended the mundane. Enchanted by the music, Qing Qiu found herself rising gracefully to dance. After the performance concluded, she seemed to awaken from a trance, holding a scroll in her hands, within which the image had transformed into one of a person playing the qin and another dancing. Chapter 50, Divine Bodhisattva. You cannot escape my grasp. Qing Qiu reluctantly rolled up the scroll, simultaneously storing the wooden box within her ring. I am quite pleased with your gift, my lord. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated. As long as the empress is satisfied, I shall not intrude upon her rest, replied Shen Bao, astute as ever. Though he was unaware of what Ngu had bestowed, it was evident that Qing Qiu found it immensely gratifying. With Qing Qiu as his backing, he could command the winds and waves within the great Shang dynasty, striding forward unimpeded. Very well, go ahead. After Shen Bao took his leave, Qing Qiu retrieved the small wooden box once more, her fingers rhythmically tapping upon it. If one listened closely, they could discern the melody that Ngu had played. How tantalizingly intriguing. Rising to her feet, Qing Qiu began to dance gracefully once more within the grand hall. In the northern domain palace, having successfully connected with the empress of the Shang dynasty, albeit through a spiritual encounter, it was almost certain that Qing Qiu's intention was to bring down the Shang dynasty. The motives behind this were still unclear, but a shared purpose could lead to collaboration. Ngu summoned by Xiaotong and instructed, send word to the capable ministers of the Shang dynasty. They may either resign or face their demise. For those unwilling to resign, provide Shen Bao with their names. Understood, by Xiaotong replied. He continued, there exists an unparalleled master within the rear mountains of Sanqing Mountain, but the individuals I dispatched to investigate have lost contact. I am aware. Do not alarm the snake by stirring the grass. This bottle of wine is a reward for you, sufficient for you to reach the pinnacle of the grand sage. Bai Xiaotong rejoiced, having witnessed the transformation of the four maidens, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu. When he first pledged allegiance to his lord, they were merely at the peak of the little sage, yet now they had all progressed to the late stages of the grand sage. In any realm, the capable often find themselves at the mercy of others, a universal truth. However, due to the presence of the system, he could not betray his lord, though he could not help but feel envy. The methods of his lord were enigmatic. The last reward he received, the cleansing elixir, was indeed miraculous. However, at his current mid-grand sage level, it was rendered ineffective. Now, he had finally received a treasure meant for him. Thank you for your generous gift, my lord. Bai Xiaotong knelt on one knee, accepting the bottle of spirit wine with both hands. Your work is of utmost importance. As long as you fulfill your duties diligently, I shall not hesitate to reward you. I will devote myself entirely to my work until my last breath. After Bai Xiaotong departed, a shadow emerged from beneath Ji's feet. Mainyang blinked her large, watery eyes, her finger in her mouth, and sweetly said, "Master, I wish to have some too." "The effects of this wine would be minimal for you. It would be a waste," Gu remarked deliberately. Upon seeing the amusement in Ji's eyes, Mainyang realized he was teasing her. She shook his arm playfully, causing Gu to feel a bit dizzy. "Are you not aware of how much you are overstepping? Your unreasonable antics are quite exhausting. No, you have plenty of things that are of little use to you. Yet you still let me drink them. You are simply stingy and unwilling to share with me. You must speak with a clear conscience. When have I ever been stingy? I don't care. I simply want to drink." Mainyang insisted on having the best and purest. Half an hour later, she wiped her mouth contentedly and vanished into the shadows. With this bottle of celestial spirit liquid, her cultivation could advance a small step, a feat equivalent to a millennium of arduous training for someone of her level. Gu adjusted his clothing and made his way to the inn residence, presenting Chengfeng with a jar of spirit wine, then proceeded to visit his mother, only to be turned away once again. This time, Gu did not leave immediately. Instead, he set up a small table outside the door, drinking and talking to himself. He was confident that his mother inside could hear him. Before crossing over, he had grown up in a single-parent household. In this life, he had both parents and wished to foster a harmonious family atmosphere. Master Xiaoye, adorned in a flowing white gown, watched as Gu drank cup after cup of spirit wine, her throat growing slightly itchy. The ethereal aura wafting from the wine made her long to rush over and snatch the cup away. "Amit Ba and Shizhu, to indulge in wine here is a grave disrespect to our Buddha, as well as a desecration of my junior sister's faith. She shall not meet with you. And Shizhu, you should take your leave. Do not test my patience. You claim it is your Buddha, yet this is my home. I have not barged in uninvited. I am here out of respect for my mother. Do not think that you can dictate terms to me simply because you have influence over her." Gu spoke rather impolitely, harboring a personal bias against Buddhism, as his previous life had left him with little regard for companies that operated under its name. Master Xiaoye had never encountered such treatment. As a bodhisattva of the Bodhi sect, she was revered and respected wherever she went. "How about this? While you monks cannot partake in wine, I still have a small sip of the celestial spirit liquid. Let us make a trade. You allow me to enter, and I shall give you this spirit liquid. With it, you can elevate yourself to the quasi-emperor realm. Is this not what you desire to enhance the status of nuns within the Bodhi sect?" Without the cultivation of a quasi-emperor, the notion was but a fanciful dream. All you need to do is close your eyes and enjoy the nourishment of the celestial spirit liquid, and you can achieve your grand aspirations. Ngu's words struck like a demonic melody, piercing deep into Master Xiaoye's soul. As Ngu spoke, Master Xiaoye's mind was already in turmoil, and she was beginning to show signs of succumbing to temptation. "Sister, quickly, channel the Heart Sutra of Prajnaparmitha. You are on the verge of being possessed." "Huh? Ridiculous. You deem yourself a transcendent being, yet your heart is a maelstrom of chaos. You are nothing but a fraud." Ngu laughed maniacally, black demonic energy swirling around him like colossal serpents. Master Xiaoye's face contorted in agony, her usual calm demeanor shattered as waves of dark energy rose from her form. "Do not provoke further. I beseech you for my mother's sake." Ji's mother could no longer contain her anxiety. Though Master Xiaoye was her senior sister, she was essentially her master. "Very well, since my mother pleads for mercy, as her son, I shall comply." Ngu placed his hand atop Master Xiaoye's head, and, with a swift motion, seized a shadowy figure that let out a roar as it was consumed by Ngu. The malevolent thoughts at the pinnacle of the Grand Sage were rather delectable. Master Xiaoye's complexion drained of color, and she collapsed into the arms of a young nun, appearing as though she were drenched. "Amit Ba, gratitude to Shizhu for your assistance." At this moment, although Master Xiaoye's physical condition was frail, he had purged the malevolent thoughts from his heart, and his aura had become remarkably more sacred. As long as he nurtured his health, his cultivation would undoubtedly make significant strides. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, you should not harbor selfish intentions that impede my entry. Remember, you owe me a considerable favor. Ngu collected his belongings and turned to leave, unable to suppress a smile at the corners of his mouth. This Master Xiaoye was firmly within his grasp. Upon returning to the palace, and Gu retrieved the Tun Tian Bao Ping. The Tun Tian Bao Ping, devoid of any attachment, consumed batch after batch of top-grade spirit stones, refining them into vials of celestial essence. This substance was the most effective means for Ngu to enhance his abilities. What would happen if he nurtured Dian Wei and Mei Nyang into sovereigns? What if he elevated the 300 by Hu Wei to the pinnacle of the great sage, or even to the threshold of emperor? Furthermore, to extend the vision, what would occur if the 50,000 armored warriors of the northern domain became as formidable as dragons? However, observing the rapidly diminishing reserves of spirit stones, Ngu felt compelled to devise a strategy to amass more spirit stones. Chapter 51. Kong Jia Yi. I was born to rebel. Fengcheng, Zhou residence. Although Kong Jia Yi had not been given significant responsibilities, his treatment was still quite generous. He resided in an independent courtyard, attended by 2 maidservants and 2 young servants. However, since Zhou Qingyun's clandestine outing, Kong Jia Yi had sensed a palpable shift within the Zhou family. Numerous experts now lingered outside his courtyard, ostensibly to protect him, yet in reality, they were monitoring him under a guise of house arrest. Moreover, Zhou Qingyun had not sought him out for several days. Previously, she would engage him in conversation every day or 2 for an hour. He was confident that under his influence, Zhou Qingyun would inevitably embark on the glorious path of rebellion. The unusual circumstances surrounding the Zhou family stirred a sense of excitement within him. Any movement was preferable to stagnation, as it would provide him the opportunity to showcase his talents. Kong Gongzi, our young lady requests your presence. Very well. During his days in the courtyard, he had thoroughly analyzed the situation of the Shang dynasty, concluding that the Zhou family's rebellion was destined for failure. The 4 prominent families of the Shang dynasty included the royal Wu family, the distinguished Fu family, the Chancellor Yi family, and the Zhou family. Although the emperor was inept and had deposed the empress of the Fu family, should the Zhou family dare to revolt, the 3 families would undoubtedly unite against them. Furthermore, the presence of Tianlu Academy must not be overlooked. At this juncture, the Zhou family ought to learn from Ngu, engaging in a war of public opinion, employing strategies to incite discord, exacerbating the existing tensions among the 3 families, thereby creating divisions and conquering them one by one. Kong Jia Yi took a deep breath, mentally preparing himself. If Zhou Qingyun were to inquire about strategies, he would be ready to respond with aplomb. Following the maidservant, Kong Jia Yi soon realized they were not heading to Zhou Qingyun's quarters. The maid softly explained, Kong Gongzi, please do not take offense. The young lady awaits you in the conference hall. Upon hearing this, Kong Jia Yi became increasingly convinced of his judgment. The Zhou family was indeed plotting rebellion, and he would finally have the chance to take action. The mere thought of inactivity was unbearable. Now, he felt invigorated. Upon arriving at the conference hall, he found it devoid of a gathering of esteemed allies, the scene of united efforts he had anticipated. Only Zhou Qingyun awaited him. Little did he know, she had become Nji's woman and simply wished to avoid him in her own quarters. Kong Gongzi, please take a seat. Seeing Zhou Qingyun maintain a distance from him, his brow furrowed slightly. Such overt aloofness was disconcerting. Had he misjudged the situation, or was the Zhou family plotting rebellion without his involvement? The excitement in his heart waned, and he reverted to his usual demeanor, unaffected by praise or criticism. Kong Jia Yi was indeed a man of unwavering resolve, wholly consumed with thoughts of rebellion. Otherwise, he would have noticed the subtle changes in Zhou Qingyun's appearance. A woman of Tianxiang physique, after experiencing intimate moments, exudes an irresistible allure that is impossible to conceal. Yet, Kong Jia Yi was an anomaly, uninterested in women, his sole focus being rebellion. Kong Gongzi, I summoned you today for an important matter. After much contemplation, I believe this task can only be entrusted to you. I have reservations about anyone else. Upon hearing Zhou Qingyun's words, the excitement that had just begun to dissipate surged back within him. As long as it involved rebellion, he was eager to engage in any endeavor. Please, Miss Zhou, speak freely. I did not come here for leisure. It is my duty to assist you. Very well. Your enthusiasm is commendable. To be direct, the Shang dynasty is in dire straits, plagued by treachery. Recent reports from Chaogu reveal that several loyal ministers have been ensnared by the national master, Shun Bao, accused of possessing effigies used for curses, with these effigies bearing the names of His Majesty and the Empress. His Majesty and the Empress were enraged, resulting in the annihilation of the families of those ministers, leaving everyone in a state of trepidation. This incident also implicated the crown prince. To divert attention, the Fu and Yi families have spread the absurd rumor of an alliance between the Zhou and An families. The emperor has decreed that my father must travel to the capital for an audience, and this journey is fraught with peril. I require a resourceful and capable individual by my side to ensure my peace of mind. With each word, Kong Jiayi's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was thrilling. The impending visit of the Zhou family patriarch to the capital could very well serve as the catalyst for war between the Shang and Zhou. Should the head of the Zhou family perish in Chaogu, it would undoubtedly ignite a conflagration within the Shang dynasty. Rest assured, Miss Zhou, I shall not betray your trust. Zhou Qingyan nodded. With Kong Gongzi accompanying me, I feel reassured. Prepare yourself. We shall depart in 3 days. As she watched Kong Jia stride away with determination, she found herself at a loss for words. While he possessed genuine talent, his focus was rather misplaced. It was hard to articulate. To put it bluntly, he was a disruptive force. Returning to her own courtyard, Zhou Qingyun approached a painting, a golden light piercing the canvas. After leaving a message for Ngu within the artwork, she hastened to meet another significant figure. The leader of Bai Huamen, Bai Xiaoxiao. In Nji's study, several exquisite portraits of beautiful women had been hung, featuring Su Jinxiu, Zhou Qingyun, her master Qing Qiu, and the Empress Jiangxian. Each portrait represented a miniature spiritual realm, facilitating communication. Sigh. Ngu sighed, having initially conceived of this idea with great enthusiasm, only to realize he had underestimated his allure to these women. Even a master of time management found himself overwhelmed. At that moment, the 4 paintings began to animate, as the 4 enchanting women awaited his arrival within their respective realms. Which one to choose? The burden of such charm was truly vexing. Congratulations, host, for slaying a beast of the same rank yesterday. Congratulations, host, for gaining the allegiance of the assassin organization Mingdian during yesterday's travels. Would you like to extract it? Once again, no secret realms? Ngu felt a twinge of disappointment. It had been several days since the last secret realm, and with the enhancement of the Tuntian Baoping, the experience gained from daily activities seemed rather meager. The rewards and experiences from secret realms were far more enticing, often leading to addictive encounters. He had yet to meet the mother of the immortal king from the previous secret realm. If only they could exchange a few words, and she might impart some secret techniques. Those were the methods of the immortal king, promising a meteoric rise. What a sin. I shall extract the rewards. With the directive from Ngu, a man clad in a black combat uniform and adorned with a golden Shura mask materialized within the study. Swiftly, a shadow darted forth from beneath Nji's feet, positioning itself protectively before him. Meng Yang gazed intently at the masked figure, her expression grave. In her eyes, he appeared as if he stood amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. No need to be tense, he is one of us, Ngu spoke softly. Meng Yang returned to Nji's side, not vanishing into the shadows, for as his devoted bodyguard and companion, it was her solemn duty to ensure Nji's safety. Yin Luo's voice was as grating as shards of glass. I, Yin Luo, leader of the Ming Dian, pay my respects to my lord. Ngu felt a tingling sensation coursing through his body. Indeed, Yin Luo was quite formidable. Chapter 52. The Underworld Palace. No more 7 killers in the vast wilderness. Returning to the Lord, the Underworld Palace possesses 16 golden masked assassins, 1 at the peak of Quasi-Emperor, 3 in the late Quasi-Emperor realm, 6 in the mid-Quasi-Emperor realm, and 6 in the early Quasi-Emperor realm. There are 36 silver masked assassins, all at the peak of the Great Sage, and 72 bronze masked assassins, all in the late Great Sage realm. Additionally, there are 108 iron masked assassins, all in the mid-Great Sage realm. Nji's heart raced uncontrollably for a moment, but then he recalled that the mother of the Xian Wang was even more formidable. It was merely a small matter. Indeed, Meng Yang, summoned by Xiao Tong and Jian Wei to come over. Yes, my lord. Meng Yang was deeply shaken. The strength of the Underworld Palace was astonishing. Moments later, by Xiao Tong, Yin Luo, Meng Yang, and Jian Wei gathered in Nji's study. Let us introduce ourselves. We shall be one family from now on. Yin Luo, by Xiao Tong, you will have many collaborations in the future. Yes, my lord. The two introduced themselves, with Bai Xiao Tong being the weakest among them, at the peak of the Great Sage realm. The unintentional aura emanating from the 3 quasi-emperors made him feel somewhat apprehensive, and he spoke in a hushed tone. Jian Wei was particularly intrigued by Yin Luo, filled with a fierce fighting spirit. However, as Mei Nyang was the Lord's woman, he refrained from engaging in combat. Yin Luo was formidable, and Dian Wei yearned for a chance to spar with him. Yin Luo, wearing a golden Shura mask, had his face concealed, and his presence flickered in and out, resembling a phantom. Bai Xiaotong. Provide Yin Luo with the strongholds and data of the Seven Killers sect. Yin Luo, I grant you 1 month to eradicate the Seven Killers sect and fully take over the assassination business in the vast wilderness. Understood. And Gu had long held a grudge against the Seven Killers sect for their assassination attempts. The investigation by Zhu Shilu against them was ongoing, but due to a lack of manpower, dealing with a cunning sect like the Seven Killers sect could not be done in one fell swoop, leading to considerable complications. Thus, he had temporarily set this matter aside. Now that the underworld palace had emerged, it was as if a pillow had been provided for his sleep. Annihilating the Seven Killers sect was not just about revenge for Ngu, but also due to his recent financial constraints. Hundreds of millions of superior spirit stones had been transformed into heavenly spiritual liquid, and the business of the Seven Killers sect was precisely what Ngu desired. With Zhu Shilu and the underworld palace, it was truly remarkable. Yin Luo was greatly impressed by Zhu Shilu's intelligence-gathering capabilities. They were extraordinary. They too possessed experts responsible for information collection, which was essential before carrying out assassinations, but compared to Zhu Shilu, they were merely small fry. Yin Luo examined the thick dossier in his hands. The Seven Killers sect had over 1,000 strongholds in the vast wilderness, most of which were minor outposts without elders stationed. There were more than 100 strongholds with elders in charge, and the information regarding their locations and strengths was crystal clear. No wonder a mere peak great sage could stand on equal footing with us. Yin Luo retracted his disdain for Bai Xiaotong. He was indeed a great talent. With the intelligence support from Zhu Shilu, the Underworld Palace's assassins were more than capable of crushing the Seven Killers sect. They only needed to eliminate the strongholds with elders. The minor outposts posed no threat. However, the sect leader of the Seven Killers sect was also a decrepit emperor, necessitating Yin Luo's personal involvement. In Daxia, Shanxing Town, a small town relying on the mountains, surrounded by peaks. Though life was not affluent, it was self-sufficient, free from the turmoil of war, and seldom visited by outsiders, resembling a paradise. Yet today, an unexpected guest arrived. Clad in black combat attire and draped in a black cloak, with a golden Shura mask adorning his face. Who could have anticipated that the leader of the Seven Killers sect would be found in such a desolate little town? Whom do you seek? An elderly man approached, trembling. Yin Luo merely glanced and discerned that this person was a formidable assassin. However, to display his skills before Yin Luo was somewhat presumptuous. Like a fleeting shadow, without the slightest trace of aura, he was already before the old man, extending a gloved hand to dispatch the assassin disguised as the elder. I did not wish to add to the bloodshed, but since you refuse to reveal yourself, I shall have no qualms about eliminating all of you. Yin Luo's voice was akin to countless blades scraping against glass, and as he spoke, the aura of a peak quasi-emperor erupted. A nauseating stench of blood transformed into dark red energy, swiftly dispersing. Those touched by the crimson energy bled profusely. At a butcher's shop on the eastern edge of the town, a burly man set aside a half-prepared wild boar and approached the well to wash his hands. The dark red energy halted just a foot before him. He washed with great care, cleaning even the blood beneath his nails, his demeanor serious as if he held a profound belief. With each step, Yin Luo's footsteps drew nearer, and the surrounding dark red energy vanished completely, followed by the disappearance of his footsteps, figure, and aura. At the well, there was no longer any trace of the burly man. Two peak assassins faced off in silence. This was a battle devoid of sound. No one knew what transpired, with no noise, no visible forms, and no destructive energy scattering. 3 days later, Yin Luo emerged from the small courtyard, each step releasing a burst of blood mist, collapsing outside the courtyard after 7 steps. What a relief. Yin Luo retrieved a vial of heavenly spiritual liquid, tilting his head to pour it into his mouth, and moments later, he transformed into a streak of dark light and vanished. The Seven Killers sect had never anticipated that they would someday fall victim to an assassination. Ngu had granted Yin Luo a month, but with the collaboration of Zhu Shilu, the Underworld Palace had eradicated the Seven Killers sect in merely 7 days. The annihilation of the Seven Killers sect sent shockwaves through the cultivation community of the vast wilderness. The struggle for the Daxiao throne paled in comparison. The Seven Killers sect had not been obliterated even with the combined efforts of several major sects, yet now they had been wiped out completely. In the back mountain secret realm of Sanqing Mountain, the venerable Bai Mei Zhenren respectfully bowed to a 7 or 8-year-old boy, saying, "Ancestor, the Seven Killers sect has been destroyed by an organization called the Underworld Palace. They have already informed the other sects that they will take the place of the Seven Killers sect. Additionally, the fate of the Shang dynasty is nearing its end. The dragon energy has been stolen, and it cannot escape annihilation. Should we sever ties with the Shang dynasty soon to avoid any impact on our own fortune? We await your guidance, Ancestor." The Underworld Palace. Though the leader of the Seven Killers sect is aged, he is still an emperor. I am currently unable to intervene. Let us not concern ourselves with them for now. As for matters concerning the Shang dynasty, you may handle them as you see fit. In the past, the ancestral figure of the Wu family bestowed great kindness upon me, and I have sheltered the Wu family for countless years. Thus, I owe them nothing. What is the current state of Li Taibai? The voice of this youthful figure is remarkably aged, seemingly indifferent to the affairs of the 9 major sects or the Shang dynasty, having traversed an abundance of experiences over the millennia. The little saint has achieved completion, and it appears he is aware of this, continuously suppressing his cultivation to avoid breaking through, while Anlin's cultivation progresses rapidly. However, compared to Anlin, his brother possesses even greater innate talent and has acquired Anlin's ancient heavy pupil. The youthful visage of the ancestor interjected, lamenting, "What a pity it is that without practicing my techniques, he will ultimately struggle to fully integrate with my primordial spirit. There is no need to speak of this matter further. After seizing his body, I shall erase him. Can he truly surpass that demon emperor?" Indeed. After Bai Mei Zhenren took his leave, the youthful figure was seized by a violent fit of coughing, and golden blood spilled from his lips. Li Taibai, I can no longer wait. Chapter 53. The addicted Su Jinsi. In the bamboo forest behind Sanqing Mountain, there stands a thatched cottage, the abode of Li Taibai, renowned as the banished immortal. From a distance, one can catch a whiff of the pungent aroma of wine. At this hour, with the sun already high in the sky, the sound of snoring emanates from within the cottage. Inside, a disheveled young Taoist lies on his side, his head resting on a large wine gourd, occasionally smacking his lips as if he were still savoring wine in his dreams. Ah, exquisite wine. I long to drink. The Milky Way, 1 cup. Bring me more, more? What nonsense. The inebriated Taoist stretches lazily on the thatched roof, tilting the gourd towards his mouth only to find it empty. Time and again, Li Taibai deceives him into thinking there is fine wine to share, only to drink it all himself. Li Taibai, that rascal, is nothing but a trickster, yet he always falls for it. His fondness for this younger disciple runs deep. While others regard Li Taibai as a celestial being, the drunken Taoist sees him as the epitome of innocence and purity. Only such a heart can truly align with one's nature and the way of heaven. Casting aside the empty gourd, the drunken Taoist reclines atop it, drifting away from the thatched cottage in search of more exquisite wine, for he knows that if he does not procure some now, he will have none for the next occasion. With his departure, Li Taibai, still snoring, can't help but smile, rolling over to return to his slumber. In Anqing, within the imperial palace, a world depicted in paintings, Masterin, the head of the Zhou family, is soon to arrive at Chaoga. What strategy shall we concoct against him? Since her first meeting with Ngu in this painted realm, Su Jinsi has become somewhat addicted. She frequently transmits messages to the painting, yearning for another rendezvous with Ngu, akin to those infatuated admirers who incessantly message their beloved. After sending her messages, she fixates on the screen, anticipating a response. Yet, the likelihood is that this scoundrel Ngu will seldom reply. In the realm of the scoundrel, one can never truly grasp the extent of his busyness. Upon rising, he must first attend to the service of the 4 gentlemen, plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum, to alleviate swelling, don garments, freshen up, and partake in meals, a process that consumes 2 or 3 hours. Then, does he not need to accompany the Empress Dowager for lunch, perhaps engage in some entertainment, and by evening, carve out time to connect with his master, the Empress? And Zhou Qingyun in the painted world? As for Su Jinsi, who has yet to taste the fruits of her efforts, she must remain on the sidelines. In the realm of cultivators, beauty is never scarce. Female cultivators with high levels of mastery are typically striking unless there exists a special reason. However, as the head of the Zhou family has already ventured to Chaoga and requires Su Jinxi's cooperation. The two have arranged to meet in the painted world today. Dressed in an audacious outfit resembling a Tang suit, with a plunging neckline that showcases her figure, Su Jinxi exudes confidence. Upon entering, she unleashes her seductive prowess, captivating even the seasoned Ngu. The list Ngu entrusted to Xun Bao was largely handled with the assistance of this empress. It would be beyond Xun Bao's capabilities alone. Having collaborated previously, Su Jinxi believed Ngu sought to eliminate the head of the Zhou family. Little did she know, the head of the Zhou family was already Nji's father-in-law. The head of the Zhou family has secretly allied with me. When the time comes, you merely need to perform the script I have written. Perform? But they do not know how to act. I have heard that before filming, female actors must audition. How about master and plays the role of the merchant emperor, and we rehearse a bit? Upon hearing the notion of acting, Su Jinxi immediately became enthusiastic. Her alluring charm sent shivers down Nji's spine. You need not audition. Your natural charisma is that of a vixen. Come now, my lord. Su Jinxi, holding a cup of wine, rises and with a gentle turn, her skirt swirls as she perches herself upon Nji's lap. One hand around his neck, bringing the rim of her cup to his lips. By heavens, how skilled you are. After this display, Ngu has fully embraced his role. It must be said, being a tyrant is indeed delightful. My darling, you only know of the wine pool, but there exists a meat forest as well. Merely having a wine pool without the meat is akin to scratching an itch through a boot, insufficiently satisfying. A wine pool and a meat forest are a perfect match, indeed. Oh, my lord, you are so wicked, yet that is precisely what I adore about you. Thus, they frolic and play within the wine pool, chasing one another. Unbeknownst to them, their garments have vanished, transforming the painting into a living spring scene. Truly, it is an intoxicating spectacle. The following morning, Zhou Chang, head of the Zhou family, donned in elaborate court attire, ascends the grand hall of the Shang emperor. His heart is tumultuous, particularly upon seeing the emaciated figure of the Shang emperor, Wu Exin, whose eyes are dull and devoid of spirit, which only amplifies his internal shock. They had known each other in their youth, and Zhou Chang once followed Wu Exin into numerous battles. However, after the defeat over 20 years ago, Wu Exin fell into despair, while Zhou Chang remained stationed at the borders, never to return to Chaoga again. This marks Zhou Chang's first entrance to the court in over 20 years, and the other ministers observe him with various calculations in mind. This is a banquet of peril, and they are all aware. Your humble servant, Feng Ho Zhou Chang, pays my respects to your majesty and the empress. Zhou Chang kneels deeply, causing the other ministers to display expressions of schadenfreude. As the patriarch of one of the four great families, it is a tradition, a privilege, and an honor not to kneel before the king. Clearly, Zhou Chang recognizes this as a banquet of peril and has surrendered in advance. Rise, take your seat. Zhou Aiqing, I have missed you dearly. It has been over 20 years since our last meeting. Wu Xin reflects with a hint of nostalgia. Zhou Hui, commander of hundreds of thousands at the borders, naturally has no time to enter the capital, correct? Zhou Hui. In the grand hall, silence reigns as everyone instinctively holds their breath, awaiting Zhou Chang's response. The mention of commanding hundreds of thousands subtly implies that Zhou Chang possesses military strength. Your servant is too ashamed to face your majesty. If only I had been able to lead my troops through the Shajuan defenses back then. Your majesty would surely have emerged victorious. Zhou Chang's voice quivers with emotion, while Wu Xin's eyes redden. For all these years, a voice within has insisted that the defeat was not solely his fault. Yet he never considered that, as the emperor and supreme commander leading the charge, if not at his hands, whose fault could it possibly be? In order to secure victory in this battle, the emperor of Daxiao resorted to consuming potent and perilous substances to conceal his injuries. He even raised another's child for over 20 years, nearly allowing the imperial lineage to change. In light of such comparisons, how could Wu Xin possibly be victorious? Yet, these matters have become inconsequential. Wu Xin merely seeks to find an excuse for his failure. Now that Zhou Chang has taken the responsibility upon himself, Wu Xin is filled with delight. My dear minister, you truly understand me best. Your Majesty, I have heard that Lord Zhou is well-versed in mathematics and renowned for his strategic acumen in the vast wilderness. My beloved spirit cat is about to give birth, and I wish to have the Lord divine how many male and female offspring it shall bear. What do you think? This, Your Majesty. Very well, let Lord Zhou perform the divination. The ministers below were collectively speechless, pondering how such a foolish ruler could allow the Shang dynasty to persist. Soon, a heavily pregnant spirit cat was presented before Zhou Chang. With great solemnity, Zhou Chang proceeded and declared, "I report to your majesty and her highness that this spirit cat carries no young. Rather, it harbors a human head." Chapter 54. Autopsy. To reveal the truth, Emperor Shang seeks to execute Zhou Chang. Upon hearing these words, everyone present, despite their cultivation, felt a chill run down their spines. "Lord Zhou, what are you saying? My spirit cat is clearly pregnant, yet you claim there is a human head in her belly? Are you trying to falsely accuse my spirit cat of consuming humans?" Su Jinxiu's voice trembled with anger and grievance, her eyes welling up with tears as she turned to Emperor Shang, pleading, "Your Majesty, please uphold my spirit cat's innocence, Your Majesty." Seeing Su Jinxiu's tearful eyes, Emperor Shang felt his heart ache. The slight admiration he had felt for Zhou Chang moments earlier vanished without a trace. Coldly, he commanded, "Zhou Chang, apologize to the Empress at once." Zhou Chang bowed deeply and replied, "Your servant speaks the truth. This spirit cat is clearly a man-eating monster." Before Zhou Chang could finish his sentence, the spirit cat suddenly lunged at him, causing everyone to gasp in shock. Zhou Chang extended his hand, revealing a compass. A formation diagram materialized, enveloping the spirit cat and trapping it within the array. The spirit cat thrashed and hissed, struggling violently. "Your Majesty, look at him. Not only does he refuse to apologize, but he has also trapped my spirit cat. By calling this spirit cat a monster, he is clearly insinuating something else. Sob, sob. My beauty, do not cry, do not cry. Your tears shatter my heart. I will avenge you, please stop crying." After comforting Su Jinxiu, Emperor Shang turned to Zhou Chang with a gaze filled with enmity. How dare he make his beloved weep? He deserved death. "Zhou Chang, release the spirit cat and apologize to it. In recognition of your lifelong service, I shall pardon your offense." The Emperor's demand for the head of one of the four great families to apologize to a mere beast once again astounded the courtiers, deepening their perception of his incompetence. "It seems we must make preparations early. The ship of the Shang dynasty is sinking." Zhou Chang's expression shifted from reverence to one of grief and indignation. "Your Majesty, I am the Marquis of Feng of Great Shang and the head of the Zhou family. How could I possibly apologize to a mere animal?" Zhou Chang's response aligned with his status and dignity, a sentiment shared by the ministers present. While Zhou Chang might yield to the emperor, bowing to a beast was utterly inconceivable. Yet, this only intensified the conflict between Emperor Shang and Zhou Chang. The hall fell into dead silence. The old emperor gasped for breath, his wheezing reminiscent of a bellows, as if he might expire at any moment. "Outrageous. Your title of Marquis of Feng was bestowed by me, and now I strip you of it. Guards, seize Zhou Chang and throw him into the dungeon." Trembling with rage, Emperor Shang sought not only to appease his beloved but also to defend his imperial dignity, a matter of utmost sensitivity to him. Among the court officials, the few remaining loyalists had already been executed along with their families. The rest were scheming individuals, each with their own agendas, and none spoke in Zhou Chang's defense. Though Zhou Chang had already decided to rebel, as a member of one of the four great families of Great Shang, he could not help but feel a profound sense of sorrow. Memories of the past flooded his mind, bringing tears to his eyes. "Your Majesty, I am the head of the Zhou family. The joint governance of the four great families is the ancestral law of Great Shang. Will you defy the will of our ancestors for the sake of a woman? Are you worthy of the brothers who died in battle for Great Shang? Are you worthy of our forebears? Whether there is a human head in this monster's belly can be determined with a single cut." Zhou Chang's voice boomed like a great bell, reverberating through the hall and shaking the hearts of all present. "No, do not harm my spirit cat. Outrageous. Guards, throw him into the death cell." Amid the shouts of Emperor Shang and the Empress, Zhou Chang seized the trapped cat demon, drew a short sword from his waist, and with a swift motion, inside the cat's belly were not human heads, but several unborn kittens. Their eyes still closed. "Ah, I will kill you. Your Majesty, you must uphold justice for me." Su Jinxiu wept bitterly, her cries heart-wrenching. Emperor Shang's face flushed dark with rage. "Treason! Treason! I am not yet dead." Zhou Chang, seemingly taken aback by the scene, dropped the short sword, bowed silently, and was subsequently taken away and imprisoned in the dungeon. With the head of the Zhou family thrown into the death cell, unrest swept across Great Shang. The Empress of Great Shang sought Zhou Chang's execution. Though the old emperor did not consent, neither did he refuse. With Zhou Chang imprisoned, the Zhou family would not stand idly by. The border troops of Feng City mobilized frequently, even withdrawing half of the heavy forces stationed at the northern frontier. It seemed as though they were prepared to rescue Zhou Chang by force if he were not released. The Fu family, the Yi family, and a host of corrupt officials bribed by Shun Bao fanned the flames of discord. The court was filled with the sentiment that unless Zhou Chang were executed, Great Shang would surely fall. Unable to withstand Su Jinxiu's pleas, Emperor Shang issued an edict. The traitor Zhou Chang would face execution by fire in 3 days. News of this sent shockwaves throughout the great wilderness. Empress Xia felt as though fortune had fallen into her lap without lifting a finger. Her father had struggled his entire life without making any headway against Great Shang. Yet now, shortly after her ascension, Great Shang seemed intent on its own destruction. Once the infamily's border troops marched in unimpeded, she would accomplish a feat unmatched by any of the Jiang clan's predecessors. She, Jiangxian, would become the unparalleled empress of the great wilderness for all eternity. Great Shang, Death Cell Zhou Chang was bound by chains inscribed with mystical runes, enduring considerable suffering. Zhou Chang, Marquis Zhou, a shadowy figure cloaked in darkness, appeared within the cell. Yes, who are you? Mainyang remained silent. A dark light flashed in her hand, and the rune-inscribed chains, capable of restraining a quasi-emperor, shattered instantly. A shadowy figure seized Zhou Chang, and they vanished from the dungeon. Marquis Zhou Chang has escaped. Emperor Shang was now utterly enraged. He feigned anger to maintain his imperial dignity, but inwardly, he was growing anxious. He knew all too well the state of Great Shang. His usual indulgences were but a means of self-delusion. His life was nearing its end, and he had intended to leave the mess for his son to clean up. However, if the Zhou family rebelled, he might not live long enough to pass on the burden. He could become a ruler who presided over the dynasty's collapse. This was unacceptable to him. Yet, when he tried to rally his spirits, he found himself unable. His body was like a candle flickering in the wind, but he could not let go of his beloved Su Jinxiu. After another night of battling the puppet, he felt darkness clouding his vision, his soul drifting lightly. In a daze, he glanced at the beauty beneath him. Something seemed amiss. Your Majesty, I still want. Perhaps we should stop for today? I am somewhat tired. Your Majesty, do you no longer care for me? Have you grown weary of me? No. How could I ever grow weary? You are the treasure of my heart, more precious than this entire kingdom. Your Majesty, if you are tired, perhaps you could take a pill? This was obtained by the state preceptor from Sanqing Mountain, said to be greatly beneficial for men like you. Oh, bring it quickly. After swallowing the potent elixir, Emperor Shang felt his vigor restored. The puppet was tossed and turned relentlessly, while outside the bed curtains, Su Jinxiu curled her lips in disdain. If she did not seize the nation's fortune, it would dissipate sooner or later. Better to let it serve her immortal ascension and Onlang's grand ambitions, making use of what would otherwise go to waste. Chapter 55. Su Jinxi requests a face-to-face reward. As a dragon-shaped phantom was captured by Su Jinxi into a bottle, the visage of the Emperor Shang turned as pale as parchment. Su Jinxi estimated that within a month, this old wretch would meet his demise. Moreover, her departure was imminent. The more than 10 years spent in the lower realm were merely a fleeting ripple in her extensive life. Yet these ripples had taken on a unique hue due to Nji's arrival, predominantly a brilliant yellow, interspersed with shades of black, white, and even occasional bursts of red. A twinge of reluctance stirred within her. Nevertheless, given Nji's potential, ascending to immortality was merely a matter of time, and it would not be long before she awaited him in the celestial realm. Yet, before her departure, she wished to meet Ngu in person. Although their interactions in the painted world had been delightful and the communion of souls left a deeper impression than mere reality, it ultimately lacked perfection. After Zhou Chang was returned to Fengcheng by Mainyang, he was shackled in iron chains, his body stained with blood, inciting outrage among the citizens of Fengcheng. This tyrant had so mercilessly tormented Lord Zhou for the sake of a female demon. Had it not been for the talented subordinates of Lord Zhou who rescued him, he would have been burned alive. The Zhou family's influence in Fengcheng rivaled that of the Yin family in Anqing. Zhou Chang's plight ignited a fierce determination among the populace, who were eager to enlist and march into Chaoga to slay the treacherous emperor. Zhou Chang, in a fit of rage, tore off his imperial robes and inscribed the 10 heinous crimes of the Emperor Shang in blood upon them. The Zhou family's army completely abandoned all defenses against the northern domain, redirecting their forces towards Chaoga City, intent on vanquishing demons and saving the great Shang Empire. Jiang Xian fervently called out for Ngu within the Painted Realm, for this was a prime opportunity to assault the Shang dynasty. She envisioned the throne of the ancient empress beckoning her. Yet Ngu had never responded to her. She dared not issue a command, fearing that inciting Ng's displeasure would result in severe repercussions. Meanwhile, Zhou Qingyun, bolstered by intelligence from Ngu, recognized the decaying state of the Shang dynasty. With the might of the Zhou family's cavalry alone, they could advance without Ng's aid. The Shang dynasty, unwilling to be outdone, hastily accused Zhou Chang of rebellion, rallying troops under the command of General Huang who to engage in battle against him. The entire Shang dynasty was plunged into civil war, and the common people suffered greatly. At this juncture, a mysterious organization clad in white garments and headscarves emerged, self-identifying as the Bai Lian Shengjiao, with their supreme leader known as the Ming Wang. The Ming Wang, unable to bear the suffering of the masses due to war, provided daily supplies to all adherents of the Bai Lian religion. The Bai Lian religion flourished, attracting numerous cultivators and scholars drawn to its doctrines. Little is known of the Ming Wang, save that the Bai Lian religion boasts 2 formidable protectors, for elders, and 72 hall masters, each hall possessing 3 to 5 altar masters. The protectors and elders remain shrouded in mystery, with only a few of the 72 hall masters having glimpsed 1 or 2 of the protectors. A white tempest swept across the vast wilderness. The 8 major sects found themselves in a precarious situation. Though they sat high upon their thrones, they had often overlooked the plight of the common folk, who, like water, were sometimes disregarded but essential. Faced with such a multitude, they found themselves at a loss. It was unthinkable to eradicate all followers of the Bai Lian religion, yet they could uncover no trace of its origins. The Bai Lian sect's attire bore a striking resemblance to that of the Pu Tizong and Ci Hangzhai, yet the Pu Tizong had issued a denial, affirming their disassociation from the Bai Lian sect, swearing by the Buddha. This enigma was reminiscent of the last great mystery, that of the Indian. Was it the work of that ancient wretch once more? Indeed, the vast wilderness had become a tumultuous arena in recent years. In contrast to the 8 major sects' attention towards the burgeoning Bai Lian sect, the 8 great families concentrated their energies on the ongoing civil war within the Shang dynasty and the looming conflict between the Xia and Shang. This was a catalyst for a new order in the vast wilderness. Either the Zhou family or the Wu family must perish. The 8 great families risked becoming relics of the past. Should a war erupt between the Xia and Shang, further annihilation was all but certain. Your Majesty, the performance was quite fervent. One must be rewarded. Su Jinsi nestled in Ng's embrace within the Painted Realm, lamenting the fact that the Emperor of the Shang had been under her control for over a decade without so much as a touch. What reward does the beauty desire? Speak, and I shall listen. Ngu was not one to be overly modest, for the beauty was already in his arms. To feign indifference would be folly. Although merely souls, both were accomplished cultivators, and their sensations were indistinguishable from reality, perhaps even more profound. I wish to meet in Lang. Ngu suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of a star's infatuation with a fan. Oh, the impropriety. Yet the thought of this fan being a queen was undeniably exhilarating. Yet, thrilling as it was, sending her to Chaoga was out of the question. As a notorious rogue, Ng's response was, "Meeting is certainly feasible, but can you leave the palace at present? Do not concern yourself with that. I will find you." Ngu nodded in satisfaction, as this aligned with the typical narrative of star fan encounters. How often do stars take the initiative? The two continued their unabashed revelry for a while longer. Indulgences of wine and feasting had lost their charm, for in the Painted Realm, Ngu wielded the power to transform at will, allowing them to soar through the skies in an aircraft if they wished. Upon exiting the Painted Realm, Ngu contemplated recent events. With the aid of the celestial essence, he had reached the pinnacle of the Great Saint Realm and was poised to ascend to the Quasi-Emperor level shortly. Given his unique physique and the compatibility of his cultivation techniques, he could conquer opponents of the same rank even without the 3 frenzies technique. Coupled with this technique, no amount of quasi-emperors could hope to overwhelm him through sheer numbers. Moreover, with 3 peak quasi-emperors as sparring partners, his combat skills had become remarkably refined, amalgamating the strengths of all 3. Dian Wei's sheer strength and directness, Yin Luo's agility of a swift hare, and Mainyang's covert techniques formed an unparalleled training cadre. However, one must not succumb to excessive pride and complacency, for the Da Huang is home to celestial beings. This realm is distinct from the one depicted in his previous life. That Da Huang was merely a fragment of a shattered world, akin to a small village within a certain county. In contrast, the Da Huang he now inhabits boasts several great emperors, and it is now confirmed that scattered immortals exist, particularly at Sanqingshan. Nevertheless, the adversaries are of an exceedingly high caliber. The information from Juesher Lo is merely speculative, and concrete intelligence remains elusive. Yet, scattered immortals, being still immortals, can effortlessly overpower great emperors. Until he possesses the strength to vanquish these scattered immortals, it is prudent to maintain a low profile. Having traversed this new realm for only a few years, Anga feels that by the time he reaches 18, he will be capable of contending with scattered immortals. Thus, he slightly adjusts his strategy. The grand endeavor of unifying the Da Huang and trampling upon the 8 major sects will have to wait. Establishing a Bai Lian Jiao and undermining the foundations of the major sects is indeed a commendable alternative. Chapter 56. Shunbao. The confrontation between the Shang and Zhou dynasties astonished all those who had been following the war. Led by Huang Hu, the formidable army of 300,000 faced off against the mere 100,000 of the Zhou clan, only to find themselves utterly defeated. The Zhou family's Xuanjia army swept through the battlefield with unrivaled prowess, leaving the Shang forces in disarray. Within a mere 10 days, the Shang dynasty had lost half of its territory. As Huang Hu's troops retreated, the local garrisons offered no resistance, surrendering immediately as they opened the city gates. You generals from the capital have fled, leaving us local officials to face death? Not a chance. However, the Zhou clan's control over these cities was equally tenuous, as their forces were still too few. If they stationed troops to occupy these cities, their frontline combat strength would inevitably be severely diminished. Thus, the Zhou strategy leaned heavily on appeasement, supplemented by grand promises. Zhou Chang declared, once the Zhou family overthrows the Wu clan's rule and establishes a new regime, all of you shall be honored as meritorious ministers, each granted the title of marquis. The Shang is not just the Shang of the Zhou family, but the Shang of all merchants. We shall share the world together. This proclamation had a profound effect. Wherever the Zhou army marched, the garrisons would open their gates from a distance, preparing fine food and drink for them. The situation was overwhelmingly one-sided. The Shang emperor swallowed a potent pill of despair, forcing himself to sit upright upon his golden throne as he surveyed the once boisterous ministers who had clamored for Zhou Cheng's death, now rendered mute. Why do you all remain silent? He demanded. It was you who urged me to eliminate Zhou Chang. Yet now that he approaches, you have become dumbfounded? The emperor suppressed his fury. After years of deflecting blame, it had become second nature to him. The ministers, their gazes cast downwards as if mesmerized by some extraordinary treasure on the floor, chose silence. At that moment, a minister standing at the back of the assembly stepped forward. Those who stood in the hall were all officials of the 4th rank or higher, yet 4th rank officials typically lacked the right to speak, merely serving as observers. Under the watchful eyes of prominent 1st and 2nd rank officials, this 4th rank officer reached the center of the hall and said, Your Majesty, the root cause of General Huang's misfortune in battle lies in our inability to withstand the assault of the Zhou family's Xuanjiao army, leading to a rout. If we were to establish a special army composed entirely of high-ranking cultivators, we could surely vanquish the Xuanjiao forces and restore our morale. The emperor nodded in approval. Regardless of the merit of his words, it was beneficial to have someone to share the blame. Naive. Do you think the Xuanjiao army was solely crafted by the Zhou family? It is an army cultivated with great effort by the Shang dynasty to counter the Daxia, now turned against us by the Zhou traitors. Where will we find the time to reconstitute an army like the Xuanjia in such haste? One minister scoffed. The 4th rank officer continued, Your Majesty, let us not forget the national master. He is sent by the leader of the 9 major sects, Sanqing Mountain. Our Shang dynasty provides substantial offerings to Sanqing Mountain each year. Now that we face crisis, they should come to our aid. Perhaps we should send for the national master to seek assistance from Sanqing Mountain? Upon hearing this, the emperor's eyes brightened. How could he have overlooked such an important matter? The ancestor of the Wu family had once done a great favor for the masters of Sanqing Mountain. Although the relationship had faded over time, there remained some semblance of obligation, as the national master served as a token of goodwill. Quickly summon the national master. Although the title of National Master sounded prestigious, it did not require attendance at court. Shen Bao received the imperial decree, trembling with excitement. His moment of glory was about to arrive, for he was to participate in an event destined to be recorded in history, forever remembered by future generations. Your servant, Shen Bao, pays his respects to your majesty. Clad in an appropriate Taoist robe, he appeared dignified, quite different from the disreputable image often associated with him. Yet among the ministers were many powerful cultivators, and Shen Bao's modest abilities were hardly impressive. Everyone knew he had attained his position as national master by currying favor with the empress. National master, you must hasten to Sanqing Mountain and request that the esteemed Bai Mei Zhenren send his disciples to assist us. Time is of the essence. You must leave at once. The emperor urged Shen Bao. The emperor vaguely recognized him. Thinking the national master was not this individual, but none of the ministers questioned it, assuming he was the newly appointed national master. Your servant obeys, Shen Bao replied, foregoing any further pleasantries, and promptly mounted his steed to depart from Chaoga. The steed was a gift from the emperor, a black leopard at the peak of the Little Saint realm, serving both as a mount and a guardian. Upon reaching Sanqing Mountain, he was granted a significant audience. As the revered Zhang Mei Zhenren personally received him, Shen Bao, outer disciple of Sanqing Mountain, pays his respects to the sect master. Although Shen Bao was a disciple of Bai Mei Zhenren, he had not entered the inner sect, and thus could not be considered a true disciple, which compelled him to address the sect master directly. Ah, Shen Bao, you are still my disciple in name, though your talents may be limited. I am pleased with your accomplishments, Bai Mei Zhenren replied with a smile. I must express my gratitude for your support and the cultivation provided by the sect. The emperor of the Shang has sent me to request assistance, as General Huang who is struggling in battle against the Zhou family's Xuanjiao army, which none can withstand. What do you suggest, sect master? Which of our fellow disciples should we send to aid him? Alas, it is not that I do not wish to assist, but you have arrived a step too late. Your senior brothers are all in seclusion, contemplating the Tao, and it may take at least 100 or 80 years before they emerge. Among the younger disciples, Li Tai-bai, he cannot go either, as he has been bedridden for over half a month after drinking too much with your brothers at Daoren a few days ago. There is not a single reliable disciple. By the heavens! Shen Bao thought to himself, incredulous at Bai Mei Zhenren's absurd excuses, feeling a surge of indignation. If a celestial being could be harmed by drinking, Li Tai-bai would have long since perished from intoxication. Very well then, I shan't take up any more of the sect master's time. I shall seek assistance from other sects as well. Take this treasured artifact with you, for you are a representative of Sanqing Mountain and cannot return empty-handed. Bai Mei Zhenren handed Shen Bao a set of small array flags, which included 5 flags of different colors, gold, green, blue, red, and yellow, capable of forming a minor 5 elements formation, quite marvelous in its own right. Shen Bao accepted it with delight, feeling it was rightfully his. Upon leaving Sanqing Mountain, he pretended to visit several small to medium-sized sects, and indeed managed to recruit a few sacrificial pawns. Riding upon the majestic Black Panther, he returned to Chaogu to report. What? The masters of Sanqing Mountain have all entered seclusion? Outrageous! These ungrateful scoundrels, unworthy of the title of the righteous path. The emperor of Shang nearly succumbed to his fury, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him, his body precariously unsteady. Your Majesty, while Sanqing Mountain cannot be relied upon, I possess alternative avenues. I can eradicate the Ming Dian of the 7 Kills sect within 7 days. I have certain connections, and should your Majesty permit it, I can seek assistance, though it may require a substantial expenditure of spirit stones. Ming Dian? What are spirit stones worth? I entrust this matter to you, National Master. Should you succeed, I shall reward you handsomely. I shall devote myself entirely to your Majesty. Shen Bao immediately knelt, bowing thrice with resounding reverence. The Emperor of Shang was exceedingly pleased with the National Master's demeanor and, with a grand gesture, bestowed upon him 100 premium spirit stones. Afterward, Shen Bao strolled through the streets of Chaogu, disguised, before arriving at a humble tavern. Approaching the front desk, he whispered, "The king covers the earth, the pagoda subdues the river demon." Shen Bao smiled and said, "Comrade, I have completed the task. Please have the Lord dispatch someone at once." Chapter 57. No More Humanity. The elderly deceived into ruin. The informant from Zhu Lu nodded discreetly, dismissing the overly excited Shen Bao, thinking to himself that this traitorous excitement was unwarranted. Did he believe he was saving the world? Shen Bao ordered a few dishes and leisurely sipped on his drinks, feeling quite exhilarated. Currently, the Shang and Zhou armies were embroiled in fierce conflict. Yet both the Zhou family and the Shang emperor were merely pawns in the hands of the Lord. Shen Bao felt honored to partake in this monumental event destined for the annals of history. My lord, I have successfully lured the Shang emperor into our plans. Bai Xiaotong grew increasingly convinced and even awed by Ngo. It was not solely due to the rapid ascension of the Lord's cultivation, but also his character and methods. He had never encountered such a ruthless individual. Inform Yin Luo. The Wu family has ruled the Shang dynasty for countless years, accumulating untold wealth and treasures. Money is but an external object, and as he nears death, it will serve him no purpose. It should be taken from the people and returned to the people. It rightfully belongs to me. I will offer 10 billion high-grade spirit stones and can provide a discount of 20%. Bai Xiaotong lowered his head, concealing his astonishment at such a sum. 10 billion high-grade spirit stones. Even the coffin funds would be depleted. As a nation, the Shang dynasty naturally produced a great deal, yet this wealth was not merely a one-way street. The expenses of an empire were plentiful, including armament production and array operations. Achieving a surplus each year was already commendable. In recent decades, the old emperor's incompetence had led not only to deficits, but also to a need for financial support. Yes, my subordinate will handle this. Wait, use this for yourself. As the leader of Zhu Shilu, your cultivation is somewhat lacking. I noticed you were hesitant to speak in front of Yin Luo. This simply will not do. And Gu handed Bai Xiaotong a vial of Tian Di Lingyi. Bai Xiaotong was so moved that he knelt immediately. My lord, I am ashamed of my incompetence. The disparity between Bai Xiaotong's cultivation and the pinnacle of quasi-emperors was vast. It was not that he lacked courage, but the aura unintentionally exuded by Yin Luo left him weak in the knees. With this vial of Tian Di Lingyi, he could break through to the early quasi-emperor stage, at least achieving that status. This is not your fault. Work diligently and go. After Bai Xiaotong departed, Ngu exhaled a sigh of relief and remarked in annoyance, You little enchantress, isn't this rather thrilling for you? From the shadows, Mainyang playfully interjected, My lord, you are being somewhat disingenuous. You enjoyed it too, especially in that small grove. Cough. I fear I have been overly indulgent with you. 3 days later. Within the grand palace of the Shang dynasty, a figure clad in black battle attire, adorned with a golden Shura mask, and possessing quasi-emperor late-stage cultivation was received as an honored guest. Your Majesty, this is the deputy leader of the underworld, the esteemed He Wuchang. He Wuchang nodded in acknowledgement, though the expression on the face of the Shang emperor was less than favorable. Shen Bao whispered to the emperor. The esteemed He Wuchang is a formidable master of the quasi-emperor late stage. Upon hearing this, the emperor was taken aback, his displeasure dissipating as he responded, You are a friend of the national master, and thus, a friend of mine. I am grateful for your assistance during this crisis facing the Shang. There is no need for such formality, Your Majesty. The national master speaks highly of your generosity. Currently, our underworld faces some difficulties. So consider this a business transaction. Whether we take action depends on your satisfaction with the remuneration. Here is our price list for your review. You may choose individual services or packages, He Wuchang stated. The emperor, somewhat bewildered, accepted a small booklet, and upon opening it, he exclaimed at the professionalism. The initial pages each displayed the portrait of a killer, all masked, with accompanying descriptions of their achievements. The first was Yin Luo, who had slain no fewer than 100 beings above the quasi-emperor level, with the most recent being the aged master of the 7 Kills sect. Following the introductions was the fee schedule. A single engagement cost 50 billion high-grade spirit stones. The emperor felt as though he had stumbled into an upscale restaurant only to find that his entire fortune would not suffice for a single dish. Turning the pages discreetly, he found He Wuchang by Wu Chang, the 10 judges, and the ox head and horse face, with fees starting at over 100 million. Yin Luo was indeed merciless. He had provided the emperor with no real options, with all the quotes pertaining to the golden-masked killers. As he flipped to the back, he found the so-called package prices, where the employer needed only to pay a single sum. Once the underworld accepted, no matter how many killers were utilized, there would be no additional charges. I wish to hire you to eliminate the Zhou family's Xinjia army. Their individual strength is not formidable, only at the minor saint level. Is there no one else in your vast organization? The emperor spoke solemnly. Although the Xinjia army lacked individual strength, Their combat prowess was not to be underestimated. Their armor could only be breached by those of great saint-level cultivation, and their numbers were significant. The emperor should have been all too aware of the difficulty of this task. Were it not for the national master's connections, I would not bother with such a commission, He Wuchang replied candidly. Your Majesty, the experts of the underworld excel in assassination techniques. Such large-scale operations are inherently risky. It took considerable persuasion to convince the esteemed He Wuchang, Shun Bao interjected. The emperor understood Shun Bao's implication. Opportunities like this were rare. What is your price for exterminating the Xinjiao army, and for wiping out the entire Zhou family? The old emperor was indeed ruthless. If he could eliminate the Zhou family directly, he would not need to bother with the Xinjiao army. The price for the Xinjiao army was 10 billion high-grade spirit stones, while the cost for the entire Zhou family was 50 billion high-grade spirit stones. After weighing his options, the old emperor calculated that 10 billion was equivalent to deploying 3 to 4 early quasi-emperor killers, while 50 billion equated to one engagement from Yen Luo. He knew well that the underworld was demanding an exorbitant sum, yet his choices were limited. Fine, 50 billion it is. The old emperor's decision left He Wuchang momentarily stunned, thinking to himself how easy it was to earn money from this old man. However, I can only pay a portion as a deposit now. After the task is completed, you will receive additional spirit stones along with the Zhou family's heads. He Wuchang nodded. No problem, Your Majesty. A 30% deposit is all that is required. The national master can act as a guarantor. Upon hearing this, the old emperor felt a sense of satisfaction. If the other party were to insist on full payment, it would likely indicate a fraudulent scheme. Though his body had weakened, his mind remained sharp. A deposit of 30% was customary within the industry. The 30% deposit amounted to 15 billion Shangping Lingshi, which drained the Wu family's treasury, leaving the remaining balance to be drawn from the national treasury. However, by that time, the Zhou family had been extinguished, and the great threat had been eliminated, albeit at a cost. The two parties formalized their agreement, with Shun Bao acting as the intermediary, also affixing his name. He Wuchang departed with the 15 billion Shangping Lingshi, satisfied, while Shun Bao returned home to pack his belongings. The wind howled fiercely. Chapter 58. I refuse to believe it. My brother could not be so kind. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. With a sudden cough, the old emperor spat out a mouthful of black blood, his head buzzing with disbelief. The national master had fled. As the sole link to the Ming Dian, the national master had deceived him out of 15 billion high-grade spirit stones and vanished. Your Majesty, take care of yourself. Wealth can be regained. It is not the end of the world. I will always be by your side. Please take your medicine. Su Jinsi comforted him gently. Yet, inwardly, she was overjoyed. Shun Bao had managed to escape safely, and she owed thanks to the Empress for that. 15 billion high-grade spirit stones. Lang was truly wicked. However, her fondness for this mischievous lad only grew. Jinsi, you are truly the only one I can trust now. All others have proven unworthy, the old emperor lamented. After consuming a tiger wolf pill, his spirits revived somewhat, though he had become increasingly reliant on this medicine. Initially, he had only needed it for puppet play. Now, he required 10 pills daily, and anger had driven him to vomit blood, necessitating a double dosage. 15 billion. The accumulated wealth of the Wu family over countless years had been swindled by Shun Bao. The mere thought of it felt like a knife to his heart. He wished to think no more of it. He desired only to enjoy the last moments of bliss with the Empress. Even in death, he wished for her to accompany him, to continue their bond in the afterlife. Ah, the old fool is indeed wealthy. And Gu collected the 15 billion high-grade spirit stones, pondering how much celestial liquid could be transmuted from such a fortune. From this day forth, the swallowing heaven treasure vessel would never rest. I shall keep my promise to you. This is a Shisui Dan. Consuming it will enhance your physique and set you upon the path of cultivation. While the path to becoming a great emperor may be daunting, with diligence, attaining the great sage realm is within reach. Thank you for your generous gift, Shun Bao said, trembling with excitement as he accepted the Shisui Dan. Ascending to the immortal realm was his lifelong dream. Compared to this, all worldly riches were mere fleeting illusions. From now on, you shall no longer be known as Shun Bao, but as Shun Gongbao. Go to the Mo Xiang Palace, where someone will take you as a disciple. Now be on your way. Shun Bao knelt and bowed 3 times before withdrawing from Nji's study, his heart still aflame with excitement as he clutched the Shisui Dan. feeling as though he had grasped his destiny. And Gu chuckled wickedly. The once ill-fated Shingongbao could prove to be a formidable weapon in the right hands, rivaling even a powerful magical artifact. Tidying the books on his desk, Ngu retrieved the swallowing heaven treasure vessel, filled with half a room's worth of high-grade spirit stones, and said, "Do not grow lazy now." The swallowing heaven treasure vessel had never imagined it would one day suffer from an aversion to food. Now, it looked at the once insatiable high-grade spirit stones with disdain. Previously, it had always complained of insufficient sustenance, but this master was far too generous. Now, it had no choice. With a swift motion, a small pile of spirit stones was swallowed into the vessel, which radiated brilliant rays of light. Ngu sought out Changfeng. Having previously promised to find a way to mend the rift between him and Enlon, he had acquired the critically important ancient eyes. Aging ancient double pupils, obtained from an elderly practitioner with double pupils, though clouded from overuse, it still possesses some power. Ngu presented Enlon with a pair of modern eyes and gave him a pair of ancient ones. It seemed Enlon had not lost out after all. Moreover, Ngu had soaked the ancient eyes in celestial liquid for 7 days, restoring some vitality. Although there was still a hint of cataract, they were more than adequate. Foolish Ododo, why did he need to be so powerful? Father, I entrust this book and these eyes to Enlon, hoping he can understand my predicament. Sighing, he thought, it is tough on you, but I will persuade him. After all, you are still his brother, and blood is thicker than water. Ngu may have been at fault in the past, but his earnest attempts at redemption brought solace to Changfeng. The ancient double pupils were exceedingly precious, and Ngu did not know what price he had paid to acquire yet another pair. Well then, I shall trouble you to make the trip. I cannot trust anyone else. If I go personally, he may not even see me. And Changfeng patted Nji's shoulder and said, "You have done exceptionally well." Ngu pursed his lips and nodded. "If my brother does not forgive me, please do not be angry, father. I will gradually win him over." And Changfeng, bearing Nji's sincerity, arrived at Sanqing Mountain. While Enlon might refuse to see others, he had no reason to turn away his father. Now, Enlon had grown into a young man. Unlike Ngu, who practiced demonic arts, Enlon appeared quite slender, lacking the imposing stature of his brother. "Father, Loner," and Changfeng suddenly felt the distance from this younger son, far less close than he was with Ngu. Many words he had intended to say suddenly escaped him. Anything he might utter felt like mere trivialities. After sitting in silence for a quarter of an hour, Changfeng finally spoke, "I have come because of your brother." "I have no brother." Before Changfeng could finish, Enlon calmly interrupted, declaring that he had no brother since the moment his eyes were taken from him. "Please let me finish. There were many circumstances you are unaware of. Your brother acted against you out of desperation. The situation in the Great Wasteland has deteriorated. Perhaps you remain oblivious to it while on Sanqing Mountain. It is chaos throughout the land. I understand that what happened in the past has deeply hurt you. Your brother feels immense guilt. These ancient double pupils are a gift from him, allowing you to regain your sight. There are other treasures within. Once your vision is restored, you may discover them for yourself." And Changfeng placed the wooden box on Enlan's lap, sighing heavily, feeling a profound sense of shame. Yet, to mend the fractures within their family, he, as both patriarch and father, could only tell this lie. Until Changfeng departed, Enlan remained silent. For all these years, he had never understood why Ngu had turned against him. Before the age of 5, when his eyes were taken, Ngu had always been extremely protective of him. Otherwise, he would not have followed his brother without a second thought. Was it truly only for a pair of eyes that he had to sacrifice 5 years of love and care? Did Ngu truly have some hidden burden? Opening the wooden box, Enlan may not have been able to see, but he was not blind. His spiritual perception served as his eyes. All things existed vividly in his mind. Inside the box lay a small vial emanating a rich aura of heaven and earth spiritual energy. The ancient double pupils within seemed to sense their new master, radiating streams of brilliant light. By installing these eyes, he could regain his sight. Accepting the eyes does not mean I forgive you. He untied the silk ribbon covering the eyes, removed the eyeballs, and pressed them into his sockets. As the eyeballs settled, astonishing changes began to occur in Enlan's eye sockets. The blood vessels connected miraculously. After about half an hour, Enlan closed his eyes and controlled the movement of the eyeballs within their sockets. Merely the rotation of the eyeballs moved Enlan to tears. Trembling, he opened his eyes, first sensing light, then a hazy world. Enlan blinked forcefully, and his vision sharpened slightly, though it remained blurry. Lifting his hand to gaze at his palm, he could see it clearly, yet when he looked into the distance, everything remained indistinct. Chapter 59, Nge's Bleaching Diary. Enlon found it challenging to articulate her current emotions. They were profoundly intricate. As she gazed into the wooden box, she discovered a book devoid of any words on its cover. Upon opening it, her astonishment grew with each page. The narrative depicted an elder brother who, for the sake of his family and younger sibling, continuously engaged in acts contrary to his conscience. However, the prevailing circumstances compelled everyone to succumb to the tide of fate, leaving him with no choices. Particularly resonant was the line, "In this life, I had no choice. In the next life, I shall choose to be a good brother," which brought tears to Enlan's eyes. It was all a deception, a trap, she murmured, yet she did not set the book aside. Instead, she continued reading. This elder brother repeatedly sacrificed his own morality and integrity to save his family from peril, shielding his younger sibling, who resided in a realm of purity. Yet, when the dust finally settled and the younger brother, having achieved mastery in his cultivation, sought vengeance, they battled for 3 days and nights. Unbeknownst to the younger brother, the elder's body was already riddled with wounds due to his sacrifices for the family. Ultimately, the younger brother was defeated. He had anticipated dying at the hands of his brother, but the fatal blow never came. Instead, the elder pressed a finger to his forehead and said, "The treacherous path ahead has already been traversed by your brother. Now, walk the smooth road for him." With that, he collapsed into his brother's embrace, forever closing the eyes that once belonged to him. Upon finishing the book, Enlon realized that her cheeks were streaming with tears. Was not this book a reflection of Nge and Enlon? Was her relentless pursuit of cultivation not aimed at one day returning to the Yin family to exact revenge? Though she trained atop the serene Mount Qing, her concern for the affairs below was palpable. The current unrest in the great wilderness was frequently discussed among the disciples of Mount Qing. Who among those practitioners was unaware of Nge's name? When she learned that Nge had unleashed emperor-level prowess during the power struggle in the Great Xia, despair enveloped her heart. Later, it was rumored that Nge had employed forbidden techniques to forcibly manifest emperor-level strength, leaving his body in ruins, which brought her little joy. Now, this book corroborated her fears. Nge's body was indeed deteriorating. Bestowed with a marriage by the emperor of Great Xia, he gambled his future to elevate his fiancée. While the Yin family, as staunch royalists, played a significant role, their status naturally rose. But should the crown princess fail, the Yin family, as the betrothed, would undoubtedly face retribution. After indulging in her thoughts, the image of her beloved elder brother from her childhood became increasingly vivid. How foolish was I, oh do, to not know if I had wept with emotion. Within the northern domain palace, Nge set down his brush and blew dry the ink. The painting depicted Enlon at 5, before her eyes were plucked, her round little face radiating an inexplicable joy, her eyes squinting in laughter. Nge examined it with satisfaction, nodding, "Please ask Sister Lan to frame this. I wish to hang it in my study." "Yes, young master." Sister Lan carefully rolled up the painting and departed the study. A quarter of an hour later, Nge left the study and proceeded to the forbidden area within the northern domain palace, his place of cultivation. Here, apart from 300 white tiger guards and a select few, anyone else who approached would be met with merciless execution. "My lord," Dianwei bowed respectfully. "Do not allow anyone to enter." "Understood." Dianwei stood guard like an iron tower. Upon entering the secret chamber, Nge activated layer upon layer of restrictions. This was his greatest secret. He could not afford any leaks, for should they occur, Nge would instantly become the enemy of the entire great wilderness. The world only recognized him as a natural demon body, a prodigious talent practicing demonic arts, yet his constitution had long evolved into a heavenly demon body. This allowed him to refine other unique physiques, absorbing their spiritual essence to forge his own supreme body. This bore a resemblance to the techniques of a highly popular female character from a certain series. She was merely of mortal flesh, yet achieved similar effects through her methods. "Master, everything is ready," Mainyang spoke in a hushed tone. "Very well, wait here." "Yes." Mainyang, one of Nge's most formidable subordinates, was not only his personal attendant and a refined maiden, but also held another significant title, the Grand Commander of the Tomb Raiding Team. In a sense, she was Nge's absolute confidant. In this world, even the strongest of experts could perish yet remain intact in body, unless they met a fate like that of the Demon Emperor, reduced to nothingness, or under other extraordinary circumstances. This was a precious resource for Ngu. The heavenly demon body was not picky. Both the deceased and the living could serve as nourishment. After Mei Yang departed, Ngu approached the innermost quiet chamber, where an ancient coffin crafted from 10,000-year-old cold jade lay at the center, emanating a chilling aura. The cold jade, as clear as crystal, allowed one to see directly into the coffin, where a figure lay, hair white, yet skin flushed, as if in slumber. However, in Nji's eyes, the occupant of the coffin was not a corpse, but an unparalleled sword. The ancient dual pupil could distinctly perceive the boundless sharpness radiating from his physical form. This was one of the deceased ancestors of the 9 major sword sect. In life, he had reached the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm and was a natural sword body, having never known defeat. Yet, as a sword cultivator on the path of slaughter, he had accumulated too much karma, forever halted at the quasi-emperor peak, retreating into seclusion in his later years. Had it not been for the formidable intelligence network of the Peerless Tower, finding him would have proven exceedingly difficult. Standing before the coffin of 10,000-year-old cold jade, Nji's expression shifted entirely. The mark of a black, handleless flying sword appeared on his brow, and behind him, torrents of demonic energy surged forth as several black dragons, infused with overwhelming demonic might, surged into the coffin. Outside the secret chamber, Mei Yang heard the sound of cracking, akin to bones being crushed, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Suddenly, a realization struck her. The usually amiable Ngu, known for his charm and humor, displayed a gentlemanly demeanor. Was that truly his essence? Had anyone ever truly reached the depths of his heart? Buzz. Suddenly, within the secret realm, sharp energies seemed capable of tearing the heavens apart. The entire chamber trembled violently, and Mei Yang gazed in shock towards the interior, where it felt as though an ancient ferocious dragon lay in wait. At this moment, Ngu maintained a stern demeanor. The demonic dragon roared, its form becoming increasingly solid, and the glimmering scales sparkled like a multitude of sharp, flying swords. Early Quasi-Emperor. Having devoured the innate sword body at the pinnacle of the Quasi-Emperor, all the countless years of swordsmanship cultivated by the other party transformed into nourishment for Nji's growth. At this moment, Ngu was unleashing the sword technique, breaking the heavens, its power undoubtedly amplified by no less than tenfold. After the passage of an hour, Ngu adapted to the newfound strength, the icy demeanor on his face melting away, and his expression returning to its usual demeanor. Although such nourishment was indeed beneficial, it was exceedingly rare. The ancestral graves of the 9 major sects were not so easily disturbed. Master. Upon seeing Ngu, Mei Yang felt an unexpected sense of trepidation, her demeanor becoming somewhat restrained. Ngu raised an eyebrow in surprise and gently lifted her chin, asking, "Are you afraid of me?" The servant acknowledges her mistake. Since you have erred, you must personally apologize to your companions. Chapter 60. Kong Jia-yi. I have finally found the organization. The civil war in the Shang and Zhou dynasties continues to rage, while Ngu clandestinely expands the influence of the Bai Lian Jiao amidst the chaos. Its following has grown to an astonishing 10 million, spreading throughout the entirety of Deshang and even into Xia, stirring up a white storm. Unlike other sects, the Bai Lian Jiao manages its followers with remarkable leniency, imposing no strict requirements. Instead, it offers them provisions and spiritual solace. One might liken it to a scenario where, in times of hardship, a kind young woman provides you with a massage free of charge, engages you in profound conversations about life, and even gifts you money to support your education. However, for its core members, the Bai Lian Jiao enforces a stringent and even ruthless regime. Anyone who violates the tenets of the faith faces the punishment of fire, a slow and agonizing execution lasting a full 81 days, known as the Wrath of the Ming Wang. Nonetheless, the allure of becoming a core member remains irresistible. They receive a vial of holy water each month, which not only enhances their cultivation, but also serves as a miraculous remedy for injuries. No matter how grievous the wounds, as long as there is breath left, consuming the holy water guarantees survival. This has drawn countless cultivators into the Bai Lian Jiao, which welcomes disciples from other sects, provided they come with genuine intentions. However, those with ulterior motives quickly find themselves exposed by the omniscient Ming Wang, facing dire consequences. Various sects have sent numerous disciples to infiltrate the Bai Lian Jiao, only to end up as either true traitors or reduced to ashes, suffering significant losses. This reveals the formidable strength of the Bailianjiao. Even the most powerful sects cannot ensure that their disciples are free from infiltrators, as the lines between them blur. Yet the Bailianjiao remains impervious, a fortress against infiltration. In the depths of the Deshang prison, Kong Jia finds himself questioning his existence. Accompanying Zhou Chong to Chaogu, he has yet to showcase his talents before being imprisoned alongside Zhou Chong. To his dismay, Zhou Chong was rescued, while he remains confined. Were it not for the considerable influence of the Ru Zone within Deshang, he would have long since faced the wrath of the furious emperor. Plans had been in place for his release within days, but the emperor, deceived by the treacherous national master, found himself enraged and vengeful, recalling the presence of a Ru Zone rebel in the dungeon and issuing a death sentence. The Shang emperor has since grown apathetic, prioritizing his own desires over the affairs of the Ru Zone. With specially crafted chains binding his hands and feet, Kong Jia reflects on the impending end of his brief life. Alas, one misstep leads to another, and his lack of discernment has resulted in grave errors. With a heavy fist, he strikes the wall of his cell in frustration, consumed by regret. All those years spent studying the sacred texts seem in vain, as he now realizes that the most promising rebel was indeed in Wang and Gu. How could he have overlooked such a prominent figure and instead chosen the inept Jiang Heng and the oblivious Zhou Qing as his allies? Yet, there remains a glimmer of hope. Master, do not slumber, for if you do, your disciple shall face execution. Kong Jia calls upon his last resort, a remnant soul of an emperor. However, this spirit is notoriously unreliable, often sleeping for 10 days out of 9 and impervious to awakening. Kong Jia's accomplishments thus far have been solely due to his own talent and diligence. At that moment, a man resembling a prison guard approaches the cell door. Are you here to carry out the execution? He muses, astonished that his fate would culminate in such a hasty manner. Kong Jia suppresses his emotions. Even in death, he resolves to face it with grace. Indeed, it is I, Kong Jia. Would you like to join our Bailianjiao? Our mission is to establish the Bailianjiao wherever there is injustice, wherever there is oppression. Kong Jia repeatedly recites this phrase, erupting into hearty laughter. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. How fitting it is for me. How did you find me? By the guidance of the Ming Wang. Will you join us or not? I have several others to rescue. Of course I shall join. Then follow me. The man produces a key and unlocks the prison door, leaving Kong Jia in a state of disbelief, suspecting this might be a cruel jest before his demise. As he strides boldly out of the dungeon and into a carriage, he feels an overwhelming sense of unreality. The carriage does not travel far before stopping at a secluded courtyard in Chaogu City, where Kong Jia is summoned to meet a local leader. The guardians and elders of the Bailianjiao seldom make appearances, making the leader an individual of considerable stature. Upon seeing the leader, Kong Jia is left speechless. Cousin? Haha. Jia, I never anticipated we would meet in such a manner, but it is fortuitous. Together, we shall strive for greatness. And Gu has not forgotten Kong Jia, the one possessing the qualities of a protagonist. Though he may be a troublemaker, if utilized wisely, he could solidify in Ge's future reign. Anyone under Kong Jia's guidance would face no hesitation. They would be swiftly eliminated. Unbeknownst to Kong Jia, he has become a detector for Ngu, absorbing the essence and doctrines of the Bailianjiao like a sponge. As his understanding of the Bailianjiao deepens, Kong Jia grows increasingly exhilarated. This is precisely the endeavor he has long desired. The world is rife with injustices, and if no one speaks out or resists, society will only deteriorate further. It is only through persistent resistance and the purging of toxins that the world can be rejuvenated. Finally, he has found his organization, while Kong Jia joins the fervent resistance movement. Ngu eagerly awaits the arrival of the secret realm once more. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a beast of the same tier yesterday, and obtaining a quasi-emperor weapon, the Dragon-Slaying Blade. Dragon-Slaying Blade, forged from the essence of 9 flood dragons by a powerful swordsman over a millennium, capable of summoning the souls of the 9 dragons to assist in battle, can evolve. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering Secret Realm No. 000250 during yesterday's trials, and acquiring 3 designated hero cards. The host may utilize the replay function for further details. Quasi-Emperor Weapon. This peculiar item appears to be acquired once a day, suggesting the need to establish an auction organization. However, It is astonishing that this is indeed a weapon capable of growth. Those familiar with games know that while growth weapons are often a voracious consumer of resources, they symbolize more powerful attributes and continuity. Prolonged use even fosters an emotional connection. As Nji's realm continually ascends, the fruits of his idle endeavors have finally transcended mere detritus. Instead, he now possesses exquisite sacred artifacts and quasi-imperial weapons. Each of these items would incite fierce competition in the outside world, yet Nji's inventory boasts dozens of them. Currently, Meizhu, Lan, and Zhu, his 4 maidens, are adorned with splendid sacred artifacts, each wielding a quasi-imperial weapon. Such opulence is truly remarkable. Qing Qiu, the Empress, and Zhou Qingyun are similarly equipped. Dian Wei and his 2 companions at the peak of quasi-imperial status regard these items with disdain, waiting for the opportune moment to procure some imperial weapons for their amusement. 3 hero cards have yielded commendable rewards. Hero card, by Su Zhan upon use, summons the designated hero by Su Zhan. Hero card, Fa High, demonic, upon use, summons the designated hero Fa High, demonic. Hero card, Shao Qing upon use, summons the designated hero Shao Qing. It seems this young master shall also indulge in the thrill of the wild hero. But what exactly is this demonic Fa High? Chapter 61, The Art of Seduction. However, before relishing the joy of being a rugged hero, Ngu chose to revisit the secret realm. Each experience within the secret realm provided him with immense growth. As ripples danced before his eyes, Ngu found himself in a classroom filled with scholars clad in academic robes, mirroring his own attire. Inside the classroom, there were approximately a dozen individuals, among whom a handsome scholar was engrossed in reciting the revered texts of sages, swaying his head in rapture. This was none other than Su Xian, the first of the rugged heroes. It was no wonder that she was captivated by Su Xian at first glance. Perhaps beyond the debt of gratitude, she was also drawn to his youthful visage. Ngu pondered to himself. As the class concluded, the scholars began to pair off to indulge in revelry. Do not be surprised. In this era, seeking companionship in such a manner was considered a refined indulgence. Ngu rose and strode forth with an air of pride, parting the crowd effortlessly. After all, Ngu was the son of the governor of Linen, a position of considerable prestige. Do not underestimate the governor. Linen was the capital of the Song dynasty, and to hold such a title indicated a close relationship with the emperor. Su Xian cast a furtive glance at Nji's departing figure, filled with envy. He and his sister relied on each other, but fortunately, his brother-in-law had secured a modest position within the government, allowing their family to live a life that was not lacking, albeit not affluent. Otherwise, he would not have been able to afford his studies. Teaching was not a lucrative profession, yet it held a certain respectability. Ngu did not approach Su Xian immediately, as he recalled from memory that Su Xian had yet to encounter the sisters by Su Zhan and Shao Qing. Since that was the case, Su Xian was of little concern, just a man living off the generosity of others. Presently, Nji's interest was piqued by another individual, Fa High. In this secret realm, Fa High was not depicted as a cantankerous old man, but rather as a strikingly handsome figure. Reminiscent of the version from the film Green Snake, exuding charisma with his iconic phrase Da Wei Tian Long. Yet beyond that, this incarnation of Fa High was exceedingly formidable. Speculation abounded regarding his reincarnation, with many suggesting he might be the reincarnation of the great serpent deity, a member of the Buddhist celestial realm known as the 8 parts of heavenly dragons. While this might not seem particularly impressive in the grand cosmos, it was a significant advantage in the mortal realm. Bai Su Zhan's identity was equally intriguing, a serpent spirit entangled with celestial beings, even able to converse with Guanyin. Otherwise, Fa High would have simply eliminated her rather than confining her within the Thunder Sound Pagoda. Both were beings of substantial origin, and should it come to a confrontation, Ngu, at the nascent stage of an Empyrean, would likely be outmatched. The Empyrean represented the pinnacle of humanity. While worlds may differ, the gap between a nascent Empyrean and a true Empyrean was vast. Direct confrontation was ill-advised, self-preservation was paramount. As Ngu walked and contemplated, he reached the entrance of the academy where a servant awaited him. Young master. Indeed. Ngu boarded the carriage and instructed, arrange for 2 maidens to be found in the city, one clad in white and the other in blue. They should be exceptionally beautiful, easily discernible. Understood, young master. The servant replied. Upon returning to the inn residence, Ngu sat at his desk and began to write. Xiao Qing and Su Xian served as two pivotal points that could be strategically utilized. Xiao Qing lacked by Su Zhan's sophistication. She was still naive regarding human emotions and love, admiring her sister's romance without truly understanding it. She imitated by Su Zhan, even attempting to allure her brother-in-law Su Xian. And Gu believed that only someone with his divine artistry could perfectly illustrate such a blank canvas. Su Xian, in truth, appeared more akin to an ordinary individual. He was entranced by Su Zhan's beauty, unhesitatingly accepting her luxurious offerings conjured through magic, and found himself unable to resist Xiao Qing's advances, an embodiment of human desire. To remain unmoved would indeed be abnormal. Fa Hai, however, represented an entirely different archetype. He bore similarities to Xiao Qing, holding the belief that humans were virtuous while spirits were malevolent. Yet through his travels, he discovered the truth was far more complex, leading to his confusion and eventual decision to blind himself to the world's realities as a means of resolution. Having analyzed the character types of these individuals, Ngu entered a contemplative state, formulating a plan. His arrangement within the narrative of Dewei Tianlong was commendable. Placing Su Xian under Fa Hai's guidance would allow Fa Hai to assist in caring for by Su Zhan while imparting lessons on love to Xiao Qing, an ideal scenario. Days passed in a manner much like any other, as Ngu attended his classes. However, after school, he invited his fellow scholars to indulge in revelry several times. To his surprise, the usually demure Su Xian proved to be quite adept in the realm of pleasures, embracing the women accompanying their revelries with abandon. Ngu found such women beneath his notice. Allowing them to serve him would only grant them undue advantage. After a few drinks, he excused himself, having already settled the bill. Without Nji's presence, the others became even more uninhibited in their enjoyment. With his remarkable abilities, Ngu discreetly managed to gather all the enchanting beings in linen under his control, turning the obedient ones into servants while dispatching the defiant ones to the realm of bliss. Time flowed swiftly, and after half a month, the two serpent spirits, by Su Zhan and Xiao Qing, finally arrived in linen. Sister, look, that man appears as though his eyes might fall out, and one even dropped into the water. Isn't it simply because we sisters are too beautiful? The two enchantresses swayed their serpentine waists, nearly captivating the gentlemen around them to the point of disbelief. Their slender forms were indeed stunningly lethal. Sister, what is it about humans that is so appealing? Their greedy gazes make it seem as though they wish to devour us whole. They are so furtive, yet we, as spirits, are far more forthright. Xiao Qing scoffed. I believe we are far superior to those who forcibly abduct spirit maidens to make them their wives, and certainly more beautiful. Be cautious not to reveal your tale. Xiao Qing's prowess paled in comparison to Bai Su Zhan's, and as she swayed her watery waist, she felt compelled to lower herself to the ground. Being human is such a bother. Crawling is far more comfortable, Xiao Qing complained. Seizing a moment when her sister was distracted, she playfully dove into West Lake, maintaining her human form above the waist while her lower half transformed into a serpent tail. Swimming with unparalleled delight, Bai Su Zhan, witnessing Xiao Qing's plunge into the lake, was well aware of her sister's intentions after cultivating together for so long. At this moment, the flower boats gliding upon the waters of Shihu, along with numerous merchant vessels transporting goods, would indeed pose a considerable dilemma if spotted by others. The myriad of fairies, both great and small, residing near Linen, had been gathered under the command of a mysterious and formidable being. Though her sister possessed extraordinary prowess, she had come to savor the essence of love, not to engage in combat. With a helpless shake of her head, Bai Su Zhan plunged into the depths of Shihu in pursuit of Xiao Qing, much to the delight of the gentlemen along the lakeshore. The allure of a drenched beauty was no less captivating than that of a beauty in distress. Surrounding the water's edge, eager spectators strained to catch a glimpse, while those aboard the vessels widened their eyes in search. However, the two had long taken refuge beneath one of the boats. Not far from their hiding place, a flower boat carried several scholars clad in academic robes. Among them, one individual instantly captured Bai Su Zhan's attention, as an inexplicable intuition revealed that he was the benefactor and beloved she had been seeking. Yet, her smile was soon extinguished. She had failed to notice that Su Xian, while engaging in lively discourse with the scholars, was concealed beneath them by a heavily made-up courtesan. Were they, in fact, hosting a gathering? Bai Su Zhan was abruptly engulfed by self-doubt. The exquisite love she yearned for seemed to be a mere illusion. Sister, look at that young master. He is so handsome. I think I have found love as well." In the midst of her reverie, Xiaoqing exclaimed, disregarding Bai Suzhen entirely as she swam towards another small boat. Bai Suzhen could not help but follow Xiaoqing's gaze, and in an instant, she too was entranced. How could such a flawless man exist in this world? It was as if all the beauty of mankind had converged upon him alone. The dream of a beautiful love had returned to her. Chapter 62. Not at all resistant to play. Soon turned dark. Ange's lips curled slightly as he pondered who claimed that a man's visage could not be a source of sustenance. It merely indicated that he was not sufficiently handsome. Discreetly, Ange continued to sketch on the parchment, appearing utterly absorbed, oblivious to the two enormous serpentine tails beneath the water that were perilously close to capsizing his boat. Xiaoqing initially intended to overturn the vessel, enacting a scenario of a damsel rescuing a hero, but Bai Suzhen, perceiving Ange's artistic endeavor, intervened to halt Xiaoqing's mischief. The two colossal serpents writhed beneath the surface, agitating the water, yet Ange's small boat remained steadfast and unmoving. Bai Suzhen and Xiaoqing soon recognized the extraordinary nature of this handsome figure. Xiaoqing, possessing a childlike spirit, found Ange even more captivating. However, Bai Suzhen, with her millennium of cultivation, was acutely aware of the numerous formidable human practitioners. Initially, she had dismissed the notion upon observing Ange's youth, but now, upon closer inspection, his aura bespoke an uncommon essence, stirring a sense of vigilance within her, and she began to entertain thoughts of retreat. "Xiaoqing, we must depart." "Depart? I have not yet had my fill of play." Xiaoqing's gaze remained fixed on Ange, while Bai Suzhen, with exasperation, grasped Xiaoqing's hand and urged her away. Completing his final stroke, Ange's painting depicted the very scene unfolding on West Lake. Two enchanting maidens with upper bodies of beauty and serpentine tails frolicking in the water, surrounded by onlookers either pausing to admire or engrossed in their own pursuits. The tableau was both harmonious and eerily surreal. The peculiarity lay in its excessive harmony. No one was startled by the presence of the spirits, nor did the spirits exhibit predatory behavior. All wore smiles, and the two entities laughed joyously. Ange proceeded to sketch a majestic eagle on another sheet, imbuing it with life as it flapped its wings and soared forth from the illustration. "Go, deliver this to them," he instructed. The eagle cried out and grasped the painting, soaring into the air. Bai Suzhen and Xiaoqing refrained from surfacing amidst the throngs of people, but once they did, they were startled by the eagle pursuing them. The eagle and serpent were natural enemies, causing Xiaoqing's eyes to morph into slits. "Fear not. It clutches something in its talons," Bai Suzhen reassured, positioning herself protectively in front of Xiaoqing. The eagle, akin to a sword, approached swiftly and delivered the painting to Bai Suzhen, splashing down into the lake like a cascade of ink. Recalling the artist from earlier, Bai Suzhen felt a stirring within her. As she unfurled the painting, it felt as though she were enveloped in a tangible world. "Impressive," she mused, momentarily lost in reverie, noting that Xiaoqing continued to gaze vacantly at a blue serpentine maiden gliding through the depiction of West Lake. Shaking her head, Bai Suzhen rolled up the painting and hoisted Xiaoqing away, vanishing along the lakeside. After their departure, a handsome young monk clad in moon-white robes approached the location where Bai Suzhen and Xiaoqing had stood, holding a string of prayer beads, and remarked, "These demons truly possess audacity." This monk was Fa Hai, a wanderer dedicated to vanquishing demons. The gathering of demons in linen had naturally garnered his attention. With so many fiends, including those of royal caliber, it could only signify the emergence of a more formidable demonic presence in linen. As Fa Hai prepared to pursue the two serpentine spirits, he was suddenly interrupted by a cacophony of cries. "Ha ha, young lady, it is clearly inscribed in black and white that your husband has sold you to our young master. Come with us. You wicked scoundrels, do not take my mother away." "Boo-hoo, I cannot leave. My daughter is still young. She needs me," pleaded a woman of only moderate beauty, clinging to the leg of a servant. The servant, dressed in livery, disdainfully tugged at his leg and replied, "What do I care for her life? We are merely following the law. Your husband has sold you, but your daughter has not been sold to us. Begone, my patience is limited." The brazen demeanor of the men ignited anger among the surrounding townsfolk, yet upon observing the servant's attire, they refrained from intervening, recognizing that their master must be a high official or a wealthy man, and they dared not provoke them. Fa Hai, initially disinclined to meddle in human affairs, had always refrained from involvement in disputes between individuals, despite his relentless pursuit of demons. Yet, having recently encountered a spider spirit with a connection to Buddhism, his mindset had shifted, compelling him to approach the mother and daughter. Amitba, how much does your husband owe them? I shall repay it on his behalf, Fahai offered. 30 taels of silver. If you wish to pay on his behalf, you must offer us 60 taels, the men replied. Fahai furrowed his brow. Having wandered and fasted, he had little need for funds. I have no money. This string of prayer beads, which accompanies me always, possesses a Buddhist essence, warding off evil and ensuring safety. Who among you would be willing to offer 60 taels of silver? Fahai addressed the crowd. The people collectively shook their heads. They could scarcely muster 6 taels, let alone 60, observing from the sidelines. And since the moment had come for him to reveal his prowess. I have it, he declared, emerging in white garments, wielding a folding fan, as the crowd instinctively parted to create a path for him. With a smile, he approached Fahai, saying, Master, your compassionate heart is truly commendable. Amitba, benefactor, your kindness is appreciated, Fahai replied, eyeing the dashing young man, sensing an air of nobility about him. He extended his prayer beads toward Ange. Without hesitation, Ange accepted the beads and produced a large silver ingot, tossing it to the servants. Is this sufficient? Quite enough, they replied, retreating with the money, somewhat flustered, as the onlookers erupted in applause. Master, until we meet again. Ange bid farewell and departed, witnessing the dispersal of the crowd as the commotion subsided. The fair woman rose and approached Fahai, kneeling before him and repeatedly bowing in gratitude. Fahai, unsure whether it was due to her earlier tussle with the servants or the state of her attire, stepped forward to assist her. However, as he helped her to her feet, her garment inadvertently gaped open, revealing a glimpse of her delicate skin, startling him into releasing her and retreating in alarm. The woman adjusted her clothing and, gathering her child, moved toward a street corner where the servants awaited her. Well done. Here is your reward, one of them remarked. The man tossed out a large ingot of silver, precisely the one that Ngu had just thrown. It was a reward from Master Xie. The young woman's mouth gaped wide, nearly reaching her ears. Such a substantial ingot of silver would ensure her comfort for the remainder of her life. Meanwhile, Fahai, in a state of panic, hurriedly flew towards the temple outside Linen City. The image of that woman continuously surfaced in his mind. Even reciting the mantra form is emptiness. Emptiness is form proved futile. Desire had taken root within his heart like a malignant seed. Ngu toyed with the Buddhist beads in his hand, watching as the light emanating from them visibly dissipated, transforming from a crystalline white to a deep black in no time. He had thought them to be so pure, yet after a brief play, they had turned dark. Chapter 63. How deep are emotions? Gradually deepening at Jinshan Temple, Fahai sat before the Buddha, reciting scriptures, yet his moon-white monk robe was already drenched in sweat. It took him a full day to suppress the demons tormenting his heart. However, suppressing them did not equate to their eradication. He needed to find a way to completely resolve them, for if not, they would sprout anew like weeds that cannot be entirely burned away. In the outskirts of Linen City, a grand residence had mysteriously appeared, its plaque inscribed with Bai Fu. Passers-by were somewhat perplexed, unable to recall whether this Bai Fu had existed before. They shook their heads and returned to their own affairs, and over time, the collective memory of the community formed around the existence of this Bai Fu. Sister, let us go find that young master to play. His paintings are so delightful. Ever since she obtained the painting, Xiao Qing had been eager to immerse herself in its world each day. Yet, the realm depicted was no larger than West Lake, and after several days, her enthusiasm waned. What stirred her heart more was the young master himself. She did not comprehend love or affection, but instinctively yearned to draw closer to him. The mere thought of him made her once cold heart stir with excitement. Do you even know the young master's name or where he resides? You only met him once and are already clamoring to seek him out? The monk has also arrived in Linen. You must stay at home and not venture out. I will investigate. I want to go too, sister. Absolutely not. Your limited cultivation would surely lead to your capture by that monk. I will return shortly. Bai Suzhen offered Xiao Qing no room for negotiation, turning away with a smug smile. You cannot grasp that, young master. Allow me to handle it. These days, Su Xian had been living in utmost leisure, albeit at the cost of his health. Recently, he often felt a weakness in his waist and knees, yet the allure of beauty was too potent to resist. Su Xian, tonight, young master, and is hosting a banquet at Bai Chui Lu. I hear the renowned courtesan will perform. Su Xian's complexion turned pale. He had intended to decline. But upon hearing of the courtesan's performance, he swallowed his refusal. Very well, I shall arrive punctually. A few teachers at the private school gathered, engaging in sordid conversations. These educators were all over 50, with little hope for the imperial examinations, their thoughts consumed by revelry. At the inn residence, a diminutive man spoke lewdly. Master, everything is arranged. Tonight, I shall send old Donkey 3. It measures a full foot in length. Sure to leave that pale scholar yearning for more. This man, whose true form was a mouse spirit, possessed average cultivation but was exceptionally clever, having been recruited by Ngu. Upon hearing this, Nge's mind conjured images. Will this not traumatize Su Xian? I still rely on him for Fa Hai's cultivation. How it unfolds is your concern. I only desire the final outcome. Rest assured, we have contacted an expert who will ensure that scholar is thoroughly trained. Very well, you may leave. Do not return to the inn residence. I will summon you if necessary. Ngu waved his hand, dismissing the mouse spirit, and resumed reading. About a quarter of an hour later, Ngu heard a faint noise from the roof. Bai Sujian, indeed lured by Nge's charm, simultaneously harbored a wariness towards him. To her, Ngu resembled a deadly poppy flower. Despite the danger, she was irresistibly drawn to its beauty, unable to refrain from approaching. Hearing the sound from above, Ngu found it amusing. Bai Sujian's millennia of cultivation was nearly transcendent, and it could only be said that the training environment in this realm surpassed that of the Great Wasteland by leaps and bounds. Creatures of the Great Wasteland would never attain Bai Sujian's level. Considering the narrative from the television series alongside Nge's practical judgment, Bai Sujian's cultivation, even if not reaching the level of a human immortal, was indeed at the pinnacle of imperial strength. Yet, in terms of infiltration, she resembled a top student buried in her studies. Her high cultivation did not translate to practical experience. In a confrontation at the same level, practitioners from the Great Wasteland could easily overpower those from this realm. Ngu set down his book, rested his hand on the table, and with a sudden force, ink from the inkstone leaped into the air, transforming into small black swords that silently flew towards the roof. With a crash, the black swords pierced through the tiles and accelerated, startling Bai Sujian. Yet, with her cultivation, she swiftly waved her hand, summoning a gust that redirected the black swords, dispersing them into droplets of ink. Young lady, if you have matters to discuss, do not hesitate to seek me directly. Are you sneaking around with ulterior motives? Bai Sujian, prepared to flee, nearly stumbled at his words. After all, she was a flower among spirits. Since you have come, why not descend in converse? Since our first meeting, thoughts of you have occupied my mind incessantly. Ngu, clad in white, gracefully leaped into the air, the night breeze fluttering their garments. Resembling a pair of celestial lovers, Bai Sujian's millennia of cultivation failed to grant her any advantage in composure. Her small face flushed at Nge's words, and his proximity overwhelmed her senses with masculine allure, leaving her flustered. Ngu was indeed surprised to discover this side of Bai Sujian. Beneath her mature and alluring exterior lay an innocence that was truly exceptional. Perhaps sensing the mirth in Nge's gaze, Bai Sujian's expression hardened. Before she could utter a word, she felt her delicate hand captured in a warm, powerful grasp, and her mind went blank as she was pulled into Nge's chamber. Upon entering the room, her eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of several portraits of herself adorning the walls. He was telling the truth. Bai Sujian's heart raced, her cheeks flushed. The allure of this handsome man was proving too much for her to bear. Young master, please be mindful. Do not misunderstand, young lady. I merely thought you appeared flushed and assumed you were overheated, hence I assisted in removing your outer garment. I am not hot. Even if I were, there is no need to strip so completely. Since you have begun undressing, would it not be cooler to remove everything? I understand. You must feel it unfair that I am still clothed while you are not, correct? As a gentle rustling sound enveloped her, Bai Sujian felt increasingly dazed. The sight before her was enough to make her salivate. Wait a moment, young master, this is merely our second meeting. Is this not a tad too hasty? We have yet to establish a foundation of affection. Bai Sujian sensed a whirlwind of emotions, her words swallowed by Anga. After a prolonged silence, Anga chuckled. Do you now feel a foundation of affection? Bai Sujian's petite face flushed crimson, yet her heart swelled with sweetness. Is this the essence of human love? Truly delightful. Has the emotional bond deepened yet again? With each intensifying encounter, Bai Sujin found herself utterly enchanted. Chapter 64. Su Xian, Master, I am quite charming. My lady, you are rather disobedient. However, I feel a tickle. Bai Sujin felt that her millennia of cultivation was utterly useless on this small bed, and any request from Ngu was one she could not refuse. As the saying goes, to hear the Tao in the morning and die in the evening is acceptable. Ngu had to admit that many ancient proverbs were indeed wise and had been tested by time. The spring breeze and the rain meeting is far more precious than countless encounters in the mortal realm. At Bai Chui Lu, Su Xian could never have imagined that winning the affection of the top courtesan with a poem would lead to a nightmare. In that courtesan's chamber, there was no delicate beauty, but rather a long-faced man. Not only was the man long-faced, but he was also endowed elsewhere. Upon seeing him in his undress, Su Xian fled in terror. Yet, that man was a wild donkey-turned spirit, and despite his modest stature, his temper was quite formidable. With a single leap, he kicked Su Xian to the ground, seizing him by the ankle and dragging him back. Heh, not only are the women in the city enchanting, but this scholar is also quite delicate and handsome. The donkey, known as Lao San, grinned lewdly. No, brother, brave man, please spare me. I have money. I can pay you to find someone else. I beg you. Su Xian cried out desperately, trying to attract attention from outside. Heh, no amount of shouting will help you, kid. Consider yourself lucky. Not everyone gets to enjoy my company. In that moment, Su Xian felt a pain that pierced his heart. Two streams of hot tears fell with Lao San's lewd laughter. Thus began his journey into a new chapter of life. In the morning, Bai Sujin cautiously lifted the blanket. Her cheeks instantly flushed. Her fair, jade-like skin bore marks everywhere, and she felt a wave of dizziness. How could she face others? A perfect foot delicately touched the carpet, and with a flick of her fingers, the scattered clothes from yesterday flew back to her. After dressing, Bai Sujin sighed with relief, wishing to sneak away unnoticed. She truly did not know how to confront Ngu. He was simply too skilled. She felt utterly swept away. As she pondered fleeing before he awakened, Ngu opened his eyes and teasingly remarked, "My lady, where are you off to so early?" Bai Sujin's body stiffened, and taking a deep breath, she replied, "My sister is still at home. I have not returned all night, and she must be worried." "Indeed, that is true. However, there is no rush. I will arrange for a carriage to take you home shortly, and we can bring your sister back to stay with us." Ngu sat up and stretched. Having been in this mystical world for a while, yesterday was his first indulgence. A person accustomed to delicacies would find it hard to swallow anything less appealing. "My lady, are you not coming to help your husband change?" "All right." Bai Sujin turned to look at Nji's perfect physique, feeling parched. In her heart, she constantly reminded herself, "Bai Sujin, do not let beauty cloud your judgment." However, when she regained her senses, she found the clothes she had just put on had already fallen to the ground again. "My husband." At that moment, Bai Sujin resolved to liberate herself. Sweet love must be savored. By evening, a white figure flew out from An's residence, staggering towards the outskirts of the city. Ngu held a pure white belly band, smiling with great satisfaction. One could only wonder if Su Xian's ordeal would bring him to tears. 7 days later, Su Xian seemed transformed. Although still clad in scholarly robes, the allure in his eyes surpassed that of any woman. When a man becomes flirtatious, women are rendered irrelevant. "Master, a visitor has arrived who claims he can help you with your doubts." Fai calculated with a frown. This visitor was indeed his benefactor. Could it be that his inner demons were meant to be resolved through this person? With this thought, Fai felt a surge of urgency. He had been suppressing his inner demons for days, and the situation was worsening. If this continued, not only would he fail to achieve his cultivation goals, but he might also lose his current progress. However, when Fai saw this benefactor, his expression instantly soured. What was this? A man adorned with makeup, exuding an allure that sent shivers down Fai's spine. "Master, I am Su Xian, here to request your teachings and to resolve your doubts." Su Xian's voice was light and airy, causing Fai to shudder involuntarily. "Show him out. Master, please listen. This is a matter of the heart. The heart's ailment requires a remedy from the heart. The more you avoid it, the more you cannot resolve the issue. I am a man. Even if you were to touch me, it would not break your vows. I am willing to offer myself to help you dispel your inner demons." Fai, who had turned to leave, paused. He realized he could no longer overcome his demons alone. Perhaps, extraordinary measures were indeed necessary. Then please, Su Xian, assist this monk in his cultivation. Upon hearing this, Su Xian revealed a charming smile that left the nearby novice monk mesmerized, as if a brand new world was unfolding before his eyes. Fa Hai led Su Xian to his meditation chamber, where a majestic Buddha statue stood in the center. They sat opposite each other, and Fa Hai said, "Use any method you see fit, but when I say stop, you must cease immediately or risk your life." "All right, I will follow the master's arrangements." Fa Hai closed his eyes, and the scenery from that day reappeared before him. He heard a rustling sound and frowned, but after a moment, tranquility returned. It truly was effective. Fa Hai felt a surge of confidence in his ability to dispel his demons. Soon, he sensed something wet moving atop his bald head, causing him to frown again. Then it moved to his face, his ears. A warm breeze entered his ear, and a voice, undeniably male yet infused with irresistible allure, whispered, "Master, I am quite charming. Do you wish to give it a try?" Fa Hai felt a rush of blood, barely able to control the chaotic energy within him. Let us embark upon this endeavor, for what is there to fear? A man's transgression is not deemed a breach of vows if he merely seeks to explore. How can one dispel the demons within without daring to confront them? Without destruction, there can be no creation. Ba, form arises from the heart. If the heart harbors form, whether male or female, the vow has already been broken. It is paramount to remain steadfast in one's true nature and avoid committing irredeemable sins. Inside Fa Hai, two conflicting voices vied fervently for dominance over his being, his countenance growing ever more menacing and fragmented. What a striking monk he is, far superior to the likes of Li San. Yet, I wonder how formidable your abilities truly are. Boom. Fa Hai's formidable spiritual energy suddenly spiraled out of control. Outside Jinshan Temple, a figure clad in white and Gu gracefully descended, launching a string of black prayer beads that soared directly towards the uncontrollable Fa Hai, ensnaring his neck. In an instant, the beads radiated a sinister, dark glow, which acted as a fuse, igniting the malevolent thoughts that had been forcefully subdued within Fa Hai. Boom. A torrent of dark energy erupted from Fa Hai, and from behind him, a colossal black Buddha emerged. But this Buddha no longer bore the serene visage of divinity. Instead, it appeared as a fearsome demon. Are you truly as formidable as you seem? Today, this monk shall test your prowess. Ha ha ha. A stream of dark energy surged towards the distant Su Xian. A chilling scream, not of this world, echoed, prompting Ngu outside Jinshan Temple to shake his head in dismay. Such brutality is indeed appalling. Chapter 65. Anlin, my foolish good brother. Ngu exited the system, took a moment to compose herself, and chose to use the hero card. In an instant, the room was graced by the presence of two beautiful women. Thanks to the system's adjustments, they felt no sense of disorientation in this entirely unfamiliar world. "Husband, is this our new home? How magnificent!" Bai Sujin exclaimed, twirling around the room, while Xiao Qing, brimming with curiosity, dashed about. "Indeed, this shall be your home from now on. You need not conceal your identities as members of the demon tribe. Feel free to act as you wish." "Husband, brother-in-law." Bai Sujin and Xiao Qing were moved to tears. Having cultivated for countless years to take human form, they remained, in the eyes of humanity, merely demons. Their efforts to adopt human mannerisms stemmed from a deep-seated desire for acceptance. Ngu embraced the two tearful beauties, one in each arm, embodying the warmth of a true gentleman. Sanqing Mountain Anlin had grown accustomed to her new vision. After much internal deliberation, she resolved to descend the mountain and return home. Having been away for so long, she found herself yearning for her mother. Zui Daorin gazed at his now-grown disciple, his heart swelling with pride. He wholeheartedly supported Anlin's descent, believing that if she could unravel her inner turmoil, her path to enlightenment would accelerate. The Dao body is indeed a Dao body. Master, please do not let Uncle Li deceive you again. He has quite a stash of fine wine hidden beneath his bed. Anlin, now possessing her sight, felt a pang of pain at Zui Daorin's naive expression. How could I have been fooled? I was merely teasing him. It is getting late. Go now. There is no need to rush back. Experiencing the myriad of life is also a form of cultivation. Zui Daorin stroked his beard, suppressing his irritation to maintain an air of composure before his disciple. Understood, master. Farewell. Anlin leaped onto a small gourd and soared towards the mountain's edge. As Zui Daorin watched her figure fade into the distance, His tranquil demeanor vanished, replaced by a flush of indignation, his beard bristling with annoyance. He launched himself towards Li Taibai's cottage, determined to confront him. Li Taibai, if I do not get my money back today, I shall take your surname. Zue Dao Run was consumed by rage, his true name being Li Yu Dao. 2 days later, Anlin arrived in a city, now drastically transformed from her memories, devoid of any familiar landmarks. The streets were bustling with people and adorned with billboards featuring scantily clad young women. Sanqing Mountain's special Longhu wine. It's good for you and for me. Ling Tong brand sound transmission talismans. Extended communication range with minimal spiritual energy consumption. A low-grade spirit stone allows for 5 hours of conversation. Anlin, bewildered, directed her flight towards the in-family estate, feeling a sense of trepidation about returning to a home that might seem foreign to her. Halt! And Wang Mansion prohibits flying within 10 miles. Before she could reach the estate, she was intercepted. Please announce my arrival. I am Anlin. Second young master? Please wait a moment. The guard leader pulled out a portrait, glanced at Anlin, and bowed deeply. We were unaware of your return. Please forgive us. It is of no consequence. As Anlin departed, the guard leader activated a sound transmission jade tablet. The second young master has returned. Understood. The guard leader returned to his post. Upon entering the in-family estate's vicinity, the environment became clearer. It was devoid of the external hustle and bustle, reminiscent of her childhood memories. The dessert stall where Ngu had once taken her was still there. Old man, 1 bowl of sweet soup, please. Certainly, please wait a moment. Anlin found a spot to sit and inquired. Old man, your business seems to have declined compared to the past. Indeed, the youth no longer favor sweet soup. They prefer something called beverages. If it weren't for Prince An's occasional visits and his generous tips, I would have closed shop long ago. My brother, does the Wang frequently come here? Anlin asked urgently. Not frequently. The prince governs such a vast region in the northern domain that he hardly has time to visit. He comes about once a month, and each time, I sense a hint of sadness in him. Huh, young master, you are not drinking your sweet soup? Anlin felt she had found her answer and had no time to linger over the sweet soup. She tossed a spirit stone and transformed into a gust of wind, racing towards the estate. The old man set down the prepared sweet soup and activated a sound transmission jade tablet. The second young master has entered the estate. Understood. Anlin's thoughts crystallized around her family and younger brother. Her elder brother's image grew increasingly clearer, as he had chosen a path that few recognized. Even his closest kin regarded him with misunderstanding and hostility. Brother, why must you bear this burden alone? I could assist you. Within the estate, Ngu was preparing emotionally for the impending brotherly reunion. After so much meticulous planning, Anlin was finally reaching the concluding chapter of his journey. Moreover, with the arrival of Bai Suzhen and Fa Hai, his plans were destined to undergo transformation. Such is the nature of plans, often overtaken by unforeseen changes. Without Bai Suzhen and Fa Hai, Ngu found himself at a loss against Sanqing Mountain and other scattered immortals. His cultivation had surged impressively, yet the leap from the early stages of Quasi-Emperor to contending with scattered immortals was not something that could be achieved hastily. Now, with the emergence of Bai Suzhen and Fa Hai, whose cultivation was nearly on par with human immortals, far superior to those scattered immortals, he felt emboldened. With the unification of the Great Wilderness, the 9 major sects, including Mo Xiang's sect and Mingdian, were under his control. The remaining 7 sects also required meticulous handling, especially those scattered immortals, for none who reached that status were mediocre. The rewards promised to be splendid, indeed. Your Highness, the second young master has returned. He has been escorted to his former courtyard as per your instructions, reported Enfu, his white hair bobbing as he bowed. When Ngu had first returned, Enfu had leveraged his position as Chengfeng's attendant and the estate's steward to act somewhat presumptuously, but after being reprimanded by Ngu, he quickly fell into line. As one ages, wisdom often flourishes. Though his cultivation may be lacking, after years of serving as a steward, he has undoubtedly mastered the art of discerning the thoughts of his masters. Please inform my mother that Anlin has returned. Very well. Anfu bowed slightly, gradually retreating until he reached the gate of the courtyard, where he stood upright. Every encounter with Ango required utmost caution, for he feared that even the slightest displeasure from Ango could result in his demise. Anlin gazed upon the courtyard that mirrored his memories, feeling a swell of emotion threatened to spill over. The scene was strikingly familiar, as if the years past had merely been a haunting dream. Now, Awakened from this nightmare, the past and present selves melded into one. Suddenly, an explosive surge of spiritual energy erupted, signaling a breakthrough. Engo, sensing the intense energy fluctuations, could not help but marvel at the prowess of the protagonist. Fortunately, I, too, possess a status that surpasses yours. The stronger you become, the better, for those without value are truly worthless. Chapter 66. Brother, what does it matter if I stand against the world for you? Enlan's breakthrough in power was significant, as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth eagerly surged into his body, as if having found its rightful home. A young saint. One must not use Nji's initial stage of quasi-emperor as a benchmark to measure these prodigies. A young saint under the age of 15, when placed in the vast river of history, could indeed be deemed a remarkable talent. Yet, Ngu, with his unscrupulous use of external aids, ruthlessly crushed these so-called prodigies to pieces. The outside world remained unaware of Nji's quasi-emperor status, but within the eyes of various great powers, rank had ceased to be the measure of Nji's might. After all, how could one merely regard him as a young saint when he could unleash the strength of an emperor? Even quasi-emperors were inadequate to contend with him. The lingering question among the great powers was just how many more times Ngu could wield the strength of an emperor, or when he might meet his end. With Jianwei, a peak quasi-emperor warrior, safeguarding Ngu, the various sects struggled to expend resources against him. To confront a peak quasi-emperor warrior necessitated the involvement of an emperor or at least 2 peak quasi-emperors. For the current sects, such an endeavor would yield more losses than gains. Moreover, unlike other young talents who reveled in ostentation, Ngu preferred to remain in the northern domain's palace or the in-residence, diligently writing. How frustrating! A young man of such caliber, not aspiring to stir the winds and clouds, but instead penning rather captivating tales. How lacking in ambition! Ngu, however, scoffed at the notion of ostentation. He was not lacking in the northern domain's palace. At this moment, the 2 brothers, Ngu and Enlan, finally met. In Nji's study, Enlan stood at the door while Ngu sat behind the desk, their gazes locked in a poignant exchange. As I passed by your window, you no longer awaited me as you once did. My heart remained inexplicably moved. You should not have returned. Nji's deep voice shattered the peculiar atmosphere. Enlan regarded his elder brother, his cultivation profound and unfathomable. Seemingly stronger than his master, Zui Dao Ran, who was on the brink of quasi-emperor status. How could one still pretend to be formidable in front of me at this juncture? Enlan mused. For years, he had harbored deep resentment towards Ngu, the word brother hanging on the tip of his tongue, yet never uttered, leaving him with tears brimming in his eyes. What's this? Still crying at such an age? I recall you were always the one who wept the most as a child. Each tear a ploy to coax me into buying you treats. Cough. Ngu chuckled while coughing, and Enlan sensed his brother's desperate attempt to suppress his emotions, which only deepened his sorrow. This scene pierced Enlan's heart. His brother had endured so much for him and their family, yet he could not even utter the word brother. How unworthy of a son he felt. Brother, your injuries, Enlan finally called out, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief as if his very soul had been elevated. Seeing Ngu smile at him, warmth flushed his cheeks. Ah, what a charming young man! Ngu stifled his laughter and said, if you call me brother once more, all wounds will heal. I assure you, I am truly fine. Cough. Ngu suddenly succumbed to another fit of intense coughing, deftly retrieving a white handkerchief from his sleeve to cover his mouth. Enlan's pupils constricted as a dark bloodstain instantly marred the pristine cloth. Brother, I will return to Sanqing Mountain for medicine at once. There are 3 Sanjuan golden pills there. I shall implore the ancestral master for aid. I will surely save you. Oh, Sanqing Mountain possesses such treasures? What a delightful surprise. But it is unnecessary. Even the gods cannot save me now. Nji's voice remained steady, yet Enlan could discern the resignation regarding impending death within his words. Grief surged within Enlan, his eyes reddening as his vision blurred, forcefully wiping away his tears. How did it come to this? As one of the 8 great families, how can our family allow you to bear this burden alone? It is utterly unfair. O foolish brother. Such is my fate. Sit down. Since you have returned, there are matters I must discuss with you in advance. Ngu maneuvered his wheelchair from behind the desk, and upon seeing this, Enlan could no longer contain his emotions. His brother had suffered greatly. Do not cry. A man bleeds, but does not weep. Nji's tone turned sharp. Life and death are fated. My fate is thus, and I do not regret my choices. However, The path ahead must be walked by you. How can I rest easy with you appearing so pitiful? Do you wish for me to die without peace? Brother. And Lan had never anticipated that his elder brother had reached the stage of preparing to impart final words. The weight of this realization pierced his heart like 1,000 arrows. Approaching Ngu, he knelt before him, clasping his brother's legs and weeping. I do not wish to walk your path. I want you to tread it yourself. I, and Lan, will defy heaven itself to heal your wounds. Oh, foolish child, Ngu gently stroked Lan's head. Do not speak such foolishness. Your tears will render my efforts futile. Life begets death. I have come to terms with it. It is not a matter of great consequence. My life, though brief, has been ample. What is there to lament? Listen to me. You need not fully comprehend this now. But you must remember, do you understand? Despite the overwhelming sorrow in his heart, Lan nodded solemnly. As the internal strife within Dashang neared its conclusion and the Zhou family faced annihilation, it was inevitable that ambitious individuals would rally behind the Zhou family to establish a new emperor. The daughter of the Zhou family head is mine, and I cannot act directly. Therefore, you shall lead the charge with the in-family cavalry to seize Dashang's throne. At that time, allies will assist you. This is your prime opportunity to establish your prestige. After the fall of Dashang, disregard any edicts from Xia and declare yourself emperor. The in-family shall produce its first emperor in history. Cough, cough, brother. I do not wish to be emperor. I will assist you in seizing the throne. As long as you live, you are the emperor. Even if you are gone, your eyes shall elucidate the situation to mother. She ought not to treat you in such a manner. Over the years, my elder brother, you have endured far too many grievances. From this point onward, let us traverse the path together. You need not bear the burden alone, for it is unjust to you. And Lan rose and approached Ngu, intending to gently push him forward. Ngu waved his hand and said, Do not mention my injuries to mother, Sister Lan. Please come in. Yes, young master. Thereupon, Sister Lan entered, carrying a bowl filled with a dark, ominous concoction. Though Lan possessed no knowledge of herbal medicine, she could sense the formidable and alarming potency contained within that bowl. This was indeed a potion of ferocious and predatory nature. Ngu, without a hint of hesitation, consumed the entire bowl, and his countenance visibly transformed, becoming more vibrant and flushed. This tonic was undeniably powerful. Elder brother, it is nothing, let us proceed. Ngu stood up, his initial steps somewhat unsteady, yet with each stride, he grew increasingly resolute, his towering figure resembling a pillar that could support the heavens. And Lan stood momentarily in awe. This was indeed her elder brother, who braved the storms for her. Elder brother, rest assured, I will not allow you to perish. Chapter 67. Is this thrilling? The news of the reconciliation between the brothers Ngu and Lan spread through the vast expanse of Dahuang like a bird taking flight. In their eyes, Lan was clearly returning home to inherit the realm his elder brother had established for him. How I wish I had a brother like Ngu. The world only knows that Ngu gouged out his brother's eyes. Yet they are oblivious to the sacrifices he made for him. One ought to aspire to be like Ngu. How silent the hypocrites of Ruzong have become, having smeared Nji's reputation so much. A moral exemplar, an idol of the era. In an instant, Ngu became synonymous with virtue. Anyone daring to speak ill of him found themselves opposing morality itself. Young master, the entire Dahuang is abuzz with your tale. Today is Monday. And in order to maintain familial harmony, Ngu has adopted the calendar of future generations in Dahuang. With 7 days in a week, he meticulously planned his nightly accommodations, ensuring equitable distribution. However, his self-imposed overtime was not included. That depended on Nji's whims, whether he wished to indulge in the grandeur of peony with Huan Huan or seek the whimsical pleasures of the two-dimensional world with Mei Yang. Or perhaps the full-body massage services of the four gentlemen, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu. If he sought to become a heroic figure, he would turn to Bai Su Zhen and Shao Qing for companionship. The list of adversaries and villains in this tumultuous realm is extensive, but time is of the essence. The Emperor of Dashang is nearing his end. Upon receiving a message from Su Jinxiu, Ngu resolved to make a personal visit. Now that he had attained the cultivation of a quasi-emperor, coupled with the Sand Feng Great Method, he was finally ready to venture forth. In the imperial palace of Dashang, the old emperor lay in bed like a mummy. The effects of the tiger wolf medicine had utterly ravaged his body, causing his cultivation to dissipate and leading to grotesque decay. Where's my empress? Ever since the old emperor had fallen into illness, he had not laid eyes on Su Jinxiu for a long time. "Your Majesty, the Empress is offering prayers for you," replied a eunuch from beyond the bed curtains. "Summon her. Summon the Empress to me. I have matters to discuss, as well as the crown prince and the ministers." The old emperor, experiencing a fleeting moment of clarity, began to speak more fluently. Realizing this was a summons to discuss his final affairs, the eunuch hurried off to comply. The eunuch first arrived at the Qing Qiu palace, where the inhabitants of the imperial palace had long since pledged their allegiance to Qing Qiu. "Halt! What business do you have?" Two palace maids transformed into fox spirits blocked the old eunuch's path. "My lords, the old emperor's time is short. He wishes to summon the empress to discuss his final arrangements, along with the crown prince and the ministers." "Understood. Wait here." One of the palace maids coldly replied, turning to enter the palace. Outside the doors, laughter echoed as Qing Qiu's voice rang out. "Lang, you tickle me so. I can't take it anymore. Haha. You're making me laugh too much." The fox spirit's face twisted in concern. After serving Qing Qiu for over a decade, she knew that interrupting her moment of joy would spell disaster. "Call me good brother, and I shall let you be. Good brother, let me cry out. I could do so 100 times if you wish, good brother." Another wave of blush-inducing sounds filled the air, and after a while, Qing Qiu's languorous voice floated from within. "What is it?" The palace maid lowered her head and replied, "Just now, Chief Steward Wei sent word that the old emperor summons you. It seems he may be nearing his end." "I understand. You may leave." "Yes, my lady." The maid bowed and stepped back. Inside the palace, Qing Qiu, half-dressed, leaned against Ngu, murmuring, "Once the old emperor passes, my purpose here will be fulfilled, and I shall take my leave." Ngu's heart stirred. Although they had yet to fully understand each other, he had already witnessed Qing Qiu's sharp tongue and wit. This delicate demeanor was a first for him. From the fragments of her speech, Ngu, with his extensive literary knowledge, could ascertain Qing Qiu's origins. "No matter where you go, your heart remains with me," she said. Their feelings ran deep, and they shared a breath that extended for an unusually long time, entwined until they reluctantly parted. "I do not belong to this world. This De Huang is but a mere speck in the vast cosmos. And Lang, do not become enamored with worldly power and neglect your cultivation. With your talents, entering the celestial realm will not be a challenge. Take this. Even if you cannot ascend to the celestial realm in a century, you may use this talisman to enter my clan's domain. I will come for you then." Qing Qiu produced a small jade talisman from her spatial ring and handed it to Ngu. Truth be told, Ngu felt a wave of emotion. This woman was not merely enamored with his physical form. He accepted the talisman as Qing Qiu continued. "This is a boundary-breaking talisman, immensely precious. While it can grant you direct access to the celestial realm, I hope you will never need to use it. Rest assured, if I do not require it in 100 years, I shall return to seek you out." Ngu held the woman tightly, their hearts resonating in unison until their rhythms aligned perfectly. He refrained from inquiring about the celestial realm. To speak of it now would be a desecration of their genuine feelings. "I must go reap the last remnants of value from the old emperor. Would you care to witness the spectacle?" Qing Qiu's eyes sparkled as she smiled. "Certainly," Ngu thought to himself, contemplating the accolades he could earn by bestowing crowns upon the emperors of 2 dynasties, a feat most impressive indeed. Qing Qiu linked her arm with Ngi's, and they strolled toward the old emperor's chambers like an affectionate couple. The palace maids and eunuchs along the way lowered their heads, too intimidated to gaze upon them, some wishing they could vanish into the cracks of the bricks. In the emperor's chamber, the crown prince and several esteemed ministers, along with the heads of prominent families and elder members of the royal clan, had already gathered. Yet, the empress was still absent, as the old emperor steadfastly refused to finalize his will without his beloved by his side. "The empress has arrived," the old eunuch's shrill voice called out, drawing the attention of everyone present to the entrance. Before them stood Qing Qiu, nestled against Ngu, her entire being seemingly draped over him, her countenance radiating a bashful charm, far removed from the demeanor of a grieving emperor. Even the crown prince, who harbored a fervent wish for the old emperor's demise, had managed to shed a few tears. Yet, upon beholding Ngi's visage, a wave of shock swept over them, nearly propelling them to their feet. Ngu, the esteemed Wang of Xia, entangled with the Empress of Deshang? Could it be that the rebellion instigated by the Zhou family had the backing of the Yin family, or even Xia itself, with the Empress serving as an insider? A chilling sensation coursed through the crowd, sending shivers down their spines. The crown prince, in his astonishment, leapt up, exclaiming, "You audacious wench! Su Jinxiu, how dare you betray your father, the emperor?" At that moment, the old emperor propped himself up, casting a gaze laden with profound sorrow towards Su Jinxiu. The woman he cherished and trusted most had inflicted the deepest wound upon him. In a moment of despair, the old emperor coughed up a mouthful of dark blood, his final words unspoken as he succumbed to the shock. Chapter 68. The Emergence of the Dragon Vein, Slaying the Dragon. "Father, wake up. Please awaken." The crown prince fervently shook the frail body of the old emperor, his hands surreptitiously thrusting with force towards the emperor's heart. "Father, your death is so tragic." Bowing his head, a manic smile began to curl at the corners of his lips. The old wretch had finally passed away. From this moment forth, the Grand Shang dynasty was his, including that enchanting beauty. Suddenly, the crown prince heard a gasp. He turned to see a dim, almost imperceptible dragon-shaped apparition drifting away from the old emperor, which was captured by Su Jinxiu, into a bottle. As the final remnant of this ethereal form entered the vessel, a resounding dragon's roar echoed forth. Simultaneously, the entire imperial palace began to tremble violently. Boom! From the palace of the Grand Shang, tremors extended all the way to Xingling, shaking the very earth. A thunderous dragon's cry resonated through the heavens. Though the dragon had yet to reveal itself, it had already summoned ominous clouds, and its overwhelming presence brought the warring armies of Shang and Zhou to a standstill. It was the Dragon Vein. The faces of several ministers paled, for the Dragon Vein wielded the power to influence the fortune of a nation. The dragon energy possessed by the royal family was a direct blessing from the Dragon Vein upon the emperor. Now that the old emperor had departed, the dragon energy was seized, triggering the manifestation of the Dragon Vein. The crown prince, driven to madness, dashed forward. If the Dragon Vein acknowledged him as its master, with his royal bloodline, he could wield its power to obliterate the Zhou clan. Roar! With a deafening dragon's roar, the palace began to crumble, and the gathered crowd, disregarding the deceased emperor, soared into the air. A colossal black dragon's head filled the entire space of the palace, while spiritual energy surged wildly towards its gaping maw. Goodness, its enormous Ngu stood behind Su Jinxiu, his eyes sparkling. A true man must bravely become a dragon rider. Unlang, this Dragon Vein is no ordinary matter. It embodies the very order of the heavenly Tao in this realm. Even I can only withstand it for a moment. I will attempt to sever a part of its dragon form, and you must seize the opportunity to escape without concern for me. Remember our pact. I shall await you in the celestial realm. Su Jinxiu had already accomplished her task. The dragon energy was in her grasp, and she could have used the boundary-breaking talisman to return to the celestial realm and prepare for ascension. Yet, upon witnessing the Dragon Vein, her resolve shifted. The Dragon Vein was the essence that suppressed the fortune of a nation, and the dragon energy was merely a fragment of its might. Furthermore, the attributes of this black dragon resonated closely within Ge's spiritual essence. Do not question how Su Jinxiu knew in Ge's spiritual attributes. After all, how could she not know after so many encounters? The allure of a beautiful person is truly difficult to resist. Boom! Su Jinxiu shed her guise, and an awe-inspiring pressure erupted from her petite form. Behind her, fluffy tails began to manifest, her ears transformed into white fox ears, and her hair shifted from black to a cascading white, flowing down to her ankles, adorned with 3 delicate light-colored markings upon her visage. At the pinnacle of the emperor's might, she was infinitesimally close to transcending into the celestial realm. Stop him. Protect the Dragon Vein. The crown prince shouted as he charged towards the black dragon, a triumphant smile spreading across his face, for he sought to gain the upper hand. Snap! In an instant, the black dragon devoured the crown prince as if he were but a mere fly. Boom! The black dragon opened its eyes, revealing a merciless gaze that surveyed all. To the intruders, there would be no forgiveness. A commanding voice resonated, causing the onlookers to feel a weight upon their hearts. Even the very pressure made breathing arduous, let alone engaging in battle. It had taken note of the dragon energy emanating from that little fox. With a thunderous dragon's roar, a beam of black light erupted from its mouth. Boom! Where the beam passed, all was reduced to dust, and the earth itself was carved away by several meters. Ngu exclaimed in disbelief. Being a dragon rider is no easy feat. Su Jinxiu's expression grew grave. The power of the Dragon Vein had reached the limits of an emperor's might. Boom. Su Jinxiu heard a cataclysmic sound as a tall figure appeared before her. Two torrents of black, violent energy collided, akin to two black stars crashing into one another. The Sanfeng Grand technique could unleash the power of an emperor. Even a peak emperor was still an emperor. The black dragon exhibited surprise. How could this ant of a quasi-emperor unleash such strength? Yet Ngu was no better off. The black dragon's power was absurdly overwhelming. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth as he tilted his head at a perfect 45-degree angle, saying, I, Ngu, have no habit of hiding behind my woman and living off her. Though Su Jinxiu understood that now was not the time for infatuation, she could not help herself. He was so handsome. She felt an overwhelming urge to bear him a litter of little foxes. Ant, as a member of the human race in this realm, do you dare to betray? The black dragon seethed in anger. Are you blind or deaf? That Emperor Shang is foolish and tyrannical, leaving the common people in dire straits. Can you not see this? If it were not for your lost dragon energy, would you still remain indifferent to the suffering of the people? Is this your so-called rule? Such a rule is not worth having. Today, I shall slay you, you blind and deaf wretched dragon. How splendid! I can hardly bear it. Su Jinxiu felt herself wavering, her long, fair legs trembling uncontrollably. The black dragon coldly retorted, all things in the world have their rise and fall. This is the natural order. My rule is to forbid all external factors from interfering with the laws of nature. Is that so? Dare you wager with me? The natural order you uphold brings no benefit to this world. This lady hails from a greater and more powerful realm. Have you considered that if we remain complacent, one day, a mightier invader may breach this world? With your meager abilities, can you truly protect this realm? In the moment of the black dragon's silence, Ngu exchanged a knowing glance with Su Jinxiu. They were well acquainted with each other's intentions through mere eye contact. Whoosh! Su Jinxiu produced a set of flying swords. These were no ordinary blades, resembling golden spikes, each adorned with a coiling golden dragon, totaling 81 in number. This was a set of quasi-immortal artifacts. Ngu swiftly maneuvered around to the black dragon's rear, leaping atop its head, his ancient pupils manifesting. A force of annihilation struck down upon the black dragon's crown. Despicable. The black dragon suffered a devastating blow, instantly succumbing to fury. The very ground where the Dashang Longmai resided trembled violently. Mountains crumbled, and rivers altered their courses. Ngu, exercise caution. The black dragon now harbors a deeper animosity towards Ngu than towards Su Jinxiu. It has diminished its size. Otherwise, it would have been an easy target. Despite its reduced form, around 100 zhang in length, it remains an imposing presence, with its massive tail striking towards Ngu, who hovers in the air. The Sanfeng de Fa. Boom. The ferocious force erupted instantaneously, sending Ngu hurtling away. Only one opportunity remains for the Sanfeng de Fa. However, he has successfully secured a moment for Su Jinxiu. Su Jinxiu commanded the 91 Zhenlong nails to pierce down fiercely. Roar. The black dragon emitted a wretched cry as its aura plummeted rapidly. These Zhenlong nails were specifically crafted for slaying dragons. Vile dragon, meet your demise. A golden saber manifested in Nge's grasp, and 9 azure dragons surged forth like a pack of ravenous hyenas upon the already weakened black dragon. Thud. Roar. The anguished cries of the black dragon reverberated through the heavens and earth, as the golden saber voraciously absorbed its power, transforming the blade from gold to black. Nge's hand gripped the hilt. An immense tide of energy surged into his arm. The heavens and earth shifted in hue, and rolling thunder brewed ominously. The Imperial Armament Tribulation. Chapter 69. Su Jinxiu. I await you in the immortal realm. Roar. A dragon's roar that shook the heavens and earth echoed, startling everyone present to the point of wanting to flee home to their mothers. What kind of devilish script was this? The old emperor, on his deathbed, discovered that his beloved empress was actually the lover of a prince from an enemy state. He died of rage on the spot. The crown prince hadn't even ascended the throne before being swallowed whole by the nation's dragon vein. After making a grand, showy entrance, the dragon vein was promptly slain by the empress and her paramour. And now, how in the world had this black dragon come back to life? The dragon-slaying blade in Ngu's hand had vanished. Having absorbed the power of the dragon vein, it had evolved from a quasi-emperor weapon to an emperor weapon. An emperor weapon held two interpretations. One, a weapon forged and wielded by a great emperor. The other, the sovereign among weapons, a weapon that was itself a great emperor. The black dragon roared defiantly at the sky, charging directly into the roiling thunderclouds amidst bolts of lightning, its dominance utterly overwhelming. Su Jinxiu's beautiful eyes turned toward Ngu, shining so brightly they seemed to dazzle. Ngu felt himself enveloped by 9 fluffy, large tails, as if sinking into an oversized down comforter, exceedingly comfortable. Before he could even discern what lay beneath those tails, his lips were sealed by a small, crimson mouth. Su Jinxiu simply couldn't bear it any longer. The onlookers inwardly cursed, 2 shameless individuals flaunting their affection in public. At that moment, all the elite experts of the Great Shang surrounded the area, forced to watch the couple display their affection, with not a single one daring to step forward. The great dragon had already been slain. Who would dare intervene? Roar! An even more majestic dragon's roar emanated from the clouds. The black thunderclouds dispersed, and a black dragon soared out from the horizon, heading straight for Ngu. Breaking free from the fluffy fox tails, Ngu watched as the black dragon instantly flew to his side, nuzzling his cheek like an affectionate puppy. It circled him several times before crashing into his chest with a forceful impact. Clang! Clang! Several crisp metallic sounds rang out, and Ngu found himself clad in a suit of pure black battle armor. It was a complete set, including protective plating and a massive black blade. Ngu's aura instantly surged from the quasi-emperor level to that of a great emperor. Nether dragon armor. Emperor weapon evolved from the fusion of the quasi-emperor weapon dragon-slaying blade and the dragon vein. Capable of freely changing forms. Default conventional form is battle armor, evolvable. Damn, that's truly impressive. The spectators were utterly overwhelmed. They were all human, so why such a vast disparity? He gets the most beautiful woman, wears the most formidable armor, and on top of that, he's outrageously handsome. Countless individuals felt their Dao hearts shatter instantly. Feeling the surging power throughout his body, Ngu thought he might as well change his name to Nhao. He felt capable of piercing a hole through the very heavens. The armor appeared mighty and heavy, yet Ngu felt no discomfort whatsoever, as if it were a natural extension of his own body. In an instant, he had fully comprehended all the armor's functions. Whoosh! The armor retracted, merging into Ngu's body and transforming into a black dragon tattoo, majestic and domineering, with a touch of youthful flamboyance. Ngu was thoroughly pleased. What young man hadn't he fantasized about being the heroic Hao Nan? Grasping Su Jinxiu's delicate hand, Ngu noted that the Great Shang Imperial Palace had collapsed. He had no interest in putting on a live amorous display. With their cultivation levels, they flew swiftly to the Northern Region Palace. By then, Su Jinxiu's eyes were like limpid water, her face flushed like peach blossoms in February, utterly yielding and inviting. With Su Jinxiu's departure imminent, the two engaged in rather fervent, repeated, and profound exchanges. Throughout the Northern Region Palace, everyone perked up their ears. In her own chamber, Huan plucked petals from a peony while muttering about shamelessness. Who were they trying to impress with all that noise? 7 days passed in a blur. Su Jinxiu felt she must have gained several pounds. If she didn't leave soon, she truly feared she wouldn't be able to bring herself to go. So handsome and so capable. What female creature could resist such immense allure? And Lang, I need to amend our agreement. I cannot wait 100 years. 10 years, at most 10 years, you must come find me. I will have a surprise for you then. Ngu smiled and nodded. The two shared one last deep, passionate kiss goodbye. Su Jinxiu took out a realm-breaking talisman, channeled spiritual energy into it, and a spatial gate materialized out of thin air. On the other side lay a scene of birdsong and fragrant flowers, even glimpses of fox-eared maidens. The realm-breaking talisman is set for my homeland, Qing Qiu Fox Kingdom. But if you break through to the Great Emperor realm and undergo tribulation ascension, you will be received by human factions. When that time comes, you'll need to send me a message. You must wear this necklace often. It can save your life at a critical moment. I await you in the immortal realm. Su Jinxiu seemed to have endless words, but as the portal closed, all that remained was the heart-shaped necklace in Ngu's hand, still warm from her touch. The lady herself had vanished. Ngu suddenly felt a pang of sorrow. As the saying goes, the hardest to bear is the grace of a beautiful woman. Su Jinxiu had given him her heart and soul. Ngu vowed inwardly that among his future 3,000 beauties, Su Jinxiu would forever hold a place. Heart-linked necklace, immortal artifact forged from the essence and blood of the nine-tailed imperial fox lineage. can transfer fatal damage inflicted upon a beloved to oneself. And Gu held the necklace, gazing at it for a long time before storing it in his system backpack. He could be despicable, he could be shameless, but he would never use this necklace. Feeling melancholic, Ngu knew the best way to dispel sorrow was to forget it. Transforming into a gentle breeze, he drifted into the Peony Palace, where his presence scattered Huan-Huan's garments. While Ngu diligently worked to alleviate his sorrow, the entire great wilderness was once again set ablaze by news of him. The Shang Emperor was dead. The Crown Prince was dead. Most crucially, the dragon vein had transformed into a black dragon and acknowledged Ngu as its master. Without the dragon vein to stabilize the nation's fortune, the Great Shang had no path but destruction. Even if the Zhou family overthrew the Shang dynasty, they could never securely hold the throne. The morale of the Great Shang's army had completely collapsed. Wherever the Zhou forces advanced, surrender was universal. Yet, the Zhou army itself moved listlessly, as if merely going through the motions. It felt as though after all the fighting, they discovered the fruit had already been plucked by another, leaving them with nothing but a decaying shell. To make matters worse, the family's troops had begun to mobilize, while Ngu remained secluded. His younger brother, Lan, took command of the army, breaking the family's stance of non-engagement. There was a clear trend of aggressively pursuing and striking the Zhou forces from behind. In the Zhou family's main camp, the family head Zhou Chong, Zhou Qingyun, several of Zhou Qingyun's brothers, and key generals of the direct lineage were all present. Behind the Zhou family stands their father, Ngu, a secret known only to Zhou Qingyun and Zhou Chong. The rest of the world believes that the Zhou family is rebelling to seize the throne, particularly Zhou Qingyun's brothers, who have already begun their covert power struggles. Father, we must swiftly capture Chao Gu to stabilize the situation. Otherwise, with the people's hearts wavering, how shall we withstand the family's army? One elder brother argued. Your reasoning is flawed, another countered. With the dragon vein now lost, capturing Chao Gu would only ensnare us in a quagmire. I propose we withdraw to Fengcheng and safeguard our stronghold, strategizing gradually. My lord, both young masters present valid points, yet the final decision rests with you, the assembly remarked, turning their gazes towards Zhou Chong, who sat at the head of the table. Zhou Chong, stroking his beard with a composed demeanor, spoke with assurance. Qingyun, what is your perspective? Chapter 70. Please let Wang Dongji ascend the throne. Everyone turned their gaze towards Zhou Qingyun, especially her brothers. Their eyes were filled with trepidation. This sister was far superior to them. However, they took solace in the fact that the head of the Zhou family was traditionally passed down through males, and once Zhou Qingyun excelled, she too would have to marry, thereby contributing to the strength of the Zhou clan. Father, brothers, as a daughter, I shall refrain from voicing my opinions. What kind of words are these? You are the daughter of Zhou Chong, the most exceptional genius in the history of Tianlu Academy. How can you not express your thoughts? Zhou Chang's eyes widened as he glared at his two ungrateful sons. Were these two fools truly his offspring? He would have to investigate upon returning. Indeed, sister, if father asks you to speak, then you should do so. We are family. What is there to hold back? Miss, at such a critical juncture, please do not conceal your thoughts. As the atmosphere became charged, Zhou Qingyun lightly cleared her throat and said, Since you all wish for me to speak, I shall be forthright. If my words do not resonate, simply dismiss them as the wind. Father, I believe we should welcome Ngu to ascend the throne. What? Impossible. As soon as Zhou Qingyun's words fell, her two brothers sprang up, incredulous. Was Zhou Qingyun mad? To rebel and seek to crown a prince of the great Xia? Silence. Speak again, and I shall have you expelled. Zhou Chong thundered. Biting their teeth, Zhou Qingyun's brothers glared at her, too fearful to interject. Even if the Zhou family succeeded in their rebellion, the emperor would still belong to Zhou Chong, at most. They could vie for the position of crown prince, and they dared not oppose their father's wishes. Qingyun, please continue. I understand that you find this unfathomable, but it is quite simple. The dragon vein resides within Ngu. Only he can stabilize the nation's fortune. Have you considered that Ngu is the prince of an ingrate Xia, and that our ascension to the throne would merely invite the annihilation of the Zhou family by the clan? If we support Nji's ascension, we can fracture the relationship between Ngu and Great Xia. A nation cannot accommodate two rulers. Only in this way can the Zhou family not only maintain our current standing, but also become the foremost family of the new dynasty. I am willing to marry Ngu and become the empress. Esteemed guests, ponder what is more significant, a fleeting throne, or a family that endures through the ages. Zhou Qingyun's words plunged all present, except for her two brothers, into deep contemplation. Their resolve to secure their position had begun to waver. The dragon vein's influence was profound. Without the nation's fortune to anchor it, calamities would abound, leading to potential ruin. To forego the throne and become the most esteemed family was a surefire gain. And should Zhou Qingyun marry Gu and ascend as empress, the Zhou family would become a revered lineage, second only to one and above all others. All present were not fools. Suddenly, they grasped the implications of Zhou Qingyun's words. Directing their attention towards her, they came to an understanding. The eldest young lady speaks with wisdom. I support her. Indeed, the recognition of the dragon vein indicates that Gu is the destined emperor. I too lend my support. Truly, the eldest young lady possesses foresight. She is undoubtedly the most formidable genius in the history of Tianlu Academy. We admire her. As her brothers listened, growing increasingly alarmed, they could not help but glance at their father, Zhou Chong. Their only hope now rested on him being reluctant to relinquish the throne within his grasp. Qingyan has a point. I too share this sentiment. Inform the troops, launch an all-out assault, capture Qiao Gu and welcome His Majesty to the throne. Overnight, the banners of the Great Zhou were replaced with those emblazoned with the character foreign. By heavens, strange occurrences abound this year. Indeed, I have heard that the people of the Shang dynasty wish to support our prince as emperor. I believe they are simply afraid that our prince will eradicate them all. The people of the northern domain were elated, although the prince had not usurped the Jiang clan to become the emperor of Great Xia. Becoming the emperor of the Shang dynasty was still commendable. This stirred Jiang Xian, who could no longer remain idle. What is happening? Has my husband turned into my adversary? After all, he has already been recognized by my father. Will Great Xia soon call him father as well? Gu remained silent on the matter, his thoughts unknown. Yet, under the banner of the Zhou family swept through the land, capturing Qiao Gu in merely half a month. The heads of the various families in the Shang had long witnessed Ge's extraordinary capabilities and regretted not having kneeling before him earlier, allowing the Zhou family to take the lead. Zhou Chong led the heads of the prominent families of the Shang to Feng Chong, requesting Gu to ascend the throne. Gu finally responded, stating, I am a subject of Great Xia. How can I ascend the throne of a rival nation? Would this not be an act of disloyalty? Upon hearing this, Zhou Chong and the others expressed that it was not Ge's fault. He was recognized by the dragon vein, a matter of divine fate. For the sake of the billions of subjects of the Shang, they implored him to endure this injustice. Gu once again declined, saying, I grieve for the billions of subjects of the Shang who suffer in turmoil. But the Empress of Great Xia is my wife. I cannot betray her. Jiang Xian, touched, said, Husband, you need not hesitate. In the future, our two nations will be as one family, intertwined and without barriers. With a heavy sigh, Gu reluctantly boarded the dragon carriage that had come to welcome him. 7 days later, Gu ascended the throne, naming his dynasty the Hua dynasty. His first decree was to abolish the borders between the Hua dynasty and the Xia dynasty, allowing the subjects of the Xia dynasty to freely enter and exit the Great Hua dynasty. The Empress of Great Xia followed suit, issuing a similar decree for the subjects of the Great Hua dynasty. As for the border guards, they had always been under the authority of the Yin family. Thus, the two great dynasties ended countless years of conflict. And the people of the Hua dynasty and the Xia dynasty eventually referred to themselves as Huaxia people. This is a tale for another time. You rascal! I thought you were to present me with an everlasting empress, yet you have instead concocted a Zhou empress? I do not approve. In the Great Xia imperial palace, the empress nestled in the embrace of the great Hua emperor, drawing circles. An empress, no matter how grand, is merely the empress of the Hua dynasty. She cannot compare to you, the empress. Moreover, who am I to decide who becomes empress? Gu declared with authority. The empress pouted, then I will endure. Shall we swap? I can let her be the emperor of the Great Hua and place her on equal footing with you? Let's not go that far. Cannot you give her a chance? Jiang Xian teased. Woman, your demands are excessive. Behave. The empress shivered but remained obedient. A fire broke out in the harem? Such matters are utterly non-existent in Ge's lexicon. For half a month, the Empress of Xia has refrained from making any further demands, simply yearning for Baba to depart swiftly, as she can no longer endure it. Gu has successfully dealt with the Empress of Xia and returned to the Da Hua dynasty to commence the bestowal of titles for the harem. Empress Zhou Qingyun, noble consort Qing Qiu, and the four gentlemen of Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu have all been conferred as consorts. Mei Nyang, by Su Zhan, and Qing Shi are not suited for public appearances, thus Ngu has compensated them discreetly. Originally, Ngu intended to grant Huan Huan the title of noble consort as well, but Huan Huan expressed her indifference, stating that she has already held the titles of Empress and Dowager Empress, and it is illogical to diminish her status. She desires no title at all. Upon hearing this, Ngu found her reasoning compelling, yet privately Huan Huan insisted that while she does not seek a title, she must be granted an additional bell. Chapter 71. Kong Jia-yi, I have enlightened again. With Nji's ascension to the throne, the two nations of Huaxia increasingly intertwined, reaping the greatest benefits from the flourishing of commerce. The common folk thrived in a peaceful and stable environment, pursuing material wealth, while Da Huang brimmed with new vitality. In the Da Hua dynasty, on Yingzhou, in Lu County, at the town of Shihizi, in Niujia village, Kong Jia-yi paced back and forth in a humble earthen dwelling. His elegant white attire had long been exchanged for coarse cloth garments, and his folding fan was nowhere to be found. He had transformed from a refined gentleman into someone indistinguishable from the villagers. Selected by the Bai Lian Jiao as a reserve backbone, he came to Niujia village to cultivate followers. Initially, he found it quite engaging. But with Nji's swift rise to imperial power and the rapid stabilization of Da Huang, it became increasingly challenging to attract believers. Some commoners, having endured the ravages of war, were severely impoverished both materially and spiritually. The emergence of the Bai Lian Jiao provided them with a source of solace. Now, in a state of contentment with their families and warm hearths, who would wish to listen to your nonsensical prattle? Kong Jia-yi, disciple, awaken. You have been brainwashed, do you not realize? How could I have produced such a wooden-headed pupil? An elderly voice echoed in Kong Jia-yi's mind, filled with frustration. After a brief nap, he found that Kong Jia-yi had succumbed to delusion. No longer studying the sacred texts, he was consumed by thoughts of rebellion. Against what? Our Confucian relationship with the emperor resembles that of a tree and its vines. If you do not climb the great tree, how can you absorb its nourishment while floundering on the ground? Yet, Kong Jia-yi was impervious to his words, enveloped in a self-imposed barrier. Master, you do not understand. The more arduous the path, the more it signifies its correctness. I simply have yet to discover the key. You should continue to rest. Those who do not share the same path cannot be of mutual assistance. Goodness. Jia-yi, I have splendid news. What news? The latest from Chao Gu reveals that Ngu intends to strike against the major sections. These sects are not to be trifled with by a decaying dynasty. He is courting his own demise. Who should we support as the leader to resist Nji's tyranny? The speaker was a companion who had joined Kong Jia-yi in developing the Bai Lian Jiao. Let me ponder. Kong Jia-yi resumed his pacing. Among the major sects, Sanqing Shan held the most power, yet they had clearly stated their non-involvement in these disputes, closing their gates. The leader of Baihua Gu was the master of both the Dixia Empress and the Dahua Empress, aligning closely with Ngu. As for Mo Xiangzong, it was essentially Ngu's personal harem. The Ming Dian only acknowledged wealth, dismissing individuals outright. Yao Wanggu lacked sufficient strength, leaving only the Jianzong, Ruzong, and the two Buddhist sects as options. The Jianzong were stubborn and would turn on their own for a single ill-spoken word. Aiding such fools would be self-destructive. As for the Ruzong, Kong Jia-yi knew them too well. They were merely the emperor's sycophants and not worthy of alliance. Thus, the only targets remaining were the two Buddhist sections. The Buddhist sects were formidable but resided in a small nation called Bo Luo Gua in the western outskirts of Da Huang. Generations had aspired to expand Buddhism eastward into the prosperous Shang and Xia dynasties. However, other sects maintained a consistent and unified stance against the expansion of Buddhism, which left the Buddhists feeling immensely stifled. If we used the Buddhist eastward advance as bait, it would surely entice them. The Bai Lian Jiao, with its vast number of followers, although currently in name only, still had a foundation. These followers could serve as leverage. Just imagine, if millions of Bai Lian Jiao followers devoted themselves to Buddhism, even the Buddha would find it hard to refuse such a temptation. Upon sharing his analysis, Kong Jia-yi's companion sighed. I am far inferior to your knowledge, Jia-yi. The two then deliberated on the details, with Kong Jia-yi drafting a proposal to submit to their superiors. Their discussion continued until nightfall, after which the companion bid farewell, and Kang Jia-yi remained exhilarated. Fool! An elderly figure in Kang Jia-yi's mind seethed with anger, feeling utterly defeated. After his companion departed, he made his way to a small shop in the village and handed a note to the shopkeeper. The following day, in the Dahua Imperial Palace, Engu dozed off in the imperial study. It must be said, the curve of a woman's waist can be a deadly blade. Bai Su Zhen was no match for him in combat, but her advantages in skill were evident. The peak of an emperor's might could ignite sparks when unleashed. Had he not cultivated the original demon codex, with a robust physique and the dragon vein suppressing the serpent's bloodline, he would have found it exhausting to subdue both Bai Su Zhen and Shao Qing simultaneously. Even facing Bai Su Zhen alone would leave him breathless. Your Majesty, we have received news from the Bai Lian Jiao. Bai Xiaotong presented a memorial containing Kang Jia-yi's original words. Upon reading it, Engu could not help but chuckle. This Kang Jia-yi is truly a talent. We shall proceed as he suggests. Evangelism is permissible, but it requires modification. I do not care which Buddha they worship, but upon arriving in Huaxia, they must all revere Ming Wang, and the Buddhist sects must elevate Ming Wang to the position of Buddha. Engu laughed heartily. This Kang Jia-yi is indeed useful, a genius capable of rivaling 100,000 troops. Yes, Your Majesty. After Bai Xiaotong withdrew, Engu returned to the inner palace. Attend court? What court? I manage everything myself. What use are you ministers? Adjacent to the imperial study was a small room, scarcely 20 square meters, containing 5 tables. The newly appointed Chancellor Zhou Chong and Cheng Feng, the head of the Fu family, the head of the Yi family, and Enji's younger brother Enlon comprised the 4 ministers at the center of power. Enlon's sole task here was to oversee these 4 ministers, including his father, and Cheng Feng. Every dissenting voice against his brother's plans for palace construction and selecting concubines was meticulously noted. His brother's condition being as it was, how many more years of enjoyment could he expect? Among the 4 ministers, one was Enji's father-in-law, another his biological father, while the heads of the Fu and Yi families were merely subservient, as they would not have attained their current positions had they not sent several exceptionally beautiful women to the palace. Zhou Qingxiang, His Majesty intends to construct a colossal palace spanning 100 miles. What are your thoughts on this matter? The 4 ministers each have their respective duties, and Cheng Feng oversees the Ministry of Personnel, wielding significant authority. Zhou Chong manages the Ministry of Revenue, controlling the finances. The head of the Fu family is responsible for the Ministry of Works, tasked with infrastructure development, while the head of the Yi family oversees the Ministry of Rights, primarily focusing on selecting candidates for the imperial harem to enrich Enji's court. The responsibilities of the head of the Fu family are particularly arduous, for Engu, as a quintessential Chinese leader, possesses an innate drive for infrastructure, relentlessly pursuing development since ascending the throne. Overwhelmed by Enji's myriad of ideas, the head of the Fu family has begun to question his very existence. Furthermore, any endeavor within the Ministry of Works necessitates financial approval from Zhou Chong. Without funding, nothing can be accomplished. In summary, it is a rather frustrating predicament. The task entrusted by His Majesty is undoubtedly of great significance, as the resources required for a palace of such immense scale are substantial. Our Dahua has only just stabilized, and at present, we are unable to allocate such a vast sum. However, the duties assigned by His Majesty cannot be neglected. What say you, Minister Fu? Zhou Chong stroked his beard thoughtfully. I swear, the head of the Fu family genuinely contemplates resigning from his post. This is an egregious affront. To demand labor without compensation is tantamount to compelling him, Fu, to finance the construction of the palace himself. Suddenly, he sensed a pair of watchful eyes upon him. Without needing to look, he knew it was that little rascal Enlon. It seems imperative to invite His Majesty for a meal of dumplings at my residence. Chapter 72. Being a treacherous minister is no easy task. With tears in his eyes and gritted teeth, Master Fu declared, it is the utmost honor for this old minister to alleviate the emperor's burdens. My family still possesses some savings, and I shall personally bear the expenses for the palace construction. As the head of the Fu family, he was a decisive individual. Since the expenditure was inevitable, he resolved to spend generously, dismissing any talk of financial support as if it were a mere formality. It was far better to conduct the matter transparently, leaving a favorable impression on Engu. The Zhou family currently basked in glory due to Zhou Qingyun, but could Zhou Qingyun expect to remain favored for life? The Fu family had produced numerous empresses. The last empress had also been deposed. when the Zhou family's daughter could no longer win the emperor's favor. Wouldn't that present an opportunity for the Fu family? The Fu family excelled in nurturing women for the emperor. They had 2 granddaughters, twin sisters whose beauty rivaled celestial maidens. More importantly, the 2 shared a deep bond, serving as the Fu family's secret weapon in reclaiming the throne from Qing Qiu. However, as the old emperor's reign faltered, the Fu family prudently chose not to risk their prized sisters. Now, while Zhou Qingyun enjoyed favor, the timing was not right. Once the emperor grew weary, it would be the perfect moment for the Fu sisters to make their move. It is often said that being an honest official is difficult, but being a cunning minister poses its own challenges, requiring not only an understanding of the emperor's will, but also the ability to execute plans and to continually recruit others to join in treachery. The mental and physical demands of this role surpass those of an honest official. Master Fu's awareness of this reality brought great satisfaction to Princeton, who noted it down in his ledger. With a sense of accomplishment, Anlan took out a small red ledger, inscribing that the head of the Fu family had funded the palace construction for his brother. Anlan possessed 2 ledgers, a red one for merits, where he recorded those he deemed commendable, and a black one for transgressions, chronicling those he considered detrimental. The head of the Fu family felt a surge of joy. Though Anlan was a cunning little rascal, they all recognized him as Ngu's informant. And Shengfeng couldn't help but twitch his lips, pondering whether Anlan had become overly zealous. Ever since returning from Sanqing Mountain, this child had undergone a complete transformation, now idolizing Ngu to an almost fanatical degree. Your Highness bestows too much praise. By the way, I have brought some local specialties from a distant relative residing in the far south. I would trouble your Highness to deliver them to His Majesty. As he spoke, the head of the Fu family produced a storage ring, shamelessly engaging in a covert exchange before everyone's eyes. Anlan skillfully accepted the ring, indicating that this was not their first transaction. In the far western regions of Dahuang lies the Kingdom of Paluo. The Kingdom of Paluo is relatively small, significantly less expansive than Dahua or Dixia, yet it boasts a large population. Walking through the streets, one often encounters a throng of people amidst overwhelming odors, reflecting a rather backward state. This is the stronghold of the 2 major Buddhist sects among the 9 great sects. The 2 Buddhist sects are the Bodhi sect and the Vajra sect. Despite their common origin, their practices differ. The Bodhi sect excels in Buddhist teachings, while the Vajra sect is renowned for physical prowess. Externally, the 2 sects appear united, yet competition exists within the Kingdom of Paluo, as their territory is limited. Thus, even the magical beings here must don prayer beads to enter the Buddhist sect, resulting in many disciples appearing rather intimidating, as they are often monks transformed from highly skilled magical beings. Stop! Who goes there? Entry into the sacred grounds of the Bodhi sect is strictly forbidden. Several monks wielding iron staffs soared into the air, intercepting Kong Jia-yi, who had come to negotiate. The proposal submitted by Kong Jia-yi had garnered the approval of Lord Ming Wang, appointing him as the representative for discussions, accompanied by 4 elite guards of the great sage level. Special envoy of the White Lotus sect, Kong Jia-yi, has urgent matters to discuss. Please relay my request to your sect's leader. After exchanging glances, the monks replied, "We have no ties with the White Lotus sect, and our sect leader is not someone you can meet at will. Please leave, benefactor." Monks, this matter pertains directly to your Bodhi sect's potential to spread its teachings to the east, impacting your sect's rise or fall. You cannot afford to ignore it. Hasten to relay my message. Kong Jia-yi boldly proclaimed as he unfurled his fan. Upon hearing that this concerned their potential to propagate teachings to the east, the monks hesitated. "Ba, please wait a moment, benefactor." With that, they left a few monks to watch over Kong Jia-yi while one went to convey the message. Shortly thereafter, a handsome young monk emerged, exuding an extraordinary presence. A direct disciple of the current Bodhi sect leader, known as Bianji. Ba, I am the humble monk Bianji. It is a pleasure to meet you, benefactor. Special envoy of the White Lotus sect, Kong Jia-yi, pays his respects, master. The 2 exchanged greetings, and in that brief encounter, they sensed an aura of distinction emanating from one another, indicating they were both capable of meaningful dialogue. Bianji led Kong Jia-yi into the Bodhi sect's temple. Inside, aside from the sounds of wooden fish being struck and scriptures being recited, the chirping of cicadas filled the air. Those lacking a connection to the Buddha might find it overwhelmingly noisy, while those with such a connection would perceive a deeper Zen essence. Clearly, Kong Jia lacked this connection, feeling rather agitated by the cacophony. Once seated, after a lengthy discourse from Kong Jia, Bianji was notably intrigued. It was no secret that the Buddhist sect desired to advance eastward, and the operational proposal put forth by Kong Jia, using the White Lotus sect as a platform, was highly feasible. The Buddhist sect had indeed studied the rapid expansion of the White Lotus sect, even convening a collective meeting to deliberate on the matter. However, the conditions proposed by the White Lotus sect were equally stringent, effectively placing the Ming Wang at the forefront of the Buddhist hierarchy. Though the title of Buddha was merely nominal, it held significant weight within the Buddhist faith. With Ming Wang recognized as one of the Buddhas, it implied that the entire Buddhist sect would, in essence, be considered followers of Ming Wang. Do not underestimate the implications of this title. With it, the White Lotus sect could directly propagate its teachings in the kingdom of Paluo, leaving the Buddhist sect with no grounds to oppose them. To resist the White Lotus sect would be tantamount to disrespecting the Buddha. This exemplifies the power of nomenclature. Bianji, however, was reluctant to make a decision. This matter is of great significance, and I must consult the sect leader. It also concerns the entire Buddhist sect, and is beyond the purview of our Bodhi sect alone. Regrettably, I fear I cannot provide an immediate response to you, benefactor. That is perfectly understandable. This matter is of great concern to both of us. Kong Jia was resolute in his belief that the Buddhist sect would eventually acquiesce. This opportunity was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime chance for them. Ngu listened intently to Bai Xiaotong's report, firmly believing that Kong Jia would undoubtedly accomplish his mission. However, he pondered whether Kong Jia would be so astonished upon discovering that he was, in fact, the Ming Wang, that he might suffer a fatal shock. What mischievous thoughts occupied his mind? His laughter bore a wicked delight. Meanwhile, Ganzhong's Huan tightened her grip on her quilt, recalling the last time Ngu wore that same expression, which had led her to endure considerable torment. The mere thought of the phrase Gu Dao Ri Chong sent shivers down her spine. Chapter 73. I desire to forge the 9 tripod cauldrons. You all may proceed as you wish. Beep. Congratulations, host, for slaying a beast of equal rank yesterday. Beep. Congratulations, host, for gaining the recognition of the ancient human emperor to you during your travels yesterday, thus obtaining the Jiuzhou Ding. Jiuzhou Ding, treasure of humanity, suppresses the fortunes of the human race. Do you wish to extract it? In mere 6 words, the extraordinary nature of the Jiuzhou Ding is revealed. Ngu has already begun to comprehend the essence of fortune through the absorption of the dragon vein. When read in reverse, fortune becomes luck. Although luck does not entirely equate to fortune, suppressing fortune ensures auspiciousness from all directions. It can be said that with the presence of remarkable individuals and favorable terrains, the yield of treasures multiplies, barren lands transform into fertile fields. And every child born is exceptionally intelligent. This signifies a comprehensive enhancement for the human race. What a splendid artifact. Ngu rubbed his chin, realizing that such a magnificent item must be utilized, yet he felt it would be a waste to employ it so casually. The benefits of remarkable individuals and favorable terrains are not solely his to enjoy. The true beneficiaries are the various cultivation sections. These sects resemble parasitic leeches dwelling in the wilderness. Ngu, too, is one of these leeches, yet his perspective has shifted. He can no longer tolerate the exploitative behavior of the other sects and feels compelled to extract their due share. Alas, is there no secret realm? Without the days spent in secret realms, he longs for the day he might return to the 000100 secret realm to meet that celestial queen mother. One wonders what grandeur the celestial king possesses. Proclaim the edict, summon the court assembly. I have significant matters to announce. Those who arrive after 1 hour shall be executed on the spot. Yes, your majesty. After ascending the throne, Ngu abolished the eunuch system, filling the entire palace with maidens. Such a cruel and inhumane institution should not exist. The maidens withdrew, and Huan smiled, saying, Your Majesty, you truly are a tyrant. Ngu turned and declared with authority, Woman, do you not appreciate my strong and fierce demeanor? Huan replied, Do not tempt me with male charm. I truly cannot handle it. Look at that eager yet fearful expression of yours. I am merely jesting. Now assist me with my attire. Yes, my majesty. Huan emerged from beneath the covers, her eyes shimmering like water, serving Ngu in the manner of a devoted attendant as he donned his garments. Such a temptress. Ngu playfully pinched Huan. the black dragon patterns on his body swirling as he transformed into a regal black dragon robe. If she continues to dress him so, he will surely have to remove it shortly. Clad in the imperial dragon robe and wielding the Tianjian divine sword, he strode majestically towards the grand hall. Below, a sea of officials awaited, the half-hour mark having already seen the grass atop the graves grow to a height of one person. Long live your majesty. As Ngu settled into the dragon throne, all ministers bowed and lowered their heads in homage. Be at ease. Thank you, your majesty. All ministers continued to bow, unwilling to gaze upon Ngu. Those who remain alive are seasoned veterans. When Ngu first assumed the throne, these ministers regarded the emperor with resentment, as if their own wives had been taken by him. A few impetuous youths dared to speak insolently and were promptly dealt with by Ngu. Over time, they learned to keep their heads bowed, much to Ngu's satisfaction. Sitting upon the dragon throne and observing the subservience of those below him, the sense of authority is an irresistible delight for any man. Those interested may seek out a few extras to test this theory. Since my ascension, although the realm is peaceful and the populace thrives, the Dahuang dynasty has reached a prosperity unseen even during the Shang dynasty. I often ponder what more can be done to enhance the lives of my subjects. Perhaps my sincerity has moved the heavens. Yesterday, a man named Diyu appeared to me in a dream. This Diyu, an ancient human emperor, imparted to me a method known as the Jiuzhou Divine Ding to suppress fortune and taught me the art of cauldron forging. I wish to forge the Jiuzhou Ding to stabilize the fortunes of the human race. This is a matter of utmost importance for all humanity. I shall consult with the Empress of the Daxia, but the various sects must also contribute their efforts. Upon hearing this, the ministers thought to themselves, indeed, it seems he intends to take action against the major sections. Ngu is unlike previous emperors, whether in Daxia or Shang. The emperors typically hail from noble families. Although Ngu also comes from the esteemed 8 great families, his true foundation lies with the Mo Xiang sect, one of the 9 major sections. His approach to governance is not as steeped in the intricacies of relationships as the 8 great families, exhibiting a decidedly domineering nature, which has been the most palpable impression among the ministers since his ascension. In the past, the Shang emperors would offer tributes to the Sanqing mountain yearly. Upon Ngu's ascension, he directly issued an edict to halt all tributes and mandated that all sects operating within the Dahuang dynasty pay taxes to the dynasty. Those who fail to comply shall be expelled. Ngu speaks boldly and acts resolutely. The Jian sect initially resisted, but the very next day, all weapon shops within the Dahuang dynasty were sealed. Faced with the most tyrannical emperor in history, even the most temperamental sect among the 9 had no choice but to bow their heads. Such is the state of Dahuang, and Daxia naturally follows suit. Although the 2 empires manage their own affairs, it is common knowledge that their unification is merely a matter of time, contingent upon when the Empress of Daxia bears a child. That child would indeed start with an unparalleled advantage. Esteemed ministers, what strategies do you propose to compel the major sects to make sacrifices? Ngu inquired. The ministers had long grown accustomed to Ngu's direct manner of speaking. They could not help but acknowledge that despite his occasional lecherousness, unpredictable temperament, and penchant for grandiosity, Ngu possesses the most crucial quality of an emperor, an undeniable aura of dominance. In this realm, all lands belong to the sovereign, regardless of sect, on this soil. He is the paramount ruler. This is a feat no emperor in history has dared to undertake. Your Majesty, forging the 9 cauldrons to stabilize the fortunes of humanity is a merit for both the present and future. I propose that each of the 9 major sects be responsible for 1 cauldron, said Zhou Chang, the chancellor and also the father-in-law, taking the lead in speaking. Although in Changfeng is also a chancellor, due to their special relationship, Zhou Chang often steps forward. Your Majesty, the 9 major sects occupy the renowned mountains and rivers of Huaxia, blessed with auspicious geography. They ought to contribute to the Dahuang and the human race. They cannot simply take without giving, acting as parasitic leeches. By the heavens, has the head of the Fu family lost his mind? How dare he speak such words directly? Your Majesty, do you not fear the major sects? Should you not be cautious as well? The remaining ministers were all astonished by the audacity of the head of the Fu family, fearing he had lost his sanity. Little did they know that yesterday, amidst his numerous affairs, His Majesty had discreetly visited incognito and was exceedingly pleased with the funds he contributed for the construction of the palace and the local specialties he presented. Not only did he commend the Fu family for their loyalty and gallantry, but he also stayed at the Fu residence to partake in a meal of dumplings and engaged in a private conversation with his wife for over 2 hours. Chapter 74. Small Change. All small change. With the head of the Fu family leading the way, others could no longer concern themselves with trivialities. Although the 9 great sects were formidable, they could not guarantee their safety. At this moment, with their stances unclear and their allegiances unestablished, it was questionable whether they could even leave this grand hall unscathed. In an instant, the entire hall buzzed with activity. The emperor, devoted to his people, would find opposition from the 9 great sects unacceptable, for that would place them in direct conflict with the human race, destined to be scorned by their own kind. A minister humbly volunteered to represent the Dahua Empire in approaching the 9 great sects, declaring that he would sacrifice everything for the emperor's grand ambitions. "Your Majesty, your profound awareness humbles me," exclaimed another minister. "Though my family is impoverished, I am willing to contribute all my possessions to aid your Majesty in your endeavors." Such remarks incited inner curses among those who had yet to voice their thoughts. The audacity of these sycophants was increasingly outrageous. Where had all sense of decorum gone? "Enough. Your heartfelt loyalty brings me great comfort, and I cannot let your dedication go unrewarded. However, I shall not utilize your funds for my own glory. Upon the completion of the 9 tripod casting, I will erect a merit tablet outside the imperial palace, inscribing the names of those who have contributed, for the people to revere for generations to come." Upon hearing this, the ministers were invigorated. At their current status, material wealth was no longer their primary pursuit. The opportunity to be remembered for eternity far outweighed the allure of riches and beauty. Under the guidance of Enlon, these ministers were well aware of the implications. Those not inscribed on the merit tablet would be deemed as having made no contributions, a fate akin to guilt in the Dahua Empire. "We thank your Majesty for your great kindness." In a flurry, a multitude of officials knelt in gratitude. And Gu nodded approvingly, satisfied with their understanding. "Zhong Wang, you are my own brother and my most trusted confidant. This significant task shall be entrusted to you. Every donation made by these lords must be accounted for with utmost precision, as it directly influences their ranking on the merit tablet." Following Nji's ascension, Enlon, his foolish younger brother, was naturally granted a princely title, named Zhong Wang, symbolizing his unwavering loyalty. "Rest assured, your Majesty, I shall fulfill this duty with diligence," Enlon proclaimed earnestly, a sense of mission radiating from him. The ministers, eager, envisioned the honor of having their names immortalized on the merit tablet, free from the looming threat of execution. And Gu's role was to create challenges, while the resolution of those challenges was left to others. Such is the essence of imperial rule. Doing everything oneself would merely render one a laboring emperor. In no time, the ministers had deliberated on who would represent which sect, reporting their arrangements to the esteemed emperor. The possibilities were abundant, as it was well known that both Mo Xiangzong and Bai Huamin would be the most agreeable to the emperor's cause, making for a gilded journey devoid of risk. Conversely, missions to Jianzong, Ruzong, and Fo Min were arduous tasks. Fo Min, being far removed, was also not situated on the emperor's territory, making their demands for funds to construct the tripods feel like blatant extortion. In the name of fairness, a draw was held to determine assignments, but the final decision rested with the emperor. And Gu reviewed the memorials, noting that those sent to the 9 great sects must be high-ranking officials. Sending minor figures would only incite trouble. Recognizing familiar faces, and Gu couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing the head of the Fu family dispatched to Jianzhou. The unfortunate man was indeed having a rough time. However, considering his wife's delightful dumplings, perhaps he deserved a reprieve. The head of the Yi family was not as fortunate as the Fu family, and they exchanged positions. Zhou Chang's father-in-law would venture to Bai Huamin, while Cheng Feng was assigned to Mo Xiangzong. The remaining assignments were left unchanged, and the next day, the 9 envoy groups set off together, an impressive spectacle that elicited exclamations of admiration from the crowd. And Gu, having a background in public opinion, initiated a vigorous campaign to promote the significance of casting the 9 tripods to suppress the human race's fortune. The populace, often prone to follow trends, began to form a collective consciousness regarding the importance of this endeavor. The 9 tripods are magnificent. They will ensure prosperity for generations to come. Should these tripods remain uncast, misfortunes will undoubtedly follow. Those who oppose this are enemies of humanity. A small spark can ignite a vast inferno. The collective will of the human race in the wilderness began to coalesce into a formidable storm. Among the 9 great sects, Emotion Zone was the first to affirm that casting the 9 tripods was a duty and responsibility owed to humanity. Bai Huamin soon followed suit, and even the prophet-driven Ming Dian quickly responded. Zhou Qingyun's master, the current leader of Yaowang Valley, renowned as the benevolent heart medical immortal, would naturally not lag behind. Even the once thriving, nearly obliterated He Huanzong expressed their willingness to contribute their hard-earned wealth. Nearly half of the 9 great sects responded enthusiastically, with smaller sects echoing their support, putting pressure on other major sections. Despite their reluctance to contribute, they had no choice but to acquiesce, particularly the Fo men, who found the expenditure particularly burdensome. At the Bodhi sect's Grand Hall, 8 venerable monks convened to deliberate on 2 critical matters: a collaboration with the Bailian sect, and how to mitigate the financial burden of the Dahua Emperor's shameless demand for funds to construct the tripods, which the Fo sect was particularly burdened by. Though the Fo sect was wealthy, they were not so easily exploited. What are your thoughts on collaborating with the Bailian sect? They claim to have millions of followers, but their numbers have severely dwindled since the war's end. Their demands are excessively unreasonable. I believe it is best to avoid this murky water, suggested one monk. Brother Zhu Yuan, your perspective is misguided. Clear waters yield no fish. Murky waters provide the best fishing grounds. Our collaboration with the Bailian sect is not about their followers, but rather the vast expanse of the East. Bailian Jiao is merely a spark ignited by my Buddha in the East. The title of Buddha is not one that can be conferred simply by our declaration. It is not merely a hollow name. So why do you hesitate? Hesitation leads to defeat. Nonetheless, I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. Once Ngu ascended the throne, he became exceedingly domineering, and even the inflexible sword sect suffered losses under his reign. How could he permit an entity such as Bai Lian Jiao to persist? What you may not know, brother, is that Bai Lian Jiao differs from other sects. It lacks a central place of worship and tangible assets. Its followers are but ordinary folk scattered across the vast wilderness. Presently, a small faction from my Bo Luogua has also joined Bai Lian Jiao, and they remain quite disorganized. Our Buddhist faith is not a malevolent cult. We merely seek a conduit through which the wisdom of my Buddha can be disseminated. Once the people of the East are exposed to the wisdom of my Buddha, they will inevitably gravitate towards him. After deliberation among several venerable monks, they deemed this endeavor feasible. Is it not simply a matter of a hollow title for the Buddha? The Buddha revered in our faith is not singular. An additional title does not diminish the importance of the existing ones. Since we have chosen to collaborate with Bai Lian Jiao, I believe there is no need to further discuss the construction of the cauldron. A mere 20 billion high-grade spirit stones for some heavenly materials is a trifling expense. Investing a small sum to convey the message of compassion from my Buddha to the Eastern people is certainly worthwhile. Your reasoning is sound, brother. The esteemed monks treated the countless heavenly materials and the 20 billion high-grade spirit stones with the same nonchalance, as if they were merely purchasing vegetables at a market. Had Ngu been present, he would have certainly drooled with envy. These bald monks are exceedingly wealthy. Chapter 75. Is it unreasonable for me to bring more bodyguards when I step out? Arrogance. Since when has Sanqing Mountain ever needed to heed your commands? Under heaven, is there any land that is not the emperor's? When did Sanqing Mountain ascend to the heavens and no longer need to obey the emperor's orders? But do you possess that capability? Huh, how laughable. A mere child rises to power and loses sight of the winds from the 4 corners. Tell me, which way does the wind blow? Clang. The 4th elder of Sanqing Mountain drew his long sword in anger. In times of war, one does not slay envoys. Do you dare kill me? Come, thrust it here. If you truly dare to kill me, I shall thank you, for I will dye the monument with this blood. The envoy from Dahua stepped forward rather than retreating, his chest thrust out, his gaze devoid of fear, even somewhat fervent, leaving the elders of Sanqing Mountain astonished. In his eyes, they saw faith. It was akin to the faith he carried when he secretly journeyed to the east from Barogwo. This elder was a familiar face, the 4th elder of Sanqing Mountain, the very one whose machinations enabled Shen Bao to ascend as the national master, earning Ngu a staggering 15 billion high-grade spirit stones from the merchant emperor. Master, calm down, quickly put away your sword. The drunken Taoist stepped in front of the 4th elder, as a direct disciple of the Grand Master Bai Mei, who now secludes himself in the blessed grounds of the back mountain. The drunken Taoist was already being groomed as the next generation's leader. Once he breaks through to the quasi-emperor realm, he could be appointed as the young sect master. Without quasi-emperor cultivation, he is not yet worthy of the title of young sect master, which reflects the pride and confidence of Sanqing Mountain. Go back and tell your master. He is not qualified to command Sanqing Mountain. Expel them. The fourth elder sheathed his sword, speaking coldly. Several disciples of Sanqing Mountain entered, stern-faced, saying, "Please leave." The attitude of Sanqing Mountain will be faithfully reported to the emperor. Allow me to advise you. The emperor is not the same as before. The 9 major sects need not place themselves on such high pedestals. We shall take our leave. The envoy held his head high, and the envoys behind him wore expressions of pride that left the people of Sanqing Mountain momentarily stunned. What kind of elixir has Ngu fed them to inflate their egos like this? Are they still asleep, or do they truly believe Sanqing Mountain is incapable of drawing swords? The fourth elder also departed, and in the moment of turning, a strange expression flickered across his face, vanishing swiftly. If a conflict were to arise between the Dahua Empire and Sanqing Mountain, it would be a spectacle to behold. 2 tigers fighting will surely injure one. At that time, when the common people suffer, it would be the moment for my Buddha to display compassion, a realization derived from his study of the history of the White Lotus sect. Soon, the envoys dispatched to the 9 major sects returned to Chaga City. Among the 9 sects, 7 expressed their willingness to bear the costs of the cauldron construction. The Buddhist sect was particularly forthcoming, stating that they believe the emperor is wholeheartedly devoted to the human race, directly providing the materials and spirit stones needed for 2 cauldrons, thus eliminating the need for back-and-forth trips. Ngu, with tears in his eyes, expressed gratitude on behalf of all of Huaxia's children for the Buddhist sect's generosity. The sword sect indicated that their sect master was in seclusion and could not provide a response until the master emerged. In truth, they wished to gauge the prevailing winds. With 7 sects in agreement, the sword sect stance would pose no significant issue. Only Sanqing Mountain expressed a definite refusal, even drawing swords against the envoys. Ngu reflected, Sanqing Mountain has chosen to stand against the greater good of humanity for the sake of trifling material possessions, a decision he had never anticipated. As the leader among the 9 major sects, their actions failed to demonstrate the requisite responsibility and accountability for the prosperity and stability of humanity. Ngu resolved to personally visit Sanqing Mountain and implore them to embrace their responsibilities. Alas, how had he not noticed Sanqing Mountain's selfishness before? A leader among the 9 major sects, indeed. How foolish of him to have previously sent his child to Sanqing Mountain for training. Fortunate that he was not accepted, or he would have lost face. Who would not feel the same? I hastily called my unfilial son back from Sanqing Mountain. I cannot afford to lose face. Hello, Underworld Hall. I wish to place an order. There are 2 shameless pretenders. Please help me eliminate them. One person could no longer bear to listen and pulled out a communication talisman to shout. Now, the entire great wilderness is filled with voices clamoring for retribution against Sanqing Mountain. 7 days later, the founding emperor of the Dahua Empire set forth from Chaoga. To ensure the emperor's safety, the 300 white tiger guards must surely be arranged. The 300 white tiger guards encircled the emperor's carriage, with Jian Wei as the captain of the guard. Outside the 300 white tiger guards stood 10,000 Xuanjia troops, and beyond them lay 30,000 demon wolf troops, with 100,000 iron cavalry beyond that. Accompanying the experts alongside Jian Wei were the peak of the emperor realm, by Suzhen, the peak of the emperor realm, the demon monk Fa Hai, and the peak of the quasi-emperor realm, Shao Qing, along with Meng Yang, who concealed herself in Nji's shadow. By heavens! Is the emperor of Dahua truly seeking assistance? It seems more like he intends to annihilate Sanqing Mountain. This promises to be an exhilarating spectacle, and Ngu is indeed a paragon for our men. The power of life and death rests in his hands. Intoxicated in the embrace of beauty, a true man. I have already enlisted in the army. I, Lu Fengxian, have practiced for hundreds of years, and my Fang Tianhua halberd is eager for action. To dedicate myself to the emperor's grand ambitions. With over 100,000 troops, all cavalry, they surged forth like a torrent of steel. Moreover, through the diligent efforts of the sky-devouring treasure vase and the generosity of the merchant emperor's 15 billion high-grade spirit stones, Nji's 300 white tiger guards have all advanced from minor saints to great saints. Previously, only an emperor could break through. But now even an emperor would find the 300 white tiger guards a formidable match. Although the 10,000 Xuanjia troops may not rival the White Tiger Guards, they are no longer of the same caliber. Generals in Yong, and Zhong, and in Yi, commanding the 100,000 cavalry, have long wished to test the formations learned from the 300 White Tiger Guards. This has allowed the slightly over 100,000 troops to display an awe-inspiring battle spirit. In warfare, there lies ferocity. The entire world is stirred by this surge of battle spirit. Dark clouds loomed heavily in the sky, and everyone felt the oppressive atmosphere of slaughter. The people of the great wilderness, who had just regained peace and stability, were instantly filled with trepidation, especially those who had gradually distanced themselves from the White Lotus sect, now returning in droves. Far away in Barogwo, Qing Qiu also received a secret order from above. The Buddhist sect must increase their funding. Wow! In the back mountains of Sanqing Mountain, the childlike figure of the ancient ancestor of Sanqing Mountain spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he still bore the form of a child, his hair had turned completely white. Ancestor. Bai Mei Zhenren was suddenly taken aback. A surge of formidable vitality emanating from his hands, infused into the ancestral figure. The fortunes of Sanqing Mountain were shifting. I am not yet destined to perish. Quickly, let us venture forth to discern what has transpired. Indeed, ancestor. Bai Mei Zhenren withdrew his hands and rose, departing from the secret realm, finally grasping the unfolding events. However, given the circumstances, any further discussion would be futile, and for him, this presented an opportune moment bestowed by fate. He returned to the rear mountain to report the situation to the ancestor. Ancestor, Ngu has acquired the dragon vein and gained auspicious fortune. He has already begun to establish his presence. Should I intervene to resolve this matter? Bai Mei Zhenren inquired. What a miscalculation. I did not anticipate that this young Ngu would mature to such an extent at this tender age. I should have eradicated him sooner. Yet it is not too late now. Ahem, has Li Taibai yet to break through to the great sage realm? No, without breaking through to the great sage realm, his corporeal form remains too fragile to accommodate my divine essence. It appears he is indeed privy to certain truths. Administer this elixir to him. The ancestor produced an exquisitely crafted small box from his robes. Bai Mei Zhenren hurriedly replied, Ancestor, without this Sanjuan Jin Dan. After seizing his body, you might struggle to recover swiftly. No matter, retracing past paths is not necessarily a disadvantage. Administer the elixir to him and bring him forth. And go, steady yourself. The mere ants who aspire to claim supremacy are laughable. Understood. Bai Mei Zhenren accepted the elixir and exited the secret realm, heading directly towards Li Taibai's thatched cottage on the rear mountain. There, he beheld Li Taibai seated at the threshold, taking a sip of wine and spraying it upon his treasured sword, while polishing it and remarking, Has my master finally decided to take action? Chapter 76. The Ancestor. So, you all want to play the game of deception with me, master? After Li Taibai's ostentatious remarks, he noticed the amused expression on the face of Zhenren Bai Mei, who placed a finger on his lips in a gesture for silence. This is the Sanjuan Jin Dan. Take it with you. Zhenren Bai Mei placed the elixir in Li Taibai's hand and patted his shoulder with a look of satisfaction. The legacy of Sanqing Mountain shall continue. The curse that has lingered for countless years will come to an end today. As long as the ancestor lives, there will be no dawn for Sanqing Mountain. Zhenren Bai Mei has endured for 10,000 years, waiting for an opportunity to finally send the ancestor away. Yet, he has always feared the Sanjuan Jin Dan in the ancestor's possession. Bai Mei is not afraid of death, but dying without purpose is unacceptable. Moreover, he knows that this is the last remaining Sanjuan Jin Dan in Sanqing Mountain. The claim of 3 was merely a ruse. Without this Jin Dan, sacrificing Bai Mei, a peak emperor-level powerhouse, would surely lead to the ancestor's demise. Although Sanqing Mountain may temporarily fall into decline, with the talents of Li Taibai, and Lan, and other younger disciples, it will surely experience a rebirth, just like the Moxiang sect, which was brought back to the right path by Ngu. Sanqing Mountain can do the same. And Ji's emergence has further solidified Bai Mei's resolve. Until the decaying shackles are removed, Sanqing Mountain will never witness renewal. Though the process of scraping away poison is agonizing, it can eradicate the affliction that has plagued Sanqing Mountain for countless years. After the ancestor's failure to ascend, the outstanding disciples among the younger generation became his nutrients and vessels. Zhenren Bai Mei was once among those seeds, but ultimately, the ancestor chose his disciple, Deng Yin, who now inhabits the body of the current Sanqing ancestor. To alleviate the ancestors' wariness towards him, Bai Mei has spent his life aiding in malevolence, sending countless young disciples into secret realms. Every moment, Bai Mei's heart is in torment. Until the arrival of Li Tai-bai, the news of the seed was something Bai Mei intentionally let Li Tai-bai know. As Li Tai-bai gazed at his master's gentle and encouraging smile, an unsettling premonition surged within him. Master, I will not leave. I can assist you. I possess a sword that can open the gates of heaven. Does that old man not desire ascension? Once the gates are opened, he will be unable to resist temptation. Li Tai-bai conveyed through thought. His failed tribulation transformed him into a loose immortal. And forcefully breaching the gates of heaven would be akin to a rabble storming a city gate, certain death. He dared not. The sins of my life are too many to recount. Let me cleanse the filth of Sanqing Mountain with this body and leave you with a pristine Sanqing Mountain. Just as Li Tai-bai was about to say more, Jinren Bai Mei gently pushed him from behind, sending him flying. Disciple, go find and lawn. The future of Sanqing Mountain belongs to you. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed in Li Tai-bai's ears. Bai Mei, do you dare betray me? Boom. A cataclysmic energy storm scattered the clouds for miles, and Li Tai-bai was propelled far into the distance. There's an enemy attack. Do not fear, my lord. Dian Wei is here. All units, ready your bows. Hold your fire. I'm just passing through. Li Tai-bai felt a tingling sensation at his scalp, as a vast, dark mass loomed before him, stretching endlessly. What should I do when 100,000 troops raise their bows and aim? Hurry, it's urgent. Ngu and his 100,000 troops advanced, startling every bird from the skies. Suddenly, a living target appeared, igniting their excitement. A chance for men to slay foes and establish their legacies had arrived. Fire. Oh no. The 100,000 arrows offered Li Tai-bai no chance to explain. The sound of 100,000 arrows loosed was not merely a whistling sound, but rather akin to standing on a small wave crest, hearing the yellow river's flood roar, a thunderous noise that rendered one incapable of discerning the sounds around them. It felt as though the entire sky was in an uproar. Li Tai-bai was numb with shock. Qinglian's sword song. With a mighty roar, Li Tai-bai wielded his 3-foot green peak sword, his form becoming a blur. Rays of sword light converged into a massive green lotus of sword energy. The clash of metal rang out. The Qinglian floated in the air, as if the heavens were the canvas for a tempestuous painting. Your guards are truly amusing, always shouting. Dian Wei is here inside the dragon carriage. Bai Sujin adjusted her attire and remarked. You're no different. You always shout, don't say that. Bai Sujin's delicate face instantly flushed crimson, her fair, slender fingers pressed against Ngu's lips. Ngu pinched Bai Sujin's cheek, stepping out of the dragon carriage, suspended in midair to watch the spectacle. Had he emerged a moment later, the legendary fallen immortal might have met his end. After a volley of arrows, Li Tai-bai was left gasping for breath, his limbs weak, his complexion pale, and the sword in his hand felt heavy. Fallen immortal Li Tai-bai, it seems your constitution is somewhat frail. Li Tai-bai glanced at the man who spoke with an ironic tone. His overwhelming aura induced a sense of crisis akin to facing a flood or a ferocious beast. Clad in a black dragon robe that billowed dramatically, his hair danced in the wind, exuding an air of wildness. In terms of demeanor, Li Tai-bai humbly conceded, but after 300 cups of wine, that might not be the case. Li Tai-bai surveyed the densely packed army below, among whom were several formidable experts. The identity of the newcomers was already apparent. Who spread the word that Ngu was crippled? He has reincarnated as an immortal. Though his realm is low, his innate sharpness is undeniable. If Ngu is considered crippled, then others would have long since perished. I, of Sanqing Mountain, Li Tai-bai, have met your majesty. Li Tai-bai sheathed his sword and bowed slightly. Lan is his disciple's nephew. And despite their amicable relationship, Ngu holds the status of a sovereign, on par with Jinren Bai Mei. Fallen immortal Li Tai-bai, why are you not at Sanqing Mountain, flustered and hurried? Could it be that something has happened at Sanqing Mountain? Ngu inquired with a playful smile. He had sensed the energy storm that erupted at Sanqing Mountain. It must be that old monster from the back mountain. Now he found himself unhurried. As for how many lives would be lost at Sanqing Mountain, it was of little concern to Ngu. One must act with vision. For a sect as arrogant and unyielding as Sanqing Mountain, their complete annihilation would, in fact, be beneficial for the great wilderness. Ngu, standing firmly on the side of the entire human race, commands respect, leaving no room for dissent. Those who dare to voice their opinions risk being besieged by a multitude of critics. Li Taibai paused momentarily before stating, "Indeed, I, the patriarch of Sanqing Mountain, have acted contrary to the principles. My master has resolved to eradicate this malignant tumor from Sanqing Mountain. Should your majesty be willing to lend your support, I am prepared to offer this item as a reward." After a brief hesitation, Li Taibai chose to be forthright. In terms of strategy and cunning, he felt himself vastly outmatched by the individual before him. It seemed more prudent to be direct, especially considering his ties to Enlon, which could foster a favorable impression. The Sanqian golden pill? Li Taibai felt a surge of relief for not overestimating his own cleverness. Since His Majesty was aware of the Sanqian golden pill, he surely recognized its extraordinary value. This elixir was a gift from the celestial beings of the immortal realm, and Sanqing Mountain had but one remaining. Out of respect for Enlon, I shall acquiesce to this matter. With a simple gesture of his hand, Ngu summoned the Sanqian golden pill into his grasp. His initial purpose for this visit was to confront the patriarch of Sanqing Mountain. A loose immortal was indeed worth his utmost effort, and to acquire a Sanqian golden pill without effort was an unexpected delight. While consuming this pill may not guarantee immediate ascension, it remains an invaluable life-saving remedy. As long as one is not utterly shattered, this single pill equates to a life preserved. Li Taibai was astonished by Nge's amiability. As for the Sanqian golden pill, he paid it little mind, confident that he could transcend tribulations and ascend through his own strength. Chapter 77, Out-of-Body Experience? How fortuitous. All commanders, heed my orders. Bai Hu Wei, Xian Jiajun, Mo Lang Jun, and Dahua Tai Chi, charge forth alongside me. Fight! 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 The earth trembled as 100,000 troops marched swiftly, shaking the very mountains. Li Taibai felt his heart surge with emotion, and he knew he must take a few sips to celebrate. Ngu donned in his dragon robe radiated a dazzling brilliance, and a pair of black energy wings appeared on his back. The skilled masters, including Bai Su Zhan, Shao Qing, and Fa Hai, soared into the sky, hastening towards Sanqing Mountain alongside Ngu. Li Taibai's sword emitted a deafening clang as he flew on his sword. "Your Majesty, wait for me," he called, but Ngu and the other semi-emperors and great emperors had already transformed into mere black dots in the distance. At that moment, 300 winged Bai Hu Wei formed the Zhu Ke formation. With a piercing shriek that seemed to rend the heavens, a fiery red Zhu Ke flapped its wings, unleashing a searing flame that appeared to tear the sky asunder. Alas, Li Taibai, riding his flying sword, felt as though he were a cyclist splashed by a speeding car on a rainy day, but this was far more damaging. His entire body was singed. Roar! The Zhu Ke had barely departed when a formation of 10,000 Xian Jiajun transformed into a colossal black tortoise, each step shaking the ground beneath. Its 4 legs resembled towering pillars. Though its pace was slow, the sheer size of its strides was overwhelming. Li Taibai, with his egg-shaped head, stared numbly at the last 3,000 Mo Lang Jun. Howl! As if sensing Li Taibai's gaze, the Wolf King rolled its eyes and let out a long howl, as if to say, "Fool, there is truly nothing left this time." At this moment, at Sanqing Mountain, the disciples looked on in terror as a white-haired child engaged in fierce combat with the venerable Bai Mei Zhenren. Boom! Bai Mei Zhenren, clad in a thick tortoise shell, clapped his hands, summoning bolts of lightning from the sky that transformed into serpentine dragons charging towards the Sanqing patriarch. Bai Mei had meticulously rehearsed this for countless years. His cultivation was tailor-made to counter the Sanqing patriarch. In the realm of scattered immortals, ordinary spells posed no threat to him, but the power of lightning was particularly restraining. The flicker of fireflies dares to compete with the brilliance of the full moon, the childlike Sanqing patriarch coldly declared. Over the course of millennia, Bai Mei had been his most loyal servant, and he had indeed lowered his guard against Bai Mei. Otherwise he would not have entrusted him with the 3-turn golden elixir. This betrayal disrupted his reincarnation plans, but to think that this would truly bring about his demise was overly naive and ignorant. Without achieving immortality, one could never comprehend the true strength of the celestial beings. With a casual wave, the Sanqing patriarch caused the myriad lightning dragons to dissipate before they could approach, while each of his strikes sent Bai Mei hurtling back for miles, their battle resembling that of an adult thrashing a child. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern a discrepancy. Though the combatants appeared mismatched in power, Bai Mei Zhenren bore only minor injuries, and their expressions revealed much. The one being struck remained composed while the one delivering the blows seemed increasingly agitated. The Sanqing patriarch, fearing heavenly tribulations, dared not unleash his full power as a scattered immortal, drawing near but not fully engaging. Bai Mei Zhenren's cultivation was not for naught. Though he was at a disadvantage, the patriarch could not easily best him unless he unleashed his full strength, which would inevitably attract a calamity that would lead to mutual destruction. Patriarch, relinquish your obsession. I swear to the heavens that I shall personally bring our revered ancestor back to the sect, allowing for a new beginning that frees us from the entanglements of Sanqing Mountain. What harm could it do? Bai Mei Zhenren was enveloped in a thick energy shield, akin to a massive tortoise shell encasing him. The Sanqing patriarch's expression darkened. He sensed the rapid approach of several powerful forces and knew he must conclude this swiftly. Bai Mei chose this moment to strike, fully aware that other strong figures would soon arrive. What a cunning plan. No longer hesitating, the Sanqing patriarch gazed at Bai Mei with a hunger for vengeance. Today, regardless of the outcome, he would consider it a defeat. As the childlike form suddenly manifested an extremely aged shadow, the skies erupted with thunder and lightning. The Sanqing patriarch, having evaded the tribulations of scattered immortals through constant reincarnation and sealing his powers, now found his spirit unleashed, instantly attracting the wrath of the heavenly tribulations. Boom. Yet before the tribulation could descend, the Sanqing patriarch seemed to transcend the limits of time and space, instantly appearing beside Bai Mei Zhenren, delivering a palm strike that threatened to shatter the very world. The protective shell around Bai Mei shattered in an instant. He was as defenseless as a balloon being punctured, his peak emperor-level cultivation offering no resistance whatsoever. Go. With his strike successful, the Sanqing patriarch swiftly retreated into the child's form, retrieving a crystal coffin from his spatial ring, his expression twisted with malice. He severed a portion of his spirit to remain within the child, while the remainder swiftly entered the crystal coffin. Boom. A bolt of lightning from the heavens struck the child, instantly reducing him to a cloud of blood mist. The thunderclouds brewed for a moment, as if losing their target, gradually dissipating. Hiding within the crystal coffin, the Sanqing patriarch's expression was grim and terrifying. He had been terribly betrayed by Bai Mei. The three-turn golden elixir was lost, a portion of his spirit had been self-sacrificed, and in his attempt to eliminate Bai Mei, his spirit had been ensnared by the tribulation. Without this desperate gambit for survival, he could never have deceived the heavenly punishment. He must quickly locate Li Tai Bai. He did not need to break through to the great sage now, for Bai Mei's transgressions warranted the harshest of fates. Bai Mei Zhenren, your demise is truly tragic. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, and a pair of large feet landed atop the crystal coffin, causing the Sanqing patriarch's forehead to throb. Ba, what a delightful child. How could you resort to such treachery? I shall not spare you. My dear, look how obedient he is. Already lying down. The sister-in-law chimed in. He needs a kiss to muster the strength to fight. The Sanqing patriarch remarked, the lid of the coffin cannot contain my rage. With a resounding crash, the crystal coffin exploded. The Sanqing patriarch, esteemed as a sect leader, truly did not regard scattered immortals as formidable beings. The esteemed presence has not made an appearance for quite some time. And now the vast wilderness has seemingly forgotten the terror of being dominated by this presence. The sword shatters the universe. The great and formidable dragon of lust. The divine fire of samadhi. The flying daggers of Shaoqing. How astonishing. The revered three pure ones have unleashed their mantras from time immemorial. And Gu has devoured the innate sword body of the sword sect's ancestral master, achieving an unparalleled comprehension of the sword path, transcending the mere notions of invincible sword heart and sword intent. The sword path has penetrated deeply into his very soul. With this sword shattering the universe, its might has been magnified manifold. Previously, the sword shattering the universe was merely a manifestation of sword technique, but now it embodies a divine essence. It may be called the sword shattering the universe, or the sword that opens the gates of heaven, or any name one desires. Surrounding Ngu is an infinite aura of sword intent, with countless black daggers exuding sharp sword energy, surging forth like a tumultuous tide. The celestial river of swords sweeps across the sky, within which a golden divine dragon, with an exceedingly lascivious gaze, lunges towards the rear entrance of the three pure ones. The divine fire of samadhi can incinerate the very soul, while the flying daggers of Shaoqing aim directly at the eyes, ears, and lower regions. Today, even if I am to be reduced to nothingness, I shall annihilate you wretched beings. The celestial being emerges. Boom. A withered figure materializes, somewhat diminished compared to before, revealing the toll that self-inflicted soul severance has taken upon him. Yet, a celestial is indeed a celestial. Once the soul is unleashed, the heavens and earth lose their hue. Thunderclouds begin to brew once more, and their power seems even greater than before. The three pure ones directly break through the encirclement of the celestial river, instantaneously appearing above and go. The soul? Ha ha ha. It seems that fate truly intertwines with this young master. Chapter 78. Devouring Immortals. The Realm of the Great Emperor. The Zushi of Sanqing wore an expression devoid of emotion, sneering at Ange's words. A frog at the bottom of a well had never witnessed the vastness of the sky or the grandeur of the earth. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. However, his countenance swiftly transformed, and he abruptly halted, turning to flee. Jiu Mingyan. The old man was running out of time. With a swift motion, Xiaoqing struck, and the flesh of his body exploded into a mist of blood. At this moment, Ange donned a black dragon robe, his visage cold and sinister, as a handleless flying sword manifested from his brow, and his ancient pupils activated. Jiu Mingyan, the nemesis of all souls and primordial spirits. Once touched, it could not be extinguished unless one resorted to self-immolation of the soul. Swoosh! Roar! The 300 white tiger guards and the 3,000 Xuanjiao army assembled, as the blazing vermilion bird descended to the southern position of Lihua, while the immense Xuanwu occupied the northern position. Bai Suzhen claimed the eastern position of the azure dragon, and Fahai held the western position of the white tiger. The four symbols sealed. Boom! The phantasms of the four sacred beasts howled towards the heavens, completely sealing the Sanqing Zushi within. Cackling. You cannot escape. Go. Surrounded by a chilling sword intent, the handleless flying sword multiplied, doubling, quadrupling, and becoming boundless. Jiu Mingyan transformed into a sweeping river of swords. The Sanqing Zushi was like a turtle in a jar, and what terrified him even more was the brewing heavenly tribulation above, poised to strike him fiercely. A deadlock. The Sanqing Zushi reflected on his life. Everything had veered onto another path from the moment he failed the tribulation. Yet he felt no regret. He regretted trusting Bai Mei. No one in this world could be trusted. He lamented not eliminating the young genius Ange earlier, a momentary lapse leading to the loss of his stronghold. Ding! Congratulations to the host for devouring the remnants of a celestial soul, gaining experience points. Experience points converted into cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing to the initial stage of the Great Emperor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing to the initial stage of the Great Emperor, unlocking the servant function. Servant. The host can automatically obtain one enslavement seal daily. Once branded, they are eternally bound to the host, unable to be expelled, living as the host's subjects, and in death, they become the host's spirits. Servants may receive cultivation bonuses from the host based on their innate talents, and conversely, the host may also benefit from the servant's talents. Is this truly the Great Emperor? No tribulation required? Ding! The purpose of this system is to alleviate all troubles for the host. The host simply needs to enjoy happiness. No, you misunderstand. What I meant is, after the tribulation, is there not a divine blessing that descends? Do you understand my meaning? The body of the host post-advancement is already equivalent to the enhancement level achieved after undergoing tribulation. I see, what a pity. Ange reluctantly exited the system, his consciousness returning to his corporeal form, feeling as though the entire world had transformed. The realm of the Great Emperor, the pinnacle of humanity, where every aspect of the individual had evolved to its utmost limit. Once this threshold was surpassed, one would ascend to the legendary immortals. The onlookers gazed at Ange in terror, perceiving him as an unparalleled demonic sword capable of rending heaven and earth. The duality of the Tianma body and the Xiantian sword body coalesced within him. Even without the enhancement of the imperial weapon, Ange was more than sufficient to subdue any other great emperor. Li Tai Bai, with a head resembling a boiled egg, arrived breathlessly at Sanqing Mountain. Along the way, he sensed the tremendous energy fluctuations emanating from the mountain. Indeed, the once grand presence of the 9 great sect leaders was now absent, leaving a scene of devastation. Had Ange and the others failed? Where was the master? Where were Ange and the others? What of the Zushi? Tai Bai? Suddenly, Li Taibai heard a familiar voice calling him, stirring his previously lifeless heart. It was Zui Daoren. Li Shixiang, how goes the battle? Who emerged victorious? Where are they? With a sorrowful countenance. Zui Daoren replied, the master has perished, slain by the Zushi. The Zushi is also dead, killed by Ange and the others. Ange has broken through to the realm of the great emperor and plundered our treasure vault. Shitty, our vault is as bare as your head. He is dead. Li Taibai felt a surge of grief. He had been unable to save his master. More sorrowful than the master's death was the emptiness of the vault. How could he procure fine wine in the future? Do not grieve. The master had foreseen his demise, preparing in advance. In a few years, we shall bring him back. Now, with the master and Zushi gone, our treasure vault plundered, I hereby decree that Sanqing Mountain shall be sealed for 100 years. Shitty, henceforth, it will depend on us. Li Taibai comprehended Zui Daoren's intent. The current predicament of Sanqing Mountain mirrored that of the Maxiang sect in times past. As the Maxiang sect rose anew due to Ange, the responsibility of revitalizing Sanqing Mountain now fell upon him, the exiled immortal. I understand. Starting tomorrow, I shall enter seclusion. Thank you for your hard work, Shixiang. The sealing of Sanqing Mountain for 100 years was known to very few. The general populace only knew that the Dahua Empire, led by Ange, had dispatched troops to Sanqing Mountain, seemingly engaged in a fierce battle. Subsequently, the Dahua army returned unscathed, and then Sanqing Mountain was sealed. In an instant, the might of the Dahua Empire surged dramatically. People are results-oriented. The outcome was now clear before all. The first dynasty in the history of Dahua that had surpassed the 9 great sect leaders was born. 3 days later, the Dahua Empire announced the establishment of Huaxia Academy. The headquarters of Huaxia Academy was situated in Anqing, with each province establishing a senior branch and each county setting up a middle school, while every town established a primary school. Children under the age of 8 could enroll in the primary school. Those under 18 who reached the Lingdong phase could enter the county-level middle school, but if they failed to advance to the Bangshui realm within 3 years, they would graduate from the academy and could choose to join the military or work in the county office. Those who advanced to the Bangshui realm within 3 years could enter the senior academy at the provincial level. Similarly, after 3 years, those who broke through to the Zhu realm could attend the Huaxia Academy headquarters for study, while those who failed to reach the Nifu realm within 5 years would automatically graduate from Huaxia Academy. The Dahua Emperor, Ange, personally took on the role of president of Huaxia Academy, with rumors circulating that His Majesty stated, all graduates of Huaxia shall be my disciples. Simultaneously, to address the teaching resources for Huaxia Academy and its branches, Ange issued a decree to all major sects, excluding the Buddhist sect, with straightforward content. Each sect was to contribute 1/5 of the teaching resources and help construct the branches. Otherwise, his army would come to pay a visit. As numerous influential figures calculated, the 7 major sects would each bear 1/5 of the burden, resulting in an excess of 40% in resources. The various sects exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing that not only had Ngu garnered all the fame, but he was also poised to reap substantial profits. This was a blatant threat. However, even the Sanqing Mountain had capitulated, and the Jianzong, known for its steadfastness, was the first to step forward, proclaiming, Your Majesty's actions serve the present age and benefit future generations. The Jianzong shall certainly mobilize the full strength of our sect to alleviate your burdens. Let it be known, we are willing to shoulder all resources should other sects encounter difficulties, even if it means more than 1/5. Though the major sects grumbled about Nji's avarice, they found it impossible to decline the offer of sending educators to the academy. Imagine if the faculty were predominantly from the Jianzong. The students graduating from the academy would be profoundly influenced by their teachers, and as they married and had children, the legacy would continue, leading to a future where the children of Huaxia would recognize only the Jianzong, oblivious to the existence of other sects. Have you not noticed the Buddhist sect being excluded, protesting against Ngu for regional discrimination? Ngu retorted, I harbor no prejudice against the Buddhist sect. Otherwise, how could my vice president of Huaxiao Academy be a monk? At this moment, Kong Jia-yi, still lingering within the Buddhist sect, received orders from above to continue increasing the financial contribution, or else negotiations would be futile. The confidence Kong Jia-yi possessed now was markedly different from when he first arrived at the Buddhist sect. After rounds of negotiations, The Buddhist sect consented to regard Ming Wang as the Ming Wang Buddha and agreed to construct a temple in Paluo country equivalent to those of other Buddhas. They pledged an annual funding of 500 million high-grade spirit stones for the Bailin sect's activities, and to demonstrate their sincerity, they paid a decade's worth of funding in one lump sum, emphasizing their genuine intent. However, when Kong Jia presented the portrait of Ming Wang to the Buddhist sect, the esteemed monks were taken aback. The portrait depicted Ming Wang as a figure with three faces, one exuding compassion, another with a fierce countenance, and the third shockingly portrayed him seated with a naked woman in his lap, engaged in acts that were beyond description. The visage of Ming Wang seemed oddly familiar. Chapter 79. The Reappearance of Secret Realm Number 000100. Your Majesty, it is truly time to rise. The sun has already ascended to its zenith, yet the great Ngu remains in slumber. Having ascended to the rank of emperor, Ngu has indeed become invincible in this realm. Whether in one-on-one combat, or facing 2, 4, or even 7 opponents, he can single-handedly vanquish his foes, leaving them begging for mercy. With his eyes closed, Nji's hand seemed to possess an innate sense, effortlessly locating its intended target. A slight awareness confirmed that it was Huan Huan. There is no other explanation. Practice makes perfect. Today, I wish for no disturbances as I cultivate. Matters that require deliberation should remain unvoiced until I have the leisure to consider them. As you wish, Your Majesty. The maidservant outside the bed curtains bowed and retreated to deliver the decree. By the Emperor's command. Today is a day of tranquility. You are not to disturb His Majesty's cultivation. Any matters requiring resolution should remain unspoken until His Majesty has the time to review them. Upon hearing this announcement, the ministers below, who had been eagerly awaiting for nearly a month, were met with expressions of disappointment. It had already been a month since the emperor returned from Sanqing Mountain and had not convened court. Although the emperor had previously been somewhat lax, he would still hold a small court every few days, allowing the ministers to see him. Now, however, they were entirely deprived of his presence. The emperor is yet to reach his 20s, and how can he afford such indulgence? The Dahua dynasty has recently subdued the 9 great sects, established the 9 tripods to stabilize the fortunes of humanity, and founded academies to gather talents from across the realm. The situation is ripe for the flourishing of imperial power, and the various clans and officials are filled with fervor. Should not the emperor be diligently governing to unify the vast wilderness? One must remember that aside from the Dahua dynasty and the Dixia dynasty, there exist countless smaller nations and various demonic tribes in the wilderness, not to mention the vast uninhabited territories. How can he indulge himself so? The cautionary tale of the previous emperor of the Deshang dynasty is not far behind us. Yet none dare to offer counsel. Those who once had the audacity to advise were eliminated by Su Jinxiu, and Shingong bow before Ngu ascended the throne. Lord Fu, please hold on. The head of the Fu family turned to see the head of the Yi family approaching. Both were central ministers. Yet the head of the Yi family sensed a significant shift in the fortunes of the Fu family. Previously, they had been in a position of mutual vulnerability, finding solace in each other's company. The Minister of Rights, though he held a prestigious title, wielded little power beyond arranging consorts for the emperor, a role far less significant than the challenges faced by the head of the Fu family. The head of the Fu family managed the Ministry of Works. Though burdened with responsibilities, he occasionally had to personally fund the emperor's palace renovations, yet he oversaw the construction of the realm. The profits from contracting jobs were substantial. Moreover, recently, when the head of the Fu family requested funds from the Ministry of Revenue, Zhou Chong was no longer as obstructive as before. Something was amiss. Minister Yi, as a cunning fox seasoned by a millennium, the head of the Yi family could surmise the purpose behind this encounter. However, could he inform Yi that the emperor had dined on dumplings at his residence and had been thoroughly pleased? My brother Fu, you are indeed flourishing in these times. The emperor's proposed rural connection plan will surely enshrine your name in history. It is merely my duty to alleviate the emperor's burdens. I claim no credit. That honor belongs to the emperor, who cares for the people. We, who have long held high positions, have seldom contemplated such matters. How shameful. Indeed, the emperor is the destined sovereign, the master of the dragon vein. It is our fortune to assist him, yet I am far inferior to you, brother Fu. The head of the Yi family gazed eagerly at the head of the Fu family, producing a storage ring filled with local specialties and presenting it to him. Upon sensing its contents, the head of the Fu family discovered 500,000 top-quality spirit stones, quite a generous investment. Adjusting the emerald crown atop his head, the head of the Fu family cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, the emperor favors thin-skinned, generously filled seafood dumplings. I take my leave." The head of the Yi family, puzzled by the cryptic departure of the head of the Fu family, fell into contemplation. Could a mere meal of dumplings win the emperor's favor? It could not be that simple. Was it the thin skin, the generous filling, or the seafood that held the key? Lost in thought, the head of the Yi family found himself perplexed. However, upon returning home and sharing this with his wife, she blushed and said, "Tomorrow, you shall invite the emperor to our residence. I shall prepare dumplings for him." The head of the Yi family was momentarily taken aback. "I shall trouble you, my dear. If you can accomplish this, you shall be the great benefactor of the Yi family." Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying a beast of the same rank yesterday, earning experience. Experience converted to cultivation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering secret realm numbers of the 0100 during yesterday's excursion, acquiring the special constitution of the Demon Lord's Dao Heart, Qing Qiu Ring, immortal artifact, and 4 servants. The details of the secret realm can be reviewed through the playback function. Demon Lord's Dao Heart, the ultimate evolution of the heavenly demon body, formed by the fusion with the Dao Heart. The efficacy of cultivation techniques is increased 1,000-fold. The host may comprehend and achieve the same effect, and the power of techniques is enhanced 100-fold. Bestows the innate divine ability, Dao Heart Clarity. Dao Heart Clarity, unfettered by external influences, one perceives the essence of all things. Would you like to extract and utilize the Demon Lord's Dao Heart? Not for now. By the heavens. Secret Realm number 000100. Truly, this opportunity bestowed by the mother of the immortal king is extraordinary. The evolution of the heavenly demon body to the Dao Heart of the Demon Lord transforms the original enhancement of magic techniques from 10-fold to a staggering 100-fold. This implies that any technique he employs now possesses a 100-fold increase in power. When factoring in his innate sword body, should he utilize sword techniques, the power would further multiply. This represents a direct enhancement of combat prowess, unlike techniques that require cultivation and comprehension. This is akin to a passive skill. How delightful. Moreover, there is a passive enhancement of comprehension by 1,000-fold. This is akin to a celestial cow ascending on a rocket, truly astonishing. Dao Heart Clarity is essentially an artifact against deceit. From Ngu's extensive reading, it is evident that protagonists often embody the archetype of a wolf in sheep's clothing, their hearts tainted while outwardly composed. Is this a reflection upon myself? With this realization, Ngu instantly attained Dao Heart Clarity. And another immortal artifact? Huan, assist me in changing. Your Majesty, your commands are unyielding. I once held the status of Empress and Matriarch, yet now I have become your humble servant. Huan, with her lips uttering words of protest, retrieved a bright red belly band embroidered with a peony from beneath her pillow and donned it. She meticulously dressed Ngu and arranged her hair, already fatigued and breathless. It is truly an injustice. How can one person be tasked with 2 burdens at once? After more than an hour, Ngu gently returned Huan to the bed to rest and proceeded to the secret chamber. He activated the essence of the Demon Lord's heart. Boom. Alas, the pain was excruciating. Ngu felt as though he had been ruthlessly crushed by a steamroller from head to toe. A tumultuous and terrifying force surged within him, his body emitting a cacophony that sent chills down his spine. His entire being was undergoing a transformation. Ding. Host, please endure for a moment. This system has minimized the pain to the lowest level. With a splutter, Ngu distinctly felt his heart shatter. A mouthful of blood erupted uncontrollably, and he grimaced in agony that pierced his very soul. Fortunately, the torment was brief. Ngu sensed his heart regrowing, a brand new heart, the Dao Heart. As the Dao Heart formed and began to pulsate, a tremendous energy commenced flowing through his meridians. Ngu's once contorted visage gradually settled into tranquility, ultimately resembling an individual who had achieved the legendary state of unity between heaven and man. For one who possesses a Dao Heart, this state of oneness with the universe becomes a norm. The surrounding spiritual energy was exceedingly docile, as if Ngu were their companion, their kin. He could even perceive the emotions of this spiritual energy, substantiating the notion that all things possess spirit. Reflecting upon the secret realm, he heard, Master, have you awakened? Chapter 80. The Transmission of the Law, the Arrival of All Saints. Ngu closed his eyes, This marked his inaugural entry into the same secret realm. His memories lingered on the moment he struck down Tang Wei, implying that during his absence, the secret realm remained relatively static. However, it appeared to have undergone slight adjustments by the system, placing him at the third day following Tang Wei's demise. Poor Tang Wei indeed. It was evident from the rewards that the harvest in this secret realm was the opportunity from the lower realm mentioned by the mother of the immortal king, while the Tianbao bottle was an unexpected gain. Tang Wei was not the central figure of his journey. Had he simply complied, perhaps he could have evaded this fate. Having pondered the sequence of events, Ngu opened his eyes. Two beautiful figures, one large and one small, blinked at him with wide eyes, timidly observing his presence. Their eyes betrayed an unmistakable tension and fear. Despite having performed melodies for this young master for 3 consecutive days, the longer they remained in his company, the more they sensed his terrifying aura. Changing clothes, Ngu had little interest in explaining anything to the 2 attendants. After donning his attire, he savored some local game under their service. Though the spiritual essence contained was rather meager, the flavor proved unexpectedly delightful. Observing Ngu's good spirits, the 2 took turns feeding him, 1 bite at a time. Once the meal was concluded, Ngu inquired about the forces in the lower realm aside from the Zixia Holy Land, asking if there existed any forbidden zones or immortal mountains. Huang Xiumei, Tang Wei's mother, responded, "Master, apart from the Zixia Holy Land, there are 6 other holy lands and 4 ancient clans, as well as 1 forbidden zone. Among the 7 holy lands, Zixia is of mid-tier strength, with the most powerful being the Taiyang Holy Land, rumored to have a holy master at the peak of the Lesser Saint realm. The 4 ancient clans are roughly on par with Zixia Holy Land. As for the Forbidden Zone, I know little about it. Historically, no one has ever returned alive from there, and it is said to harbor great terrors." Upon hearing this, Nge's eyes glimmered slightly. Now that he had transcended to the Emperor realm, he could distinctly perceive the incompleteness of this world's laws. It was a fragmented miniature world. Moreover, the laws of this realm were continuously deteriorating, weakening with every passing moment. It would not be long before this world plunged into an era devoid of magic, rendering cultivation impossible. The so-called 7 holy lands and the 4 ancient clan apexes were merely lesser saints. Barely piquing Nge's interest, he found no appeal in the narrative of a tiger masquerading as a pig, playing house with a group of pigs, which he deemed utterly foolish. However, given that he had acquired the Tianbao bottle from Tang Wei, Ngu felt it prudent to make a bold move regardless of the outcome. He instructed, "Inform the Zixia Holy Master to disseminate the news of my arrival, inviting the remaining 6 holy lands, the 4 clans, and the Forbidden Zone to pay their respects at Zixia Holy Land." His calm words resounded like thunder in the ears of the 2 maidens. What audacity! Their backgrounds and environments had constrained their perspectives. They recognized Nge's strength, but were unaware of its true magnitude. Whether he was akin to the legendary ancient saints recorded in texts or even stronger, they could not fathom. The notions of quasi-emperors and emperors were realms they had never even heard of. "Yes, I shall inform them at once." Huang Xiumei's demeanor grew increasingly respectful, her gaze towards Ngu filled with admiration. Excluding his striking appearance, it was his unparalleled dominance that left her weak at the knees. Yet, for some reason, this master seemed disinterested in their physical forms. Perhaps he found them lacking. "Aside from your brother, do you have any childhood friends or infatuated disciples who harbor feelings for you?" Ngu inquired casually, causing to kneel in fright, responding with utmost reverence. "I have always held myself in high regard and have dismissed the disciples of the sect. Apart from my master, I have never engaged with any man. Please see through my sincerity, master." Ngu nodded in acknowledgement and said, "Rise. Your mother mentioned you play the flute quite well. Come, perform a piece for me. I shall only guide you once. The extent of your gains will depend on your own fortune." Was taken aback by this sudden opportunity, crawling to Nge's feet while kneeling. All notions of self-importance and the dignity of a saintess faded into insignificance in the face of such a chance. She could vividly imagine that when all the forces of the Tsangtian continent arrived to pay homage, countless individuals would be willing to pay any price for the opportunity to kneel before her master. Do not blow too forcefully. Your breath must remain steady. If you exert too much power, your airflow will be disrupted, which will hinder your performance. Pay attention to the position of your hands. Even the slightest flaw can affect the final outcome. Be mindful of your tongue's placement in your mouth. Controlling the airflow when inhaling and exhaling is crucial. It is not merely the breath of the lungs, but requires the strength of the dantian. After imparting his wisdom, Ngu pointed towards Yi's dantian, instructing, remember the flow of your spiritual energy. Under Nji's guidance, Yi was thrilled to discover her skills had improved significantly. However, Ngu ultimately doused her enthusiasm with a dose of reality. Your form is still incomplete, and the divine realm remains far beyond your reach. With your talent, you will never attain the realm of divine comprehension. Master S noble status is beyond my comprehension as a mere mortal in the lower realm. To receive your guidance today is already a stroke of fortune, Yi sincerely expressed. Previously, her greatest ambition had been to usurp Tang Wei and become the heir of the Zixia Holy Land, ultimately aspiring to be its holy master. The insights she had gained today would profoundly impact her cultivation. And following Nji's guidance on the flow of spiritual energy would suffice for her breakthrough to the lesser saint realm. The Zixia Holy Master, along with the former Holy Master and other high-ranking officials, gathered in a hall. After presenting their wives and daughters, the Zixia Holy Master stood taller, completely ignoring the grim countenance of the former Holy Master. Though the other elders secretly derided the Zixia Holy Master for his son being killed without a word of protest, and for his wife and daughter being reduced to mere attendants, they were enviously aware of the esteemed favor he had received from that individual. They too yearned for such advantageous proximity to greatness. Esteemed guests, I have just received a decree from the revered Lord, instructing the other 6 sacred grounds, the 4 ancient clans, and the enigmatic Forbidden Zone to come to Zixia to pay their respects to the Lord. Elders 1, 2, and 3, you shall convey the edict to the 6 sacred grounds. Elders 4 and 5, you will visit the 4 ancient clans. As for the mysterious Forbidden Zone, the Zixia Saintess turned to the already sullen old saint and said, it would be much appreciated if the old saint could make the journey. Your formidable prowess ensures that the message reaches the Forbidden Zone, as others may not succeed, and any delay in relaying the Lord's command would be unacceptable. Would you not agree? The others remained silent, for these 2 saints had already severed their ties. If the Zixia Saintess did not seize this opportunity to eliminate the old saint, it would undoubtedly be her demise once the revered Lord departed. Tangshan, do you think you could ascend to this position of saint without my support? You are nothing but a sycophant. The old saint gritted his teeth and spoke coldly. What words are these from the old saint? It is all in service of the Lord. Do you not wish to serve the Lord, old saint? The Zixia Saintess remarked with a hint of amusement. Very well, if I survive this, I shall ensure you are forever unable to rise again. The old saint retorted, dramatically sweeping his sleeves before departing the hall. The other elders then stood and said, we shall return to make preparations. Does the saint have any further instructions? The Zixia Saintess regarded her several respectful elders, feeling a thrill coursing through her being. This is the sensation of wielding power. This is the essence of authority. As for Tang Wei's demise, she lamented only the missed opportunity to take matters into her own hands. This wretched son dared to conspire against his mother and sister, even resorting to drugs that rendered him incapable. Trading an unusable wife and a daughter for the power she now possessed was truly worth it. Chapter 81. The confidence of the reborn child of destiny. With the elders of Zixia Shengdi arrogantly delivering edicts to the major powers, the entire Tianshan continent was shaken to its core. A figure from the upper realm? The ancient texts of Tianshan continent contain no records of such a realm. Could it be that there truly exists another sky beyond? Their ancestors had once ventured into the heights of the heavens, but above the clouds lay terrifying thunderclouds. Not even the most formidable of their ancestors, who had ascended to the great sage realm, could dare to cross the threshold of the thunderous barrier. Zixia Shengdi would not be so foolish as to jest with such powerful factions, for the repercussions of such folly would be unbearable. The Sun Shengdi, the mightiest among the 7 holy lands, convened in a grand hall where the Sun's sovereign and several elders sat, each radiating a divine brilliance akin to small suns. The elders pondered how to respond to this development. The Sun's sovereign began, as the foremost power of Tianshan continent. A pilgrimage to Zixia Shengdi would be acceptable if the claim were true. However, should it prove false, the humiliation would be immense. I have dispatched individuals to investigate. Recently, a mysterious young man indeed appeared at Zixia Shengdi, and the son of the Zixia sovereign was slain. The old sovereign even risked his life to deliver a decree from the mysterious Forbidden Zone. Thus this matter appears credible. The arrival of someone from the upper realm. It is evident that Zixia Shengdi is leveraging the momentum of this individual. This journey may very well be a trap, and we must proceed with utmost caution. Zixia Shengdi merely encountered that upper realm individual by chance, seeking to curry favor by offering their women. We must send forth the saintess. This is an extraordinary opportunity. The laws of the upper realm must far surpass ours, perhaps even leading to ascension. Such a scene unfolded, with various powers clamoring to respond. The reclusive elders emerged, for the mention of the upper realm ignited hope for those who believed they had reached the end of their paths. The Sun Saintess, a woman of unparalleled beauty and talent, with her flowing crimson hair capturing the attention of all, radiated like flames. It is said that she possesses the bloodline of the phoenix, her innate abilities eclipsing her peers, and she is reputed to have the potential of a great sage. Sister, you must not go. Those old fools have ill intentions. What nonsense about a young master. Give me 3 years, and I could obliterate him. A boy, seemingly around 15 or 16. Exclaimed angrily in front of the Sun Saintess. This is the sovereign's command, and it is also my own decision. I wish to ascertain the true strength of the upper realm and the extent of our differences, the Sun Saintess resolutely asserted. As the undisputed leader of the younger generation in Tianshan continent, she possessed the right to be proud, having achieved the inner palace realm at such a young age in this approaching era of magic's decline. Then you must take me with you. I also wish to see you, instead of wasting time, should focus on your cultivation. Spend your days refining your alchemical furnace. Alchemy is but a minor path, do you understand? Humph, if it weren't for missing a few crucial materials, I would have soared to great heights long ago. Not to mention the small saint realm. Even the great saint realm would be effortless. The boy replied with pride, reminiscent of a puppy eagerly awaiting praise from its master. Your boasting has already reached the level of a great saint. Go and cultivate. Understood. Sister, rest assured, I will protect you for a lifetime. The boy left the Sun Saintess's palace and returned to his own residence. The beings of the upper realm. Surely they possess the rare resources I require. He smirked coldly, his name being Su Kuan. As a reborn individual, he held little regard for these so-called beings of the upper realm. In his past life, he had cultivated for 9,000 years, shattering the void to ascend to the celestial realm, only to find the competition there even more perilous. Upon ascending, he was alone, and shortly after emerging from the immortal pool, he was deceived into laboring in the mines, a tiresome endeavor that lasted 3,000 years. Having finally regained his freedom, he was slain during a struggle for a treasure, leading to his rebirth in this new body. When his previous memories awakened, his soul had completely merged with that of the boy. Having followed his sister to the Sun Shengdi since childhood, he developed an unwarranted obsession and fixation due to her maternal presence. Compounding his troubles, he discovered that this world was broken, with incomplete laws and scarce spiritual energy. Even the strongest in the Sun Shengdi barely achieved the small saint realm. It is difficult to cultivate without resources. Even with memories from his past life, he could only progress step by step. Fortunately, the treasures he had contested in the celestial realm were reborn with him, truly worthy of being called a treasure trove. However, his cultivation reset to 0, and he could only unlock the first layer of restrictions on the ring. Yet this allowed him to reach the divine ability realm in just a few short years, surpassing even his sister, who was hailed as a prodigy of Tianshan continent. But he played the role of a pig to deceive the tiger, concealing his true power. He sensed that the so-called mysterious forbidden zone surely harbored great secrets. Once he elevated his cultivation using the treasure ring, he would undoubtedly venture to uncover the truth behind that forbidden land. Although the arrival of the upper realm individual disrupted his plans, it also presented a grand opportunity. In his understanding, the upper realm was likely akin to the small worlds of his past life, possessing complete laws of heaven and earth, wherein one could attain immortality. The strongest among them were merely those clinging to life, and even in powerful small worlds, the immortals were often mere human immortals, capable of crafting transcendent talismans to traverse small worlds, allowing younger generations to experience trials in other realms. This so-called young master was likely a practitioner from a small world. 3 days later, the entire Tianshan continent erupted in fervor. In just a few days, countless magnificent flying vessels, skyward pavilions, and war chariots paraded through the skies. The overwhelming spectacle left the common folk below trembling in fear, knowing that when immortals clashed, it was they who bore the brunt of the consequences. The last time two immortals fought, a great fire had razed an entire town. When immortals battled, mortals suffered. The populace flocked to the streets, kneeling and bowing, hoping the immortal lords would notice their piety and choose another location for their conflict. The Sun Xingdi, Xiantian Xingdi, Xingchen Xingdi, the ancient clans of the Zhao, Qin, Yi, and Lu families all sprang into action. Outside the Zixia sacred land, various rays of light intertwined in the half-empty sky, reminiscent of a poorly crafted online game. However, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Tang Shan, what do you mean by this? Tang Shengzhu, is this the manner in which you entertain guests at Zixia sacred land? We have journeyed from afar to meet the esteemed figure of the upper realm, not to witness your posturing. The family head stated coldly, standing at the mountain gate. Tang Shan wore a disdainful smile and taunted, the esteemed one is burdened with a myriad of affairs. Do you think you can simply meet him at your whim? Do you not understand the concept of reverence? You appear less like supplicants and more like challengers. With that, Tang Shan placed a heavy accusation upon them, relishing the thought that if the esteemed one were to become incensed, he might eliminate these intruders. With an inherent advantage at his disposal, it would indeed be a pity not to indulge in it thoroughly. The saints and family heads were figures of great stature atop the Sungtian continent, and even if someone from the upper realm were to visit, their presence was already a significant concession. Yet, when they glanced at the Zixia Shengzhu and the individuals behind him, a chill ran through them. The gaze directed at them was akin to that of a fool. Were it not for their absolute confidence in suppressing these visitors, they would hardly dare to act so brazenly. Could a single individual truly suppress all the elite forces of the Sungtian continent? The sheer terror of such a thought was overwhelming. Realizing this, they inwardly lamented nearly falling into Tang Shan's trap. We pay our respects to the esteemed one. In a cacophony, all the saints, families, and their accompanying elders and disciples promptly knelt. Su Kuan was forcibly compelled by his sister to kneel as well, nearly losing his composure in anger. In his heart, he resented, "Can you withstand the weight of this bow? You shall soon learn of your family's true power." Chapter 82, A Melody of the Heavenly Dragons. 8 sounds to send them on their way. Master, the sovereigns and heads of the major factions have arrived at the mountain gate, Tang Wei's mother respectfully announced. There's no rush. Let me first teach you a piece. Meihua San no. And Gu replied. Upon returning to the secret realm 000100, and Gu pondered whether it was due to overindulging in dumplings. For he found Huang Shui Mei to be even more enchanting than before. She had matured, resembling a ripe peach, exuding a sweetness that was unmistakable. And Gu produced an ancient zither, having discarded his former exquisite artifact as it no longer suited his stature. He now wielded a quasi-emperor-grade zither. Huang Shui Mei gazed longingly at the instrument on the table, her mouth watering. If only she could play a piece on this zither, she would die content. Unlike her daughter Yi, who learned to play merely as a means of self-enrichment, Huang Shui Mei possessed a genuine love for the instrument. You are a true lover of the zither. I once played on this very instrument. Now, it is a gift to you, and Gu said, presenting the discarded exquisite artifact. The zither flew towards Huang Shui Mei, radiating dazzling rays of light. What does an exquisite artifact look like? Not only she, but no one in the entire Tiansan continent had ever witnessed such a sight. Huang Shui Mei was unaware of the grade of this spiritual instrument, yet the aura emanating from it instilled a sense of reverence within her. An exquisite artifact corresponds to the peak of the great sage, which was quite overwhelming for someone like Huang Shui Mei, who had not yet reached the minor sage realm. Yi's eyes turned red with envy. What a powerful weapon, she thought to herself. Your mother plays the zither while you play the flute. If you perform well, I shall reward you with an exquisite artifact as well. I will certainly do my best, master. Meihua San no, a classic piece, celebrates the plum blossom. And Ji's mastery of the zither was transcendent. As he played, blossoms of red plum flowers emerged in the void, the music reaching a level that produced a wondrous phenomenon. Huang Shui Mei was completely immersed in the sound, her fingers pressing down on the strings, and before she realized it, her fingers were bloodied. This zither is still a bit too advanced for you. Drink this vial of heavenly essence. Once your cultivation reaches the minor sage stage, you may barely manage to use it. And Gu remarked, feeling a genuine fondness for Huang Shui Mei, not out of romantic affection but a recognition of her talent. If she had been born in the great wilderness, her achievements would undoubtedly be remarkable. Her ability to enter his musical realm and gain insights indicated her strong comprehension and innate talent. This revelation pleasantly surprised him. Although the cultivators in this world were relatively weak due to environmental limitations, it did not mean there were no promising seeds. Huang Shui-mei was one such seed. If taken to the great wilderness, she could likely reach the quasi-emperor realm without issue. I dare not accept such a gracious gift from my master. I am already overwhelmed to have received this zither. Huang Shui-mei, though a woman, understood the principle of not accepting unearned rewards and refraining from greed. Come here, Ngu commanded. Huang Shui-mei knelt and moved her knees before him, hearing Nji's voice, which carried a trace of authority. Lift your head. Upon hearing this, Huang Shui-mei slowly raised her head, her eyes hesitant to meet Nji's gaze, which amused him greatly. The gaze of this mature beauty was indeed a test of his self-control, which, as is well known, was often lacking. He almost overlooked this hidden gem. A radiant purple-golden light appeared in Nji's hand, blindingly bright, obscuring what lay within. This was the mark of servitude that he had activated upon reaching the Emperor realm, automatically generating one each day. Once stamped with this mark, a servant could be taken away with the system's aid, akin to a hero card like Dianwei, albeit with more restrictions. Ngu held absolute control over them. As Ngu touched Huang Shui-mei's forehead, a brilliant light enveloped her, and a purple-golden mark gradually faded from her brow. Ngu could distinctly sense her presence, establishing an invisible connection between them. From now on, you shall be my servant. Huang Shui-mei, in shock, heard Nji's voice resonate in her mind and promptly responded, I am willing to offer everything to my master. Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape with envy. How enviable! Huang Shui-mei's cultivation soared from the inner realm, transcending the divine ability realm, to the minor sage realm. It was worth noting that even the strongest in the Zixia sacred land were merely minor sages. In mere moments, her mother had become the most formidable being in Zixia sacred land. No, with that ancient zither, her mother was undoubtedly the strongest in the Tianshan continent. Yi could not help but feel jealous, yet she also understood this was precisely why Ngu held no particular fondness for her. If you do not perform well, I may not reward you, he warned. I will certainly do my best. Master, please grant me another chance. Huang Shui-mei, having regained her composure, exchanged an encouraging glance with her daughter. Becoming Ngu's servant, she truly grasped the terrifying nature of her master. In her consciousness, his existence felt like an eternal, colossal planet, and she was but a trivial speck of dust orbiting it. A mere thought from him could obliterate her entirely. At that moment, a realization dawned upon her, whether it be the sacred lands or the families of this world. With a mere finger, her master could destroy them all. Meanwhile, outside Zixia's sacred land, the sovereigns and heads of the factions had been kneeling for over an hour, growing increasingly discontent. This was too ostentatious. Yet, out of fear of this celestial being from the upper realm, they could only endure. They could endure, but Su Kuan, a reincarnated immortal, could not. What nonsense! A mere practitioner from a small thousand worlds dared to be so arrogant. Su Kuan suddenly rose to his feet, captivating the attention of the formidable beings surrounding him. His sister could not restrain him even if she tried. Su Kuan's prowess in the realm of divine powers erupted in full force. Within the vicinity, the esteemed figures were taken aback, aside from the Sun Holy Land and a few others who had reached the minor saint level. The rest of the holy masters were merely at the realm of divine powers. This young man, at such a tender age, had already attained the status of a divine power stronghold. Fellow cultivators, one might think you are a tad too pretentious. The most powerful individuals from the Shaoqian world were merely at the level of earthly immortals, masquerading as giants. Su Kuan's voice resonated throughout the area, leaving the holy masters in a state of shock. Particularly the Sun Holy Master, whose temples throbbed with anxiety. This was perilous. It was tantamount to courting death. A sharp cry pierced the air as two beautiful women flew forth from the Zixia Holy Land. The Zixia Holy Master beamed with joy upon seeing them. The suffocating pressure of their minor saint cultivation enveloped the crowd. Minor saints. Surely, they hold us in too low esteem. Initially startled, the onlookers soon regained their composure. And with a disdainful snort, the Sun Holy Master and his peers unleashed their minor saint might, resulting in a collision of two formidable forces. With a resounding crash, those of lesser cultivation were sent flying by the shockwave. Su Kuan shielded his sister, a cold smile gracing his lips as he reassured her, Fear not, sister, even against major saints, I shall protect you. The crowd then beheld Huang Xuemei withdrawing an ancient guqin from behind her, her graceful fingers poised over the strings. With a resonant twang, a sound erupted that echoed through the heavens, unleashing a golden wave of energy that surged toward the onlookers. The force was as sharp as a blade, cleaving all in its path. This is bad. It is a holy artifact. Retreat. Quickly retreat. The holy masters were utterly terrified. The Zixia holy master, in a panic, shouted while fleeing, "We are allies." Allies. Yet, Huang Xuemei paid him no heed, her fingers dancing over the strings as she played a melody that would send them on their way. Chapter 83. Calling Su Kuan is not your fault, but greed is the original sin. And Gu, with his eyes closed, tapped his fingers in rhythm with the melody of the Tianlong Bayan, thoroughly enjoying the moment. The minor nuisances around him could hardly ignite his interest. A mighty elephant would unintentionally crush the ants on the ground, much like Tang Wei who, in seeking his own demise, failed to provoke Gu into action. As the music from the Tianlong Bayan intertwined with the harmonious notes of the Shao, Yi, a woman driven by ambition, was not deserving of disdain simply for her aspirations. After all, what was wrong with a man possessing a broad mind and a spirit of love? Instead of looking down on her ambition, he could simply support her endeavors. Furthermore, her relentless efforts ultimately moved Gu, who rewarded her with a slave seal and a sacred artifact. The two women resembled tigers among sheep, especially with the ancient zither in Huang Xuemei's hands, which proved to be incredibly lethal. While the minor saints could withstand a few blows, the disciples brought along suffered immensely, almost all perishing. Su Kuan, with a grim expression, shielded his sister, maneuvering deftly between offense and retreat to draw fire from the saints. Damn it, sister, we must leave. Su Kuan's trump card relied on Nji's possessions, and with their plan now in disarray, he had yet to lay eyes on him. Nji's formidable divine sense swept across the scene, noting two individuals still unscathed, instantly recognizing their exceptional nature. It is well known that determining the protagonists is rather straightforward. Those who meet their end early are mere fodder. Surviving in a seemingly doomed situation undoubtedly indicates one is a central figure. Boom. Crack. 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 Ah, my leg. Please spare me. My lord. As the sickening sounds of cracking echoed, the wounded saints and heads of families collapsed to the ground, blood gushing beneath them. Their legs were crushed, bones protruding gruesomely. Su Kuan retrieved a small turtle shell from his spatial ring and hurled it out, the shell expanding as he pulled his sister inside. To his horror, the shell shattered instantly. Thud. Su Kuan felt as though he had been struck by a colossal mountain, spitting out a mouthful of blood, rendered immobile beneath it. Kuan air. Yet, Su Kuan's sister remained unscathed, crouching on the ground as she forced a pill into his mouth. The entire realm felt as if compressed by an invisible force. Damn, so powerful. Su Kuan cursed his misfortune. The strength of this individual from the lesser thousand realms far exceeded his expectations. In his experience, even those from the lesser thousand realms training in such a broken world were typically young, their cultivation not surpassing the great saint level. Those at the great saint level were either influential figures or pivotal supports within their sects. They would hardly deign to look at the scraps of this shattered world. This was the confidence that fueled Su Kuan's audacity to scheme against the beings of the upper realm. Yet, to encounter such a formidable presence in this broken world, was that not sheer folly? With such prowess, one could walk unchallenged in the lesser thousand realms. Were not the female cultivators there far more enticing than the rustic girls of this desolate place? Su Kuan regretted his choices, but in that moment, he was unable to even twitch a finger. As everyone struggled to hold on, a perfect man clad in white appeared in midair. Su Kuan's sister momentarily lost her composure. The man in white resembled a black hole that instantly captivated her heart. However, she was aware her brother was on the brink of death. Still, she could not control her racing heart. The servant greets the master. Huang Xuemei and Yi knelt humbly at Nji's feet, their expressions exuding a heart-wrenching reverence. But Ngu seemed to be in a deep slumber, eyes closed as he languidly extended a finger, casually gesturing. A streak of dark light shot forth, aimed directly at Su Kuan's brow. No, both Su Kuan and his sister cried out in horror, but the darkness moved too swiftly. It pierced through Su Kuan's brow, obliterating his soul in an instant. His sister stood frozen, gazing at her brother, now marked by a small hole in his forehead. Have I killed again in a dream? Ngu stretched, as if awakening from a deep sleep. The saints and heads of families on the ground stifled their pain, daring not to utter a sound for fear of attracting the attention of this formidable being. Killing in dreams. I am still alive. Ngu beckoned, and the ring on Su Kuin's hand flew into his grasp. Oh, more than 99 restrictions? The higher the grade of the artifact, the more restrictions it possesses. Even imperial weapons have no more than 99. This seemingly ordinary ring is actually beyond an imperial weapon. Could it be a celestial artifact? As Ngu infused his spiritual energy into the ring, it revived as the verdigris faded, radiating with brilliant hues. Nge's cultivation allowed him to unlock 99 restrictions, yet portions remained sealed. Nevertheless, upon unveiling these restrictions, the contents of the ring made his mouth water. Damn, this kid is far too wealthy. Even Ngu, a tycoon with fortunes in the hundreds of billions, could not help but drool. The ring was filled with rare treasures. Among them were dozens of the legendary everlasting pills aged over 100,000 years, not to mention numerous emperor-level demon cores. There were several imperial weapons of various types, countless pills, and spirit stones. One could say Su Kuin had truly drawn the short straw, reborn with the identity of a celestial being. He had fought to reclaim this treasure only to find himself unable to unlock more due to his insufficient cultivation. With these resources, his pace of cultivation in this world could have been meteoric. Had he not set his sights on Ngu, surviving and using the resources within the ring to cultivate back into a celestial being would have been a mere trifle. The root of it all was greed. He coveted his sister's beauty, wishing to prove himself superior to this so-called upper realm lord. He desired Nge's resources, aiming to accelerate his cultivation through robbery. Ultimately, he ended up sewing a wedding gown for Ngu, and greed was indeed his original sin. Return my brother's life. Su Kuin's sister ultimately chose her brother's life over the allure of the handsome man. A fiery figure rushed towards Ngu like a moth drawn to a flame. Alas, your brother is no longer truly your brother. The look of pity in Nge's eyes instantly provided the crimson-clad maiden with a rationale to persuade herself. What do you mean? Is my brother? Indeed, it is likely that you have already noticed the unusual aspects of your brother, have you not? After uttering these words, Ngu directly extracted an array of extraordinary treasures from her ring, illuminating the entire realm with a celestial glow reminiscent of an earthly paradise. These treasures, let alone in your small, fractured world, are exceedingly rare even in the upper realms. How could a being from the lower realm, such as your brother, possibly acquire such artifacts? He has long been possessed by the residual soul of another world, and I have also discerned his malevolent intentions towards you from his spirit. You regard him as a brother, yet he perceives you as a furnace to restore his powers. You possess the bloodline of a phoenix, endowed with the ability to be reborn through fire. The reason he is yet to act is simply that the time for utilizing you has not arrived. You are merely a vessel he keeps close at hand. Consider this. Does he not always wish to be by your side, watching you closely? He is merely concerned that your primordial essence might be seized by another. Nge's words plunged the beautiful maiden in crimson into a sea of memories. Indeed, her brother had suddenly transformed into a different person a few years ago, acquiring a plethora of knowledge. Not only could he refine elixirs, but he also articulated her cultivation challenges with astonishing clarity. Once or twice could be dismissed as coincidence, but over the years, her suspicions had grown, though she lacked absolute certainty. Furthermore, Su Kuin indeed watched her with intense scrutiny, even discreetly discarding gifts sent by those who pursued him. When others sought to meet her, Su Kuin would inform them that she was in seclusion. Now, it all makes sense. It was not her brother who perished, but rather the enemy who killed him and usurped his form. And this esteemed individual is not her adversary, but rather her benefactor. Su Feng pays her respects to the esteemed one. Chapter 84. The feathered tribe in the northwestern region of the Tian-San continent lies a vast plateau, perpetually shrouded in thick mist. Within its depths, no one knows what lies hidden, for those who have ventured inside have never returned. The aging small saints of the Tian-San continent, in the twilight of their lives, often choose to enter this enigmatic realm in search of a breakthrough. The venerable leader of the Zixia sacred land stood at the periphery of the forbidden zone, his face darkened as he gazed into the swirling fog. Entering was out of the question, yet he lacked the courage to simply turn back. As he hesitated on the edge, the mist began to churn ominously. A surge of terrifying energy sent him fleeing, uttering a desperate proclamation. I am the envoy of the Great One from the Upper Realm. It is commanded that you pay homage at the Xia sacred land. Suddenly, several golden chains shot forth from the mist, adorned with intricate runes, resembling vibrant golden serpents. They darted swiftly towards the old saint. My life is over. Tangshan, I curse you to an ill fate. In a frantic escape, the old leader found himself ensnared by the golden chains, feeling his entire cultivation sealed as he was pulled into the mist. Did you just say someone from the upper realm has come? The old saint, who had resigned himself to death, opened his eyes to see a peculiar figure with wings, gazing down upon him. The wings were akin to those of a colossal bird, pure white and shimmering with an otherworldly brilliance. The figure was tall, sporting blue irises and cascading golden hair. Indeed, it is a great one from the upper realm, the old saint exclaimed, a flicker of hope igniting within him. The avian figure pondered briefly. Then with a flick of the chains, the old leader felt a tremendous force propelling him away, sending him spinning through the air. What is this? Ahead loomed a gigantic tree, devoid of leaves but festooned with countless corpses. At its apex, a crimson fruit glimmered. As if sensing the old saint, the branches of the tree lunged towards him, piercing his body. Within moments, the vitality and spiritual energy of the old saint were completely drained, leaving him a lifeless husk hanging from the branches. Having dealt with the old saint, the avian figure flapped its wings and ascended towards the center of the realm. As it approached the core, the mist grew thinner, revealing a grand palace. The figure entered, where 13 towering avian beings, all with golden hair and azure eyes, awaited, alongside a young maiden seated in the main position. Unlike the others, she bore long white hair and golden eyes, her demeanor icy and aloof. Young mistress, I have come with news of a visitor from the upper realm, who requests our homage. The birdman bowed respectfully. A visitor from the upper realm. How impressive, the maiden replied, her voice melodious yet imbued with an intrinsic arrogance. I wonder which insignificant being from a lesser world dares to present itself here in this broken realm. Young mistress, should I not make an appearance? It is time to harvest, one of the 12 suggested. Last time, it was your turn. This time, it should be mine. The 12 debated amongst themselves as to who should venture forth. Growing weary of their bickering, the maiden declared, since you all enjoy this game, let all of you go. This time, not only cultivators but all living beings shall be captured to offer as sacrifices to the divine tree. The laws of this small world have nearly been absorbed. With these beings, cultivators, and the visitor from the upper realm, the fruit shall be ripe. Once the young mistress consumes this fruit, she will be able to coalesce the divine embryo and return to her family for significant cultivation. The years of waiting will have been worthwhile. Once I ascend as a core family member, you shall all benefit. Now, let us meet this esteemed individual from the upper realm. The maiden, with a hint of mockery, unfurled her 2 pairs of golden wings and stood, while the others followed suit. The 13 took flight from the palace, soaring into the mist beyond. Upon breaching the fog, the maiden frowned slightly and inquired, did you ascertain the whereabouts of the visitor from the upper realm? The visitor is at the Xia sacred land, the birdman replied. Closing her eyes, the maiden expanded her spiritual consciousness, swiftly covering much of the Tianzan continent. Suddenly, her face turned pale, and she coughed up a mouthful of golden blood, feeling as though her head had been struck by a mighty blow, with blood seeping from her ears and eyes. She fainted, plummeting headfirst from the air. The unexpected turn of events alarmed the 12, and one of the female birdmen swooped in to catch the maiden, exclaiming, the young mistress has fainted. We must return to the temple. No sooner had she spoken than the previously clear sky was engulfed by dark clouds, a dragon's roar echoing throughout the heavens. An overwhelming pressure descended upon the 12, akin to the weight of a mountain. An emperor-level presence. The 12 felt their scalps prickle, their hearts gripped by terror. How could an emperor-level powerhouse arrive in this small world? Had their core family members discovered the existence of the coveted fruit? What was thought to be entertaining turns out to be merely a few bird folk, they mused, as a colossal black dragon descended from the heavens, atop which sat a young man. With the arrival of Ngu, the 12 recognized the gravity of the situation, encircling the maiden protectively and bowing in unison. Servants of the Yu tribe from Fei Yujie pay their respects to you. Great One, Fei Yujie? Ngu remained impassive, yet internally calculated the implications. All 13 bore the potential of quasi-emperors, a formidable escort indeed. The maiden's status was evidently significant. As the scion of one of the 8 great families of Dahuang, He had never enjoyed such a lavish retinue. With a firm gesture, Ngu unleashed an overwhelming torrent of black spiritual energy that surged towards the 12 devils. Flee with the young mistress. The others, initially contemplating leveraging the Yu tribe's name for negotiation, quickly abandoned the idea. Such was the nature of the demonic cultivators. They would not hesitate to annihilate those they could overpower, nor would they linger if defeat was imminent. The black demonic energy surged ominously, rendering their frantic attempts futile. With a resounding thud, a birdman momentarily lost his senses, his being collapsing to the ground like a soulless shell. 1-2. In less than 3 breaths, the souls of 12 quasi-emperors of the Yuan tribe were completely devoured by Ngu. Having consumed their souls, Ngu felt as though he had ingested a potent elixir, experiencing an unparalleled sense of rejuvenation. Simultaneously, he acquired their entire memories. Feiyu Jia, a realm entirely distinct from the vast wilderness, where its inhabitants boasted wings and referred to themselves as the Yu tribe. Their overall strength surpassed that of the vast wilderness, with the number of high-end combatants at the emperor level being several times greater. How amusing. Your subordinates are all dead, yet you still intend to maintain your facade. Ngu remarked with a hint of amusement. The white-haired maiden shuddered, her golden eyes filled with pleading as she implored, "Senior, please spare me. I am willing to do anything." Chapter 85. Mother, where are you? Please continue to love me. I can still hold on. Ngu gazed thoughtfully at the enchanting young maiden below. He assured himself that his interest was not in her physical form, but rather in the boundless resources of the Feiyu Jia that lay behind her. Although De Huang was a complete world in itself, when compared to the Feiyu Jia, it appeared diminutive, akin to a smaller realm. The resources of any world are finite, and relentless consumption would inevitably lead to an era of decline, much like the current state of Tianshan continent. Furthermore, the number of cultivators at the level of De Huang's emperor indicated that it was perilously close to facing its own decline. Despite possessing an automated system, Ngu realized that he could not single-handedly sustain an entire world. Such an endeavor would be absurd and devoid of purpose. However, if he could plunder the resources of other realms for his own benefit, transforming De Huang into a stronghold of banditry would indeed be a worthwhile pursuit. Ultimately, the essence of cultivation revolves around the principle of mutual theft. The Feiyu Jia, on the other hand, was a burgeoning world, rich in resources and governed by superior laws of nature. It was a realm where true immortals resided. Only those who reached the level of Earth Immortal could transcend the limits of Feiyu Jia and ascend. You are beautiful and deserving of becoming my servant. Raise your head. The maiden suppressed her inner resentment, vowing silently, "Once I escape this peril and return to the Yu clan, I shall ensure that you will find no respite, neither in life nor death." "Yes, my lord," she replied, her mastery of duplicity evident as she concealed her enmity. Adopting a demeanor of delicate vulnerability, her golden eyes shimmered, seemingly brimming with unshed tears. Yet, what awaited her was a mark of purple and gold. The moment the slave seal was inscribed, the maiden succumbed instantly. And I Huang pays homage to her master. The tyrannical nature of the slave seal lay in its ability to forcibly alter one's spirit, eradicating any feelings of hatred or dissatisfaction towards the master, compelling her to view him as her sovereign. Her very sky. This transformation did not impair her intelligence or cultivation aptitude. In fact, as Ngu grew stronger, so too would the capabilities of these servants be enhanced. Just as Huang Shui may had broken through to a higher realm upon becoming a servant, and I Huang's cultivation had reached the initial stage of quasi-emperor, and upon becoming Nji's servant, she advanced directly into the mid-stage of quasi-emperor. This only deepened in I Huang's admiration for Ngu, akin to a starry-eyed fan encountering her idol. Her golden eyes were filled with reflections of Ngu, her small hands fidgeting restlessly. Ngu, observing the contrast between the maiden before him and the memories of the young lord he had devoured, reconsidered his intention to imprint by Su Zhen and the others. It was not that he lacked trust in them. Rather, he had merely wished to guide them with his innate talents. However, the prospect of transforming them into such submissive figures was far from his desires. Ngu regarded himself as a sentimental person. He believed that one should not cast aside those who have shared in one's struggles, as that was the moral standard and bottom line he upheld as a figure of virtue in De Huang. Rise, bring these individuals with you, and lead me to the divine tree. Ngu mounted the great dragon, while Enai Huang, her expression unwavering, collected the bodies of her subordinates who had accompanied her for millennia, showing no signs of sorrow. This is the divine tree. Ngu observed the towering tree, stripped of all but its trunk and adorned with desiccated corpses. As they approached, the divine tree seemed to tremble in fear, its branches swaying as if seeking to flee. Master, this divine tree is known as the Daogua tree. Once planted, it begins to absorb the laws of the world and spiritual energy, culminating in the formation of Dao fruits upon maturation. And I Huang elucidated. Where did these seeds originate? The servant does not know. They were entrusted to me by an elder of my clan, who also brought me to this world. Very well. Dispose of those bodies into the tree. Yes, my lord. And I Huang hurled the 12 bodies of the quasi-emperor level feather tribe towards the divine tree. Instinctively, the tree extended its branches, emitting soft sounds as it absorbed their energy. Although Ngu had devoured their souls, the physical forms of quasi-emperors contained vast reservoirs of power. The Dao fruit of the divine tree, which was nearing maturity, began to radiate brilliant light as these energies infused it, with ethereal melodies resonating around it. And I Huang fluttered her golden wings to the top of the tree, offering the long-awaited fruit with both hands. Ngu withdrew from the system, regaining his composure. He retrieved the Qing Qiu ring, a celestial artifact, and was pleasantly surprised to find himself in possession of such a treasure before even attaining immortality. This was a treatment befitting a protagonist, and it was undeniably gratifying. He expressed his gratitude to the individual named Su Kuan for the celestial artifact and treasures. Suddenly, 4 strikingly beautiful women, each exuding a distinct aura, materialized in the chamber. Huang Xuanmei, Tang Yi, Su Feng, and Enai Huang. Except for Enai Huang, Ngu hesitated to utilize the other 3, for they were in various states of unpreparedness, and any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Lacking the capacity to embrace the vast complexities of his existence, they would be unable to endure his profound nature. Ngu resolved to place these 3 under the tutelage of Mo Xiangzong, and he had no intention of keeping Enai Huang close. Mainyang, take the 3 of them to find Sister Lan and arrange for their induction into Mo Xiangzong. Yes, young master. As Ngu spoke, a shadow shifted beneath him. Mainyang smiled and said, "Come along, young ladies." After arranging for the 3, Ngu turned to Enai Huang and inquired, "Do you possess a breaking boundary talisman?" "Yes, my lord," Enai Huang replied, producing the contents of her spatial ring as if she were surrendering everything. Nji's lips twitched slightly. He sensed that Enai Huang might possess an innate inclination towards submission, as the other 3 did not exhibit such behavior after receiving the slave seal. "Come here." Enai Huang obediently approached, and Ngu deliberately tightened his grip on her wrist. Enai Huang winced, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her face flushing a shade of crimson. "Ah, a simple test," Ngu declared. "You will infiltrate the Fei Yu Jia, ideally aiming to become a core disciple. The higher your status, the better. I shall seek you out at the appropriate moment." The slave seal would not impair her intellect, and Enai Huang instantly grasped Nji's intention. Nodding earnestly as she retrieved the breaking boundary talisman and vanished through the portal of light. Ngu gazed at the array of items left behind by Enai Huang and, in a moment of distraction, seemed to glimpse something extraordinary. The small whip, the black leather attire, the red candles, the handcuffs, along with an array of exquisite garments brimming with allure. The world is indeed in decline. Ngu, with a heavy heart, stored these items within his spatial ring, for such possessions could only be entrusted to a moral exemplar like himself. He then retrieved the Qing Qiu ring, an extraordinary artifact that, as the protagonist's auxiliary, surpassed even his own expectations of its capabilities. The true extent of its power, however, would depend on the caliber of Su Kuan, the protagonist. Having only unsealed 99 prohibitions, what if there remained an astonishing 999,999,900 prohibitions yet to be unlocked? The Alchemical Compendium? The Forging Compendium? Such unpretentious titles. As Ngu delved into the texts, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. The host is detected to be acquiring new knowledge. Should this arduous task be entrusted to the system for automated learning? The system's enthusiasm made Ngu feel like a mere underachiever, and upon recognizing his own limitations, he naturally opted for automation. Ding. Automated learning in progress, with a 10,000-fold comprehension rate activated. Ding. Congratulations, the host has become a first-tier alchemist. Ding. Congratulations, the host has ascended to a second-tier alchemist. Ding. Ding. Congratulations, the host has achieved the rank of a saint-level alchemist. Ding. Congratulations, the host has attained the status of an emperor-level alchemist. Ding. Congratulations, the host has become an emperor-grade artificer. Listening to the unceasing notifications from the system, Ngu wept. Mother of the immortal king, where are you? Please continue to shower your love upon me. I can endure. Chapter 86. Practicing with Imperial Weapons, what's the big deal? In a remarkably short span, Nge's alchemical and forging skills have ascended to the Imperial level. Should he break through to the Celestial realm, he could continue to advance. The compendium of forging and alchemy at the Imperial level encompasses merely 1/10 of the total content. It turns out that the true treasures are not solely the Dao fruits or the Qing Qiu, but also the contents within the rings. This realization fills Ngu with joy, yet simultaneously instills a profound sense of trepidation towards the formidable Xian Wang class of experts. In such a small place as Tianshan continent, it is hardly noteworthy in the vast territories ruled by the Xian Wang. Yet even the mother of the Xian Wang has instructed her precious son to gather peaches. Does this imply that his actions in the great wasteland have occurred under the watchful eyes of these great figures? Alas, now that I have achieved the cultivation of an emperor, I must also retire my strongest trump card, the Sanfeng de Fa. Ngu lamented. After a brief pause, seemingly waiting for a response that did not arrive, he sighed 3 times and retrieved countless heavenly materials from his spatial ring, preparing to concoct medicinal pills. First, he must forge an alchemical furnace. As an Imperial-level forger, it is imperative to create an Imperial alchemical furnace befitting his status. Beep. The system has detected that the host is forging. Would you like to initiate an automatic operation for this tedious task? The host only needs to prepare the materials and specify the requirements. Damn. The life of effortless victory is truly dreary. To forge an Imperial alchemical furnace, it must have 5 legs, with 9 dragons coiling around its sides, symbolizing the exalted status of the emperor. Ngu poured 3 pounds of Tian Kai Di Bao, savoring it while letting out a satisfied burp. Beep. The host requirements have been received. The automatic forging operation will require approximately 3 hours. 3 hours? Ngu was astonished. This time frame was not merely fast, but astonishingly rapid. Forging an Imperial weapon is a vastly different endeavor from absorbing dragon veins to upgrade his slaughter dragon blade. At this pace, could it not mean he could forge for Imperial weapons in a single day? That translates to 120 in a month and 1,460 in a year? Ngu interrupted his unrealistic daydreaming. The materials for Imperial weapons are exceedingly rare in the current Great Wasteland, but who knows what the future holds. 3 hours later, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and bolts of lightning transformed into dragons, striking towards Nge's secret chamber. The people of Chao Gu were left in shock. Has His Majesty's indulgence finally drawn the ire of the heavens? Did he eat too many dumplings, prompting the heavens to intervene? The head of the Fu family wore a grave expression, praying fervently that His Majesty must not come to harm. His investments were all in play. As everyone contemplated their thoughts, a furnace soared out from the royal palace. This furnace gleamed with golden light, encrusted with various precious gems, and its round body was adorned with 9 colossal dragons seemingly roaring towards the sky. The lower part of the furnace had 5 legs, each shaped like the claws of a xuanwu. Roar! In the face of the descending lightning dragons. The 9 golden dragons on the furnace emitted a thunderous roar, and the lid of the furnace clanged open, directly absorbing the bolts of lightning. Clang! The lid of the alchemical furnace closed once more, and all of Chao Gu could hear the sound of thunder erupting. The tribulation lasted for approximately 1 hour before it concluded, and the alchemical furnace grew ever more resplendent, with golden flashes of lightning enhancing its majestic presence. Ngu, clad in a black dragon robe, stepped through the void with an air of tranquility, 1 step at a time. Whoosh! As Ngu extended a hand, the alchemical furnace shrank to the size of a palm and flew into his grasp. Holding the furnace, Ngu calmly remarked, "I am merely passing the time, engaging in the creation of an Imperial alchemical furnace. There is no need for such alarm." What the heck? You're casually forging an Imperial weapon? Your Majesty, if you give me that Imperial weapon, I'll let you play with it as you wish. Your Majesty truly is the master of destiny. Congratulations on crafting an Imperial weapon. With Nge's voice echoing across the Imperial capital, the entire populace knelt in reverence, shouting praises of His Majesty's brilliance. How could one not bow in submission? Ngu is barely 20 years old. Not only has he subdued the dragon veins to forge an imperial weapon, but he has also achieved the cultivation of an emperor and now successfully crafted an imperial weapon, establishing himself as an imperial forger. This holds strategic significance. While the entire Great Wasteland was astonished by Ngi's creation of an imperial weapon, he further shocked them. In a similar narrative, after another 3 hours of tribulation, this time not for an imperial weapon, but for a furnace of imperial-grade divine pills. Ngu is not only an emperor and an imperial forger, but also an imperial alchemist. Is he truly the favored child of destiny? Are others merely fools? The entire Great Wasteland fell into silence, no longer needing to be astounded by Ngi's talents, for he is the embodiment of talent itself. Compared to ordinary cultivators, the 9 major sects felt the impact most profoundly. Ngi's dominance over the Great Wasteland has become irreversible. In the future, the only voice that will resonate in the Great Wasteland is Ngi's. They can only wait for Ngu to ascend before they might have a chance to rise again. Those who understand the times are wise, and for now, kneeling and calling him father is the safest course of action. Emotion. Just after concluding her closed-door training, Qing Qiu luxuriated in a bath infused with heavenly liquid and flower petals, radiating beauty beyond compare. Thanks to Ngi's nurturing and the unlimited use of heavenly liquid, Qing Qiu, who already possessed considerable talent, has now attained the realm of a quasi-emperor after this retreat. Why did she undergo closed-door training in Emotion Zone when she could have done so in the Great Hua Palace? There was simply no time for such indulgences, though scheduling was promised. Ngi's industriousness rendered it impossible to keep up. Master Uncle, if you wish to join me, feel free. I do not mind your presence. It feels rather awkward with you just staring at me. Across from Qing Qiu, a white-haired elder gazed intently at her. The once carefree disciple remained unchanged, yet she has accomplished something exceedingly correct. She has become a winner in life. This realization sparked a new insight for the elder. One's efforts pale in comparison to the importance of one's choices. When Qing Qiu was but a child, she was already a quasi-emperor. Now that she has matured into one, the elder remains at the same level. How can one rationalize such a disparity? The celestial essence of heaven and earth is abundant for her, and Ngu has bestowed upon her much. Yet she remains unable to transcend the threshold of the great emperor and attain such a lofty position. Finding a commendable man, she no longer requires her esteemed uncle, her words now imbued with newfound confidence. Shall I divulge to Ngu that you, at the tender age of 8, still suffer from nocturnal enuresis? The grand elder squinted his eyes as he spoke. Uncle, you are simply the best, Qing Qiu purred sweetly, transforming into an innocent 8-year-old girl, which sent shivers down the grand elder's spine as he shot her a glare before vanishing from the room. At his age, still behaving like an inexperienced child. Suddenly, a bolt of black Xian-yin divine thunder descended from the heavens, crashing into the bathing tub. The black arcs of electricity crackled and roared, leaving Qing Qiu resembling a fish struck by a merciless tormentor. Uncle, you're so petty, inexperienced. Chapter 87. Heavenly Eye, so pure and tender. Alas, the cultivation of one generation leads to the impoverishment of the next, while the forging of weapons and elixirs drains the wealth of 3 generations. Ngu gazed at the empty Qing Qiu ring, lost in contemplation. Where could he borrow some heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and spirit stones? He had already plundered Sanqing Mountain, and the treasures of Emotion sect were part of Qing Qiu's dowry, which he could not touch unless absolutely necessary. The funds of the Yin family had been exhausted for military expenses, and now, in a time of peace, the business of the Mingdian was not flourishing. Ngu felt like an old gambler who had scoured every possible avenue for making money, and he truly found one. The Buddhist sect was extraordinarily wealthy. After a series of negotiations, the collaboration between the Balian sect and the Buddhist sect had commenced, with the Paluo kingdom constructing a temple for the Ming Wang, having paid a sponsorship fee for a decade in one go. Ngu had already squandered all the money. With his spending habits, the income from his idle pursuits was insufficient to sustain himself. Yet, this endeavor was addictive. At this moment, Nge's spatial ring had already refined over 20 pieces of imperial weapons, most of which were part of sets. This was the fruit of Nge's painstaking efforts. He retrieved a complete set of imperial weapons, light as air, fluid as water, yet in terms of defense, Even his imperial strength could not tear it apart. At first glance, it appeared black, but as the light danced, it revealed a shimmering silver radiance. This was merely the lower half of the set. The upper half was even more formidable. Designed with straps. Crafted from the same material, it was intricately embroidered with complex patterns of golden flowers on a black background, exuding an air of nobility amidst its mystery. This set of imperial weapons not only boasted formidable defense, but also provided warmth in winter and coolness in summer as a mere bonus. Once donned, it rendered the wearer immune to all toxins and increased the absorption rate of spiritual energy 100-fold. The restoration of spiritual energy and physical strength was also enhanced 100-fold, and Ji's charm was elevated to 1,000-fold. This magnificent imperial battle outfit was custom-made for his beloved concubines. Upon receiving these battle garments, they fell into collective silence. Words could not express the complexity of their emotions. This was a genuine top-tier imperial armor, yet why had they been designed in such a manner? They would have to wear such imperial attire all the time. Would they not be overwhelmed? Fortunately, Ngu had thoughtfully included a buff that restored physical and spiritual strength 100-fold. On the very day that Mei Yang and Shao Qing received the battle garments, they experienced them firsthand and exclaimed in delight. Besides his beloved concubines, Dian Wei, as Ji's trusted brother, was not neglected either, receiving a set of imperial armor and an imperial axe that multiplied his combat prowess manifold. Although the power output was somewhat excessive, his quasi-imperial peak could barely handle it. Once fully activated, it could last about 5 minutes. However, during those 5 minutes, Dian Wei would possess the strength of an imperial-level warrior. Yin Luo also received an imperial dagger, doubling his combat effectiveness. Another unremarkable 3 days and nights passed. With the black gold battle attire, his concubines could finally match his extraordinary physical prowess. 3 days and nights as the baseline, 5 days and nights as the norm, and even 7 days and nights would not exceed expectations. Ngu adjusted a white jade-like arm away from his chest, donned his clothes, and summoned the demon monk Fa Hai to the imperial garden. Ba, my lord, you are becoming increasingly handsome and dashing. Stand 10 meters away from me, my lord. Fa Hai's aggrieved expression sent shivers down Ji's spine. From now on, you shall stand 10 meters away and may not appear behind me. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to perform a little operation on you. Yes, my lord. Fa Hai looked up at a 45-degree angle, struggling to hold back his tears. You will now head to the Palyuo kingdom as the representative of the Ming Wang to develop followers. As a high monk of the Buddhist sect, it is quite fitting. The little monks of the Palyuo kingdom are under your purview, while the female bodhisattvas belong to me. I have treated you well, have I not? Ba, I, the Buddha, save all beings. I shall go to the Palyuo kingdom to rescue those little monks who have lost their way. These are 2 imperial weapons I have crafted for you, the 7 treasures robe and the 9-ring staff. With your peak imperial strength, combined with these 2 imperial weapons and your golden bowl, you will not disgrace the Ming Wang's majesty. My lord, I knew you had me in mind. Draped in the robe, staff in hand, love concealed in his heart. Get lost. Ngu now deeply understood the profound wisdom left by his ancestors. Leave a thread for future encounters. He had indeed been too forceful, allowing Su Xian to empower Fa Hai excessively. After sending Fa Hai away, Ngu mentally reviewed all that he needed to accomplish. The academy was sprouting up everywhere like mushrooms after rain, and it wouldn't be long before he could begin enrolling students and teaching. With Fa Hai heading to the Buddhist sect, he would surely stir up unrest within, leading to its internal collapse. In Ji's dictionary, there was no place beyond the king's territory. Any such place indicated the negligence of the Dahua Iron Cavalry. Among the 9 major sects, aside from the Buddhist sect, there were no other problems. The sword sect had recently sent their treasured imperial sword, named Dahuang Longchua, to the palace for Ngu to evaluate. To be honest, after inspecting it, he found it rather mediocre. It was not as good as what he had refined himself, but at least it was a gesture of filial piety, and Ngu felt too embarrassed to return it. Doing so would be akin to slapping the sword sect's face. The pawn named Nihuang would not be deployed in the short term. At present, aside from diligently cultivating those fertile fields and occasionally enjoying a different flavor of dumplings, there was little else to occupy his time. Alas, not yet 20 years old, he was already destined for a simple and unadorned retirement life. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating 3 equal-tier demon beasts during yesterday's idle pursuits, earning experience points. Experience points are converted into cultivation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for encountering the revered Erlang Shun during his training. You shared delightful conversations about the care of the Hound of Heaven, and he gifted you the divine ability, Heavenly Eye. Heavenly Eye possesses an extraordinary observational capacity, capable of perceiving the essence of all things in the world, discerning the origins of matters, including all things in the 6 realms of samsara, regardless of distance or direction. It can emit a powerful golden light, possessing the might to split mountains and shatter waves. Ding. Would you like to use it? Wow. Erlang Shun truly has a deep affection for the Hound of Heaven. Just chatting about dogs led to such an impressive divine ability being gifted, and Gu decisively activated the ability. He merely felt a slight itch between his brows, and then a peculiar perspective unfolded before him. It was precisely the world perceived through the Tianyan. Although he possessed the ancient dual pupils, which granted him the ability to discern the essence of the world, their primary advantage lay in combat. In contrast, while the Tianyan could also emit divine light, and Gu sensed that its power might not rival that of the destructive light. However, this ability to observe, rather than merely spy, was far superior to that of the ancient dual pupils. Within his field of vision, the entire world seemed to shrink, allowing him to focus on a particular area and magnify his perspective as if through a high-powered telescope. At this moment, how pure and tender it appeared. Chapter 88. The young lady who ran away from home in the vibrant city of Yangzhou, a prominent southern stronghold of the Great Xia dynasty and a hub of cultural exchange. One can find numerous venues where gentlemen engage in the recitation and composition of poetry. The flourishing culture has spurred commercial prosperity, with Yangzhou once achieving a remarkable feat where a year's tax revenue equated to half of the entire Great Xia's tax income. Such accomplishments were the result of the efforts of many beautiful young ladies who toiled diligently. The late emperor of Great Xia once declared that women could indeed share the burden of the heavens, asserting that women are not to be underestimated. At this moment, a strikingly attractive young woman was calling out from a stall selling tofu pudding. In the past, business in Yangzhou was unceasing, but with the advent of cinema, many gentlemen flocked to Anqing to chase after stars. The allure of young ladies who could be entertained for a price far surpassed that of those who offered nothing in return. It is truly a matter of value. Yet, the more elusive the desire, the stronger the yearning. The unattainable always stirs restlessness, and the more one covets, the more precious these stars become in the eyes of gentlemen. Little do they realize that the very stars they pursue are merely awaiting the grand review of His Majesty, and any fortunate soul who might have the honor of massaging His Majesty's feet would be blissfully overwhelmed. Madam, your tofu pudding has been on sale for years. It must no longer be fresh, remarked a middle-aged man with a mischievous grin. Fresh or not, you'll find out once you taste it. If you don't wish to eat, then be on your way and do not disturb my business, the vendor retorted. Of course I will eat. I have savored it for years, and even if it has a minor flaw, I would never change my preference. With deft hands, the vendor served a bowl to the grinning gentleman. In the bustling market, such banter was commonplace, taken lightly as mere jest. Boss, I'd like a bowl as well. As the man departed with his tofu pudding, a girl of approximately 15 or 16 approached the stall, dressed in a flowing white gown of evidently exquisite fabric. Her large eyes were fixated on the creamy tofu pudding, a hint of drool escaping the corner of her mouth. All right, the vendor said, serving a generous bowl, adding an extra half spoonful at the end. The girl carefully carried the overflowing bowl to a nearby table and began to eat. Delicious. So smooth. So tender. The girl wielded her spoon with such finesse that it left the onlookers in awe. Such a lovely girl, and her attire spoke of wealth. One wondered how long it had been since she last dined. Boss, another bowl, please. Boss, another bowl. Boss, 100 more bowls. Oh, I'm so full. The table before her was stacked high with bowls, easily numbering over 100. The girl, with no regard for decorum, slumped in her chair, eyes half closed, patting her belly in sheer satisfaction, eliciting laughter from those nearby. The vendor beamed with joy. This girl was worth more than 100 customers. She was a true VIP. A group of older men surrounded the young girl, their shamelessness palpable. Finish up quickly and leave. I need to close up. Ah, you are so callous. I haven't even finished my bowl. The vendor, no longer the shy woman of yesteryear, stood with hands on hips, shooing the group away before turning to the girl. Dear, you haven't overindulged, have you? No, I'm still eating, the girl replied, on the verge of needing only a toothpick. The vendor looked at her and said, I've sold out of tofu pudding. It's South time to close. The girl blinked, momentarily confused, before producing a fine spirit stone. Is this enough? Yes, that is more than sufficient. But it's too much. I cannot provide change. No need for change, it's a gift for you. The girl hopped off her chair, skipping away from the stall, exclaiming, eat, eat, eat. In Yangzhou, at a hot spring, the satisfied girl lay in a pool, humming a cheerful tune. Her once black hair had transformed into flowing white locks, cascading down to her waist, and her large eyes now glimmered like rubies. Ah, how delightful this world is. The celestial realm is dreadfully dull, filled only with cultivation and devoid of joy. Eating tofu, is that what this means? She murmured, glancing at a small white rabbit that flickered in the water, her cheeks tinged with a blush. Who is there? Suddenly, she felt a gaze upon her, causing her expression to shift. With a splash, she emerged from the water, donning a moon-white gown, her powerful consciousness probing towards the source of the gaze. Nothing. Could it be an illusion? The girl hesitated. But unable to resist temptation, she re-entered the hot spring. That was a close call. What in the world is happening? Under the divine gaze, her true form was revealed, a rabbit spirit, albeit a rather charming one, albeit slightly diminutive. While sensuality is significant, cuteness is an irresistible allure as well. And Gu, the observer, noted that these attributes were secondary. What mattered was the overwhelming strength of this rabbit spirit. Within the divine view, she shone like a bright moon, her power sealed by the essence of the lunar forces. And Gu was certain that this seemingly harmless little rabbit possessed strength equivalent to 100 esteemed elders of Sanqing Mountain. With the presence of Su Jinxiu, the origin of this rabbit spirit needed no further elaboration. With his current prowess, unleashing full force would not suffice against her. However, Gu was never one to rely solely on brute strength. He had discerned her weakness. As long as there was a gap, he could exploit it. Returning from the imperial garden to his study, Gu pondered for a moment before picking up his brush. A tale began to unfold, weaving the story of an innocent little fairy and a domineering overlord from the mortal realm. The lunar rabbit girl, having transformed, spent nearly a month exploring the delights of Yangzhou, indulging in all its culinary treasures. The esteemed Ndi has released a new book, markedly departing from his previous style. The protagonist is no longer a voluptuous beauty, but rather an adorable little loli. Oh, with Ndi's harem of enchanting beauties, has he grown weary of his usual tastes? TSK, Lolas possess 3 admirable qualities. Ouch! Who struck me? The individual clutched his head, blood streaming from his hands, as a bloodied stone rolled away across the ground. Yutu's eyes darted around, and he made his way to the bookstore, which was now bustling with people. Ever since Ngu ascended to the throne, the output of his literary works has plummeted, leaving the book enthusiasts of the vast Dahuang in anguish, forced to reread their beloved tales time and again. After indulging in Nji's writings, all other literature pales in comparison. The little rabbit leapt up to peer inside,